The realms of gaming and reality have converged, ushering humanity into an era of universal class transition. Monsters rampage. Humanity faces myriad crises as dungeons and secret realms emerge from the void, simultaneously offering endless treasures. Lin Mo has transitioned into the sole divine-grade hidden profession, summoning godly bosses to crush all in his path. Have you ever witnessed the slime variant of the catastrophic starfall? Have you ever experienced the sensation of being rendered unconscious to death by a Minotaur Lord? How could a summoner possess weaknesses? As long as my summoned beings endure, I shall attain eternal life. Chapter 1. The Primacy of Professions. Beijiang City. Inside a quaint two-story villa adorned in white hues, a middle-aged woman with voluminous curly hair emerged from the kitchen, donning worn red slippers, and placed a plate filled with fried dough and eggs upon the dining table. She called out in a loud voice, Mei, Lin Mo, come for breakfast, and hurry to school afterward for your class transition. Jeune Mei, bleary-eyed and clad in a pink nightgown, stepped out from her room, suddenly recalling something as she turned to glance at the adjacent small compartment. The middle-aged woman inquired, why hasn't Lin Mo come out yet? Who knows? He pretends to study late every night. He probably stayed up late again last night. Jeune Mei chuckled teasingly, then sat down at the dining table to eat breakfast. What good is studying well? In this world, professions reign supreme. If one transitions into a mundane occupation, even if they rank first in academics, they will still struggle at the bottom of society. The middle-aged woman shot Jeune Mei a disapproving glance. All right, you certainly do talk a lot. It's true, he consumes our food, wears our clothes, and I can't even voice my thoughts. Jeune Mei remarked while chewing on her eggs. Lin Mo heard her words clearly. He tucked away the class transition tome he had studied all night, sat on his bed, and took a deep breath to gradually calm his emotions. Since transmigrating here a decade ago, his state of mind had been tempered to tranquility. Even a colossal stone sinking would not stir a ripple. Over the long years, he had completely mastered the survival rules of this world. It is a realm where gaming and reality intertwine. Centuries ago, monsters emerged from the earth, rampaging as they extended their malevolent claws toward humanity. Fortunately, humanity simultaneously gained the power of class transition, granting each individual an opportunity to transition upon reaching 18. To become a class transitioner is to slay monsters and defend cities. One may either be adorned with glory or wrapped in a shroud of death. In any case, becoming a class transitioner endowed with formidable combat prowess enables one to vie for greater resources in this world. Lin Mo had long awaited the arrival of this day. The middle-aged woman outside was his aunt, wuxianovel. Jeune Mei was of the same age as him, but she was born a few months earlier, necessitating her to be addressed as sister. They both attended the same high school. Lin Mo epitomized the archetype of a top student, consistently ranking first in every examination without fail. Conversely, Jeune Mei always lagged slightly behind in her academic performance, a fact she could never quite overcome. It was precisely because of this that Jeune Mei harbored feelings of resentment toward Lin Mo, often making things difficult for him. The reason for his stay at his aunt's house stemmed from a calamitous battle a decade prior. At that time, monsters surged forth, breaching humanity's defenses, and numerous powerful class transitioners bravely took to the front lines. Lin Mo's parents were among them. The conflict endured for nearly a year, and after a year, the monstrous tide receded, alleviating the crisis facing human cities. However, Lin Mo's parents vanished without a trace. During that time, he had perused many materials in an attempt to understand the circumstances surrounding that war. Unfortunately, crucial documents were encrypted, leaving him in the dark. He understood that to acquire more information, he must continuously grow stronger and attain higher privileges. The first step now is to hasten his departure from his place. As long as he completes his class transition, even into a mundane occupation, he would possess a means of survival. At that point, he would undoubtedly escape this home that does not belong to him. However, Lin Mo's ambitions extend far beyond that. He aims to enroll in a prestigious academy in the capital. Through recent research, he had stumbled upon information suggesting that the class transitioners from that academy played a pivotal role during the Great Battle. It is likely that undisclosed documents reside there. Stepping outside, Lin Mo slightly raised his head to exchange a glance with his aunt and Jeune Mei, took a bite of his meal, and then boarded the school bus to attend the class transition conference. Still exhibiting that insufferable demeanor, Jeune Mei scoffed as she watched Lin Mo leave. His aunt collected the leftover food with a displeased remark. What an ungrateful wretch. Today is a significant day, and I had considered making an exception to drive him. Jeune Mei, dressed flamboyantly, replied, Never mind, Mom. Let him leave once the transition is complete. Upon entering the school gates, Beijiang No. 1 High School was already teeming with students and their parents. The principal, with a warm demeanor, looked down upon the 300 students eligible for class transition this year. At that moment, Lin Mo squeezed into the crowd like a headless fly, suddenly spotting someone at the front of the line waving at him. Lin Mo, over here. Lin Mo smiled. It was his desk mate, Wang Jiangwo. Why did you arrive so late? Wang Jiangwo patted Lin Mo's shoulder. It's about to begin. Lin Mo calmly replied. I took the school bus, so I was a bit delayed. Wang Jiangwo curled his lips in disdain, muttering, on such an important day, your aunt couldn't even drive you here. Zhen Mimi arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than you, he added, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. Dressed in a black fur skirt and knee-high leather boots that enveloped her exposed legs, Zhen Mimi's plaid shirt appeared to struggle against the constraints of its buttons. To be honest, although Zhen Mimi is quite irritating, she is undeniably beautiful. Wang Jiangwo swallowed hard. Lin Mo felt no inclination to comment on Zhen Mimi. Wang Jiangwo stole a furtive glance at Lin Mo, saying, if it weren't for her personality, I would really like her. Lin Mo shot him a glance, retorting, is that truly affection? It seems more like mere lust for her physique. Wang Jiangwo chuckled. Who would have thought that the esteemed Lin Mo would indulge in jest? Lin Mo remained non-committal, reverting to his icy demeanor as the principal concluded the motivational speech, marking the commencement of the job transition ceremony. In the vast center of the square stood a pitch-black stone monument inscribed with peculiar runes. From time to time, a man clad in a beige suit adorned with golden threads ascended the stage with an air of unmatched elegance. A member of the job transition temple, level 30 advanced class, Great Mage. His name is Liang Yu. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The Great Mage, wielding a staff, lightly touched the monument, and in an instant, a swirling violet brilliance erupted from beneath its base, illuminating the entire transition square in a vivid hue of purple. How cool. Lin Mo, what class do you wish to transition to? Wang Jiangwo excitedly tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve. I aspire to become an assassin, elusive and valiant. Lin Mo replied with a dispassionate glance at Wang Jiangwo. That's quite an ambiguous response. At that moment, Zhen Mimi's gaze fell upon them, and with a cold laugh, she declared, for 3 years of high school, your academic performance has always overshadowed mine. I refuse to believe you can surpass me in this transition. I am determined to surpass you. Mimi, what are you looking at? Zhen Mimi's best friend inquired. Lin Mo, I've decided to compete with him. Zhen Mimi unabashedly expressed her emotions in front of others. In terms of age, he is still your younger brother. Don't stoop to his level. However, he is indeed peculiar, handsome, yet so frigid. Zhen Mimi scoffed, feigning indifference, as if it holds any merit. In truth, Lin Mo works exceptionally hard. Not only are his grades impressive, but he is also quite handsome. Hey, spare me your praises for him. My grades are only slightly inferior, and I will surpass him soon. Zhen Mimi retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. Those whose names are called, step forward for the transition. The Great Mage's voice interrupted the students' discussions. Next, please welcome Pan Zhuju to step forward for the transition. Suddenly, a boy with a sideswept fringe stood up from the crowd, tossing his hair as he strode confidently towards a monument. This guy is so cool. Moments later, following a flash of violet light, Pan Zhuju's transition information was projected onto the luminous screen. Air, ordinary lifestyle class, skewer chef. Pan Zhuju stared intently at the information on the screen, and before long, he buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Woo-woo. Someone nearby chimed in. Being a skewer chef isn't so bad. You can grill all sorts of ingredients and create delicious dishes. At least you won't go hungry. Chapter 2. Do you possess the phenomenon of symbol light reversal? I have the manifestation of job transition. Subsequently, the students were gradually summoned to the stone tablet to commence their job transitions. The majority opted for life-oriented professions, while combat and support roles constituted less than 10%. The principal wore an expression of utter despondency. Alas, this year's situation is even worse than last year's. Last year, Meng Junxian awakened the legendary profession of Oracle Mage. Indeed, Meng Junxian is the pride of Beijiang, having entered the Kyoto Academy with the top score in the province, enjoying unparalleled acclaim, remarked Liang Yu, the advisor at the job transition shrine. Now, please, Zhen Mimi, step forward for your transition. At this announcement, all eyes turned towards Zhen Mimi. Her academic achievements have consistently placed her at the forefront, and her family background is equally remarkable. Her father, the captain of the Beijiang City Guard, is also the uncle of Lin Mo. She is awakening the rare profession of Holy Sword Master. With such genetics, Zhen Mimi's potential is undeniable. The principal placed his hopes on her, wishing for her to awaken a powerful profession. Otherwise, Beijiang No. 1 High School might falter in this year's major examinations. At the very least, a rare profession must emerge. The legendary professions, however, are exceedingly demanding. The principal rubbed his hands together in prayer. Liang Yu squinted his eyes and scrutinized Zhen Mimi, then commented to the principal, her qualifications are commendable. She is a promising candidate. The principal, filled with excitement, inquired, really? How can you tell? Liang Yu explained, Her eyes are bright and spirited, indicating an extraordinary mental capacity. I sense a chilling aura emanating from her. Perhaps she will transition into a profession related to ice mages. Mage. The principal was momentarily taken aback. The mage profession is highly sought after. Often referred to as the Mage Lord, this is due to their formidable magical attack capabilities, with nearly every mage possessing area of effect skills. Such a profession would be the most efficient tool for dungeon raids. If Liangyo's prediction holds true, it would be splendid indeed. At this moment, Zhen Mimi exuded confidence. Assured by her genetic lineage, it could not lead her astray. Striding forward in her knee-high leather boots, she deliberately cast a glance at Lin Mo, her eyes brimming with provocation. Excelling academically does not guarantee a high-tier job transition. I will show you what genetic dominance looks like. Unfazed by Zhen Mimi's challenge, Lin Mo remained indifferent, his heart not quickening. Even a flutter of his eyelids was too much effort. Liang Yu gently waved his staff, enveloping Zhen Mimi in a violet glow. In an instant, the purple radiance was consumed by the blue light emanating from Zhen Mimi herself. Symbol light reversal. This phenomenon occurs only when a rare profession or higher awakens. Zhen Mimi was about to awaken a rare profession. As the blue light gradually devoured the purple glow, the screen displayed dazzling transition information. Zhen Mimi, legendary profession, Ice Mage. This profession allows for perfect control over ice magic, boasting immense offensive capabilities and wide area damage. Furthermore, she can later bestow ice shields upon her allies. Truly a tool for dungeon raids. A legendary profession. The principal stood frozen for a while, finally snapping back to reality. His face now beaming with joy. Haha, Liang Mage's predictions were indeed accurate. Liang Yu was equally thrilled. Last year, he had overseen another legendary profession awakening, and this year, Zhen Mimi had once again astonished him. With such a high probability of legendary profession awakenings under his guidance, many would surely come seeking him for their transitions in the future. All eyes were now on Zhen Mimi, who had become the most radiant star among the students. Liang Yu straightened his attire and approached her. Congratulations. You have awakened a legendary combat profession. Your future is boundless. Zhen Mimi smiled slightly. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Liang Yu, fully aware of the significance of a legendary combat profession, sought to ingratiate himself further. You are not only beautiful, but also powerful, truly admirable. At this moment, the principal chimed in. Mimi's father is the captain of the Beijiang City Guard and a rare holy sword master. This exemplifies the saying a tiger father does not produce a dog daughter. She surpasses her predecessors. Zhen Mimi basked in the accolades from both the principal and Liang Yu. Suddenly, she cast a mocking glance at Lin Mo in the crowd, her face adorned with disdain. The corners of her mouth curled upwards. Lin Mo, what do you have to surpass me? Returning to the crowd, Zhen Mimi had become the star performer among the students, and everyone flocked to her, bombarding her with questions. Everyone recognized her promising future. This was also in stark contrast to the previous legendary profession awakening of Meng Junxian, who had become a myth at Beijiang One high school. It was only a matter of time before Zhen Mimi too became a name frequently mentioned by all. Standing in the parents' waiting area, Wuxianovel wept tears of joy. Look, dear, our daughter has awakened a legendary profession. The Zhen family will surely prosper. Lin Mo, please step forward for your transition. The initial commotion quickly settled, and Liang Yu resumed his duties. Before he could finish, Lin Mo slowly emerged from the crowd. Wang Jingwo cheered from behind. Lin Mo, you must surpass Zhen Mimi. Don't let your brother down. Lin Mo maintained a tranquil demeanor as he approached the stone tablet. The principal also held high expectations for Lin Mo's performance. He was Zhen Mimi's brother and had consistently ranked first in his grade. Liang Yu nodded. There is not much correlation between academic performance and job transition success, but his mental strength seems formidable. However, beyond that, I cannot discern. This child is exceedingly composed. The principal nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Liang Yu's assessment of Lin Mo. To him, Lin Mo had shown little expression since entering high school. He was remarkably astute. Liang Mage. Lin Mo respectfully bowed, his demeanor humble yet commanding. This composure nearly overwhelmed Liang Yu. Ahem, let us begin your transition. Upon saying this, Liang Yu's back unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. This boy possesses an extraordinary level of maturity. As Lin Mo was enveloped in the violet glow, a layer of soft golden light emanated from his body. Suddenly, the thick clouds above were adorned with a golden edge. The fierce wind howled, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. The clouds swirled and billowed, reminiscent of the ebb and flow of tides. The purple glow was swiftly engulfed by the golden light. Lin Mo closed his eyes tightly, feeling an intense heat radiating throughout his body. In the next moment, a gigantic, furry creature's phantom materialized behind Lin Mo, howling to the heavens with an earth-shattering roar. The sound reverberated, propelling the golden light outward in waves resembling azure ripples. The onlookers were all left in stunned silence. Liang Yu gripped his staff, his body trembling. Such a powerful phenomenon of symbol light reversal is unprecedented for me. No, this can no longer be classified as mere symbol light reversal. This is a manifestation of job transition. The winds howled, and the principal faintly heard Liang You's astonished voice. Given this situation, Lin Mo is likely to awaken a divine-level profession. That is a legendary tier of profession among all job transitioners in the world. Those who awaken to a divine-level profession are exceedingly rare. The principal transitioned from shock to exhilaration. What an exhilarating moment. It feels as though I have reached the pinnacle of life. Chapter 3. The Boss Summoner. The Slime General. The gilded white clouds lingered for an extended duration. While the gale grew increasingly fierce, this grand spectacle persisted for a full half-hour. It was only then that Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and the manifestation of his class change gradually dissipated. The light screen promptly displayed Lin Mo's class information. Lin Mo. Unique hidden class. Boss Summoner. A brand new profession. Never before seen. The fact that it is a unique hidden class indicates that he is the sole individual in the world to possess it. Judging by the recent manifestation, the power of this hidden class cannot be underestimated. The principal's emotions remained in turmoil for an extended period. His companion hurriedly documented the new class information, eager to return to the class change temple to update the records. Boss Summoner. Its very name suggests the ability to summon dungeon bosses, rendering him virtually invincible. Summoning bosses for farming is akin to Zhang Fei consuming bean sprouts. The crowd buzzed with speculation, none able to ascertain the true extent of Lin Mo's awakened class. After all, it was a newly emerged hidden class. Some hidden classes might appear formidable, yet after the second or third class change, they may reveal a lack of power, gradually becoming weaker. Conversely, there are hidden classes that may not even match ordinary professions. Of course, fortunate class changers may ascend rapidly after awakening a hidden class, growing ever stronger, potentially rivaling divine-level professions, yet such outcomes remain uncertain. At present, it was impossible to determine Lin Mo's future trajectory based solely on his newly acquired class. However, the manifestation certainly had an impressive spectacle. Zhen Mimi, who had previously displayed an air of superiority, found it impossible to muster any joy at this moment. Her ability to invoke counterlight symbols had already left a profound impact. However, the recent manifestation triggered by Lin Mo had decisively overshadowed her. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. Unwilling to concede defeat, she thought to herself, Lin Mo, so what if you have awakened a hidden class? I can still catch up to you, and I will undoubtedly surpass you. For centuries, though few had awakened hidden classes, almost none had managed to dominate using them. Our true capabilities will be revealed in the grand examination. Come. The principal's eyes squinted with excitement as he beckoned Lin Mo over. A hidden class. Our Beijiang No. 1 high school has never produced a hidden class before. His companion, smiling broadly, added, It seems this hidden class is far from useless. Its future prospects are promising. Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor as he exchanged glances with his companion and the principal. Could you demonstrate your class skills? I wish to gain a more comprehensive understanding and record some detailed information. As a member of the class change temple, it was his duty to meticulously document any new classes that emerged. Lin Mo could not decline. Certainly, he replied nonchalantly, then opened his attribute panel. A pale golden light screen appeared before him, displaying his attributes in full. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Boss Summoner. Level, LV1000. Strength, 10. Mentality, 20. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Combat power, 10. Class skill, Feed, LV1. Note, feeding summoned creatures enhances their attributes. Class skill, Boss Summoning Technique, LV1, 11. Note, the initial summoning of a boss does not require a boss crystal. Class skill, Summoning Space, LV1, 01. Class skill, Skill Sharing, LV1. Note, the summoner can utilize boss skills, with effects influenced by the summoner's attributes. Equipment, none. The classic summoner skills were evident, yet the unique ability to summon bosses distinguished him from ordinary summoners. Lin Mo analyzed that apart from the initial boss summoning requiring no conditions, subsequent summons would necessitate acquiring boss crystals from dungeons. The feeding skill, as its name implies, allowed him to nurture his summoned creatures, enabling them to grow stronger. What surprised Lin Mo was the skill-sharing ability. Typical summoners often lacked offensive skills, relying solely on their summons. Thus, in combat against summoners, the critical strategy was to eliminate the source of their power first. Ordinary summoners usually possessed some hidden skills that made them difficult to detect. Yet, they still lacked superior offensive capabilities. In contrast, the boss summoner could directly employ the skills of their summoned bosses. This was extraordinarily powerful. When confronted with monsters or adversaries, he could unleash boss skills without the need for subterfuge. Most importantly, as long as Lin Mo could summon a sufficient number of bosses, theoretically, his skills would be limitless. It was nothing short of divine prowess. Contemplating this, Lin Mo felt a blossoming joy within, though his expression remained unchanged. Lin Mo? His companion inquired cautiously. Noticing Lin Mo's prolonged silence, Lin Mo snapped back to attention. Oh, I will demonstrate now. He slowly raised his right hand, feeling a gentle stream of energy converge in his palm. Boss Summoning Technique. I summon the strongest boss of the current level. A resonating sound echoed, and a dense white mist enveloped Lin Mo. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the fierce wind subsided. A bright silver helmet resembling a horn emerged from the mist, followed by a soft, light blue, round body. One hand wielded a trident, while the other held a shield. Majestic and imposing. The crowd was stunned. The Slime General? The strongest boss below level 5, the Slime General? Both the principal and his companion exclaimed simultaneously. The Slime General stood guard diligently beside Lin Mo. As the principal and his companion approached, the Slime General reacted swiftly, raising its trident and shield in a defensive posture. Impressive. Its reflexes are remarkably sharp. His companion nodded in satisfaction. Though this Slime General appears harmless, it can easily handle challenges in the novice zone for those at least level 15. If you can summon even higher level bosses in the future, your prospects are boundless. His companion held Lin Mo's Awaken class in high regard, and this was not mere flattery. According to standard expectations, it was indeed as his companion had surmised. Lin Mo retracted the Slime General into the summoning space. The strength of his class should lie somewhere between legendary and divine levels, his companion ultimately concluded. Another class surpassing even legendary levels? In the future, for monster farming, we should seek out Lin Mo. Regrettably, Lin Mo's aloof demeanor meant that throughout 3 years of high school, he had only forged a friendship with his deskmate, Wang Jiangwo. The class change ceremony was in full swing, and ultimately, over 300 students completed their transitions. Wang Jiangwo suddenly appeared behind Lin Mo using a teleportation skill, exulting, I have truly changed to an assassin, a rare combat class, the Shadow Assassin. Meanwhile, the principal was grinning from ear to ear. The situation regarding job transitions this year has significantly improved compared to last year. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your applause. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you on your successful transitions. Secondly, do not be disheartened by the prospect of entering life-oriented professions. Every vocation commands respect. And I firmly believe that through your diligent efforts, you will illuminate your own lives. Additionally, I wish to impart one more thought. Regardless of the challenges we encounter, let us not succumb to fear. Face them with a smile. The most effective way to dispel fear is to confront it head-on. Perseverance is the key to victory. Let us strive onward. A rousing cheer erupted in response, with everyone raising their fists and shouting in unison, onward. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Dear students, your transition is merely the first step. What lies ahead is your preparation for the upcoming major examination. In 10 days, the examination will commence, drawing the attention of prestigious universities nationwide to your results. During this 10-day period, the novice training zone will remain open. Within this zone, a selection of monsters at level 110 awaits, specifically designed for newly transitioned students. Once your level reaches 10, entry into the novice zone will no longer be permitted. Regardless of your intentions, Wang Jiangwo leaned closer to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, let us train together. Our leveling speed will undoubtedly be swift. You summon the boss to tank, and I will utilize my assassin's advantages to eliminate them one by one. Lin Mo shook his head. No, I prefer to level up on my own. And I advise you against forming a party. Why? Wang Jiangwo queried, bewildered. Chapter 4, The Bet. At the Jingdu Academy, Lin Mo smiled faintly. As a top student, he naturally possessed a wealth of knowledge. Based on the wisdom gleaned from previous experiences, it is best to solo grind in the early stages for swifter leveling. Group grinding results in shared experience and equipment. Later on, when confronted with challenging dungeons, parties will be essential, but during the novice phase, the monster's attributes are not high, posing little danger. After Lin Mo's explanation, Wang Jiangwo pouted. He had hoped to fight alongside him. Fine, then we shall go our separate ways. But be cautious of Zhen Mimi while you grind. She looks at you like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb, Wang Jiangwo cautioned. At that moment, Lin Mo turned to glance at the crowd. Zhen Mimi was engaged in conversation with her aunt, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Mo. Who is the wolf? And who is the lamb? Remains to be seen. The job transition conference concluded successfully, and with the novice training zone set to officially open tomorrow, everyone dispersed early. Upon returning to her aunt's house, both her aunt and Zhen Mimi glared at Lin Mo with discontent. Since her uncle became the captain of the city guard, he had been preoccupied with work, barely spending any time at home. Were he present, he would never permit his wife and Zhen Mimi to treat Lin Mo in such a manner. I heard you transitioned to a hidden profession? What is it called? Boss summoner? Humph, what a ridiculous profession. I have never even heard of it. It must be of no real use, her aunt scornfully remarked. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, slipping on his slippers as he prepared to retreat to his room. If I cannot confront them, I can at least avoid them. However, Zhen Mimi suddenly seized Lin Mo's arm, her grip tightening as she glared at him with gritted teeth. I want to compete with you. Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression, slowly uttering, compete in what? Zhen Mimi released her grip and tossed a brochure for Jingdu Academy in front of Lin Mo. Let us see who can gain admission with the best results. The two stared at each other for several seconds. Lin Mo nonchalantly replied with a single word, fine. He then turned and headed to his room. Jeune Mimi clenched her fists and shouted after him. Don't think your icy demeanor is cool. I'm betting against you. Mother, look at him. Jeune Mimi, unable to contain her frustration, began complaining to Wuxianovel. Wuxianovel found herself equally powerless against Lin Mo's indifference. This fellow neither yielded to softness nor to firmness. Nothing seemed capable of provoking him. Mimi, let us allow our results to do the talking. Jeune Mimi stomped her feet in frustration. She had believed that awakening her legendary talent would place her in a league of her own, but unexpectedly, Lin Mo had intercepted her, and he was merely a guest in her home. However, she was confident that her legendary profession was every bit as formidable as Lin Mo's, and she was determined to surpass him during the major examination. Once in his room, Lin Mo merely smiled at the thought of Jeune Mimi's bet. He intended to attend Jingdu Academy regardless of her challenge. At that moment, he slowly retrieved a badge left behind by his parents, engraved with the Jingdu Academy emblem. This badge represented a fragment of his parents' legacy in his life. Just as he prepared to put it away, a surge of powerful energy emanated from his palm. The badge suddenly radiated a brilliant light, merging seamlessly with his being. A voice resonated in his mind. The Divine Class Profession system has been activated. Boss Summoner has upgraded to Divine Boss Summoner. Is this the system? Lin Mo felt both astonished and elated. A beam of light guided him to open his attributes panel. After a shimmering golden veil, a new attributes panel materialized before him. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, Divine Boss Summoner. Level, LV1000. Strength, 10. Mentality, 20. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Combat power value, 10. Professional skill, Divine Feeding LV1. Note, feeding summoned entities grants them a 2x boost in all attributes. Professional skill, Divine Boss Summoning LV101. Note, the initial summoning of a boss does not require a boss crystal. Professional skill, Divine Summoning Space LV115. Professional skill, Divine Skill Sharing LV1. Note, the summoner can utilize the skills of the Divine Boss, with the power of release derived from the attributes of the summoned entity. Divine Passive Skill, Shared Suffering. Note, the summoned entity bears 100 of the damage taken by the summoner. Equipment, none. This has elevated me beyond mere levels. Even Lin Mo, usually unflappable, found it challenging to maintain his composure at this moment. The system not only enhanced all professional skills by several tiers, but also birthed new divine abilities. Shared Suffering. As long as the summoner sustains damage, the summoned entity will absorb all of it. This means, as long as the summoned entity remains alive, I am invulnerable. The strength of the summoned entity equates to my own strength. Lin Mo eagerly summoned the slime general from the divine summoning space. In a flash of golden light, the previously blue slime transformed into a resplendent gold. Moreover, it had more than doubled in size, literally pushing Lin Mo into the corner of the room. Its soft body pressed against Lin Mo's face, making it difficult for him to breathe. Could you please move aside a bit? The slime inhaled deeply, pulling itself in, finally allowing Lin Mo a moment to catch his breath. The golden slime general? Its horned iron helmet gleamed in gold, complemented by a set of golden armor and a golden cape. The trident in its hand had also grown considerably larger. Lin Mo promptly accessed the attributes panel of the golden slime general. Summon, Golden Legend Slime General. Strength, 500. Spirit, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 500. Skill, Jump Critical Hit. Achieve Divine Level Transformation. Capable of inflicting tenfold strength attribute area critical damage. Truly a marvel of technology and sheer prowess. The four-dimensional attributes are astonishingly high. How could this not dominate the novice area S monsters? A strength attribute of 500. What a fully equipped warrior of merely a dozen levels could only hope to achieve. Moreover, the slime general's grotesque skills could certainly obliterate a throng of dungeon bosses with a single thud. Most importantly, this is Lin Mo's very first boss. After a night of silence, the following morning, the school bus transported the students who had completed their class transitions to the novice training area. The previous day, thousands of students across Beijiang City had awakened to their potential, whether they embraced combat roles or supportive ones. They congregated here to level up by slaying monsters and striving for admission into their desired universities. The principals of various schools gathered, some smiling with delight at the promising students disembarking from the bus, while others wore expressions of concern. Principal Gao, I've heard your school has produced a legendary level profession? Without a doubt, Principal Gao of Beijiang No. 1 High School was the most jubilant among them. Haha, indeed. Her name is Jeune Mimi. Not only is she a stunning beauty, but her awakened profession is formidable as well. A frost mage with boundless prospects. Oljin's daughter? Someone suddenly enlightened. What do you mean Oljin? She should now be called Captain Jun. No wonder, a tiger begets no dog. By the way, I heard there is also a hidden profession. Akin to a summoner? Another inquired. Principal Gao frowned slightly. To be honest, I am also unclear about the advantages of such a profession, if categorized alongside summoners. It does not rival Jeune Mimi as frost mage in strength. However, the mage in charge of the transitions mentioned that this individual summoner is comparable to a legendary level profession. At this point, Principal Gao sighed and shook his head. I do not perceive this young man's profession as particularly impressive. Perhaps it might shine in the novice training area. But once he enters the wilderness or embarks on higher-level dungeons, a single boss summon would be utterly insufficient. When Lin Mo first awakened his hidden profession, Principal Gao felt a surge of excitement. But upon reflection, the characteristics of his profession led to growing doubts about its future potential. Now, he had little hope for Lin Mo. Where is he? Principal Gao lifted his chin. Over there. Lin Mo descended from the bus, followed closely by Wang Jingwo. At that moment, Zhen Mimi rushed out. Lin Mo, don't forget our agreement. Lin Mo paused momentarily, then, with an expressionless demeanor, proceeded toward the novice training area. Wang Jingwo, with the enthusiasm of an onlooker, quickly interjected. Hey, what is going on between you two? What agreement? Lin Mo shot him a glance. She and I made a bet to see who can gain admission to the Kyoto Academy with the best results. What? Kyoto Academy? At that moment, Principal Gao approached. The students of Beijiang No. 1 High School lined up. Clearing his throat, Principal Gao addressed them. Before entering the novice training area, I must remind everyone not to be overzealous. Students of advanced professions may solo the training area, while those of ordinary professions should team up with supportive roles to level up together. As for you, Zhen Mimi, Principal Gao smiled, directing his attention toward her. It would be best for you to solo the training area. With your profession's attributes, reaching level 10 within 3 days should be a cinch. Once you attain level 10, come find me for a pass to the wilderness training area. Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended Principal Gao's intentions. The principal intended for Zhen Mimi to strive for provincial honors. Just like last year's Meng Junshin, she was to be groomed for greatness. After delivering these words, Principal Gao leaned closer to Zhen Mimi. Your goal is the Kyoto Academy. The surrounding students began to murmur. The Kyoto Academy is one of the most challenging institutions to enter in Huaxia, often referred to as the purgatory for professionals. A veritable training ground of devils. Last year, only one individual from Beijiang City secured admission to the Kyoto Academy, Meng Junshin. He achieved an astounding score of 5,600 points with a remarkable level of 15 during the entrance examinations, surpassing all competition. At this juncture, Wang Jingwo glanced at Lin Mo and inquired of Principal Gao. Principal, Zhen Mimi's profession isn't as strong as Lin Mo's. Shouldn't Lin Mo be the one receiving special attention? With this remark, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the group. Principal Gao's brows furrowed even further. Lin Mo swiftly pulled Wang Jingwo back and shot him a glare. Thank you very much. Chapter 5. Summoning the Boss, Grandfather Against Grandson? Lin Mo has never been one to relish the spotlight. He understands the wisdom behind the saying, a tall tree will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Wang Jingwo stuck his tongue out at Lin Mo, realizing his blunder. At this moment, Principal Gao scrutinized Lin Mo for a moment before nodding. Having lofty ambitions is commendable, but I fear that setting your sights too high may lead to impatience that hinders your steady progress. While the Mage of Good Fortune praised your hidden profession, I remain skeptical. However, confidence is undoubtedly a good thing. Upon hearing Principal Gao's words, Lin Mo merely nodded slowly. There was no need for further explanation. Excessive words would serve no purpose. In fact, while delivering these remarks, Principal Gao had weighed his thoughts carefully. However, after much deliberation, he chose to voice his concerns. He felt it necessary for Lin Mo to confront reality, even if the truth was difficult to hear. Did Lin Mo also aspire to attend the Kyoto Academy? That institution is indeed one of the most difficult to enter in Huaxia. The monsters in the novice area cap at level 10, while last year, Meng Junshin gained entry at an extraordinary level of 15. To gain admission to the Kyoto Academy, one must not only grind in the novice area but also venture into the wilderness. The monsters there are vastly different in caliber. I've heard tales of several freshly transitioned level 10s who ventured into the wild solo, only to become mere skeletons after a few hours. Is it truly that terrifying? Murmured the surrounding students. Principal Gao cleared his throat a few times to regain order. As they were about to enter the novice area, he wished to quell any rising anxiety before they even encountered a monster. In the midst of his speech, the light of the novice training area gradually brightened, signaling its opening. Remember, prioritizing your safety is paramount, Principal Gao reminded them one last time. Soon, all the students began to seek out their teams. A few opted to solo, but they were a mere minority. Wang Jingwo quickly sought out a well-endowed healer for support. Lily, you handle the healing, and I'll handle the monster slaying, all right? Lily blushed, casting a shy glance at Wang Jingwo before burying her head again. Don't be shy. Teaming up makes the work easier. He waved goodbye to Lin Mo as he took Lily towards the novice training area. Watching Wang Jingwo disappear from sight, Lin Mo frowned. He had already warned this fellow. If one could solo, they should do so, yet he still sought a supportive partner. Clearly, he was unwilling to remain solitary. Hey! A shrill voice snapped Lin Mo back to attention. It was Zhen Mimi, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed, and a playful smile gracing her lips. We agreed to see who levels up faster. Having overheard Principal Gao's comments about Lin Mo, Zhen Mimi was even more confident in her ability to surpass him. Jean Mimi now resembled a shrew, and Lin Mo could hardly be bothered to acknowledge her. With a shrug, he turned away and sauntered toward the novice leveling area. Hey, are you even listening to me? Stop wearing that icy facade. Do you think you're Wuyanzu? She exclaimed. Your silence is tantamount to agreement. Lin Mo halted abruptly at the entrance of the novice leveling zone, then slowly pivoted to face Jean Mimi. I don't go by hey. The novice leveling area was a meticulously crafted training ground designed by the human race's formidable warriors, where the monsters had been modified and weakened, rendering them less powerful than their wild counterparts. After all, it was a place to nurture talent for humanity. Confronting wild monsters head-on would inevitably lead to significant casualties, a scenario that would be counterproductive for the human race. Being artificially constructed, the environment of the novice leveling area resembled a patchwork quilt, with disparate pieces of fabric sewn together by an unskilled tailor. Upon entering the training zone, one's gaze was immediately drawn to a verdant hillock. Not far away, 3 pale blue slimes were gathered around a fire, busily cooking something, steam rising from a cast iron pot. The monsters in the novice leveling area would not initiate an attack. It was necessary for Lin Mo to provoke them. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to summon the slime general just yet. Instead, he would engage in close combat, testing whether he could vanquish these slimes without relying on summoned creatures. Hello, little slime. Lin Mo called out cheerfully as he approached. The blue slime, engrossed in its culinary endeavor, turned and displayed an expression of indignation. Grabbing a small pitchfork, it lunged at Lin Mo simultaneously. The information about the blue slime materialized before him. Blue slime. Level 1, Strength 10, Mentality 5, Agility 10, Constitution 15. Passive skill, Soft Body, reduces 5 points of attack damage. Just in time, Lin Mo took his stance and retaliated with a punch. Thud. The two collided, sending the slime flying a meter away, yet Lin Mo's fist throbbed painfully. However, he felt no actual discomfort. It seemed the shared suffering skill had activated. Indeed, it was challenging to fight without relying on summoned beings. Every summoner harbors a desire for close combat. Unfortunately, the true strength of a summoner lies within their summoned creatures. It would be unwise to overreach. After testing the waters with Lin Mo, the blue slime conferred quietly with its companions, seemingly concluding that this class changer was not particularly formidable and could be easily defeated. Consequently, all 3 slimes brandished their pitchforks and charged at Lin Mo, confidence radiating from their expressions. At that moment, Lin Mo thrust his palm forward, and a golden light materialized before him. With a resounding thud, the 3 little blue slimes were suddenly repelled by an unseen force. Upon closer inspection, it was a gargantuan golden slime, standing majestically before the trio of blue slimes. The 3 unfortunate blue slimes glanced nervously at their diminutive pitchforks, and then up at the golden trident wielded by the slime general, nearly soiling themselves in fright. With a mere thought from Lin Mo, the blue slimes were swiftly dispatched beneath the golden trident. Successfully defeated blue slime. Experience gained, 10. Successfully defeated blue slime. Experience gained, 10. Successfully defeated blue slime. Experience gained, 10. Was this akin to a grandfather besting his grandchildren? The slime general effortlessly annihilated the 3 blue slimes. Lin Mo glanced at his experience bar. The 3 monsters had granted him 15 experience points. Quite satisfactory. Subsequently, Lin Mo entered a frenzied slaughter mode, toppling every slime on the hillock. In merely 15 minutes, he leveled up. Opening his status panel, he saw Name, Lin Mo. Class, God-level boss summoner. Level, LV2, 400. Strength, 20. Mentality, 30. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Combat power value, 20. Class skill, God-level feeding, LV1. Note: feeding summoned creatures grants them a 2x boost to all attributes. Class skill, God-level boss summoning, LV1, 01. Note: first time summoning of a boss does not require a boss crystal. Class skill, God-level summoning space, LV1, 15. Class skill, God-level skill sharing, LV1. Note: summoners can utilize God-level boss skills, with damage output based on the summoned creature's attributes. God-level passive skill, shared suffering. Note: summoned creatures bear 100 of the damage taken by the summoner. Equipment, none. What? He had not anticipated the growth attributes of a God-level summoner to be so abysmally low. Each level only increased his attributes by a mere 10 points. However, upon reflection, possessing such a monstrous boss, along with the shared suffering skill, already elevated his attributes to an extraordinary level. The inherent growth attributes seemed trivial by comparison. Aside from attributes, his class skills had not increased in level. This was hardly surprising. Even at level 1, the godly nature of the skills post-transformation rendered them exceedingly formidable, making their advancement a challenging endeavor. After defeating numerous slimes, he collected an array of materials and equipment. Summoned creatures could absorb nutrients from these materials to enhance their attributes. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize God-level feeding to elevate the slime general's level. Selecting the materials, he initiated the feeding process. With a thought, the slime general opened its chest wide, seemingly relishing the act of being fed. After a warm surge, Lin Mo reopened the Slime General status panel. Summon creature, Golden Legend Slime General. Strength, 500. Mentality, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 500. Skill, Jump Critical Hit, fully upgraded. Can deal 10 times the strength attribute in area critical damage. Feeding progress, 20. God level skill development progress, 10. Although the Slime General's attributes remained unchanged, 2 new entries emerged, feeding progress and God level skill development progress. This indicated that continued feeding would yield new God level skills for the Slime General. Congratulations, Lin Mo, God level feeding has leveled up. God level feeding LV2. Note: feeding summon creatures grants them a 5x boost to all attributes. So, skill upgrades require proficiency? Lin Mo felt as though he had discovered a new realm. Chapter 6. Leveling up is as refreshing as drinking cool water. The slimes atop the hillock had nearly all fallen to Lin Mo's onslaught. Given the Slime General's formidable attributes, it seemed wasteful to continue slaying level 13 slimes. Thus, Lin Mo resolved to delve deeper into the map in search of level 58 monsters to slay. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might even encounter a higher level boss. Unlike dungeons, the novice leveling area had a markedly limited number of boss encounters. Upon vanquishing the formidable boss, one acquires the illustrious boss crystals. Lin Mo contemplated the addition of another boss general to his ranks, for the divine summoning space still possessed 4 vacant slots, and such potential must not be squandered. Under the radiant sun, the Slime General shimmered with an awe-inspiring golden light, exuding an air of majesty and power. Whenever confronted by adversaries, Lin Mo need not lift a finger. With but a mere thought, the Slime General would promptly thrust its trident, dispatching foes with lethal precision. Successfully defeated Warrior Slime. Experience 30. Successfully defeated Archer Slime. Experience 30. Successfully defeated Fully Armed Slime Chief. Experience 100. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo had unwittingly ventured deep into the novice leveling zone. This area bore a stark contrast to the verdant hills. The surroundings appeared as though stitched together by some unseen force, merely separated by an endless, meandering brook. The sky beyond was shrouded in ominous clouds, dimming the light considerably. Sparse trees, once struck by lightning, stood as charred remnants, their blackened branches reaching into the air. The entire expanse radiated desolation and solitude. A chilling breeze swept through, imbued with an eerie and foreboding essence. This must be the Thunderwood Ruins, as documented in the tomes, where the depths of the novice leveling zone are often haunted by nightcat demons, minotaurs, and other level 58 monsters. Even those who have ascended to level 7 or 8 seldom dare to tread here for fear of being swiftly dispatched, as the beasts here are elusive and perilous. A moment's carelessness could spell doom. Newbie class changers typically favor hunting higher level slimes. Yet, Lin Mo reveled in his contrarian spirit. Furthermore, the crucial reason for his audacity lay in the significantly heightened probability of boss spawns in this area compared to others. It was time to test the waters. The stream was narrow, yet not wide. Lin Mo swiftly crossed the waterway and arrived at the Thunderwood Ruins. Glancing back, he noted the stark disparity between the two realms. Unable to restrain himself, he quipped, "This backdrop seems rather artificial." As he cautiously advanced, the branches beneath his feet, struck by lightning, creaked ominously. The atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The deeper he ventured, the darker it became, until a murky haze enveloped his vision. No wonder novices hesitated to grind here. Such an ambience is indeed intimidating. Lin Mo maintained constant mental control over the Slime General, keeping it closely aligned with him for unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, his focus was entirely on the encroaching shadows. Suddenly, a twig snapped beneath his foot, producing a sharp crack. In the next instant, 3 razor-sharp beams of light flashed behind him, seemingly tearing through the night. Alarmed, he realized it was a nightcat demon. Nightcat demon. Level 7, Strength 90. Spirit 80. Agility 100. Constitution 80. Skill Claw. By the time Lin Mo registered the threat, the demon's vicious claws were already upon him. Were he an ordinary summoner, he would have met his demise in that instant. However, Lin Mo possessed a unique passive skill that allowed him to disregard the attack entirely. The Slime General, not far off, seemed to have merely received a light scratch. Indeed, the damage had transferred. The nightcat demon, perplexed, glanced at its claws, bewildered. It had struck true, yet the young man remained unharmed, doubting its own efficacy. It lunged again with its sharp claws. Lin Mo smiled subtly, seizing the moment to test another skill. Divine skill share, he bellowed. In an instant, a golden glow from the Slime General surged into Lin Mo's body. He successfully acquired the Slime General's Jump Critical Strike skill. With a powerful leap, he evaded the nightcat demon's attack, leaving it startled and confused as its claws swiped through empty air. In that moment, Lin Mo noticed his mana depleting rapidly. It felt as though his essence was being drained. Was the divine skill share so taxing on mana? He quickly resolved to dispatch the demon, landing heavily upon its belly, resulting in a visceral explosion of flesh and blood. Successfully defeated Nightcat Demon. Experience 800. Phew. Fortuitously, his array of skills had saved him. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere fish feed by that demon. Nevertheless, the mana cost of divine skill share was exorbitant. He would need to devise a solution for this issue later. Continuing onward, Lin Mo encountered 2 more Nightcat Demons. This time, forewarned, he evaded their grasp. Successfully defeated Nightcat Demon. Experience 700. Successfully defeated Nightcat Demon. Experience 700. Level up. LV2 to LV3. In the span of less than half an hour, he achieved yet another level. His attributes surged anew. Lin Mo proceeded to feed the recently acquired materials to the Slime General. Feeding progress, 70. Divine skill development progress, 30. Indeed, the materials sourced from the Thunderwood ruins enhanced his growth at an impressive rate. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had ascended from level 1 to 3 in less than 2 hours. At this pace, by the time the novice leveling zone closed today, he should reach level 6. For others to achieve such a feat in a single day would be a mere fantasy. Only with the summoning of such extraordinary bosses could Lin Mo grind monsters with such ease. Typically, it would take 10 days to elevate one's level to 10, allowing for the selection of prestigious universities. However, merely attaining level 10 would not suffice for entrance into the elite Kyoto Academy. Outside the novice leveling zone, the tea house was brimming with principals and teachers from various esteemed institutions, discussing which students stood out and were worthy of admission to prestigious schools. The principal of Beijiang one high school was undoubtedly the center of attention among them. Is your school about to produce another Mengjunshin? Remarked one. The lovely Jinmimi had awakened as an ice mage, undoubtedly a remarkable feat. The principal beamed. Indeed, my goal for her is to match, if not surpass, Mengjunshin. What of Lin Mo? Is he not a hidden class? The principal shook his head. I can only hope he exceeds my expectations. Oh, is the principal not optimistic about him? The principal merely smiled enigmatically and shook his head slightly. Based on the leveling speed observed on the first day, one could deduce the trajectory of their progression over the coming days. If Junmimi failed to reach level 6 or higher on the first day, her chances of entering the Kyoto Academy would be considerably diminished. As one's class level increased, the rate of advancement would inevitably slow. Achieving level 6 on the first day might lead to only a gain of 3 or even 2 levels on the second day. Beyond level 10, further advancement would become exceedingly arduous. Level 10 serves as a critical threshold. Lin Mo had spent a full 3 hours in the novice leveling zone. With the Slime General at his side, slaying monsters felt akin to slicing through vegetables. Numerous Nightcat demons and minotaurs had perished beneath the relentless assault of the trident. Lin Mo leveled up once more, simultaneously feeding all the materials he had just collected to the Slime General. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Divine Feeding has leveled up. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, God Tier Boss Summoner. Level, LV4000. Strength, 40. Spirit, 50. Agility, 40. Constitution, 40. Combat Power Value, 40. Professional Skill, Supreme Feeding LV3. Note, feeding summon creatures grants them a tenfold increase in all attributes. Professional Skill, Supreme Boss Summoning Technique LV101. Note, the initial summoning of a boss does not require a boss crystal. Professional Skill, Supreme Summoning Space LV115. Professional Skill, Supreme Skill Sharing LV1. Note, the summoner can utilize the skills of the Supreme Boss with the damage output derived from the attributes of the summoned creature. Supreme Passive Skill, Shared Suffering. Note, summoned creatures endure 100 of the damage inflicted on the summoner. Equipment, none. Feeding progress, 100. Supreme Skill Research progress, 40. At last, the feeding progress has reached its zenith. The long-awaited moment has arrived. Before him, the general slime radiated with golden light, enveloped in a gentle aura. Summoned creature, Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding level, 2. Strength, 700. Spirit, 400. Agility, 400. Constitution, 700. Skill, Jumping Critical Hit. Successfully transformed into a supreme skill, capable of dealing 20 times the strength attribute as area critical damage. Supreme Skill Research Progress, 40. With a tenfold enhancement to all attributes, each value has increased by 200 points. Even the damage of skills has escalated. The attribute panel of the Slime General now displayed a new entry, Feeding Level. The progress of Supreme Skill Research has been somewhat sluggish, but Lin Mo was quite satisfied with the other data. Just as Lin Mo prepared to take a breather, a mournful wail echoed from the nearby withered-wood forest. In this dim world, the sound resonated with a haunting sorrow. This power. Chapter 7. New Member. Minotaur Lord. It is a boss. The mere prospect of encountering a boss filled Lin Mo with indescribable excitement. He pressed forward, the ominous presence growing ever closer. Were his classmates to learn that Lin Mo, at merely level 4, dared to confront a boss in the Thunderwood ruins, they would surely mock him for his audacity. The Slime General led the way, effortlessly crashing through small withered trees along the path. Numerous monsters attempted to impede Lin Mo's progress, but were swiftly dispatched by the Slime General. With a strength attribute of 700, a mere touch was enough to seal their fates. In less than half an hour, Lin Mo reached the depths of the Thunderwood ruins. The view ahead opened into a vast expanse. The lightning-struck trees flanked him, their forms barely illuminated by a faint glow. At the center, a pale yellow halo emerged. Suddenly, the halo stirred, emitting a deafening howl. As the creature approached, its full form came into view. It was a bull-headed beast adorned with robust horns. Yet, its size was more than double that of an ordinary bull-headed creature. Wielding axes in its hands, it stomped forward, causing the ground to tremble. A faint crack appeared in the earth beneath its feet. Lin Mo quickly accessed the specifics of the Minotaur boss. Boss level creature, Minotaur Lord. Level, 10. Strength, 300. Spirit, 150. Agility, 300. Constitution, 400. Skill, Buffalo Charge, stuns the struck target for 5 seconds. Upon reviewing the Minotaur Lord's details, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the disparity with the Slime General was still substantial. Observing the encroaching enemy, the Minotaur Lord scoffed at the sight of a lowly slime, albeit one shimmering with golden light. Clad in armor, appearing rather impressive. Yet, in comparison to its own formidable stature, it was vastly inferior. The Minotaur Lord exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from its nostrils. The pale yellow halo beneath its feet signified its extraordinary nature. Did it dare to challenge it within the Thunderwood ruins? Such hubris. The Minotaur Lord charged forth, hooves pounding the ground as it barreled towards the Slime General. Lin Mo kept his distance, mentally commanding the Slime General. Prepare. Gather strength. The Slime General discarded its trident, lowering its body slightly, resembling a flattened rice dumpling. Go. With Lin Mo's command, the next moment saw the Slime General soaring into the air, instantly unleashing its jumping critical hit. As the Minotaur Lord charged, it gazed up just in time to witness the Slime General ascend higher and higher. It quickly tilted its head back, only to see a dark, gaping hole beneath the Slime General. The hole widened as the Slime General descended, culminating in a thunderous impact. The ground quaked, and within 50 meters of the Slime General, the lightning-struck trees crumbled to dust. It seemed the attack range of the jumping critical hit extended for 50 meters. The Minotaur Lord could scarcely comprehend how it had fallen to such a lowly creature. Successfully defeated the Minotaur Lord, gaining 5,000 experience. Defeated boss in an instant, experience doubled. A cascade of white light descended. Lin Mo remarkably ascended 3 levels in one go. Acquired Minotaur Lord Boss Crystal. Acquired Minotaur Black Iron Set, special equipment, can be fed. In addition to the Boss Crystal, there was even a Black Iron Set, and it was feedable. This low-tier set offered minimal enhancement to Lin Mo. Investing in his supreme boss would yield far greater returns. Thus, he decided against donning the set for now. After stowing the set away, Lin Mo grasped the pale yellow orb, an oval crystal resembling congealed fat resting in his palm. Is this the Boss Crystal? Eagerly, he crushed the Boss Crystal, infusing it into his being. Upon checking the Professional Skills section, Professional Skill, Supreme Boss Summoning Technique LV1, 11. Note, the initial summoning of a boss does not require a Boss Crystal. Indeed, it was effective. Lin Mo glanced up at the Slime General, who was watching him with wide, sparkling eyes. With a smile, he remarked, "Shall I find you a companion?" The Slime General seemed to comprehend his words, bouncing excitedly in place. Then, with a mere thought, Lin Mo activated the Supreme Boss Summoning Technique. Upon successfully invoking the Supreme Boss Summoning Technique, the summoned boss underwent a transformation into a supreme entity. A bull-headed behemoth loomed, towering half a meter over the Slime General. As the pale yellow particles gradually dispersed, its form became clearer, its golden armor gleaming brilliantly. The dual axes in its hands sparkled with golden light. With a roar, it stirred up a whirlwind of dust. The once dim sky split open, sunlight streaming through the rift, illuminating the Thunderwood ruins. Such a spectacle was truly worthy of a god-tier boss. Lin Mo eagerly opened the attribute panel of the summoned creature. Summoned creature, Golden Legendary Minotaur. Strength, 900. Spirit, 450. Agility, 900. Constitution, 900. Skill, Bison Charge, achieved God-level enhancement. Stun duration increased to 20 seconds. Ahem. Upon viewing the attributes panel, Lin Mo was engulfed in astonishment. The 4-dimensional attributes were astonishingly high, even surpassing those of the Slime General, which had already been nourished to level 2. Moreover, the Bison Charge skill could incapacitate an opponent for a staggering 20 seconds. In a one-on-one combat scenario, a single Bison Charge would render the adversary utterly motionless for the duration, allowing for unrestrained offense without a chance for counterattack. With 2 god-level bosses present, it was as if Lin Mo was shielded by 2 formidable bodyguards. Now, a perplexing dilemma lay before him. The summoned bosses required nourishment to grow. Judging purely by their 4-dimensional attributes, continuously feeding the Bison Lord appeared to be the more cost-effective choice. However, the Slime General was his first ever summoned god-level boss. Thus, he resolved to nourish the Slime General with ordinary materials while reserving special equipment for the Bison Lord. A dual approach. After making his decision, Lin Mo promptly fed all materials and equipment. Summon, Golden Legend Slime General. Nourishment progress, 10. God level skill development progress, 70. Summon, Golden Legend Bison Lord. Nourishment progress, 20. God level skill development progress, 10. Deep within the ruins of Lin Mo had nearly annihilated all the monsters along his path. The only way for them to respawn was when the novice leveling area reopened the next day. However, Lin Mo could not afford to wait. He hastened towards the next area. The subsequent novice leveling area was not far from the Lin Mo ruins. After a half-hour walk, he arrived swiftly. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert, the final novice leveling region, the solitary smoke desert. This area was documented in the novice leveling manual. The monsters here were not of a higher level than those in the Lin Mo ruins, yet novice class changers referred to it as a true land of death. The monsters concealed themselves within the sands, poised to emerge at any moment, devouring all life in their path, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Although these terrifying creatures were of low level, their numbers were overwhelming, rendering the area barren. Suddenly, the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau, responsible for overseeing the dynamics of the dungeons, detected an anomaly. A green dot illuminated the novice leveling area, indicating someone had entered the solitary smoke desert. The monitoring chief reported, "We have detected unusual activity in the novice leveling area. It appears someone has ventured into the solitary smoke desert. Today marked the first day of class changes. How could anyone have gone there?" The monitoring chief hurried to the scene and was momentarily stunned by the green dot on the screen. It was likely a newcomer who had inadvertently wandered in. He immediately informed the city guard to handle the situation. During the novice leveling phase, all departments in Beijiang City were discreetly monitoring the area to prevent any unforeseen incidents. These newcomers were the future pillars of Huaxia, and carelessness was not an option. Meanwhile, Zhen Feng received a call from the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau. "I understand. Can you confirm the name? I will take immediate action." After hanging up, Zhen Feng felt a heavy heart due to the uncertainty of who had entered the solitary smoke desert. He hurriedly donned his clothing and gathered a few individuals to head to the novice leveling area. Among the newcomers were his daughter, Zhen Mimi, and his nephew, Lin Mo. Though the odds were slim, it left him deeply unsettled. The drive swiftly brought them to the entrance of the novice leveling area, where Principal Gao and others rushed to greet them. "Captain Zhen, what brings you here?" Zhen Feng replied hastily. "A newcomer has wandered into the solitary smoke desert." Gasp. Upon hearing Zhen Feng's words, the expressions of all the principals turned to one of horror. Entering the solitary smoke desert on the very first day was a certain death sentence. "I recall the only path to the solitary smoke desert is through the Lin Mo ruins. Is it possible someone has traversed the ruins so quickly? Impossible. The monsters in the Lin Mo ruins were generally around level 58. They must have exploited some loophole." Zhen Feng clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, "There's no time to lose. Gather a few people and follow me to the solitary smoke desert to rescue them." Chapter 8, Crisis. Who has entered the solitary smoke desert? The desert before him radiated an intense heat. The sun beat down upon the sands, causing the air currents to warp. Distantly, Lin Mo could perceive small dunes shifting ominously. Attempting to grind levels in this environment was hardly advisable, yet rapid advancement necessitated a choice. The sheer number of monsters here promised vast experience, unparalleled by the other two regions. Resolute, he took a step forward. His feet sank into the scalding sands. Feeling as if the soles of his shoes were melting, Lin Mo pressed onward, directing the Bison Lord to scout ahead while the Slime General vigilantly guarded him against unforeseen dangers. After approximately 10 minutes, the arid heat caused Lin Mo to sweat profusely. His lips cracked, and exhaustion set in. At that moment, the sands around him began to rustle ominously. Soon, the terrain gave way, forming circular sand pits. Two black tentacles suddenly emerged, followed by a swarm of round, red heads, desert bone-eating ants. As one appeared, countless more followed suit. In a heartbeat, dozens of small pits surrounded Lin Mo, each topped with a red head. Lin Mo's expression grew grave. These creatures had deliberately awaited his weakness under the relentless sun. The desert bone-eating ants twitched their antennae as if signaling. Before long, they formed a circular encirclement, inching closer to erode the last vestiges of Lin Mo's territory. The Bison Lord began to retreat slowly, while the Slime General, overwhelmed by the scale of the onslaught, was at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, a sand pit formed beneath Lin Mo's feet, and his body sank into it. Oh no! At that moment, the Slime General extended a trident toward Lin Mo. He quickly grasped the trident, leaping upward just in time to narrowly escape the crisis. Yet the desert bone-eating ants relentlessly pursued him, lunging forward with fervor. Thwack! Just as one leapt into the air, it was impaled by the Slime General's trident. Successfully defeated a desert bone-eating ant. Experience gained, 500. Witnessing the demise of their comrade, the remaining desert bone-eating ants converged menacingly. Lin Mo concentrated, commanding the Slime General and Bison Lord to attack in tandem. They needed to carve a path to safety. The golden trident and dual axes slashed and pierced, cutting through the encroaching swarm. Before long, They cleaved an opening in the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo leapt onto the back of the Bison Lord. Run! The Bison Lord charged forward, with the Slime General closely trailing. However, the desert bone-eating ants multiplied rapidly, surging toward Lin Mo faster. Hurry! Jin Feng led the principal of the university and others hastily into the novice leveling area. As each new student entered a distinct space, it was imperative to ascertain which realm had a newcomer who inadvertently stumbled into the desert's forbidden zone. Suddenly, the device in Jin Feng's hand emitted a series of beeps. This is the location. Follow me, he instructed. The group hurriedly followed him, making their way toward the novice leveling zone. Upon stepping onto the lush green hills and observing the countless fallen slimes, they exchanged glances, yet no words were spoken. Slimes were the most easily vanquished creatures, and despite the high number of casualties, it was hardly surprising. As they arrived at the ruins of Thunderwood, they were utterly astounded. The ground was strewn with the corpses of cat demons and minotaurs, scattered haphazardly, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. These were all level 7 or 8 monsters. Who could possess such formidable prowess? Jin Feng seemed to have made a sudden realization, picking up a half-crushed fragment from the ground. It was a shattered bull's horn. There must be a boss lurking here. The principal suddenly wore a look of shock. Could it be that a student has left behind the remnants of a slain boss? Jin Feng nodded. It is highly probable. Xiao Lu, please use the detector to identify which boss this is. Xiao Lu, standing behind, wielded a specialized instrument for monitoring. Beep. Detection complete. The data indicates it is the remains of a Minotaur Lord. Buzz. The Minotaur Lord? Impossible. How could a new student possibly slay a high-level boss in such a short time? The principal exclaimed. The evidence is right before us, Jin Feng replied, raising the bull's horn fragment. Could it be Jin Mimi? If anyone could achieve this, it would be her. After hearing the principal's analysis, Jin Feng furrowed his brows. Truly, it seemed that what one fears often comes to pass. He had rushed over, anxious for his daughter's safety. There is no time to waste. We must head immediately to the solitary smoke desert. He urged. Hurry, cross the dunes ahead. Lin Mo commanded as the Minotaur Lord galloped forward. If it were merely dozens of desert bone ants, he would not have been frightened at all. The Slime General and the Minotaur Lord could easily handle them. However, now he found himself pursued by nearly 100 desert bone ants, which, if they got too close, would gnaw through his skin and burrow into his flesh, consuming him entirely, much like ants devouring an elephant. Lin Mo dared not be careless. To shake off the desert bone ants, retreat was his only option, after which he could devise another plan. Fortunately, the agility of the Minotaur Lord and the Slime General was high, making it difficult for the desert bone ants to catch up momentarily. Yet the endless desert offered no clear boundaries. Such aimless fleeing would ultimately lead to dehydration and fainting. A strategy was needed. Lin Mo's mind raced, simulating ways to escape the desert bone ants. As he crested a dune, he suddenly spotted a vast sand pit, likely formed by a subsidence due to the lowering of the underground water level. Eureka! Lin Mo exclaimed with delight. He promptly directed the galloping Minotaur Lord and the Slime General to the edge of the sand pit, turning to face the relentless horde of desert bone ants. The enormous pit had a diameter of about 100 meters, which was nearly the range of the Slime General's leaping critical strike ability. It was perfectly suited to gather the desert bone ants together. As a leading desert bone ant climbed to the edge of the sand pit, countless others surged forth simultaneously. To pursue Lin Mo, crossing the pit was undoubtedly the shortest route. Nearly 100 desert bone ants charged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Mo suddenly realized that the formidable army of ants had not all entered the pit. A significant portion lingered outside. With a slight furrow of his brow, he quickly devised a plan. Minotaur Lord, it's your turn. Perched atop the Minotaur Lord, Lin Mo focused his intent. The Minotaur Lord pawed the ground, extending its head as it raced around the edge of the sand pit. The desert bone ants began to chase frantically. In no time, all the desert bone ants had plunged into the pit. Now's our chance. Charge, Lin Mo commanded. The Minotaur Lord abruptly turned, its horns forming a hard protective barrier as it barreled into the pursuing desert bone ants. All the ants near the edge of the pit were struck into its center. Stunned for 20 seconds. Slime General, execute your leap critical strike. A golden, gelatinous figure soared into the air, becoming increasingly smaller before plummeting downward. The shadow grew larger within the pit. The next moment, a thunderous crash erupted, sending surges of violent sand waves into the air. Nearly 100 desert bone ants were instantly crushed beneath the Slime General's weight. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Countless kill notifications flashed before Lin Mo's eyes, continuing for a full half hour before finally ceasing. Successfully killed desert bone ant, experience 500. Successfully killed desert bone ant, experience 500. Successfully killed desert bone ant, experience 500. A cascade of white light enveloped Lin Mo remarkably. He leveled up 3 times. Eagerly, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, God-level boss summoner. Level, LV10-000. Strength, 100. Mentality, 110. Agility, 100. Vitality, 100. Combat Power, 100. Class Skill, God Level Feeding LV3. Note: feeding summon creatures grants them a tenfold boost in all attributes. Class Skill, God Level Boss Summoning LV101. Note: the initial summoning of a boss requires no boss crystal. Class Skill, God Level Summoning Space LV125. Class Skill, God Level Skill Sharing LV1. Note: the summoner can utilize the skills of the God Level boss, with power derived from the summon creature's attributes. God Level Passive Skill, Shared Suffering. Note: summon creatures endure 100 of damage taken by the summoner. Equipment, none. The basic attributes gained with each level were not substantial, which pertain to his class characteristics. It is worth noting that the boss summoner is indeed categorized within the summoner series. Typically, the growth attributes of summoned creatures far exceed those of the summoner themselves. This is beyond dispute. The materials obtained from the nearly 100 desert bone ants had completely filled his storage space. Lin Mo fed all the materials to the slime general, then selected several sets of desert bone gear to feed to the Minotaur Lord. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding progress, 60. God level skill development progress, 100. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 70. God level skill development progress, 40. The Slime General's God level skill development was complete. Skill, God level split LV1, 100100. Note: splits the Slime General's body into several replicas, each possessing only strength attributes. Upon seeing the Skills tab, Lin Mo's heart was filled with an enduring sense of excitement. He harbored a bold idea. Since the split slimes were capable of retaining their original power attributes, and these divided slimes were also part of the Slime General, it stood to reason that they could all utilize the skill of Jumping Critical Strike. This combination was truly a formidable area attack technique. Furthermore, the split slimes could target any enemy, eliminating the need to gather monsters in the sand pit before employing Jumping Critical Strike to inflict widespread damage. The divine skill developed later filled Lin Mo with delight. It appeared that he would need to seek out more materials for further experimentation. He wondered what other powerful divine techniques he might uncover. Having reached level 10, the novice training area could no longer provide Lin Mo with any experience points. It was time to depart. Meanwhile, Zhenfeng and Principal Gao, along with others, had also hurried over. Gone. I distinctly heard commotion in this vicinity just moments ago. Who could it be? Chapter 9. I have reached level 10. Captain, look over here. One of the subordinates exclaimed frantically, standing at the edge of the sand pit. Zhenfeng and the others quickly scrambled up the sand pit, only to be astounded by the scene before them. Nearly 100 carcasses of the desert bone ants lay piled within the sand pit. Who did this? Zhenfeng pondered, squatting next to one of the desert bone ants for a closer inspection, his brow furrowing deeper. A single blow to the death. Moreover, these desert bone ants were all killed simultaneously. Principal Gao remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply. Only your daughter could accomplish such a feat, he surmised. She cleverly lured the desert bone ants into the sand pit and then annihilated them with the spells of an ice mage. Judging by this, Mei Mei's level may have already surpassed 7, possibly even reaching 8. Regardless of who it was, the crisis had been averted. However, according to Principal Gao's deduction, it seemed that only the young Zhen Mei Mei possessed such capabilities. A smile crept onto Zhenfeng's lips. This child, at last, has not brought shame upon me. The others chimed in. She is indeed Captain Zhen's daughter. Had it been someone else wandering into the solitary smoke desert, they would have likely ended up as mere bones. Zhenfeng gestured towards the exit of the novice training area. Enough of this idle chatter. Since there's nothing amiss, let us hasten our departure. The novice training area is soon to close. The group followed Captain Zhen towards the exit. The sky outside had darkened. Lin Mo undoubtedly was the first to exit the novice training area. The other principals were somewhat puzzled upon seeing him. Classmate, why have you emerged early? Shouldn't you be striving to defeat monsters and level up? They queried, their tone laced with incredulity. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly, choosing not to respond, for he felt no need to explain. Yet, besieged by the curious principal's questions, he finally replied, I've cleared all the monsters. What difference does it make whether I come out early or late? The principals were momentarily taken aback. What? You've cleared all the monsters in the novice area? Surely. You jest. Who could have known? This child certainly had a bold demeanor. At that moment, Zhenfeng and the others also exited the novice training area. Their foremost concern was whether Zhen Mei Mei had emerged early as well. However, a glance around revealed no sign of her. It was Principal Gao who suddenly spotted Lin Mo. While everyone else is racing against time to level up, why have you come out early? Upon hearing Principal Gao's inquiry, several informed principals stepped forward, saying, Isn't he Lin Mo, the one with the hidden class? Principal Gao did not deny it. The principals exchanged glances, sharing knowing smiles. This young man claimed he had cleared all the monsters in the novice training area, thus exiting early. Although the monsters there were not particularly strong, no one had managed to clear them all in nearly a century. Moreover, the sheer number of desert bone ants in the solitary smoke desert could easily deplete his stamina. Listening to the principal's discourse, Principal Gao's pupils constricted suddenly as a realization struck him. Just then, Zhenfeng hurried over, interrupting Principal Gao's thoughts. Xiaomo, your uncle has been away from home lately. Your aunt hasn't been giving you a hard time, has she? Zhenfeng was generally kind to his nephew, though he often found himself busy with the city guards, returning home only infrequently, which inevitably left Lin Mo somewhat neglected. To avoid causing trouble for his uncle, Lin Mo shook his head. Have you seen Mei Mei? No. Lin Mo replied succinctly, maintaining his straightforward manner even with his uncle. Zhenfeng was accustomed to this. Oh, that's odd. Suddenly, the time for the novice training area to close had arrived, and all students were forcibly ejected. Not far away, a familiar silhouette emerged, Zhen Mei Mei. Upon seeing her father, she excitedly rushed over. Dad, what brings you here? Zhenfeng joyfully ruffled Zhen Mei Mei's hair. My child, judging by your joyful demeanor, you must have leveled up significantly. Zhen Mei Mei proudly gave a thumbs up and patted her chest. Of course, just look at who my father is. At that moment, Zhen Mei Mei noticed Lin Mo standing nearby. Narrowing her eyes, she slowly approached him. In this round, I have triumphed. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any visible reaction. Principal Gao quickly interjected, Mei Mei, what level are you at now? At that moment, Zhen Mei Mei became the center of attention for everyone present. She was the only student from Beijiang No. 1 High School to awaken a legendary class, and she had awakened as an ice mage. Zhen Mei Mei enunciated each word with clarity. Level 7. Buzz, the prodigy Meng Junxian, once hailed as a genius, had only reached level 6 on his first day. Yet, Zhen Mei Mei had surged to level 7 in one go. Everyone understood the immense difficulty behind such an achievement. Zhenfeng quickly inquired, then you were the one who defeated all the desert bone ants in the solitary smoke desert? When asked this, Zhen Mei Mei paused for a moment. What solitary smoke desert? Did you not warn me to avoid that area on my first day of leveling up? Have you forgotten? Recently preoccupied with work, Zhenfeng only then recalled his earlier warning, prompted by his daughter's reminder. If it wasn't you, then who ventured into the solitary smoke desert? Lin Mo wished to stay out of their discussion. His mind was focused solely on where to grind for monsters and level up the following day. Gaining admission to the Kyoto Academy was a formidable endeavor. The higher the level, the more experience points required, although there were still 9 days remaining. Reaching level 15 in that time would not be easy. It was only upon reaching level 15 that he might fulfill the admission criteria for the Kyoto Academy. After level 10, the difficulty of leveling up escalated dramatically. Not only was a greater amount of experience required, but after reaching level 10, entry into the novice training area for monster grinding was no longer permitted. The overall attributes of wild monsters far exceeded those within the novice training area. Principal, I wish to venture outside the city to hunt monsters tomorrow. Could you assist me with a pass? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Lin Mo. The principal of the school spoke with palpable anger. Is the wilderness somewhere you can just go whenever you please? Until you reach level 10, no one shall be granted this exception. Lin Mo slightly curled his lips, responding, I am already at level 10. The principal, evidently still processing this information, exclaimed, even if you are at level 10, it doesn't matter. As he pondered Lin Mo's words once more, a sudden realization struck him, leaving his face etched with shock. Are you implying? Indeed. The principal immediately utilized the school's specialized level detector to scan Lin Mo before him. The information panel glimmered with a prominent golden 10. It truly is. You are indeed level 10? The principal's voice trembled with disbelief. May I submit a report for your approval? Lin Mo stated with a calm assertiveness. The principal, rendered speechless, could only nod instinctively in agreement. Exhausted from the day, Lin Mo intended to visit the city auction house to exchange some novice gear that could not be utilized for gold coins. He planned to rent a room and leave his uncle's house. Having overstayed his welcome and feeling the tension with his aunt and Zhen Mimi, it was time to depart. Upon noticing that the principal had not objected, Lin Mo bid a brief farewell to his uncle and turned to board the bus, leaving behind a group of individuals who were slow to comprehend the situation. They had believed they had surpassed their limits, becoming the fastest leveling prodigy in Beijiang No. 1 High School, or even in all of Beijiang City. Yet, Lin Mo had astonishingly ascended 10 levels in a single day. Unbelievable. Zhen Mimi, filled with frustration, looked up at her father with tearful eyes. Dad, why can he reach level 10? Perhaps he cheated and altered the information panel. Zhenfeng, observing his daughter's discontent, found himself at a loss for words. As far as I know, such technology does not exist in this world. It's impossible. How could anyone reach level 10 on the first day? Unless he cleared all the monsters in the novice area. Zhen Mimi shook her head vehemently. Mimi, you're not mistaken. Zhen Mimi paused for a moment. Dad, what do you mean? Chapter 10. The Slime General is my little brother. Zhenfeng shook his head helplessly. The reason I am here is that I discovered someone had entered the solitary smoke desert. Upon investigation, I found that a novice leveling area within was completely cleared of monsters. Nearly 100 desert erosion ants in the solitary smoke desert had been annihilated. At this point, Zhenfeng gestured to his subordinates, who quickly understood his intent and presented him with photographs taken of the scene. Zhen Mimi took the photos. revealing a massive pit filled with debris that made her scalp tingle at the sheer quantity. Did Lin Mo do this? She uttered in disbelief. While we cannot be certain, Lin Mo's level clearly indicates something significant. Zhen Mimi gazed into the distance, watching the bus leave, leaving behind 2 long tracks in the dust. Why is the gap widening so drastically? Mimi, do not be disheartened. Achieving level 7 in such a short time is commendable in its own right. The development speed varies across professions at different stages, and many factors influence a profession's strength, such as weapons, equipment, potions, and skills. No, I refuse to believe this. Zhen Mimi dismissed her father's words, furiously running back home. Zhen Feng sighed. Xiaowang, please help me request some time off from the team. I need to return home. His subordinate nodded. Captain Zhen, you haven't been home in a month. The captain has been urging you to return. Alas, I fear that if I do not go back soon, chaos will ensue at home. Over the years, Zhen Feng had noticed his wife's disdain for Lin Mo, which had evidently affected Mimi. Lin Mo had been living in a veritable hell. How could he explain this to Lin Mo's mother? The situation could not continue unaddressed. Lin Mo was a quiet child who avoided conflict, yet had endured much hardship. Zhen Feng sighed again, hastening his return home. Every city possessed an auction house, a bustling hub of commerce where goods circulated throughout the city. To purchase desired items, one needed only to browse and place an order to receive them promptly. The auction house in Beijiang City stood at its heart, resembling a colossal stone pillar. To reach it, one had to traverse the main street lined with an array of shops, blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists, and more, all arranged in delightful disarray. Vendors sold various materials for dungeon quests, creating a lively atmosphere, while food stalls congregated, transforming the area into a gastronomic paradise. Wowo buns, 4 for 1 yuan, haha. Roasted yams are delicious, incredibly sweet. Mom, I want to eat roasted yams, big pieces. 2 are enough, right? That's plenty. Thank you, Mom, you're the best. The calls of vendors filled the air. Hey, Lin Mo, why did you leave early? How many levels did you gain today? Let me tell you, I took a girl to level up today. It was absolutely exhilarating. That girl is so soft and sweet. I nearly melted. I leveled up 5 times today. It felt like I was on steroids. You must have leveled up even faster than me. You have to take me with you tomorrow. The one speaking was Wang Zhengwo, who seemed oblivious to Lin Mo's recent achievement of reaching level 10. Lin Mo, unable to interject amidst the barrage of words, could only utter a faint, "Oh." As he gazed upon the bustling street, Lin Mo found little inclination to indulge in leisurely exploration, particularly since his funds were sparse, prompting him to head straight for the auction house. Upon closer inspection, the stone pillar was adorned with a mural depicting the silhouette of Beijiang City. Surrounding it were several floating red crystals, radiating concentric circles of red ripples, akin to waves on the surface of water. These crystals possessed unique magical properties, allowing for the storage of vast quantities of items. Just as Lin Mo prepared to place his hand upon the pillar, a voice called out from beside him. Lin Mo? It was none other than the Grand Mage Liang Yu. What a coincidence, Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. Liang Yu approached him. Are you here to buy something? Lin Mo responded. I'm selling some unused novice equipment. Oh, right. When first entering the novice area, one does indeed acquire some unnecessary low-level gear. However, the resale value for level 1 and 2 novice gear is quite low, and hardly anyone is interested. It would be better to wear them yourself rather than sell them for a pittance, Liang Yu said, misunderstanding Lin Mo's intentions. Lin Mo smiled silently, as it was evident that Liang Yu had misconstrued his situation, assuming he was merely selling low-tier items. This was understandable. Who could have guessed that Lin Mo had cleared the entire novice area of monsters? Lin Mo possessed a fair understanding of the market prices for equipment. Level 15 gear was virtually worthless, thus he had fed whatever he could to his summons, discarding anything that could not be utilized without a second thought. His storage space now contained only novice gear above level 6, given the rapid leveling pace in the early stages. Even a level 15 novice with bare equipment could comfortably defeat monsters. However, once he reached level 6, the speed of progression would inevitably slow. Most students aim to level up in preparation for major examinations, thus they would strive to equip themselves with gear above level 6 to maximize their leveling potential. In other words, prior to level 10, only equipment rated above level 6 holds significant value. Observing Lin Mo's silence, Liang Yu refrained from further commentary. He was well aware of Lin Mo's reclusive nature and his aversion to conversation. At this moment, Lin Mo gently placed his hand upon the stone pillar. An luminous screen instantly materialized. Please complete your information to apply for a dedicated savings card. A figure of a young lady appeared on the screen, speaking in a melodic voice. Complete information? This was Lin Mo's first experience using the auction house, and he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the process. Liang Yu, with his warm-hearted disposition, noticed Lin Mo's hesitance. Just come up with any name. The auction house will bind a savings card to the name you provide. Just any name? Liang Yu nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is to ensure your personal information remains confidential. It's an unspoken rule of the auction house. Perhaps you don't need it now, but in the future, when auctioning precious items, Revealing your true identity could lead to unnecessary troubles. Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly, contemplating, and recognized the wisdom in Liang Yu the Grand Mage's advice. Thank you, Grand Mage. Don't mention it. Name, General Slime is my little brother. Confirm. Lin Mo was quite casual in naming, and his account was swiftly established. Subsequently, he retrieved 300 to 400 pieces of level 7 and 8 equipment, and even some level 10 items from his storage space, creating a small mountain before him. Liang Yu the Grand Mage stood beside him, utterly astounded, his jaw hanging open. Is this equipment dropped from monsters you defeated? Lin Mo nodded. Did you go hunting for monsters? And all of it is level 7 and 8 equipment. Not to mention some level 10? Despite Liang Yu's extensive experience, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. Who would have imagined that on the very first day of leveling up, one could amass such an abundance of gear? Liang Yu had attended high school and had also been Lin Mo's age. Had he ventured into a fake leveling area back then? Lin Mo calmly placed all the equipment into the auction house. There was no concern about selling these items, as the auction house directly acquired them at market value. Lin Mo, disinterested in haggling, opted for the price offered by the auction house, allowing them to sell on his behalf. Ding! The sound of funds being deposited echoed, revealing a sum of 38,000 gold coins. I actually sold this much? After deducting 10,000 gold coins for a year's rent, what should he purchase with the remaining 28,000 gold coins? Lin Mo temporarily transferred 10,000 gold coins to his personal account, leaving the auction house balance at 28,000 gold coins. Having been preoccupied with selling equipment, he had overlooked the items currently for sale in the auction house. Lin Mo began browsing through the products. Most were various alchemical materials and quest items. These materials were essential for skill upgrades, class transition tasks, and adventurer guild quests, predominantly for life skill professions. Relying solely on personal collection would be dreadfully inefficient. With the auction house as a middleman, those in need of materials could pay, while those in need of funds could provide labor. This cyclical process formed an implicit norm. Just then, a selling notification flashed across the screen. Lin Mo hastily scrolled up in his inventory. Beginner skill book, mana recovery. Note, mana recovery speed increased by 0.1. The price listed was exceedingly attractive. 28,000 gold coins. Lin Mo's eyebrows shot up. His current shortcoming lay in the excessive mana consumption of his divine skill sharing, rendering him unable to freely use boss skills. Although this beginner skill book offered only a modest increase in recovery, it was better than nothing. Click, purchase. With the sound of coins being spent, his balance dropped to 0. Simultaneously, a skill book appeared in Lin Mo's storage space. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Liang Yu the Grand Mage peering at him with keen interest. Upon being discovered, Liang Yu emitted a sneaky chuckle. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Glancing at Liang Yu's screen, he was taken aback. You. Chapter 11. Trash Skill Invasion. Automatic Divine Transformation? Are you the very embodiment of spring? This beginner skill book was just listed by him. Even the usually composed Lin Mo could no longer maintain his calm. Liang Yu, realizing he was caught, stuck out his tongue playfully. Hey, don't be angry. This skill book is indeed worth that price. Typically, beginner skill books range from 20 to 50,000 gold coins, with mage skill books being even pricier. This mana recovery skill book belonged to the mage category, with a market price around 30,000. So selling it to you for 27,000 is not a loss, right? Facts spoke for themselves, as Lin Mo perused the prices of other skill books and found Liang Yu's assertion to be accurate. All right, I believe you. Liang Yu the Grand Mage smiled. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to reach out. Just then, someone waved at Liang Yu. Old Liang, what the hell are you doing here? Lin Mo turned to see a burly man approaching, shield in one hand and a broadsword in the other, clad in chainmail that must have weighed dozens of pounds. He was clearly a warrior. Old Wu, what brings you here? Old Wu sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. Don't mention it. Our adventurer guild needs to complete a quest and urgently requires a frost heart. The leader has been watching the auction house for 7 or 8 days and hasn't seen anyone listed. He simply couldn't wait any longer. So he sent me to help keep an eye out. Liang Yu frowned. The frost heart? Isn't that a rare item that only drops in the Frostland dungeon? I recall it's a level 12 dungeon. It only drops after a student named Ming Junshin set a record for clearing the dungeon. Old Wu sighed again. Who could argue? The frost heart only drops when entering the Frostland dungeon for the first time, with the dungeon level not falling below abyss. And the final boss must be defeated within a specific time frame. Generally, only newcomers meet this requirement. Seasoned veterans like us have long since cleared it. Hearing their conversation, Lin Mo suddenly had an idea. Why not take on this quest? I can give it a try. The sudden voice caught Old Wu's attention. You? Old Wu scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe. If I'm not mistaken, today is only the first day of leveling for new players. Have you already surpassed level 10? Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Liang Yu interjected, nudging Old Wu. He wants to help you. Cut it out. This kid is just a naive rookie who doesn't fear tigers. Just don't cause me any trouble. It seemed that Old Wu was not convinced. Lin Mo remained unperturbed. Since the Frost Heart was urgently needed by the Adventurer Guild, it would surely be posted on the task board at the city gate. He could simply go there tomorrow to accept the quest. Grand Mage, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lin Mo had other tasks to accomplish and did not wish to intrude on Liang Yu and his acquaintances, so he departed swiftly. Old Wu glanced at Lin Mo's retreating figure and turned to Liang Yu. What is wrong with today's youth? So superficial. They're nothing like us back in the day, always grounded and never boasting. By the way, help me pick a few pieces of equipment above level 6 for my nephew. He needs them for his recent level push. Simultaneously, Liang Yu and Old Wu opened the auction house. Upon seeing the auction listings, Old Wu was flabbergasted. What in the world? Who is this remarkable individual? Over 300 pieces of equipment, all consigned by him. General Slime is my little brother? It must be some wealthy young scion, accompanied by a band of lowly thugs to massacre within the novice zone. Liang Yu shook his head. You are mistaken. This individual is someone you have just encountered. It was only then that Lao Wu realized, his pupils constricting abruptly, his mouth agape in astonishment. Is it that lad I just confronted? Liang Yu spread his hands. I wished to intervene, but alas, I could not. Lin Mo directly rented a one-bedroom apartment from the landlord, and the sum of 10,000 gold coins sufficed for a year's rent. The remaining time was dedicated to moving his belongings from his uncle's house. Ascending the staircase, he could faintly hear the sounds of an argument emanating from his uncle's home. Haven't we raised him for 10 years? Is that not sufficient? He has consumed our resources, dressed in our attire. The extra money he spent, could it not go to Mimi? That unmistakably belonged to his aunt's voice. Lin Mo stood outside, refraining from entering. He is the child of my sister, hence also my own. Equally significant as Mimi. I hope you do not target Lin Mo. Huh. You carry the surname Jun, while he is surnamed Lin. Is he truly your son? Mimi, do you wish for Lin Mo to remain within this household? His aunt inquired. Jun Mimi hesitated momentarily before looking up to respond. Initially, I was indeed reluctant for him to stay, but having discovered the vast disparity between us, I now hope he remains. I aspire to truly surpass him once. Mimi, did you not say? Jun Mimi suddenly interrupted her mother. Mother, you are unaware of Lin Mo's accomplishments. In just a single day, he managed to level up by 10. Although I was initially furious, the more I reflect, the more I find myself admiring him. At this point, Jean Mimi produced a photograph given to her by her father, pointing at the remnants in the sand pit. These are his masterpieces. I shall surpass him, viewing him as both a rival and a goal. Jin Feng was taken aback by the way his daughter perceived Lin Mo. A target, yet also an adversary. Indeed, Lin Mo's academic performance had consistently overshadowed Mimi's. Previously, she found Lin Mo detestable primarily because she could never outscore him, breeding jealousy and disdain. However, following this ordeal in the novice leveling zone, she gradually began to admire Lin Mo. When Guo discerned the patterns in the photograph, he too was astonished. So many ants. Jean Mimi continued. Therefore, I no longer wish to drive him away. With him around, I have motivation. Zhen Feng's troubled expression began to soften as he affectionately ruffled Zhen Mimi's hair, saying, That is my daughter, full of spirit. With the atmosphere easing, Lin Mo finally knocked on the door. Upon opening it, the ambience within the house felt somewhat peculiar. Lin Mo paid it no mind. Zhen Feng cheerfully inquired, Little Mo, where have you been? I went to the auction house to sell some items. I've rented a place outside, and starting today, I shall be moving out. Upon hearing this news, the smile vanished from Zhen Feng's face. I forbid you to leave. Lin Mo raised his gaze to meet Zhen Feng's. Uncle, I have matured. This is your home. Zhen Feng was acutely aware of his wife and daughter's unfavorable attitudes toward Lin Mo over the years. Yet now, circumstances appeared to be improving. It was a hard-won acceptance from his daughter, and yet he was preparing to leave. Zhen Feng's words stirred Lin Mo's emotions for a fleeting moment. To utter such a sentence meant that Zhen Feng did not regard him as an outsider. However, Lin Mo had his own plans. He was now of age and possessed means of livelihood. It was truly inappropriate to continue imposing upon his uncle's family. Lin Mo, you are such a coward. Are you afraid? Jean Mimi resorted to provocation, questioning whether he feared the day she would surpass him. Lin Mo smiled faintly, turning to say, You need not regard me as a target. Simply be yourself. Who regards you as a target? I view you as an adversary. A trivial one at that. One day, I shall surpass you. Lin Mo smiled enigmatically, then stepped into his room, shouldering the luggage he had meticulously packed. It was but a single large bag, simple and straightforward, much like his disposition. Uncle, my mind is made up. My decision is unyielding and influenced by no one but myself. Lin Mo's words were clear. Zhen Feng recognized that he could not deter him. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Lin Mo shook his head. Zhen Feng could only sigh, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder. Very well, but remember, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to call your uncle. Lin Mo nodded, decisively turning to leave. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he felt an unfamiliar sense of solitude. Lin Mo eagerly retrieved his mana regeneration skill book, promptly selecting to learn it. This was indeed the first skill that belonged solely to him. Thus, he felt a surge of excitement. Following a flash of white light, the skill book was consumed automatically. Congratulations to Lin Mo for successfully learning the basic skill, mana regeneration. Note: mana regeneration speed increased by 0.1. An additional skill information line appeared in his attribute panel. Skill: mana regeneration LV1. Note: mana regeneration speed increased by 0.1. A detection of a subpar skill invasion has triggered automatic divine enhancement. Chapter 12. The emergence of a wild boss. Skill: magical spring water. Divine enhancement completed. Mana regeneration speed increased by 100. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The skill he had just learned had unexpectedly undergone divine enhancement. The mana regeneration speed increased to 100? Does that not equate to no consumption? How delightful. This implies that from now on, he can freely utilize divine skills without fear of depleting his mana. Skills can be unleashed without restraint. This system is somewhat overpowered. He ought to seek more skill books whenever the opportunity arises. The following morning. Lin Mo, you rascal. Why did you not mention yesterday that you had already reached level 10? I waited for you at the door for half an hour. Woo, big brother. How did you level up so swiftly? I implore you to teach me. Lin Mo, holding the phone, felt speechless. Brother Jangwo, will you take me to level up again today? Suddenly, a soft voice came through the other end of the line. Wang Jangwo instantly felt his heart flutter. Sure. Brother will take you. The call was abruptly ended. Lin Mo expressionlessly remarked, flirtatious. After hanging up, the school sent someone to escort him out of the city. After receiving the pass, he arrived at the city gate, gazing at the scenery beyond. The sights inside and outside the city were distinctly different. Outside, weeds ran rampant. Wildflowers blossomed in abundance. Within such an environment, it was not uncommon for wild monsters to lurk. The city guard stood at the entrance, where a large board announced the latest tasks available for claim. Lin Mo naturally approached the task board. At that moment, several individuals were also searching for tasks to undertake. The Heroic Legion adventure team has issued a task. Proceed to the Frostland dungeon to obtain the Frost Heart. Task requirements. Must be a level 12 or higher class changer who has never entered the Frostland, and must clear a difficulty level of Abyss or higher. Task reward, 100,000 gold coins. The Heroic Legion adventure team is indeed generous, offering such a substantial reward for a mere Frost Heart. I doubt there are many who can undertake this task. Indeed, we veterans have all been to the Frostland, and for novices, clearing an Abyss-level dungeon is exceedingly challenging. I recall that last year, only that prodigious youth, Meng Junsheng, managed to obtain a Frost Heart. At that moment, Lin Mo, without a second thought, seized the task. The reward was simply too enticing. 100,000 gold coins could at the very least purchase 3 basic skill books. It remains unclear whether there is a usage limit for beginner skill books, as this is not documented in any literature. Indeed, a task has been undertaken by a youthful individual, drawing the gaze of those around Lin Mo, whose presence seemed unfamiliar. Was he a newcomer? Perhaps a novice who had just transitioned into a new class? This seemed implausible. After accepting the task, Lin Mo prepared to exit the city. The scanning device at the city gate promptly acquired some of Lin Mo's information, relaying it to the instruments of 2 guards. Wait a moment. Are you a freshman preparing for the major examination? One guard interjected, blocking his path. Without special permission from the principal, you cannot leave the city. We must ensure your safety. Lin Mo presented the necessary authorization to the guard. Is this sufficient? The guard scrutinized the document with incredulity, then looked up, increasingly astonished. You've risen to level 10 in just a single day? That is quite remarkable. However, he cautioned, the disparity between the beginner training grounds and the wild monsters is significant. I advise you to wait a couple of days and team up with some friends before venturing forth. Going alone is perilous. Lin Mo shook his head. No worries. I can manage. The other guard scoffed. Young man, I too was once as audacious as you. At level 10, I foolishly aspired to be a lone wolf in the wilderness, only to be soundly punished by reality. The monsters in the wild are formidable and unpredictable. I nearly lost my life. From that moment, I learned an invaluable lesson. One must not be overly arrogant. Humility is a virtue to embrace when necessary. Lin Mo nodded, acknowledging the guard's wisdom. Thank you for the caution. The guard believed his words had imparted wisdom upon Lin Mo. But in the next moment, Lin Mo extended his hand. A colossal golden slime descended from the heavens, crashing down just outside the city, creating a massive crater upon impact. With a resounding boom, clouds of dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. Lin Mo's thoughts directed the slime general to swiftly target a wild goblin warrior concealed in the underbrush. As the target was locked, the monster's information instantly appeared. Goblin warrior, level 10, strength 310, spirit 200, agility 200, constitution 300. In terms of attributes alone, this level 10 goblin warrior was indeed far superior to the typical monsters found in the novice area. Yet, it paled in comparison to the slime general. Go! Lin Mo commanded. The golden trident surged forward with the wind, its blade piercing through the brush, impaling the wild goblin warrior with a swift thrust. The unfortunate goblin scarcely had a moment to react before it blinked and collapsed lifelessly. Successfully killed goblin warrior, gained 1,000 experience. Is that its summoned creature? This lad is a summoner. How impressive. The golden slime, outfitted in equipment, astonished those who witnessed the scene. Although slaying a level 10 wild monster was not particularly noteworthy, it was indeed commendable for a newcomer yet to set foot in the wild. The guards, who had been urging Lin Mo to team up with others, were now rendered speechless, swallowing nervously. Just moments ago, they had agreed with his cautionary advice, and now he had effortlessly dispatched a wild creature? The guards were taken aback. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo needed to elevate his level to 12 before he could venture into Frostland to tackle dungeons and complete his tasks. As he stepped through the city gates, a bloodthirsty aura enveloped him. The gentle breeze stirred the grass, which swayed with the wind. Countless monsters lurked here, cunning and formidable. Along the way, he observed several groups of adventurers gathering materials in the wild, alongside higher-level lone wolves battling centaurs. To swiftly augment his strength, he needed to rely on dungeons. However, the lowest-level dungeon available was also in Frostland, restricted to level 12. Lin Mo had no choice but to seek out some lesser minions to slay. With a stroke of fortune, he might even encounter a wild boss or a mini-boss. Suddenly, a centaur warrior emerged before him. Lin Mo immediately summoned the slime general to engage. The centaur warrior's information flashed before him. Centaur's warrior. Level 11. Strength 350. Spirit 280. Agility 200. Constitution 380. This creature appeared to be a tank. The centaur warrior faced the slime general without a hint of fear, unaware of the true might of Lin Mo's summoned creature. With a bellow, the centaur invoked its defensive skill, enhancing its constitution by 50 points. Its body becoming encased in a tough layer of hide. Snorting angrily, it exhaled hot breaths. Lin Mo smiled slightly, his thoughts guiding the slime general. In an instant, the golden shield was hurled forth. With a swift whoosh, the centaur warrior assumed a defensive stance, but upon contact with the golden shield, it was sent hurtling away like a comet. Successfully killed centaur warrior, gained 1200 experience. Obtained 2 centaur horns. Obtained 2 centaur hides. These were basic materials. The hides could be used for crafting equipment at the tailor shop or directly sold at the auction house. Lin Mo stored away the unfeedable materials and equipment. While selling equipment was more lucrative, even small earnings could accumulate into a significant sum of gold. Slaying monsters in the wilderness proved to be exceedingly easy. Lin Mo dispatched foes with effortless grace. Successfully killed Defiant Goblin, gained 1000 experience. Obtained 1 Defiant Goblin's mouth. Obtained 2 Defiant Goblin's picks. The notifications came in rapid succession. At this rate, he would likely level up again in 3 to 4 hours. While battling, Lin Mo kept a safe distance whenever possible. However, there was a certain range limit between summoners and their summoned creatures. Currently, this limit appeared to be about 1000 paces. Beyond that distance, the slime general would automatically return to Lin Mo's side. The wilderness was not overly crowded, as today marked the second day of novice training, and few had managed to reach level 10 so quickly, except for the exceptional Lin Mo. 3 hours passed swiftly, and a radiant white light enveloped him. Level up achieved. At this moment, Lin Mo's storage space was nearing its capacity with materials and equipment ready for feeding. He promptly fed the materials to the slime general and allocated the equipment to the Minotaur Lord. Summoned creature, golden legendary slime general. Feeding progress, 100. Progress of divine skill development, 30. Summon, golden legend Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 100. Progress of divine skill development, 70. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Your divine feeding has leveled up. LV3 to LV4. Professional skill, divine feeding LV4. Note, feeding the summoned creature grants it a 20-fold enhancement in all attributes. Astonishing. It is surprising that the upgrade from level 3 to level 4 in divine feeding yields such a significant enhancement. Lin Mo hastily opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, divine boss summoner. Level, LV11-000. Strength, 110. Spirit, 120. Agility, 110. Constitution, 110. Combat power value, 110. Professional skill, divine feeding LV4. Note, feeding the summoned creature grants it a 20-fold enhancement in all attributes. Professional skill, divine boss summoning LV1-01. Note, no need to acquire boss crystals for the initial summoning. Professional skill, divine summoning space LV1-25. Professional skill, divine skill sharing LV1. Note, the summoner can utilize the skills of the divine boss, with the released power deriving from the attributes of the summoned creature. Divine passive skill, sharing joy and suffering. Note, the summoned creature bears 100 of the damage received by the summoner. Skill, magic spring water, achieved divine transformation, mana recovery speed increased by 100. Equipment, none. Summon, golden legend slime general. Feeding level, 3. Strength, 1100. Spirit, 800. Agility, 800. Constitution, 1100. Skill, jumping critical strike, achieved divine transformation. Capable of inflicting 40-fold strength attribute area critical damage. Skill, divine split LV2, 200200. Note: splits the slime general into multiple clones with only strength attributes. Progress of divine skill development, 30. Summon, Golden Legend Minotaur Lord. Feeding level, 2. Strength, 1700. Spirit, 1250. Agility, 1700. Constitution, 1700. Skill, Wild Bull Charge. Achieved divine transformation. Stun duration increased to 40 seconds. Progress of divine skill development, 70. Indeed, the Minotaur Lord's base attribute values and growth rates surpass those of the Slime General. The elevation and feeding level has significantly augmented the attribute values. Just then, a cacophony of monstrous roars erupted from the nearby maple forest, followed by a striking blue beam connecting to the heavens. Is this a wild boss? Chapter 13. Now, it is my turn to strike, isn't it? Such thoughts manifest as reality. Not far from Beijiang City lies a vast maple forest, ablaze with red foliage each autumn, creating an illusion that the sky has been painted crimson. The wild boss appears to be located at the periphery of the maple forest. Approximately 300 paces away from Lin Mo, fortune smiles upon him. The creatures within the forest are considerably more numerous than those outside. Originally, Lin Mo intended to clear the outer monsters before venturing into the forest. It seems plans have advanced unexpectedly. At this moment, several teams have also caught wind of the boss's presence, hastily rushing from afar. A boss. Defeating a wild boss yields rare materials more readily. We must hurry, lest we allow others to seize the opportunity. Wild bosses can be slain by anyone, first come, first served, in stark contrast to instance bosses. Lin Mo, unwilling to fall behind, promptly followed the crowd toward the sound. Stepping on the crimson leaves, they crunched beneath his feet. Along the way, he encountered 7 or 8 Minotaur warriors and crimson goblins, all dispatched in an instant by the Slime General. Successfully killed Minotaur warrior, experience gained, 1,200. Successfully killed Iron-Headed Goblin. Experience gained, 1,000. In less than 10 minutes, he finally beheld the boss in the distance. Several maple trees had been felled by the boss's careless thrashing, instantly broadening the field of vision. Simultaneously, numerous teams engaged in wild monster hunting began to assemble. Arriving late, Lin Mo emerged from the forest, retracting the Slime General. Observing the scene, he estimated there were 2 or 3 teams present, along with a few lone wolves vying for the boss. Lin Mo first locked onto the boss. Extracting information. Boss level monster, powerful goblin summoner. Level, 12. Strength, 500. Spirit, 700. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Skill, summon goblin warrior, 55. A boss creature remarkably similar to Lin Mo's profession. It seems they will gain another formidable ally. The Brave Legion adventure team takes charge. All others should step aside. Just then, 3 individuals clad in identical black attire, evidently transferees, aggressively obstructed the crowd. Lin Mo noted an emblem on their chests depicting a crossed sword and axe, identical to the insignia worn by Old Wu yesterday. Indeed, they belonged to the Brave Legion adventure team. Such arrogance. In the case of wild bosses, whoever strikes first claims them, and the actions of the trio from the Brave Legion adventure team ignited widespread ire. Regardless of your faction, do you not comprehend the principle of first come, first served? Why should we yield? Everyone has the right to challenge the boss. Among the trio from the Brave Legion adventure team, one appeared to be a mage. Tall and slender, he wielded a crystal-tipped staff. Coldly, he remarked, "A mere bunch of idle onlookers daring to challenge our adventure team?" Another member, an archer, had already drawn his bow toward the crowd. The last, a rare Iron Shield warrior, boasted formidable defensive capabilities, stepping forward to stand before the other 2. Who dares to make the first move? Let them test their mettle. The reputation of the Brave Legion adventure team is widely known. They are one of the foremost large adventure groups in Beijiang City, and few dare to provoke them. This wild boss, now under their scrutiny, likely stands no chance. Some individuals hung their heads in despair, opting to abandon resistance. Sigh. Perhaps it is best to let it go. We, the scattered forces, should refrain from antagonizing the adventure team. Can the adventure team not be challenged? Weighing in at 120 pounds, Lin Mo possesses a rebellious spirit that amounts to 119 pounds. Though typically reticent, he is inclined to stand up against such matters. Just as he was about to confront the Brave Legion adventure team, a girl in black, who had been observing from a distance, slowly approached. Her figure was alluring. Slim yet voluptuous. 2 strands of black hair cascaded gracefully from her temples. Her features were exquisite, and beneath gem-like eyes lay a beauty mark resembling the tip of a brush. In broad daylight, witnessing members of the Brave Legion adventure team bully the weak. Fortunately, I just recorded a video on my phone. If this footage reaches your team leader, little sister, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, the mage coldly warned. You are not acquainted with our leader. How could this video possibly reach him? However, even if you were to learn of it, would you truly wish to punish your own? The laws of this world dictate a brutal survival of the fittest. Should you dare to obstruct me further, do you not believe I could take your life? The mage's gaze was imbued with a lethal intensity. Lin Mo discerned that this individual was indeed capable of committing murder to silence witnesses. When did Xiong Bing recruit such a batch of miscreants? Upon hearing the cloaked woman directly address the leader by name, the three of them exhibited expressions of astonishment. How do you know the leader's name? Only those within the ranks of the Brave Legion are privy to the Great Xiong's name. This girl does not appear to be a member of the adventurers group. I offer you a choice. Either relinquish the boss willingly, or I shall share the video with him. The trio furrowed their brows, exchanging glances. The mage's countenance grew increasingly grim. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the cloaked girl. Crack! The girl nimbly dodged, her agility saving her from what would have been a successful ambush. You truly bring shame to the Brave Legion. The one who unleashed the lightning was indeed the mage. The confrontation between the three and the cloaked girl swiftly ignited. Several arrows sliced through the air towards her, yet she evaded each one with grace. Following that, a series of lightning strikes ensued. The cloaked girl moved with incredible speed, deftly avoiding the onslaught. Onlookers hastily distanced themselves, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. Only Lin Mo stood quietly in place, intrigued by the cloaked girl's class. She must be a high-agility assassin, likely above level 18. As the blink skill she employed to evade was a talent only available to assassins at that level. Each class can learn new skills from their skill books, as well as from their respective mentors. However, Lin Mo's class is a unique hidden one, thus lacking a corresponding mentor. He can only acquire new skills from skill books. Just as Lin Mo pondered the cloaked girl's profession, an arrow suddenly hurtled toward him. Whoosh! Sensing imminent danger, Lin Mo quickly raised his hand. Summon. The golden light had yet to dissipate when the errant arrow was deflected away. Bang! It struck as if it had collided with solid steel. As the light gradually faded, a colossal golden slime general stood protectively before Lin Mo. The archer had aimed at the cloaked girl, who had inadvertently dodged into Lin Mo's vicinity. The cloaked girl stuck out her tongue, apologizing. My bad, I dragged you into this. Lin Mo shook his head. No harm done. Kid, you're a summoner, aren't you? Get out of the way, lest you become collateral damage. The archer, infuriated by having his arrow thwarted by Lin Mo's summon, spoke with arrogance. Lin Mo slowly raised his head. You've already hit me. The archer laughed derisively. Indeed, I hit you. Who told you to be blind? If you had just moved away, I wouldn't have hit you. The cloaked girl pointed angrily at the trio. You three miscreants. Ganging up on the few, are you? The mage scoffed. I have told you before, the law of this world is survival of the fittest. The three opponents, with the archer at level 11 and the mage and iron-shielded warrior at level 20, were clearly two level 20s escorting an 11 to farm and level up. The cloaked girl weighed her options carefully. A direct confrontation would indeed be challenging. You three wait here. I will send the video to Xiong Bing and let him adjudicate. The expressions of the mage and his companions darkened instantly. Let us see if you live to meet our leader. The iron-shielded warrior positioned himself defensively in front of the mage. The mage raised his staff, and thick clouds gathered overhead. In an instant, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning zigzagged within the clouds. Great lightning strike. The cloaked girl panicked, urgently shouting. If you dare to harm me, my father will not spare you. Her voice was quickly swallowed by the cacophony of thunder. A torrential downpour of lightning rained down. Just as the cloaked girl scrambled for safety, the slime general suddenly appeared, raising its golden shield above her head, deflecting the strikes without fail. Lin Mo raised his phone, typing a message in response to one sent by Wang Jiangwo, which included a selfie of him and the voluptuous Lily. This rascal, flaunting his exploits. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Boom. The blinding flash of lightning illuminated Lin Mo's face as he nonchalantly put away his phone and raised his gaze, his eyelids slightly arching as he regarded the mage, whose face was flushed from casting the great lightning strike. He spoke slowly. Is that enough? Since you've made your move, I believe it is now my turn. Chapter 14. What kind of summon is this? This is an intermediate skill. The great lightning strike. It is the mage's pride, unmatched among peers. Where did this boy come from? His summon was able to nullify the great lightning strike merely by raising a flimsy shield? I'm shocked. This boy is formidable. We should retreat. The iron-shielded warrior furrowed his brow, offering a warning. Are we just going to leave? The mage fumed. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a wild boss. Defeating it would allow the archer to reach level 12, after which he could venture into the Frosty Land dungeon to hunt for the Frost Heart. With the Frost Heart in hand, the leader would surely reward them handsomely. Alas, all plans were disrupted by this boy before them. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses, the iron-shielded warrior whispered. The mage pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, I will not allow him to easily claim this boss. As he spoke, the mage discreetly retrieved a small red vial from his pocket. This was the boss berserk potion. Applying it to the boss would cause it to go berserk. With a slime motion, the mage tossed the potion toward the boss's feet, then clasped his hands together, declaring, this time we concede. We did not expect such a skilled opponent to be here. The boss is yours. Before his words had fully settled, the mage turned to leave with the other two. But Lin Mo would not grant them such an opportunity. Since a feud had been established, they might as well face the consequences. Survival of the fittest, as you said. Now you wish to flee? Lin Mo coldly remarked as he uttered this phrase. With a thought, the slime general retracted its golden shield, grasping its trident and transforming into a streak of golden light. In an instant, it surged forward, leaving the trio with expressions of terror. The next moment, the golden trident swept through, cleaving them in two. Splurt. In a single strike, they had no chance to react. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in attributes. Dropped. Bronze level cloud dungeon magic staff. Usable at level 15 and above. 5 magic damage. 5 mental interference. Dropped. Bronze level cloud dungeon shield of support. Usable at level 15 and above. 5 dual resistance. 2 attack rebound. Dropped black iron level common bow and arrow. Usable above level 10. With 10 strength attribute. When the job changers were slain, they randomly dropped items. Everyone was utterly stunned. The girl in black even swallowed hard. Is this how it ends? Lin Mo shrugged, then cast a sharp gaze at the onlooking job changers. The intensity of his stare made several of them hastily gesture, saying, "We saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Let us hurry, let us go." Lin Mo, however, was indifferent to their plight. What truly mattered to him now was the wild boss before him. It was his to claim. Just at that moment, the formidable goblin summoner suddenly erupted in fury, letting out a deafening roar. It seemed to be enraged. The girl in black finally noticed a shattered bottle beneath the goblin summoner's feet. The alchemical potion within had seeped into the goblin summoner's body. It was a berserker potion. These 3 scoundrels had secretly used such a thing. A berserker potion? Lin Mo had read extensively, yet his knowledge of alchemical potions was limited. The girl in black glanced up at Lin Mo, her confusion quickly dissipating. She explained, "It can forcibly trigger the boss's berserk state, enhancing its attributes. Now, if you lock onto the boss again, its attributes will have undergone significant changes." Lin Mo complied, swiftly relocking onto the boss. Boss level monster, powerful goblin summoner, berserk. Level 12. Strength 500,500. Spirit 700,700. Agility 500,500. Constitution 500,500. Skill summon goblin warrior 55. Indeed, the girl in black suddenly grasped Lin Mo's clothing, urging, "We must flee. A boss in berserk state is exceedingly challenging. Look at its attributes." At that moment, the powerful goblin summoner raised its strange staff and chanted for several seconds. 5 goblin warriors materialized from thin air, wielding wooden hammers as they charged towards Lin Mo and the girl in black. Yet Lin Mo exhibited no inclination to retreat. The girl in black grew anxious, exclaiming, "Hurry! This is dangerous. Are you even listening to me? Don't be reckless." Though she was frantic, seeing Lin Mo remain steadfast, she too refrained from leaving. As the 5 goblin warriors and the powerful goblin summoner drew closer, the girl in black assumed a battle stance. "Well then, let us brace ourselves together." Hearing this, Lin Mo merely replied, "No need." His eyes narrowed as he commanded, jumping critical hit. In the next instant, the slime general leaped forward, landing squarely upon the 5 goblin warriors and the already berserk goblin summoner, crushing them beneath its weight. They were obliterated. The jumping critical hit could inflict damage equating to 40 times the attack's strength attribute, given that the goblin summoner's constitution totaled merely 1,000. While the slime general's strength attribute had surpassed 1,100, multiplying that by 40 resulted in an astounding 44,000 strength attribute. Lin Mo stood still as the screen continuously broadcasted the material drop information. Successfully killed boss level monster, powerful goblin summoner, experience gained, 8,000. Obtained 1 powerful goblin summoner boss crystal. Acquired goblin summoner upper garment set, black iron level. Acquired goblin summoner pants set, black iron level. Acquired goblin summoner shoes set, black iron level. Obtained 1 wolf fong pendant, black iron level. A flurry of material and equipment drop notifications inundated the screen for quite some time. The girl in black was rendered speechless. Cough, 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 cough. What sort of summoning creature is this? It's utterly outrageous. Could it be that your level is quite high, and you're merely playing the fool here? I'm so curious, I must see for myself. With that, the girl in black retrieved a cylindrical stick from her pocket. Duong. She waved it in front of Lin Mo. You're only level 11? It turned out to be a hidden class, boss summoner. Hiss. While the base attributes weren't particularly high, how could the summoned creature be so powerful? Wait, why can't I see your summoned creature's information? The girl's barrage of questions left Lin Mo bewildered. He furrowed his brow. How can you see my information? Typically, job changers could not view each other's level information unless both parties consented. Yet the girl in black, wielding a cylindrical stick, had somehow forced her way through this barrier. Fortunately, she could not discern the details of his summoned creature or the information pertaining to his system-enhanced class, preserving some semblance of privacy. The girl in black playfully brandished the cylindrical stick. You didn't know? This is a high-level profession scanner. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't that something used by the city guard? As far as I know, it's prohibited for private circulation. What a fuss. Private circulation is forbidden. But I'm no ordinary person. The girl in black tucked the cylindrical stick away. Duong, you look so curious. I'll show you my attributes as well. Before long, Lin Mo received the girl in black's information by Bing Bing, level 18, legendary class, Shadow Stalker. It confirmed Lin Mo's suspicions. She was indeed an assassin. And a legendary class at that. By Bing Bing remarked, now we're being completely honest with each other. You seem quite decent, and your potential is immense. How about considering joining the Kyoto Academy? Upon hearing By Bing Bing's words, Lin Mo realized she was a student at the Kyoto Academy. He maintained a calm demeanor. I was just about to go there. Ha ha ha. Once you arrive at the Kyoto Academy, just say you're By Bing Bing's friend, and no one will dare to bully you. As they chatted merrily, Lin Mo nearly forgot about the 3 pieces of equipment that had dropped. He picked them up. By Bing Bing pointed at the magic staff and the mountain shield, saying, it seems they frequently ventured into the Cloud Realm dungeon to farm for gear. These 2 sets were obtained from there. The level restriction for the Cloud Realm dungeon is between levels 15 to 18. Typically, job changers will first farm the Frostland dungeon before progressing to the Cloud Realm dungeon to level up. Lin Mo casually tossed the equipment into his storage space and then dealt with the corpses of the 3 individuals. Turning to By Bing Bing, he inquired about the trio. Before he could finish his sentence, By Bing Bing anticipated his concern and quickly interjected, I will never divulge anything that transpired today. Lin Mo nodded. Should news of the demise of the members of the Heroic Adventure Group leak, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Just then, several shadows darted through the maple forest. Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply as he commanded the slime general to stand guard closely. Suddenly, footsteps grew increasingly audible. Who goes there? Chapter 15. If you want the Frost Heart, bring money to exchange. Lin Mo immediately summoned the slime general to stand guard beside them. The atmosphere abruptly grew tense. At that moment, a refreshing breeze brushed against their faces as 2 dashing men clad in opulent attire appeared before Lin Mo and By Bing Bing. The 2 men scrutinized Lin Mo closely, their gaze lingering on the golden slime general, their expressions revealing a flicker of surprise before swiftly regaining composure. One of the men, wielding a silver sword, chuckled softly as summoner. You seem to possess greater strength than an ordinary summoner, but that is where it ends. Who are you? Lin Mo demanded, positioning By Bing Bing protectively behind him. Ah, so it is you, By Bing Bing said, patting Lin Mo's shoulder as she stepped forward to approach the 2 men, indicating that they were acquainted. Lin Mo squinted slightly, retracting the slime general into his spatial realm. Allow me to introduce. By Bing Bing gestured toward the man on her left. The one with the silver sword. This is Qi Long, an 18th level rare class holy light swordsman. The other man, who held a staff and had remained silent, wore a solemn expression. He is Zhou Bing, a 19th level legendary class thunder mage, with one of them being a legendary class profession, specifically a thunder mage. It was evident that they were not ordinary individuals. Both wore remarkable equipment, all of silver grade. Generally, even those between levels 20 and 30 would struggle to assemble a complete set of silver grade gear, indicating their exceptional prowess. Furthermore, it underscored the fact that only extraordinary individuals could gain entry to the Capital Academy. This is Lin Mo, a newly acquainted friend of mine, an 11th level boss summoner. By Bing Bing introduced. Zhou Bing and Qi Long merely cast Lin Mo a cursory glance before completely disregarding him. As if to say that he was unworthy of their friendship due to his level. By Bing Bing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing her throat softly, she whispered, the wild boss was slain by Lin Mo just now. It likely did not drop the items we need. Time is of the essence. We must complete the academy task swiftly. Zhou Bing nodded in agreement. The respawn rate for wild bosses is exceedingly low. Qi Long and I have discussed it. We might as well barter. Barter with whom? Zhou Bing slowly inquired. The Xiong Adventure Group. They possess a boss soul cry. Recently, they issued a quest requiring the Frost Heart that drops from the Frostland. By Bing Bing stroked her chin in contemplation, as far as I know. The condition for obtaining the Frost Heart is to be the first to kill the map boss. We have all previously cleared the Frostland. Qi Long chuckled lightly. That's no issue. Your new little brother here probably hasn't cleared the Frostland yet, has he? As long as he ultimately defeats the boss, he can obtain the Frost Heart. At this, all 3 turned their gazes toward Lin Mo. The Frost Heart? Lin Mo hadn't anticipated that this item was currently so sought after. In truth, it mattered little to whom the Frost Heart was given, as long as it could be exchanged for gold coins. With an expressionless face, Lin Mo slowly spoke. Are you suggesting that I team up with you to farm for the Frost Heart? Qi Long rested his sword on his shoulder, looking at Lin Mo with a teasing glint in his eyes. For Bing Bing's sake, we'll help you level up without any conditions, as long as you provide the Frost Heart. This deal isn't a loss for you, is it? He mistakenly assumed that Lin Mo was like any other ordinary transmuter, begging for assistance from the elites. Qi Long's calculations were misguided. To expect Lin Mo to relinquish the Frost Heart without compensation was akin to chasing a delusion. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. If you want the Frost Heart, bring me 100,000 gold coins in exchange. What? Are you out of your mind? Qi Long exclaimed, astonished. I help you level up. And you want me to pay you? Without us, How could you possibly defeat the boss and obtain the Frost Heart? That's a level 12 dungeon. And only elite dungeons or higher can yield the Frost Heart. Zhou Bing, who had maintained a cold demeanor, felt Lin Mo was being ungrateful and scoffed. Qilong. There are others in Beijiang who haven't cleared the Frostland dungeon. We can simply find someone else. Lin Mo shrugged. Then go ahead and find someone else. With that, he turned to leave, assuming Lin Mo would tolerate their arrogant behavior. Bing Bing, I'll cover the expenses. Bing Bing quickly attempted to catch up to Lin Mo, not wanting the situation to escalate. However, she was blocked by Zhou Bing and Qilong. Bing Bing. One must be discerning when making friends. Someone like him, who is all talk and no skill, is unworthy of your friendship. Bing Bing shot a glance at the two men. What do you propose we do now? We can simply wait at the entrance of the Frostland dungeon and recruit a novice. We're out of time, Bing Bing added impatiently. Zhou Bing and Qilong shrugged nonchalantly. Bing Bing glared at the two men. I'll go retrieve Lin Mo. You two should practice some decency. Bing Bing. Are you sure you want to abandon us to find that guy? You two fools, Bing Bing retorted, casting a disdainful glance at them as she hurried off in the direction Lin Mo had taken. Zhou Bing and Qilong exchanged exasperated looks. Very well. We shall split up and see who can acquire the Frost Heart first. I can't be bothered with you two. Bing Bing tossed a parting remark over her shoulder as her figure gradually vanished into the maple forest. As the evening grew darker, Lin Mo finished off the last of the Minotaurs, finally achieving another level up. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Your level has increased from LV11 to LV12. Name, Lin Mo. Class, God level boss summoner. Level, LV12, 120. Strength, 120. Mentality, 130. Agility, 120. Constitution, 120. Combat power, 120. The equipment dropped by the three members of the Xiangbing adventure group was of little use to Lin Mo, and he chose to feed it directly to the Minotaur Lord. The other materials obtained were also fed to the Slime General. Summon creature, Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress, 20. God level skill development progress, 50. Summon creature, Golden Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 30. God level skill development progress, 100. Congratulations, Lin Mo. The development of the summoned creature, Golden Legendary Minotaur Lord's God level skill has been successfully completed. The skill Thorned Armor has been successfully developed. Note, inflicts damage backlash with 100 strength attribute value. The first developed skill of the Minotaur Lord had appeared, and it was a counterattack skill. Moreover, the backlash effect was extraordinarily potent. Lin Mo exhaled slowly. If he were to don the Thorned Armor himself, he could defeat monsters without lifting a finger. With the sharing of God level skills, in theory, as long as he had sufficient mana, he could utilize the summoned creature's skills infinitely. Now that he possessed the magical spring water, which restored 100 mana, he could entirely unleash skills without consumption. He would look for an opportunity to test this out. Lin Mo was quite pleased with his plans. After a long day, it was time to take a break. As the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, a beam of moonlight fell upon a corner of the maple forest. A campfire crackled brightly, and the Slime General stood guard nearby, providing a sense of security. Lin Mo took out the dry bread dropped by the monsters and began to nibble on it to replenish his stamina. Subsequently, Lin Mo recalled the boss crystal obtained from defeating the wild boss during the day, holding it in the palm of his hand. He pondered over the strength of the third summoned creature. With a mere thought, the formidable goblin summoner crystal transformed into a radiant beam of light, seamlessly merging into his being. Class skill, God level boss summoning technique LV1, 11. Note, the initial summoning of a boss does not require the acquisition of a boss crystal. Activate the God level boss summoning technique. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a golden light engulfed the moonlight, cascading in front of Lin Mo. Soon, it formed a blinding golden pillar. In an instant, a fierce wind howled. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous black clouds, which gradually coalesced, revealing the silhouette of a goblin summoner clad in golden armor. Wielding a staff, it summoned thousands of goblin warriors with an overwhelming presence. After a prolonged display, the dark clouds began to dissipate, unveiling the bright moon. Bathed in the golden glow, a robust, golden goblin summoner manifested before Lin Mo. Chapter 16. Apologies, but I solo the Nightmare Dungeon. Lin Mo eagerly opened the Goblin Summoner's attribute panel. Summon, Legendary Golden Goblin Summoner. Strength, 1000. Mentality, 1500. Agility, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Skill, Summon Goblin Warrior, 50-50. Skill has undergone God level transformation, capable of summoning goblin warriors with attributes equal to 100 times its own. An elite force of walking bosses? Summoning such a legion of goblin warriors during dungeon runs would exponentially increase efficiency. With the God level transformation of the skill, he could directly summon goblin warriors with identical attributes to the goblin summoner. This was nothing short of invincible. Filled with joy, Lin Mo withdrew the powerful goblin summoner into his spatial realm. Class skill, God level summoning space LV1, 35. In merely 2 days, Lin Mo had acquired 3 formidable bosses. If this trend continued, wouldn't it be a game changer? Lin Mo reclined, resting his hands behind his head. Just then, a faint sound echoed from a distance. Instantly alert, he summoned the slime general to guard his side. The sound grew louder. In the dim light of the flickering campfire, Bai Bingbing parted the grass and appeared before Lin Mo. Phew, I found you. Lin Mo relaxed his guard, casting a glance over her shoulder. Bai Bingbing noticed the scrutiny in his gaze and explained, they didn't follow me. I decided to find you on my own. Lin Mo remained silent, uninterested in probing further. Regardless, he was intent on claiming the Frost Heart. Whether to complete the mission for the heroic expedition team or sell it to Bai Bingbing and her companions, he would earn a handsome sum of 100,000 gold coins. Given that Bai Bingbing's friends were unwilling to pay, the choice would default to the heroic expedition team. For Lin Mo, it was all the same, money was paramount. With wealth, he could acquire basic skill books. They were too unreasonable. I apologize on their behalf. I'll offer you 100,000 gold coins for the Frost Heart. Will you accept? Lin Mo glanced at Bai Bingbing and retrieved a piece of dry bread. He hadn't eaten enough earlier and needed to replenish his strength. Noticing Lin Mo's silence, Bai Bingbing grew anxious. Are you really unwilling to speak with me? I haven't offended you, have I? Lin Mo laid down the bread and replied calmly. I harbor no animosity towards you. Bai Bingbing pressed, so do you agree? Lin Mo shook his head, I do not. Bai Bingbing, exasperated, exclaimed, what do you mean then? Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, let us discuss this tomorrow. Hey, don't leave me hanging like this. It puts me on edge. Lin Mo disregarded her and settled down for a restful slumber, planning to venture to the Frostland dungeon in the morning to level up and perhaps acquire a Frost Heart for some pocket change. Bai Bingbing, feeling a bit cold, drew closer to the campfire to warm herself and then turned to Lin Mo again. You must give me an answer tomorrow. Our time is limited. If we fail this mission, we want to be able to participate in the Academy competition and earn competition points. Competition points? The mention of the Kyoto Academy piqued Lin Mo's interest. Bai Bingbing pouted. The competition points ranking determines your eligibility to enter the illusory realm. Do you think that simply entering the Kyoto Academy guarantees you a smooth path ahead? If you believe that, you're sorely mistaken. Every individual in the Kyoto Academy is constantly striving to surpass one another. Entering the illusory realm allows for swift level advancements, leaving others far behind. Lin Mo nodded, understanding now the intense competition within the Kyoto Academy. Bai Bingbing, observing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, mused that he hadn't yet truly witnessed the vastness of the Kyoto Academy's challenges. You'll understand my words once you arrive there, she stated. Lin Mo replied, then let us wait until I get in to discuss it. As dawn's first light graced Lin Mo, he awoke rejuvenated after a night's rest. With the slime general at his side, they had warded off several monsters attempting to ambush them, resulting in unexpected experience gains. Lin Mo chuckled at the experience notifications. So, will I be able to level up just by lying around in the future? Bai Bingbing had already risen early, preparing a lavish breakfast. Hurry, try my cooking. It's my first time in the kitchen, she exclaimed, pointing to the charred meat skewers over the fire, adorned with remnants of mud. Ahem, are you sure that's edible? Lin Mo frowned, then pulled out his dry bread to nibble on. Bai Bingbing, fuming, tore off a piece of meat and immediately spat it out. Yuck. It's too bitter. Do you have any more bread? Deflated, she sat beside Lin Mo and snatched the bread from his hands. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed Bai Bingbing's impressive physique. She stood tall, perfectly straight, to the point where she couldn't see her own toes. How fierce. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Bingbing, with a piece of bread in her mouth, curiously asked, what did you say? Lin Mo quickly recovered, stating, I meant. After we finish eating, we should head straight to the Frostland. Bai Bingbing's eyes lit up. Does that mean you agree? Lin Mo replied. You'll understand once we arrive. After finishing their breakfast, the two set off promptly. Along the way, they encountered numerous level 11 to 12 wild monsters, which Lin Mo directed the slime general to eliminate, allowing them to progress swiftly. Before long, they reached a stretch of road lined with stalls selling various materials, with groups of individuals seeking teammates. Hey brother, how about a run through the Abyss difficulty? No way. What level are you? You want to go to the Abyss dungeon? TCH, cowards. Dungeons are classified into 4 difficulties: normal, elite, abyss, and nightmare. As the levels increase, so does the danger. Under ordinary circumstances, a typical dungeon requires a party of at least 3 individuals, each of whom must meet the minimum level requirement. Elite dungeons, however, necessitate a group of no fewer than 6. The Abyss and Nightmare dungeons demand a party of 10 or more. Suddenly, a warrior approached Lin Mo and Bai Bingbing, blocking their path. Hey there, would you like to join our team? We are an elite group offering to guide newcomers for free. As long as you have enough dungeon runs available, we can farm endlessly. However, all the gear and materials we obtain will belong to us, including any rare items that may drop. Lin Mo brushed past the man, striding towards the dungeon entrance. Hey you. The frosty land clings to the mountainside of a towering snow-capped peak, perpetually blanketed in snow and characterized by a frigid climate. Passing through the cave before him grants entry into the dungeon. Observing the swirling energy waves, Lin Mo felt the awe emanating from the dungeon. This was his first encounter with such an experience. Lin Mo, how can we tackle the dungeon with just the two of us? Bai Bingbing's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Mo's expression remained calm as he glanced at her without responding. I must remind you that only the Abyss dungeon can yield the Frost Heart. Although Bai Bingbing's voice was soft, the bustling crowd of adventurers inevitably caught a few attentive ears. Oh dear, little sister. Do you really think the two of you can take on the Abyss dungeon? What level are you? What gear do you possess? It seems our young friend here isn't even wearing a full set. He must be a novice. The man scoffed, having previously invited Lin Mo to join their team. Only to be ignored. Just then, Zhou Bing and Qi Long approached, pushing through the crowd towards Bai Bingbing. Bingbing, are you certain you wish to indulge this fool? Bai Bingbing tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve. Lin Mo, for my sake, let us form a team. It would be too perilous for just the two of us. Lin Mo remained silent, advancing towards the imposing entrance of the Frosty Land dungeon, gently placing his palm against the energy ripples. He turned back to Bai Bingbing, stating with a steady and composed voice, I can handle it alone. Bai Bingbing, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, bit her lip and, after careful contemplation, decided to join him. I'll accompany you. Her choice incensed Zhou Bing and Qi Long. If this fool manages to acquire the Frost Heart, we'll kneel and call him father. Lin Mo smiled faintly, casting a meaningful glance at the brash Qi Long. His piercing gaze sent a shiver down Qi Long's spine. As Bai Bingbing approached him, Lin Mo outright rejected her offer. He had no desire to reveal too much of his capabilities too soon. You alone cannot manage it. Bai Bingbing's eyes brimmed with concern. Yet it was too late. Lin Mo had already confirmed his entry into the dungeon, and with a flash of light, his figure vanished before the dungeon entrance. Lin Mo? Bai Bingbing was unable to restrain him. Had he truly chosen to face the Abyss dungeon alone? The difficulty level of the dungeon was promptly displayed outside. Nightmare. Damn it. This fool opted for the Nightmare dungeon. Nightmare? Has he lost his mind? After a burst of light, Lin Mo found himself within a cavern nestled in a snow-capped mountain. The thick snow outside reflected blinding light, illuminating the cave. Before him flickered a campfire. And outside the cave, he could hear the faint sound of footsteps. Stepping outside the cavern would signify his official entry into the dungeon. For reasons unknown, Lin Mo felt not fear, but a flicker of anticipation. Outside the dungeon, a crowd began to murmur. No one had ever dared to tackle the Nightmare dungeon. He was doomed. Excuse me, may I inquire, what level is that young man? Bai Bingbing was frantic outside the dungeon. Just level 12. What? Level 12, and he dares to take on the Nightmare dungeon alone? He is courting death. Meanwhile, the members of the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild appeared at the entrance to the Frosty Land dungeon, their group numbering over 20. Make way, make way. A burly man dragged a frail job changer along, as if he were a mere chicken. Finally, we've found a level 12 who has never completed the Frosty Land dungeon. Oh, Captain Wu, you're leading the charge personally? Someone recognized the leader of the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild. Captain Wu cast a glance, but said nothing. Who is he? You don't know? Wu Gang of the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild, a notorious brute. A level 25 warrior, a tyrant in Beijiang City. I heard the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild urgently needs the Frost Heart for a quest. No wonder Captain Wu is here in person. The expressions of Bai Bingbing and her companions grew increasingly grave. Qi Long complained. We're done for. The Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild is going to get there first. It's all that guy's fault. He turned to Bai Bingbing. This is partly your responsibility. Bai Bingbing shot him a glare. If you hadn't looked down on Lin Mo, he wouldn't have gone into the dungeon alone. Zhou Bing furrowed his brow. Enough arguing. Our priority is obtaining the Frost Heart. As far as I know, the Abyss dungeon can only yield one Frost Heart, while the Nightmare dungeon can drop 2 or more. Are you suggesting we cooperate with the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild? Bai Bingbing asked. Astonished, Zhou Bing squinted. Why not? After pondering for a moment, Bai Bingbing bit her red lip and said, if you wish to go, go ahead. I'll wait here for Lin Mo. Having had previous conflicts with the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild, Bai Bingbing was reluctant to engage with them further. Zhou Bing's brows knitted tightly. You still have faith in that boy? If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Bingbing, think it over carefully. I'm heading out with Zhou Bing now. Qi Long pulled Zhou Bing towards the Mighty Soldier Adventurers Guild. Chapter 17. Rampaging through the dungeon. Lin Mo summoned the Slime General first, its massive golden form filling the entire cavern. Odd footprints were left in the snow outside the cave. Before long, a robust frosty white ape appeared at the entrance, exhaling icy breath. Lin Mo immediately locked onto it and scanned its attributes. Frosty white ape, nightmare level dungeon creature. Level 12, strength 600, spirit 400, agility 600, constitution 500, skill freeze slowdown, halves the opponent's attack speed. Upon seeing the specific attributes, Lin Mo gasped in shock. Indeed, this was a dungeon of nightmare difficulty. Even a mere minion was stronger than a boss found in the wild. High attack and agility. And it possessed a slowdown skill. However, compared to Lin Mo's summon bosses, it was still lacking. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Lin Mo thought, and to be safe, he summoned the Minotaur Lord and the formidable Goblin Summoner. In an instant, 3 colossal golden boss summons nearly burst the cavern at the seams. The Minotaur Lord let out a bellow reminiscent of a wild bull, pawing at the ground with its sturdy hooves. The powerful Goblin Summoner brandished a golden staff, revealing an evil smirk. With a mere thought, Lin Mo directed the 3 giant bosses to charge outside the cavern, creating an overwhelming spectacle. As Lin Mo stepped out of the cave, a prompt materialized before him. You have exited the protective zone. Within the nightmare instance, please remain vigilant at all times. Before the message could dissipate, 3 colossal white apes charged towards him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo summoned his boss to shield him. The slime general, wielding a golden shield, staunchly defended Lin Mo from behind. The Minotaur Lord, standing on a golden circle, executed a powerful bull charge that left all 3 giant white apes dazed for a staggering 40 seconds. Leaving a long trail in the snow, the formidable Goblin Summoner raised his staff and summoned 3 goblin warriors, who then began to frantically slash at the giant white apes with their steel blades. In less than 2 seconds, the 3 giant white apes collapsed lifelessly, followed by a roar of indignation. Successfully killed Frost White Ape, experience 8,000. Successfully killed Frost White Ape, experience 8,000. Successfully killed Frost White Ape, experience 8,000. 3 lines of experience notifications flashed before Lin Mo's eyes, momentarily leaving him in astonishment. The experience gained here was 7 to 8 times higher than that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Slaying a single creature in this realm equated to vanquishing 7 or 8 on the outside. Moreover, these monsters fell to Lin Mo with but a single strike. The pace was hardly slowed. The 3 bosses were as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering the ordinary instance creatures trivial. Following the map's guidance, Lin Mo pressed deeper into the instance, effortlessly dispatching monsters as if they were mere vegetables. Successfully killed Angry Snow Demon, experience 8,000. Successfully killed Shameless Boiling, experience 8,000. Successfully killed Reluctant Bathing Snowman, experience 8,000. Dropped Severed Arm of Snow Demon X2. Dropped Face of Shameless Boiling X5. Dropped Bath Towel of Reluctant Bathing Snowman X8. After over an hour had passed, Lin Mo finally leveled up. Congratulations, Lin Mo, your level has increased to LV13. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Godly Boss Summoner. Level, LV13, 530. Strength, 130. Spirit, 140. Agility, 130. Constitution, 130. Combat power, 130. The speed of leveling up was astonishing. No wonder nearly all job changers preferred to grind instances rather than hunt monsters in the wild. The abundance of creatures and the high experience yield in instances were unparalleled. Subsequently, Lin Mo fed all materials and 8 keepable items to his 3 summons. Due to the increase in summoned creatures, both materials and equipment needed to be evenly distributed. Fortunately, his continuous slaughter of lesser monsters had yielded a considerable amount of materials and gear. Moreover, the odds of obtaining precious equipment and materials in a nightmare-level instance were significantly higher. Lin Mo's storage space was nearing its limit. Selecting Feeding. Summon, Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress, 100. Godly Skill Development progress, 80. Summon, Golden Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 80. Godly Skill Development progress, 30. Summon, Golden Legendary Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 60. Godly Skill Development progress, 30. Congratulations, Lin Mo, your feeding level has increased. Godly Feeding LV4 to LV5. Class Skill, Godly Feeding LV5. Note: feeding summons grants them a 30-fold increase in all attributes. The enhancement of Godly Feeding was remarkable, allowing summons to gain a 30-fold boost in all attributes. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Though accustomed to the extraordinary, he was still somewhat taken aback by such a multiplier. Additionally, the feeding progress of the Slime General had also advanced. Summon, Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding level, 4. Strength, 1,700. Spirit, 1,500. Agility, 1,500. Constitution, 1,700. Skill, Jump Critical Hit. Godly Transformation completed. Can inflict 70 times Strength attribute area critical damage. Skill, Godly Split LV3, 300-300. Note: splits the Slime General into several clones, each possessing only strength attributes. With the elevation of the feeding level of his summons, their corresponding skills were also significantly enhanced. The current attributes of the Slime General and the Minotaur Lord were nearly indistinguishable. Lin Mo tidied up briefly and continued onward. Soon, he arrived at the next stronghold, the collapsing snow ridge. From a distance, the white snow reflected sunlight, presenting a dazzling scene. A snow-capped mountain had fractured in the middle, forming an elongated corridor of snowy landscape. Within the corridor, not a speck of snow could be found, as the relentless winds had blown it away. To progress through the instance, this path was unavoidable. Lin Mo had studied the instance of the Frosty Lands in his books. The most perilous place in the Frosty Lands was undoubtedly the collapsing snow ridge. Here, instance monsters congregated year-round, and the narrow paths were swarming with them. Without a party of over 10 individuals, it would be nearly impossible to breach this area. Furthermore, each member of such a party must be equipped with complete sets of gear and possess a professional level that was no less than advanced. Such stringent requirements rendered it exceedingly rare for anyone to conquer the Nightmare Instance. The last recorded completion of this Nightmare Instance was ages ago. The moment Lin Mo set foot in the collapsing snow ridge, he felt the biting cold wind. Fortunately, his 3 summons formed a protective barrier in front of him, blocking much of the chilling gusts. Just as he set foot within, countless wind demon apes, concealed within the wind's embrace, suddenly materialized. Upon closer inspection, there were no fewer than 100. They all hefted oversized wooden mallets, poised to attack. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and locked onto a wind demon ape. Wind demon ape, nightmare level instance monster. Level 13. Strength 500. Spirit 400. Agility 800. Constitution 400. Skill Gale double speed. Skill Heavy hammer critical hit. 30 chance to inflict double strength attribute critical damage. Lin Mo conducted an analysis. The wind demon ape boasted remarkable agility, and with the enhancement of its skill, its speed could reach 1600. It was nearly on par with the agility of Lin Mo's summons. Coupled with the heavy hammer critical hit, its damage potential was indeed formidable. High agility and high critical damage, truly a troublesome foe. This was merely a typical minor monster. One could only wonder what formidable presence awaited them among the upcoming instance bosses. Lin Mo had no time for further contemplation. He immediately commanded his summons to charge forward and employed the godly shared skill to envelop himself in the Minotaur Lord's thorned armor, reflecting 100 damage. With a mere thought, the formidable goblin summoner commanded the summoning of all goblin warriors. In an instant, the 2 opposing forces stood face to face. A grand assembly of 50 goblin warriors brandishing steel blades, their green faces adorned with menacing fangs. At the forefront, the Bull Lord pounded his chest with clenched fists, leading the charge. Meanwhile, General Slime remained steadfastly by Lin Mo's side, ever vigilant against unforeseen threats. Not far away, a gust of wind swept across the snow-capped peaks, scattering the white powder, which sparkled like stars under the sun's radiant glow. Deep within the broken ridge, 2 wind demonic apes beat their chests and roared. At this moment, a tumultuous horde of monsters surged towards Lin Mo, their sharp fangs bared and massive wooden clubs raised high. Lin Mo, in turn, guided his summoned creatures. The Bull Lord stomped his feet, using his horns to topple 2 wind demonic apes. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. The experience points diminished? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. It was no surprise. Given the overwhelming number of monsters here, a reduction in experience points was quite understandable. The terrain resembled a narrow passage, causing the wind demonic apes to compress into a long line. This was precisely the outcome Lin Mo had hoped for. He immediately commanded the Bull Lord to utilize the Wild Bull Charge skill. Consequently, most of the wind demonic apes would be stunned, leaving the remainder to General Slime and the powerful Goblin Summoner. Wild Bull Charge. The Bull Lord charged fiercely into the throng of wind demonic apes, aiming to stun them all. Just then, the wind demonic apes suddenly accelerated. They leapt onto all fours, leaving deep claw marks in their wake. In the blink of an eye, they evaded the Bull Lord's charge like a flash of white light, barreling straight toward Lin Mo. Oh no! Lin Mo gasped in alarm. These creatures understood the strategy of capturing the king before the thief. Their speed surged, closing the distance to Lin Mo within mere seconds. One of the wind demonic apes swung its club, making contact with Lin Mo's arm. Thud. Chapter 18. Leap critical hit. An overwhelming surge of power. The passive skill Shared Hardships activated, successfully transferring the damage to the 3 summoned creatures, which bore the brunt of it together. The Thorned Armor activated, causing a backlash of damage. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. Fortuitously, the skill Shared Hardships had saved Lin Mo from peril. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. His attributes were abysmally low. Without Shared Hardships, he would have long since succumbed to the claws of the wind demonic ape. Observing the scene, General Slime swiftly reacted, using its trident to deflect the charging wind demonic ape. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. However, the sheer number of wind demonic apes was staggering. Nearly 100 wind demonic apes lunged at Lin Mo simultaneously. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. He hurriedly commanded his 3 summoned creatures to encircle him. The powerful Goblin Summoner ordered the Goblin Warriors to counter-encircle the wind demonic apes. Yet, the disparity in numbers was considerable. The speed of the Goblin Warriors became a liability, requiring nearly 3 Goblin Warriors to subdue a single wind demonic ape. Thus, Lin Mo found himself still ensnared in this crisis. General Slime. Legendary Division. With a mere thought, the golden General Slime radiated a brilliant golden light. In the next moment, Its form seemed to shatter into countless tiny pieces. A myriad of adorable golden slime offspring began to bounce around, 300 in total. The Bull Lord provided cover as all the slime offspring unleashed their leap critical hits. The grand army of slimes obscured the menace of the winged demonic apes. 300 slime offspring soared into the air, preparing to unleash their power. During this time, a few quick-witted wind demonic apes managed to crush 5 or 6 slime offspring with their clubs. Since these divided slimes only inherited the power attributes of general slime, it was hardly a significant loss. Leap critical hit. One by one, the diminutive slime offspring descended from the sky like meteors, crashing down in a shower of fragments upon the snowy ridge. Boom, boom, boom. The leap critical hit could inflict damage equating to 70 times the power attribute. Each slime offspring, inheriting the power attributes of general slime, possessed a strength value of 1700. 1700 by 70, 119,000. Each slime offspring could inflict a staggering 119,000 points of damage. The earth trembled, as if it were on the verge of cracking. The thick layer of snow on the snowy ridge was momentarily dispersed by the overwhelming shockwave, revealing bare mountaintops. Thankfully, allied skills could not inflict damage, otherwise. With such a grand display, Lin Mo would have had nowhere to hide. The wind demonic apes, wielding their clubs, were momentarily stunned, only to be obliterated into fragments, their clubs flying from their grasp. The spectacle was magnificent. Successfully killed wind demonic ape, experience 3,200. Successfully killed wind demonic ape, experience 3,200. Acquired wind demonic apes club X99. Acquired wind demonic apes teeth X99. Acquired black iron grade wind set X5. The reward notifications persisted for half an hour, with experience points rapidly increasing. Yet, Lin Mo increasingly felt that leveling up was becoming more arduous. Despite slaying nearly 100 wind demonic apes, he had failed to reach the next level. His experience bar now rested at level LV13, 8925. As expected, the later stages of leveling became increasingly sluggish. Should others hear Lin Mo's inner thoughts, they would surely be overwhelmed with despair. Within just a couple of hours, he had nearly ascended 2 levels, a speed unparalleled in history. And this was merely the 3rd day before the grand examination, with 7 days remaining. At Lin Mo's pace, after the 10-day deadline, he would undoubtedly secure the top rank in the province. The divided general slimes soon regrouped, appearing somewhat weakened. Hence, Lin Mo promptly returned it to the summoning space, a sanctuary where summoned beings could continuously recover. With an abundance of materials and unwanted equipment, Lin Mo casually fed them to the 3 summoned creatures. Summoned creature, legendary golden slime general. Feeding progress, 20. God level skill development progress, 90. Summoned creature, legendary golden bull lord. Feeding progress, 100. God level skill development progress, 50. Summoned creature, legendary golden goblin summoner. Feeding progress, 80. God level skill development progress, 50. The Bull Lord's feeding progress reached completion. Its feeding level successfully ascended to level 3, resulting in a significant enhancement of its attributes. Summoned creature, legendary golden bull lord. Feeding level, 3. Strength, 2,900. Mentality, 2,450. Agility, 2,900. Physique, 2,900. Skill, bison charge, achieved God level enhancement. Stun duration increased to 70 seconds. Skill, thorn armor, note, reflects damage with a strength attribute value of 100. God level skill development progress, 50. After a brief adjustment, Lin Mo set forth once more. Upon traversing the snowy peaks, he was greeted by an expanse of pristine, endless snowfields. This was the dwelling place of the ultimate boss. The snowfield bore no traces of monsters. Yet, the chill in the air became increasingly biting. Reluctantly, Lin Mo retrieved 2 pieces of equipment from his storage space that could not be fed to his summons, donning them to fend off the cold. The howling winds surged. In the distance loomed a grand city sculpted from ice and snow. At the city gate stood sentinels such as the ice-white ape and the wind demon ape. Their expressions were fierce as they surveyed their surroundings. Behind them, a robust and imposing goblin summoner sat upon an ice throne, draped in a white fur cloak and wielding a crystalline staff. Lin Mo immediately targeted the goblin summoner, and relevant information promptly materialized. Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner, Nightmare level Elite Dungeon Monster. Level, 14. Strength, 1000. Spirit, 1500. Agility, 800. Physique, 800. Skill, Summon, 2020. Note, can summon 100 Goblin Frost Warriors with the same attributes. An Elite Dungeon Monster. Reflecting on the smaller bosses encountered within the dungeon, Lin Mo pondered whether the Elite Dungeon Monster might drop a boss crystal. Should it drop, Lin Mo would gain yet another formidable ally. The guards at the entrance of the Ice City were relatively few, significantly fewer than those in the snowy peaks. Learning from past experiences, Lin Mo wasted no time. He promptly commanded the Minotaur Lord and the Slime General to eliminate the guards at the gate with swift efficiency. Successfully killed Wind Demon Ape, gained 3,200 experience. Successfully killed Ice White Ape, gained 5,000 experience. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner instantly sensed the impending threat. Standing upon a blue halo, it began to chant menacingly, brandishing its crystalline staff. The other monsters in the barracks were stirred, rushing out in response. Lin Mo positioned the Slime General and the Minotaur Lord to flank and intercept the monsters' attacks, leading the powerful Goblin Summoner forward. Soon, they stood before the Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner. At that moment, its chant reached completion. The frigid winds began to rage, and countless snowflakes coalesced into ice crystals before Lin Mo's eyes. In a brief moment, 20 ferocious Goblin Frost Warriors were summoned, exhaling cold mist from their mouths. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner uttered a thunderous command, seemingly signaling the Goblin Frost Warriors. Each Goblin Frost Warrior exhibited a fierce glare, wielding steel blades forged from special ice crystals. The icy winds billowed around the Goblin Summoner's cloak, transforming it into a commanding presence on the battlefield, radiating confidence. The 20 Goblin Frost Warriors were its instruments of dominion over the conflict. Witnessing this, Lin Mo revealed a calm smile. Was it to be a battle of numbers? If so, let it commence. In the next instant, Lin Mo's will surged forth. The formidable Goblin Summoner positioned itself before Lin Mo, slowly raising its staff and beginning to chant. Moments later, 50 Goblin Warriors descended from the heavens, stirring a tempest of dust. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner found itself momentarily frozen in shock. 20 against 50? It was utterly outnumbered. Lin Mo sought a swift resolution, with a mere thought. The 50 Goblin Warriors raised their steel blades and charged towards the Goblin Frost Warriors. Not only did the Goblin Warriors hold a numerical advantage, but their attributes were also exceedingly superior. As the Goblin Frost Warriors lifted their ice crystal blades, they were ruthlessly cleaved in twain by the merciless steel blades. In an instant, the entire 20 Goblin Frost Warriors were annihilated. Without their summoned minions, the summoner was rendered helpless. Lin Mo was acutely aware of this fact. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner, now devoid of any means of resistance, still clung to its last vestige of dignity as an elite monster within the noble nightmare-level dungeon. It leapt into the air, raising its staff and charging towards Lin Mo, the source of its plight. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Lin Mo was unable to respond in time. The staff struck his shoulder with a resounding thud. Bam! A violent sound echoed as the Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, only to realize he had been slain by his own thorn armor. In a bid to guard against ambush, Lin Mo had consistently applied the thorn armor skill on himself. To his astonishment, the Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner had inadvertently sealed its own fate. Successfully killed the Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner, gained 20,000 experience. Dropped, Bronze Level Ice Staff, usable above level 12, Spirit 20, Skill Amplification 25. Dropped, Bronze Level Ice Cloak, usable above level 12, Physique 10, Spirit 5, Agility 5. Dropped, Silver Level Mage Earrings X2, usable above level 12, 15 chance, skill without consumption. Still not leveled up, Lin Mo felt a twinge of frustration. However, he understood that defeating elite-level monsters primarily yielded equipment drops. Experience points required slaying vast numbers of dungeon monsters to accumulate. To his surprise, one of the drops was a piece of jewelry. Though it was Lin Mo's first venture into a dungeon, he had read extensively about them. The probability of obtaining jewelry from any dungeon was exceedingly low. Typically, one would need to gather rare dungeon materials and seek out a class changer capable of forging accessories, with each crafting session incurring significant costs. A fortunate gain indeed. Yet, the effects of the earrings were not particularly beneficial to Lin Mo. With the existence of the magical spring, a skill of no consumption at 15 felt somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, such rarities could fetch a handsome sum. Lin Mo stowed the earrings into his storage space. With the demise of the elite monster, the Ice City crumbled instantaneously. The ground split open with a great fissure, swallowing Lin Mo and his summons whole. Oh no. Chapter 19. Soloing the Nightmare-level dungeon. Completed. Lin Mo plummeted from the sky, nearly meeting his demise, but fortunately, the Slime General cushioned his fall. With a resounding thud, he sprang back to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. The Slime General rolled over and stood upright, while his other two summons flanked him on either side. Looking up, Lin Mo was astonished to behold a colossal palace of ice crystals before him, flanked by countless ice sculptures. Deep within the crystalline palace, a woman adorned in a delicate azure gown, crowned with a blue crystal tiara, lay in slumber. Beneath her feet, a radiant circle of blue light emerged, captivating and resplendent. The intricate shape of the halo surpassed that of ordinary elite monsters in its brilliance. Lin Mo immediately focused on the figure of the woman in blue, and her information materialized before him. Ice Mage, Nightmare-level Lord Dungeon Monster. Level, 14. Strength, 800. Spirit, 3000. Agility, 500. Constitution, 2000. Skill, Frost Binding. Note, freezes everything within a 10-meter radius for 5 seconds, causing a continuous damage of 10 health points. Passive skill, Crystallization. Note. While asleep, the Ice Mage's subordinate monsters enter a state of dormancy, rendering them immune to all attacks. To activate the Lord Boss, a class changer must enter the skill range of the Ice Mage. The exceedingly high spirit indicates that the Ice Mage's magical damage is unprecedentedly formidable. The frost binding lasts for 5 seconds, during which time, the victim suffers ongoing damage from the skill. 10 points per second means that a single freeze could have 1's health. Regardless of the health pool, once controlled, one would bleed out by percentage. Since Lin Mo must step into the boss's skill range to activate it, the first round of skills must be endured. This boss is akin to a super vampire. After contemplating the additional information, Lin Mo swiftly realized that the surrounding ice sculptures were not mere decorations, but rather the Ice Mage's minions. These minions remain immune to all attacks while the Ice Mage slumbers. Thus, the strategy of clearing small monsters before confronting the Lord does not apply here. As soon as the Ice Mage awakens, these minions will spring to life and swarm. Lin Mo found it difficult to fathom how an ordinary person could conquer a nightmare-level dungeon. For him, this battle would be no easy feat. Firstly, there is only one opportunity to be frozen. A second freeze would signify a swift demise. Lin Mo frowned, taken aback by the formidable difficulty of the nightmare-level dungeon. However, should he successfully clear it and obtain the crystallization of this Lord Boss, he would be able to summon such a powerful entity. Crisis and opportunity coexist. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cubs. After all, Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves, sifting through various strategies in his mind. He seemed to have discovered certain blind spots. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he commanded a powerful goblin summoner to advance to the front lines. Summon. In the next moment, 50 goblin warriors stood ready for battle. Theoretically, the skill of shared suffering should allow summoned creatures to withstand damage. If the summoned creature summons also belong to the summoner, they should be able to absorb damage as well, shouldn't they? By having the goblin warriors charge forward to absorb the attack, he could order the other summoned creatures to strike during the Ice Mage's skill cooldown, thereby achieving an almost flawless victory over the Lord Boss. With this plan solidified, Lin Mo concentrated and commanded a goblin warrior to scout ahead. As he stepped into the 10-meter radius of the Ice Mage, a soft sigh echoed through the air. Sigh. The Ice Mage suddenly opened her eyes, her long lashes framing a pair of icy orbs that seemed capable of piercing through all. Upon spotting Lin Mo, she unleashed a furious rebuke, disturbing the queen's rest. Feel the wrath of royalty. The Ice Mage rose slowly from her throne, raising one hand. The entire crystalline palace began to tremble violently. A massive white ice flower appeared on the ceiling, plummeting downwards with haste. Bang! The ice flower shattered, dazzling shards embedding themselves within the ice sculptures. In an instant, the sculptures cracked and crumbled. Bang bang bang. Dozens of red-haired giant apes awakened from the ice sculptures, furiously beating their chests and letting out a series of thunderous roars. Roar. Ice Palace Red Ape, Nightmare Level Elite Dungeon Monster. Level 13. Strength 1,500. Spirit 1,000. Agility 800. Constitution 1,500. The Ice Palace Red Ape belongs to the elite level of dungeon monsters. Its strength and constitution attributes are utterly intimidating. No wonder a nightmare-level dungeon requires a full party of class changers to tackle it. For any foolhardy enough to attempt a solo run, simply defeating a single elite dungeon monster would be a considerable challenge, let alone facing a dozen of them, not to mention the even more formidable Ice Mage Lord. Just as Lin Mo was deep in thought, a resonant low growl reverberated throughout the palace. Frostbinding. The Ice Mage was enraged. Ice crystals swiftly spread from beneath her feet in all directions. The leading goblin warrior was instantly encased in ice, suffering continuous damage. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Mo, who stood within the skill's range, remained completely unscathed. The passive skill of shared suffering had activated. Lin Mo was overjoyed, realizing that this flaw could be exploited. If others were to learn how he had withstood the Ice Mage's damage in this manner, they would likely explode with disbelief. After all, if the goblin warriors fell, they could be summoned anew. If a human perished, however, all was lost. Even the Ice Mage, who was in the midst of casting her spell, paused in shock. This class changer before her stood unfazed. Was her skill ineffective? Impossible. She was a queen, the most formidable figure in the land of frost. Could she not even control a mere class changer? Taste the wrath of the queen. The Ice Mage was furious. The Ice Palace Red Apes, receiving her command, lunged toward Lin Mo with ferocity. A flurry of red figures arced through the air. At that moment, the Slime General, wielding a trident and a golden shield, intercepted the onslaught. Bang! The Slime General brought the golden shield crashing down upon the head of an Ice Palace Red Ape, while simultaneously jabbing with his trident. The Ice Palace Red Ape howled in agony. The formidable goblin summoner directed the remaining 40 goblin warriors to encircle the Ice Palace Red Apes, attacking relentlessly with their steel blades. In no time, the dozen Ice Palace Red Apes were completely vanquished. Successfully killed Ice Palace Red Ape, experience 8,000. Successfully killed Ice Palace Red Ape, experience 8,000. Successfully killed Ice Palace Red Ape. Experience 8,000. Dropped. Ice Palace Red Ape's Red for 99. Dropped. Ice Palace Red Ape's Large Red Underwear 5. Dropped. Ice Palace Red Ape's Toenails 10. Dropped. Bronze Level Red Ape Set 5. The Ice Mage was thrown into disarray as her minions were swiftly obliterated. At this very moment, the Frost Binding skill had come to an end, as the Goblin Warrior, fortified against damage, dispelled control effects, and still possessed half its health, it brandished a small steel dagger and charged towards the Ice Mage. The Ice Mage promptly unleashed a series of ordinary attacks, swiftly dispatching the Goblin Warrior. However, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. At the moment, the Ice Mage was flustered. He had already commanded the Minotaur Lord to charge forward. With a wild stampede, the Minotaur sent the Ice Mage flying, leaving her stunned for 70 seconds. Subsequently, the Slime General soared into action. With a lethal leap, it unleashed a critical strike. Boom. The entire Crystal Palace began to shake violently, as ice sculptures from the ceiling plummeted down. Successfully killed the Ice Mage, Nightmare Level Dungeon Boss. Experience gained 50,000. Completed Solo Dungeon Quest. Experience gained 50,000. Congratulations to Lin Mo on leveling up. LV13 to LV14. Name: Lin Mo. Class: God Tier Boss Summoner. Level: LV14, 523. Strength: 140. Spirit: 150. Agility: 140. Constitution: 140. Combat Power Value: 140. Solo Dungeon Drop: Ice Mage's Boss Crystal. Solo Dungeon Drop: Silver Grade Ice Mage's Bracelet X2, for level 12 and above. Magic Recovery 30. Spirit: 300. Strength: 200. Completed first run of Frostland Dungeon. Drop: Frost Heart X3. Solo Dungeon Drop: Ice Mage's Blue Bell Veil, female, for level 12 and above, with a 2 chance to evade skill attacks. The drop notifications lingered for quite some time. Lin Mo stood still for a while, realizing that indeed, this was a nightmare level dungeon, yielding an abundance of rewards. None of these items were worthless. Perhaps this was also related to Lin Mo's solo completion of the dungeon. These silver-grade accessories, if placed in the auction house, would likely fetch an exorbitant price. The 2 silver-grade Ice Mage's bracelets could conservatively start at 500,000 gold coins. The Blue Bell Veil was a decorative piece, devoid of grade and not occupying an equipment slot. It also possessed the ability to evade skills, making it a rare treasure. The combined value of these 3 items easily surpassed 1 million. Lin Mo allowed his excitement to gradually settle. He slowly extracted the Ice Mage's Boss Crystal and gently crushed it. Class Skill: God Tier Boss Summoning Technique LV1, 11. Note: the first summoning of a boss does not require a boss crystal. Utilizing the God Tier Boss Summoning Technique, a new member is about to emerge. Chapter 20. Your dungeon efficiency is too low. The sky revealed a gray hue, with shimmering blue ice flowers cascading down. Under a beam of light, the Ice Mage gradually unveiled her true form. With a refined visage, she exuded a regal coldness. Her features possessed an indescribable allure. Lin Mo held his breath, focusing intently. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from beneath the Ice Mage's feet, enveloping her entirely in a golden shroud, as if draping her in a gown of light. In that moment, her crystalline staff transformed into gold. Summon: Golden Legendary Ice Mage. Strength: 1,600. Spirit: 6,000. Agility: 1,000. Constitution: 4,000. Skill: Frost Freeze, fully evolved to God Tier, capable of freezing all living beings within a 20-meter radius for 10 seconds, inflicting 20 life points of damage. Passive Skill: Crystallization, fully evolved to God Tier. While asleep, all allies within 10 meters of the Ice Mage are crystallized, rendering them immune to all attacks. Note: crystallization cannot initiate attacks. What more could Lin Mo say? The numbers were astounding. A spirit value of 6,000 was indeed monstrous. Her constitution had already surpassed any of Lin Mo's summons. Moreover, the 2 skills post-evolution could only be described as capable of annihilating foes instantly. Frost Freeze was even more practical than the Minotaur's charge. Not only did it provide control, but it also dealt damage, a perfect skill. Lin Mo immediately began feeding the collected equipment and materials to his 4 summons. Summon: Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress: 40. God Tier Skill Development progress: 100. The God Tier skill development was a success. Skill: Starfall Attraction. Note: the Slime General can forcibly attract any creature within a 50-meter radius, disarming them. Summon: Golden Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress: 20. God Tier Skill Development progress: 70. Summon: Golden Legendary Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress: 100. Feeding progress is full, level increased. God Tier Skill Development progress: 70. Summon: Golden Legendary Ice Mage. Feeding progress: 10. God Tier Skill Development progress: 10. What delightful surprises! The Slime General's skill development progress had reached its peak once again. Starfall Attraction could draw any creature within 50 meters toward the Slime General and disarm them. What if the slime general used God-tier split and then employed Starfall attraction? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The combination of God-tier split, Starfall attraction, and a critical leap could create a real-life version of a meteor shower. Lin Mo, usually so composed, could hardly contain his exhilaration at this moment. The synergy of the slime general's skills could produce devastating area damage. The Minotaur Lord's abilities could charge in and immobilize enemies while serving as a formidable shield. The powerful goblin summoner constituted Lin Mo's army. Meanwhile, the ice mage stood as the most formidable defensive system. With the current strength of his bosses, Lin Mo could easily tackle dungeons above level 20. Even a second reincarnation 30-level ordinary class player would be instantaneously annihilated in a duel against him. In the midst of his elation, Lin Mo did not forget that the powerful goblin summoner had leveled up. He opened the attribute panel. Summon, golden legendary powerful goblin summoner. Feeding level, 2. Strength, 2,500. Spirit, 3,000. Agility, 2,500. Constitution, 2,500. Skill, summon goblin warrior, 200200. Fully evolved to God tier. Can summon goblin warriors with 100 of the attributes of the main body. The number of summonable goblin warriors had escalated to over 200. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Mo withdrew all his summons back into the summoning space. Class skill, God tier summoning space LV1, 45. The God tier summoning space was nearing its capacity. Lin Mo wondered when it would level up again. He felt a twinge of frustration. According to the upgrade patterns of his other skills, continuous use of this skill should allow for ongoing enhancement. However, the divine summoning space has yet to advance. Perhaps there exists some form of limitation? Or might it be that an upgrade will only occur once all 5 slots have been exhausted? Lin Mo chose not to dwell on such thoughts. After all, there remains one empty slot. He would summon another boss and see what the outcome would be. After a brief respite, Lin Mo had effectively cleared the monsters within the dungeon. Staying any longer would serve little purpose. He promptly made his way towards the nearby exit, which was now aglow. Selecting to leave the dungeon, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting Lin Mo to the entrance of the dungeon. His sudden appearance attracted the attention of the onlookers. Isn't that the lad who just ventured in to tackle the dungeon alone? They murmured. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed after such a lengthy duration. He seemed somewhat dazed. Perhaps the experience within was not so pleasant. A solitary player conquering a nightmare-level dungeon had yet to be witnessed, and the surrounding crowd shook their heads in jest. At that moment, Bai Bingbing rushed over, her eyes scanning Lin Mo for any injuries, her expression fraught with concern. Witnessing her anxious demeanor stirred something within Lin Mo, though he quickly quelled it. Are you all right? How could you undertake the dungeon alone? Bai Bingbing inquired, her voice laced with worry. Once she confirmed that Lin Mo bore no wounds, she finally relaxed. It is a relief you made it out alive. If anything happened to you because of my actions, I would never find peace. Bai Bingbing led Lin Mo to a quieter spot, chattering incessantly. Lin Mo's countenance remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of Zhou Bing and Qi Long. A faint frown creased his brow. Where are those two? Bai Bingbing explained. Those two ventured off with the Xiongbing adventure team to tackle the nightmare dungeon, seeking the Frost Heart. The difficulty of nightmare-level dungeons is exceedingly high, and few manage to clear them. Bai Bingbing sighed. They only have 7 or 8 members. Though their levels are high, they are vastly outnumbered. Lin Mo queried. The Abyss dungeon can also yield the Frost Heart. There is no necessity to select the nightmare level. Bai Bingbing shook her head with a wry smile. When dealing with these adventure teams, they will not part with the boss soul tier unless we offer something in return. Ah, I see, Lin Mo mused. It seems this time the illusory realm is beyond my reach. Bai Bingbing pouted, gazing skyward. At that moment, a voice resonated from the dungeon, echoing before the entrance of the Frostland dungeon. Congratulations, Lin Mo, for successfully soloing the dungeon and setting a new record for the nightmare level. Buzz. At that instant, all the transmuters gathered before the Frostland dungeon began to search the crowd for Lin Mo. Who is Lin Mo? Isn't that the lad who just emerged from the dungeon? He really did solo the nightmare dungeon. This boy must be extraordinary. Bai Bingbing's gaze towards Lin Mo had shifted noticeably. Lin Mo, his expression unreadable, retrieved a Frost Heart from his storage space. 100,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. Bai Bingbing eagerly accepted the Frost Heart. How did you manage it? Lin Mo remained silent. Regardless of how he cleared the dungeon, possessing the Frost Heart meant they could exchange it with the Xiongbing adventure team for the boss soul tier. The illusory realm. The illusory realm. I now have the opportunity to enter the illusory realm. Bai Bingbing exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lin Mo's cheek in her excitement. The sudden warmth rendered Lin Mo momentarily speechless, his mind awhirl. Buzz. His thoughts buzzed. Bai Bingbing, realizing her boldness, flushed crimson. I apologize. I was too excited just now. Lin Mo shook his head, just as the crowd was discussing Lin Mo's solo accomplishment. A group clad in matching attire appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, their expressions grim. Bai Bingbing spotted Zhou Bing and Qi Long among them. Qi Long was venting his frustrations, Damn it, we couldn't even get past the first checkpoint, yet they claim to be the strongest adventure team in Beijiang. Bah. Zhou Bing cast a dark glance at Wu Gang, who led the group. What a waste of time. Despite our numbers, we couldn't clear the Nightmare Dungeon. In contrast, Lin Mo had soloed the Nightmare Dungeon and shattered the record. By comparison, these adventurers seemed far less impressive. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Wu Gang abruptly looked up. Grabbing a bystander, he demanded, "Who is Lin Mo? He cleared the Nightmare Dungeon?" The bystander, trembling, pointed towards Lin Mo in the corner. "It's him. He broke the record for the Nightmare Dungeon." Following the direction of the finger, Wu Gang inhaled sharply. "The Slime General is my little brother? It's him." Simultaneously, Zhou Bing and Qi Long's expressions darkened further. The mockery they had directed at Lin Mo before entering the dungeon now stung painfully in hindsight. What now? Zhou Bing thought, I don't want to call this guy father. A twitch crossed his face as he pondered, the best course of action is to leave. The two turned to make their exit. Bai Bingbing waved, "Hey, where are you two going?" "To return to school," Qi Long shouted as he dashed away. Bai Bingbing spread her hands in exasperation. Those two are abandoning the Frost Heart. Lin Mo chuckled softly. They are reluctant to concede before me, especially since they would have to acknowledge me as their father. Bai Bingbing burst into laughter. She gazed at Lin Mo, a feeling within her growing increasingly profound. "The hour is late. I must return to school to complete my task. The Kyoto Academy awaits you." Lin Mo nodded, a serene heart beginning to stir with emotion. "This Frost Heart is for you." Bai Bingbing accepted the icy blue Frost Heart, then transferred 100,000 gold coins to Lin Mo's account as payment. Though Lin Mo held a certain fondness for Bai Bingbing, he recognized that a transaction was a transaction, and 100,000 gold coins was no trifling matter. "I owe you a favor." Just as Bai Bingbing was about to depart, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something. "Wait." He casually produced a pair of Ice Mage earrings and handed them to Bai Bingbing. "What is this?" Bai Bingbing exclaimed, astonished as she examined the earrings. "Silver level Ice Mage earrings 2, for use above level 12, 15 chance of no skill consumption. Buzz, a level 12 silver accessory, a 15 chance of no skill consumption." Although it dropped from a mage boss, its skill attributes complemented assassins splendidly. An assassin's output relies on skill damage. With one earring granting a 15 chance of no skill consumption, 2 would yield a 30 chance. This would allow an assassin to utilize more skills, inflicting greater damage. Bai Bingbing regarded Lin Mo thoughtfully. She mused that this gift must have been meticulously chosen by him for her. He is so considerate. Yet, she felt unworthy of such a lavish present. "This pair of earrings is valued at no less than 300,000 gold coins." Lin Mo replied calmly, "To me, they hold little value. They are yours now. Wait until I gain admission to the prestigious Kyoto Academy, and I shall still require your protection." Bai Bingbing shyly smiled. Who protects whom is yet to be determined. Accepting the gift, Lin Mo continued with unwavering conviction. Matters of resolve are not easily altered. Bai Bingbing ceased her reluctance, carefully placing the earrings against her chest, nodding her head with lowered gaze. Thank you." Although she had spent 100,000 gold coins on a Frost Heart, the earrings Lin Mo gifted her were of even greater value. One could say she owed him much more. How would she repay such favors in the future? Was it to offer herself in return? Oh, how embarrassing. Bai Bingbing refrained from pursuing such thoughts. She pursed her lips and looked up at Lin Mo. "I shall take my leave now." Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Dungeons have a cooldown period of 12 hours, and having just completed the Frostland dungeon, he could not re-enter within that time frame. He found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged. After such prolonged battles within the dungeon, it was time to rest and reflect upon his gains and losses. Just as Lin Mo was enjoying the tranquility, Wu Gang approached with a beaming smile. "Hey, little brother, do you remember me?" Lin Mo lifted his gaze slightly. He had seen him at the auction house. Wu Gang rubbed his hands together, chuckling. "Haha, little brother has a good memory. I heard you soloed the Nightmare Dungeon." Lin Mo did not respond. Wu Gang continued. "You must have acquired more than one Frost Heart. Would you care to exchange some for gold?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow and inquired. "Didn't someone just trade with you?" Wu Gang scratched his head, admitting he did indeed possess a Frost Heart. However, such a valuable item had uses beyond merely completing guild tasks. "Since you are a friend of Lao Liang, I shall not hide the truth from you. The guild requires rare materials at each stage for development. Frost Hearts are certainly in high demand." Although Lin Mo appeared merely 18, his demeanor was notably mature. From Wu Gang's subtle expressions, he discerned something amiss. Wu Gang was lying. The true purpose of the Frost Hearts was likely not for guild construction. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, shaking his head. "I wish to keep the remaining Frost Hearts for myself." Wu Gang paused for a moment. Forcing a smile, "You won't find any use for such items. I offer you 200,000 gold coins for your Frost Hearts. How about that?" The price had been raised again. This only reinforced the notion that Frost Hearts held even greater value. Lin Mo, being astute, promptly declined Wu Gang's offer. "I prefer to keep them for myself." Wu Gang's expression darkened. This kid was impervious to persuasion. "Humph, just you wait." Lin Mo's demeanor remained calm as Wu Gang and his guild members departed. At last, Lin Mo could enjoy some peace. Groups of job changers at the dungeon entrance cycled in and out. Lin Mo repeatedly reviewed his battles within the Nightmare Dungeon, preparing for his next venture. Currently, his level was 14. He needed to reach level 15 to tackle the Cloud Dungeon. During this transitional phase, some players opted to grind monsters in the wild for experience. But the scattered wild monsters were far less efficient than dungeons. Thus, Lin Mo chose to await the respawn of the Frostland Dungeon. He could take this time to adjust his state of readiness. Even machines require regular maintenance. He had wasted too much time in the Snow Ridge. After Lin Mo's analysis, he estimated that his speed in the next dungeon run could at least double. Soon, night fell. Numerous campfires were set up at the dungeon's entrance, with hot soup simmering atop them. At least 7 or 8 teams were stationed at the dungeon's entrance, all dedicated to farming materials for profit. Almost every dungeon entrance had such small teams. A slightly fatigued 5-member team approached from a distance. The drop rate of wild monsters is far too low. They scarcely yield any precious materials. I heard from a friend in the Brave Adventure Guild that their young leader, Xiong is transitioning this year and aiming for provincial rankings. Therefore, the guild urgently requires a large quantity of rare materials to craft equipment. Frost hearts are among those materials. So they use frost hearts to craft equipment. Frost hearts are rare materials that can only be obtained from defeating the abyss-level Frostland dungeon bosses. We're unlikely to achieve that. Hey, look over there at that young brother. He seems unfamiliar. Indeed, it was Lin Mo's first encounter with them. He seemed like a novice. Oh, what a perfect opportunity. Let us recruit him, gather a few more people, and tackle the abyss dungeon together. Rinshan, you go. Hey, buddy, all alone. The young man named Rinshan appeared to be a mage, wielding a bronze-level staff and wearing a complete set of Frostland dungeon gear. Lin Mo slowly lifted his head. Is there something you need? You seem to be a novice. Would you like to join us for leveling? Our levels are quite high, and we all have complete sets of gear. As he spoke, Rinshan scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe, realizing he lacked any notable equipment, further solidifying his belief that Lin Mo was an inexperienced newbie. Join us. We can help you aim for provincial rankings. Lin Mo shook his head. No, thank you. I prefer to go solo. Rinshan awkwardly chuckled. Little brother, it seems you've never ventured into a dungeon before. How could one possibly solo a dungeon? Even for a basic dungeon, at least 3 players are needed. With just yourself, you'd perish in there without anyone to recover your body. Lin Mo calmly shook his head. It seems you are yet to grasp the challenges of soloing a dungeon. Rinshan sighed in response. Lin Mo's resolute stance compelled him to return to his team with a shake of his head and a sigh. What did that kid say? Rinshan lamented. He refuses to team up with us, insisting on soloing the dungeon. Laughter erupted among the team at the absurdity of the claim. They then chose a nearby clearing to set up a campfire and began preparing food. Throughout this time, Rinshan frequently glanced in Lin Mo's direction, seemingly reluctant to give up on recruiting him. Stop looking, let him fend for himself. But he seems so lonely. Should we not at least give him a nudge? Nudge him about what? The kid is quite stubborn. Rinshan ladled a bowl of soup and grabbed a few steamed buns, making his way toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately became alert. Rinshan reassured him, I mean you no harm. As he spoke, he extended the buns toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. When offered something by a stranger, it is best to decline. He flatly refused. This left Rinshan feeling somewhat awkward. There's no poison, I assure you. Besides, what would I gain by poisoning a novice like you? Just look at you. You don't even have a decent piece of equipment. I'm not foolish. Lin Mo remained vigilant. Rinshan was left utterly speechless. You seem rather pitiful. Why not join our team? After much insistence from Rinshan, Lin Mo was pulled into the group. The other 4 members, upon seeing Lin Mo join, began to scrutinize him closely. What is your name? What level are you? Haven't you passed the major exam yet, have you? After the major exam, would you be interested in becoming a professional material farmer? A barrage of questions was hurled at Lin Mo, who remained silent, ultimately leading everyone to conclude that this fellow was mute. Rinshan chuckled. Come now? You've frightened our novice brother. In truth, Lin Mo's demeanor was characterized by a pronounced wariness towards unfamiliar faces. At dawn tomorrow, you shall join our party to enter the dungeon. I guarantee you will level up after just one run, he assured. Lin Mo remained noncommittal, and Rinshan chose not to press further. Come the break of day, Lin Mo was the first to awaken. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke. The dungeon's cooldown timer had reset. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from a distance. Rinshan stirred awake, quickly rushing to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Moments later, he returned, his face a flurry of urgency. There are several gold hunting teams ahead, scrambling for recruits. The Brave Legion has increased their bounty. Whoever claims the Frost Heart will receive 200,000 gold coins. Is that so? Rinshan nodded, swallowing hard. That's why a group of gold hunting teams from the Cloud Dungeon has arrived early, eager to get in on the action. These scoundrels have no shame. There are hardly any level 12 newbies left since the job change just happened. We must enter the dungeon quickly. We cannot let that young brother be snatched away. He positioned Lin Mo in the center of their group, cautiously making their way toward the dungeon, attempting to blend in. As they approached, Lin Mo noticed the entrance teeming with people. Several burly men clad in silver-tier armor loomed threateningly, their gazes sweeping over the crowd. One particular gold hunting team suddenly spotted Lin Mo. Hey, he looks like a novice. In an instant, multiple teams converged around him. Rinshan hurriedly shielded Lin Mo, drawing his sword and preparing to defend fiercely. Stay back. There's no need for theft here. From the throng, a towering figure emerged, clad entirely in silver armor. He cracked his knuckles, a cold smirk curling his lips. I'm taking him. What will you do about it? Rinshan urgently cautioned. That's the butcher from the Cloud Dungeon gold hunting team. He's notorious for being ruthless. Perhaps we should let this go. Damn it. I'm not willing to back down. The butcher had a fearsome reputation. Anything he desired was rarely contested. The other gold hunting teams prudently withdrew. At that moment, the butcher beckoned Lin Mo with a finger. Hey, newbie, come with me. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, perceiving that these ruffians regarded him as mere merchandise. Their audacity was astounding. Rinshan jabbed Lin Mo in the side, eager to push him forward. Lin Mo was a ticking time bomb. It would be best to offload him quickly. Brother, it's not that we don't want to take you. You'll level up under the butcher, he urged. At this juncture, the butcher's gaze fixated on Lin Mo, with the other gold hunters watching intently, eager to witness his decision. Just then, Lin Mo slowly stepped out from the group. He neither chose the butcher nor any of the gold hunting teams. Instead, he nonchalantly walked toward the dungeon. Chapter 22, Starfall Cataclysm. Don't you dare be ungrateful. The butcher was enraged, feeling that Lin Mo had crossed a line. As he approached Lin Mo, a massive hammer materialized in his hand. The onlookers gasped. Knight's Heavy Hammer. A rare class. No wonder the butcher was so fearsome. Rinshan shielded his eyes, sighing repeatedly. This is it. As the heavy hammer descended, everyone instinctively closed their eyes, envisioning a scene of carnage. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed, plunging the world into silence. Curious eyes opened to behold an astonishing sight. What was this? A summoned creature? A golden slime general appeared majestically before the crowd, wielding a golden trident and shield, resembling a colossal statue. The once arrogant butcher was now pinned beneath this giant figure, reduced to a mere pancake, blood spraying several meters away. Lin Mo cast a glance at the butcher's lifeless form before turning back toward the dungeon, resolutely opting for the nightmare difficulty. The slime general trailed behind Lin Mo, dissipating into a beam of light before the astonished onlookers. Everyone gulped in disbelief. Rinshan, clutching Lin Mo, trembled uncontrollably. What just happened? He stammered. Lin Mo replied. That fellow summoned a giant slime and flattened the butcher. It took a long moment for the crowd to gather their wits. Someone pointed at the nightmare level displayed at the dungeon entrance, exclaiming, "This kid is attempting to solo the nightmare dungeon." At that moment, Rinshan recalled the conversation he had with Lin Mo the previous night and gave himself a slap on the forehead. I'm such a fool. The butcher had met his end at the dungeon entrance, and his teammates would undoubtedly come to investigate. To avoid unnecessary complications, all gold hunting teams promptly vacated the Frostland dungeon. Let us get out of here. We don't need any trouble. And let us keep our mouths shut. We can't afford to offend anyone. The dungeon entrance quickly cleared. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already descended into chaos inside the dungeon. With the lessons learned from before, his second run was exponentially faster. Successfully killed Frost White Ape. Experience 8,000. Successfully killed Frost White Ape. Experience 8,000. Arriving at the broken snow ridge, nearly 100 wind demonic apes emerged in the narrow gorge. Lin Mo directed the Minotaur leader to charge through the wind demonic apes with its bull charge skill, then commanded the slime general to unleash a godly split. 300 slime hatchlings soared into the air, gathering starlight. All wind demonic apes within a 50-meter radius were instantly drawn aloft, forming a colossal sphere. Lin Mo raised his arm, extending it before slowly clenching his fist. Jumping critical hit. Boom. The 300 slime hatchlings simultaneously unleashed their jumping critical hit skill on the wind demonic apes. The resulting explosion resembled a meteor detonating in midair, generating ripples of energy that spread wildly. The sky trembled as if it were quaking, and the air began to distort. This spectacle was breathtaking. Lin Mo inhaled deeply. This combo could truly be dubbed the Starfall Cataclysm. Almost all the wind demonic apes were obliterated in an instant. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. Successfully killed wind demonic ape. Experience 3,200. Lin Mo's experience bar surged to 68. The rate of leveling up had noticeably slowed. After level 10, the experience required for each subsequent level increased exponentially. To level up, one must amass a considerable amount of experience. In truth, Lin Mo's leveling speed had already surpassed that of ordinary players by several times. His solo dungeon runs yielded exclusive experience rewards, while others embark on dungeon runs primarily in groups, sharing both experience and equipment materials. Lin Mo's pace of leveling far surpasses theirs by several magnitudes. Upon traversing the snowy ridge, he arrives at the ice and snow main city. Without hesitation, he He summons all his companions. The slime general unleashes another round of cataclysmic attacks, while the Minotaur Lord charges forth, stunning the isolated dungeon monsters. The formidable goblin summoner calls forth goblin warriors, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the ice mage's goblin summoner, who stands guard behind Lin Mo. The cacophony of battle erupts, bang, crash, clatter. Within a mere 5 minutes, all dungeon monsters are obliterated. This time, the ice mage's goblin summoner yields no precious equipment, only some materials. However, the experience gained is substantial, with Lin Mo's experience bar surging to 82. After a brief respite, he steps into the lair of the boss. The familiar crystalline palace greets him once again, along with the well-known ice mage, who gazes at him alluringly. Suddenly, her gaze shifts to behind Lin Mo. The golden ice mage. How detestable. Gold is my least favorite color. The ice mage exclaims angrily. Feel the wrath of the queen. I am the true sovereign of this palace. Lin Mo chuckles wryly. I believe you shall meet your demise once more. With a steely gaze, he sets the two ice mages against each other. The golden ice mage raises her golden staff and softly chants. In an instant, ice spreads from beneath her feet. The ice mage lord also begins to chant, ice extending from her feet as well. Moments later, a golden radiance envelopes the entire crystalline palace. The golden ice mage ascends into the air, freezing every creature within a 20-meter radius. Even the ice mage lord is transformed into a statue of ice. Frost freeze. Total ice lockdown. Comprehensive freeze damage. The freezing lasts a full 10 seconds, reducing all creatures within the palace to mere puddles of fleshy remnants. Successfully defeated the ice mage, nightmare level boss dungeon. Experience 50,000. Completed solo dungeon mission. Experience 50,000. Set a new record for the dungeon. Experience 100,000. Consecutively shattered the Nightmare Frost Domain dungeon record, earning the title of Frost King. Note: immune to 20 ice attribute skills. Consecutively shattered the Nightmare Frost Domain dungeon record. Receiving a basic dungeon refresh token, 55. Note: can refresh dungeons below level 30. Congratulations, Lin Mo, you have leveled up. LV 14, LV 15. Name: Lin Mo. Class: God level boss summoner. Title: Frost King. Note: immune to 20 ice attribute skills. Level: LV 15001. Strength: 150. Mentality: 160. Agility: 150. Vitality: 150. Combat power star rating: 150. A title. What a delightful surprise. Class changers can acquire titles through hidden dungeon quests, adventurer guild tasks, city missions, etc. Notably, titles gained from hidden dungeon quests are particularly powerful. It is evident that Lin Mo inadvertently completed a hidden quest of nightmare difficulty, granting him a title with significant enhancements. An unexpected boon. Moreover, he has stumbled upon a basic dungeon refresh token. Lin Mo had encountered such items in certain tomes. As the experience required for leveling up grows immensely, continual dungeon runs become essential for amassing experience. The dungeon refresh token is undoubtedly the best ally on the path to advancement. However, such tokens are notoriously difficult to obtain from dungeons, typically crafted by high-level item makers, and command a hefty price in the market. To find one within a dungeon, what serendipity! Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Mo promptly feeds all materials and equipment to his summons. Summon: Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress: 50. God level skill development progress: 10. Summon: Golden Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress: 30. God level skill development progress: 80. Summon: Golden Legendary Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress: 10. God level skill development progress: 80. Summon: Golden Legendary Ice Mage. Feeding progress: 20. God level skill development progress: 20. Lin Mo notices that the feeding progress is decreasing, which is to be expected. As his summons grow more powerful, the resources required also multiply. This also indicates that Lin Mo must venture to the next dungeon to continue leveling up. Observing his level, he smiles. He has reached level 15, the same as Ming Junshin in his prime. Yet, Lin Mo is considerably stronger. With 6 days remaining until the major examination, at this rate, he might ascend another 3 levels within that time. After a brief adjustment, Lin Mo chooses to exit the dungeon. Outside, the area is deserted. Suddenly, he spots a group of newcomers making their way toward the Frost Domain dungeon. Finally level 12. Time to tackle the dungeon. Among the newcomers, Lin Mo seems to catch a glimpse of Jean Mimi, her gaze resolute as she strides toward the Frost Domain dungeon, filled with fighting spirit. Lin Mo, I am nearly catching up to you. Lin Mo pays little mind to this and decides to return to Beijiang City before heading to the Cloud Dungeon, intending to sell some items. His storage space is nearing its limit. As he departs, he leaves behind a long silhouette. A few girls teaming up with Jean Mimi suddenly point into the distance. Mimi, it's him. Jean Mimi looks up, her determined expression gradually fading into disbelief. Has he outpaced me yet again? How am I to catch up? Always just a step behind, be it in exams or leveling up in dungeons. Jin Mimi feels a wave of frustration wash over her, though despair does not take hold. Mimi, are you alright? Her teammates inquire with concern. After a moment of composure, Jin Mimi's gaze reveals a newfound determination. I'm fine. One day, I will surpass him. Then let us hurry and tackle the dungeon. I've heard that the higher the dungeon level, the greater the experience and rewards. Moreover, the Heroic Adventurers Guild has issued a quest. Whoever obtains the Heart of Frost can exchange it for 200,000 gold coins. With that wealth, we can purchase equipment and enhance our combat prowess. Jin Mimi and her companions swiftly approach the entrance of the Frost Domain dungeon. Since higher-level dungeons yield more experience, they decide to choose the Abyss and test the waters. Jin Mimi's heart races with the desire to surpass Lin Mo. The narrative divides into two paths. At this moment, Lin Mo returned to North River City on foot. The guards at the city gate immediately recognized him. Ah, little brother, you're back. It's been several days. What level have you reached? Lin Mo glanced up and realized it was one of the comrades who had earnestly advised him before he left the city. He merely smiled faintly and chose not to respond. This young lad possesses quite a depth of character, the guard remarked awkwardly. With the crucial examination approaching, Lin Mo did not linger within North River City and made his way directly to the central auction house. During the day, the auction house attracted a considerable number of visitors, predominantly members of the gold harvesting teams. They procured materials and equipment from dungeons and then consigned them to the auction house in exchange for gold coins. This exchange had evolved into a tightly woven industrial chain. The gold seekers were always weary and hasty. Lin Mo found an empty spot and promptly accessed his auction interface. Welcome, Slime is my little brother, to the auction house. Having previously operated within this interface, Lin Mo was now exceedingly familiar with it. At that moment, a weathered gold seeker cast a glance at Lin Mo little brother. You seem rather young. You must be one of this batch's examinees, right? Lin Mo furrowed his brow and looked at the gold seeker, whose sunken eyes and unkempt beard hinted at age. He donned a set of rusted armor that was nearly worn out. Is there something you need? Lin Mo inquired. The gold seeker chuckled lightly with a gravelly voice. I have an abundance of fine items here that I can sell to you at a bargain. Realizing he was merely a salesman, Lin Mo chose to disregard him. The gold seeker grew anxious. Little brother, I am a well-known gold seeker from the Frostland dungeon. Call me Old Mo. I enjoy fish. What do you like to eat? Old Mo deliberately attempted to engage Lin Mo. Unlike most gold seekers who silently consign materials to the auction house and hastily return to the dungeons, he appeared to have ample time. I don't need anything. Lin Mo stated plainly, unwilling to squander any more time on this. Old Mo, with a thick skin, produced a snow lotus, an exquisite material exclusive to the Abyss dungeon, and placed it before Lin Mo. This is a top-notch material, available to you at a bargain. Lin Mo merely glanced at the snow lotus before rummaging through his storage space. Soon, he extracted 300 or 400 snow lotuses identical to the one in Old Mo's hand. Is this the kind of thing you're referring to? Lin Mo asked indifferently. At that moment, Old Mo was utterly taken aback. Cough, you. Lin Mo, with an exceedingly calm expression, continued to pull out various precious materials and exquisite equipment from his storage space. Soon, his surroundings were filled with an array of dazzling treasures. This is a premier bronze-grade equipment, the ice hammer? Goodness. And you possess over 100 ice crystals, which are only dropped in the Nightmare Dungeon. Old Mo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. In just a few minutes, his worldview had completely shattered. Here stood a newly minted examinee, with a storage space brimming with treasures that could only be found within the Nightmare Dungeon. Under Old Mo's astonished gaze, Lin Mo opted to consign the treasures. These rare materials were estimated to sell for around 200,000 gold coins. The highest-priced items were 2 silver-grade Ice Mage bracelets, which fetched a total of 600,000 gold coins. A Blue Duchess of Ice Veil, female, sold for 500,000 gold coins. The payment was promptly processed, and Lin Mo soon received a notification from the auction house. 300,000 gold coins. With this amount of gold, I can certainly acquire a batch of skill books. He opened the purchasing interface and began searching for skill book information within the auction house. It didn't take long before he found something that caught his eye. Beginner skill book, Arcane Blink. Note, 2 seconds of casting time, teleport within 10 meters to any position. Another skill book for mages, and the price was a staggering 100,000 gold coins. So expensive? Lin Mo thought. However, this beginner skill book was indeed worth its price. Mages dread close combat, and with this skill book, they could create distance from monsters within just 2 seconds, allowing for optimal output space. For every mage, it was a divine skill. Yet, Lin Mo truly did not require it. With his extraordinary ability, share wheel and woe, even if monsters engaged him in close combat, they could not even shake him slightly. As long as his summons remained alive, Lin Mo was theoretically invincible. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to make the purchase. Navigating dungeons requires a significant amount of time. Having this skill would undoubtedly reduce the time spent running through maps. If other mages knew of Lin Mo's intentions, they would likely be appalled. wondering why he would squander such an incredible ability on mere map traversal. He confirmed the purchase. Ding. The 100,000 gold coins were deducted, and Lin Mo obtained the skill book. The auction house system prompted, "Esteemed General Slime, you have purchased 2 beginner skill books at the auction house. Your permission quota has been exhausted. To purchase additional beginner skill books or rare items, you must upgrade your permission level. Your current level is Examinee. Is there a limit to purchasing items at the auction house?" Lin Mo pondered, perplexed. Just then, the esteemed mage Liang Yu appeared out of nowhere and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Here to sell again? How much have you brought in this time?" Startled, Lin Mo hadn't expected to run into Liang Yu. "Just some dungeon materials," he replied. Liang Yu expressed surprise. "In just 2 days, you've managed to clear the Frostland dungeon?" Lin Mo nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Liang Yu glanced at the text on the interface, cleared his throat, and said, "Items like skill books are not provided casually. Unlike equipment and materials dropped from dungeons, which are inexhaustible, skill books have a lengthy production cycle and are thus quite precious. The auction house allocates them based on each class changer's permission level. As an examinee, acquiring 2 beginner skill books is already quite substantial. Such knowledge is not found in textbooks." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "Then how does one upgrade their permission level? Is it through leveling up?" Liang Yu chuckled and shook his head. "It's not that simple. As is well known, our human race constructs towering cities to fend off the formidable monsters that emerge from the void. Eradicating all monsters is our ultimate goal and the standard for determining whether one is worthy of an upgrade in permission. This leads to the concept of merit points." In Lin Mo's eyes, Liang Yu now resembled a teacher imparting wisdom, enlightening him on this new concept. There are many ways to earn merit points. The simplest is to slay monsters on the front lines. Lin Mo felt a bit puzzled. Does grinding dungeons and hunting wild monsters not count? Liang Yu smiled faintly. "Little one, this world is not as simple as it appears. 100 miles outside of North River City lies the blockade zone, which is the true gathering place for monsters. The terrifying ancient tower that instills dread in all. The chilling graveyard that often echoes with horrifying roars at night. Every corner is fraught with peril. The candidates for the Great Examination represent the future of humanity, and without the tempering of university life, they are not permitted to venture to the front lines. However, exceptions do exist." Lin Mo furrowed his brow. "What exceptions?" The esteemed mage, his good friend, gazed at Lin Mo and replied earnestly, "If you excel in the examination, I shall reveal it to you." Such a tease he is. Lin Mo spread his hands in resignation. "The hour grows late. I must hasten to the Temple of Class Change." After a considerable journey, the night had deepened, and it appeared that I would not reach the Cloud Dungeon for monster grinding today. Perhaps it is for the best. I shall return to my rented room to rest and review the basic skill book I just acquired. I will prepare myself optimally for tomorrow's early venture into the dungeon. "Dad, it seems Lin Mo just walked by," Zhen Mimi remarked, her brows knitting as she pointed to the figure disappearing in the distance. Zhen Feng squinted, observing for a while. "It's too far. I can't make it out clearly." "Mimi, Lin Mo is your goal, but do not let him become your heart's demon. Let everything unfold naturally. Just like today, you dared to tackle the Abyss dungeon with 7 or 8 freshmen, eager to level up quickly. You had no equipment, no weapons, and your combat power was alarmingly low. Thankfully, you were not in mortal danger. The memory of entering the Abyss dungeon today fills her with dread." Zhen Mimi sighed and nodded, speaking despondently. "I merely wish to catch up to Lin Mo. I do not want to lag behind him." Zhen Feng advised, "Perhaps what you saw was not Lin Mo. His level may not be vastly different from yours. Do not overthink it. Let things progress as per the plan I devised for you, starting with the elite level dungeons." Zhen Mimi nodded earnestly. "Yes. I have the basic dungeon refresh token you gave me, allowing me to enter and grind monsters continuously. My experience gain will surely surpass Lin Mo's." Zhen Feng affectionately patted Zhen Mimi's head, saying kindly, "Yes, I believe in you. Today, I shall gift you something special." As they arrived at the auction house, they swiftly perused the information within. Zhen Feng's eyes immediately fixed upon a piece of equipment. Wow, this item is remarkable. Though costly, the price reflects its worth. What he was browsing was none other than the Blue Princess Veil of the Ice Mage that Lin Mo had just listed. 520,000 gold coins. Quite a painful expense. Zhen Feng furrowed his brow tightly. Yet, for his daughter's future, spending a little is worth it. This is an investment in her education. Purchase. Ding. Spent 520,000 gold coins. Dad, what did you buy that is so expensive? Soon, Zhen Feng was holding the Blue Princess Veil. This equipment is not only exquisite, but also possesses commendable attributes. Let us try it on, Zhen Feng suggested. Zhen Mimi gazed at the exquisite garment, her heart leaping with joy. Dad, you're the best, she exclaimed, taking the attire and opting to wear it. The light blue fabric accentuated her fair skin, making it gleam with radiance. The smooth curve of her waist sculpted a silhouette akin to a willow branch. In that moment, Zhen Mimi truly resembled a queen. The Blue Princess Veil of the Ice Mage, for level 12 and above, boasts a 2 chance to evade skill attacks. Equipment capable of evading skill attacks. Jeune Mimi marveled at the item's attributes. Just then, she noticed her father leaning over the auction house interface, engrossed in some operation. She quickly called out, "Dad. Dear Dad, don't get carried away." Chapter 24, The Compulsive Shopper Exposed. Shopping is simply exhilarating. Jin Feng could not resist indulging. He scanned the auction house information and suddenly made a discovery. Oh, these two accessories are also consigned by this person. Jin Feng pointed at the screen, where the name Slime General is my little brother was glaringly displayed. Upon seeing this name, Jeune Mimi felt a surge of emotions within her mind. Lin Mo? Jin Feng glanced at Jeune Mimi in astonishment. Nonsense. Lin Mo lacks the ability to consign so many items. Look, this page, the next page, and the subsequent pages. All 20 pages of consigned items belong to this guy named Slime General is my little brother. I suspect he is a professional dungeon raider. Only they would consign such a multitude of materials and equipment simultaneously. Jeune Mimi fell silent. Her father's words bore a semblance of truth. However, she had witnessed Lin Mo summon the Slime General during her class change. Such a name inevitably evokes associations. Confirm purchase. Spent 640,000 gold coins. Just as Jeune Mimi was lost in thought, Jin Feng cheerfully made another payment of 640,000 gold coins, startling her. Dad, what are you doing, engaging in revenge spending? My mom hasn't really monitored your spending, has she? Jin Feng lightly tapped Jeune Mimi on the head. What are you talking about, you little brat? This pair of bracelets is simply exquisite. At only 640,000, it is a splendid deal. Jin Feng held up a bracelet. Also consigned by Slime General is my little brother. Silver Grade Ice Mage S Bracelet 2, for level 12 and above, magic recovery. 30, spirit, 300, strength, 200. He took one back and handed the other to Jeune Mimi. This one is for you, and the other, gifted to Lin Mo. Jeune Mimi equipped the bracelet and then pouted. Dad, you are truly not biased at all. Jin Feng chuckled, recognizing the tone of her complaint. He explained, after all, Lin Mo is my nephew. I haven't taken good care of him in recent years. Buying him a bracelet is my way of making amends. Jeune Mimi paused for a moment, scrutinizing the bracelet on her wrist. The name of the consignor continuously reminded her of Lin Mo. Turn on the lights. Make the bed. Lie down. Lin Mo sighed in relief. Grinding monsters in the dungeon is indeed exhausting. Moreover, having spent 2 nights outside, he found himself longing for this small bed. At that moment, a call from Wang Jingwo came through. Lin Mo, I'm level 10. I can finally grind monsters with you. The loud, jarring voice echoed in Lin Mo's ear. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, Oh, you only respond with an oh. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to reach this point so we can level up together? Today, when I sought a note from the principal, he praised my rapid leveling speed. Most people in our school haven't even left the beginner training area. By the way, Jeune Mimi seems to have asked the principal for a note the day after you left. She didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Lin Mo replied helplessly. I didn't see her. That's good. Wait for me in the wild tomorrow. I want to level up with you. It's settled. Lin Mo, Wang Jingwo. Wang. Beep beep beep. This brat hung up again. Lin Mo wore an expression of exasperation. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Moreover, few people know his address. The door opened, and Jin Feng glanced at the simple furnishings of the room, looking at Lin Mo with a warm gaze. Xiao Mo, how have you been lately? Lin Mo spoke with a calm demeanor. Proceed in an orderly fashion. Mei Mei has always regarded you as her target, relentlessly pursuing you. By the way, I just spotted a figure at the auction house that bore a striking resemblance to you. Visiting the auction house is hardly a secret. Lin Mo nodded. I went there to consign some unnecessary items. At that moment, Jin Feng pulled out a bracelet from his pocket, suddenly realizing something. Isn't this the bracelet of the ice mage that you just consigned? Did my uncle buy it? What a coincidence. Lin Mo did not deny it. Jin Feng gasped in surprise. So, the Slime General is my little brother, and that would be you? He resembled a detective who had just uncovered a startling truth. Lin Mo let out a bitter smile. This city is too small. Jin Feng chuckled helplessly. I was actually thinking of giving you this piece of jewelry, only to discover it was consigned by you. So, you've completed the Frostland dungeon? Lin Mo nodded. What level are you now? Jin Feng pressed on. Lin Mo did not conceal the truth, slowly replying, level 15. Wow, you've surpassed Ming Junshin from back in the day. Goodness. Following this, Lin Mo and Jin Feng exchanged pleasantries, mostly with Jin Feng expressing his astonishment. After seeing his uncle off, Lin Mo took out the beginner skill book for the spell mage Blink and began to learn it. After a flash of white light, the system announced, skill acquisition successful. The next moment, a system voice echoed, detected intrusion of a useless skill, automatic divine transformation initiated. Skill, space-time displacement, divine transformation complete, no incantation required. Instant teleportation within 1,000 meters in any direction. With no skill cooldown and combined with the spell magical surge, it essentially meant no consumption. Theoretically, Lin Mo could continuously utilize space-time displacement, drifting aimlessly. A surge of primal power suddenly welled up within him. Lin Mo immediately contemplated the skill's potential, but merely entertained the thought. He would not stoop to such unscrupulous actions. Another divine skill added to his repertoire. Upon returning home, Jin Feng pondered that he must never reveal to his daughter that Lin Mo was the slime general's little brother. He feared it would shatter Mei Mei's self-esteem. If Jean Mei discovered Lin Mo's current level, she would likely collapse once more, hopelessly so. He decided to let these two children grow gradually through competition. Jin Feng bore the weight of a concerned father. The following morning, Lin Mo had already activated the space-time displacement skill, swiftly making his way to the location of the Cloud Dungeon. From a distance, the bamboo forest thrived, shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm. The Cloud Dungeon was concealed deep within the bamboo grove, easily located by following the dungeon signposts. At that moment, Lin Mo unexpectedly received a call from Wang Jiangwo. "Little Mo, where are you? I've brought 2 girls to team up with you to hunt monsters." Lin Mo sent his location, indicating he was near the Cloud Dungeon. "Damn it, Lin Mo, how could you not invite me to play? When did you reach level 15? Are you a freak? I swear, I will take you as my target and catch up to you one day." Wang Jiangwo angrily hung up the phone. Lin Mo shrugged and continued through the bamboo forest, heading straight for the Cloud Dungeon. Soon, he spotted figures in the mist, indicating he was nearing the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly, several boorish men rushed past him, glaring with disdain. "Get lost. Don't block the way." Lin Mo tightened his fists, a murderous intent igniting within him. Just as he was about to pursue, 2 more men dashed by him. "The young team leader wants us to assemble urgently. Speed it up." The mention of young team leader made Lin Mo suspect these individuals belonged to the Xiong adventure group. He contemplated for a moment and pressed on. Xiong Mumu and Lin Mo were fellow candidates from the same entrance exam, but they attended different schools, so Lin Mo had never met him. As he drew closer to the Cloud Dungeon, the figures became clearer, transforming from mere specks into recognizable individuals. Several money-making teams rested nearby, exhaling clouds of smoke. 2 stout green bamboos soared towards the sky like natural gates. Between these towering bamboos rippled the surface of water, marking the entrance to the dungeon. At that moment, a row of uniformly dressed men stood at the entrance, confronting a young man clad in handcrafted gear. "What have I told you? Speed, speed, and more speed. Should I report this to my father?" "Young team leader, we made a mistake." Xiong Mumu glanced at these men. "My father is such a fool for raising you useless bunch. So far, we only have 1 frost heart." He pointed at his handcrafted gear, without a frost heart. "How am I supposed to upgrade my equipment? How can I grind monsters at higher levels?" Lin Mo finally understood. It turned out that frost hearts were essential for upgrading handcrafted gear. He had perused some materials on crafting handcrafted sets in the books he had read before. Handcrafted sets were entirely different from those dropped in dungeons. They could be forged by a combination of blacksmiths, alchemists, advanced ironworkers, and other life professionals, tailored to the needs of the class changer, resulting in sets with specific attributes. The attributes enhanced by such sets were astonishing, and the level requirements for wearing them were considerably higher. The sole drawback was their exorbitant cost and the labor involved. Certain scions of noble families would expend vast amounts of resources to forge such equipment. However, they typically opted to craft them only after reaching the 2nd or 3rd class transition when their professions were essentially set. No one, unlike Xiong Mumu, would attempt to craft equipment before their 2nd transition. "Young team leader, I've heard from Wu Gang that a fellow named Lin Mo possesses 2 frost hearts. But this guy refuses to act. Who is Lin Mo? Is he some kind of money grubber?" Xiong Mumu bellowed. Wu Gang said he is a novice. Xiong Mumu's expression darkened instantly. Is Wu Gang's brain being squished by the door? Just a novice, and he doesn't hand over the frost hearts? Kill him. Lin Mo overheard all of this. Xiong Mumu was indeed ruthless and audacious. A cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. It seemed he hadn't killed anyone in a long time. If Xiong Mumu harbored murderous intent against him, he wouldn't mind sending Xiong Mumu to his demise. However, killing someone in front of the dungeon entrance would likely attract unnecessary trouble. "Young team leader, we got it." Suddenly, a member of the Xiong adventure group rushed over, hastily delivering a shiny black metal plate into Xiong Mumu's hands. Chapter 25, Locking Down the Dungeon? Then you might as well die. Xiong Mumu wore a cunning grin. With this, he could bypass the dungeon level restrictions and enter higher level dungeons to grind monsters and level up. The higher the dungeon level, the more experience dropped. "Let's see who can level up faster than me." Lin Mo frowned slightly, scrutinizing the shiny black metal in Xiong Mumu's hand. This was an item that lifted dungeon level restrictions. He had encountered such items in some peculiar books. He never expected Xiong Mumu would actually manage to obtain one. However, this item is under the jurisdiction of the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau, and generally, class changers cannot use it lightly. Such artifacts may lead to instability within the dungeon, potentially resulting in severe consequences. In other words, Xiong Mumu has not advanced to level 15, which is why he resorted to using an item that removes the level restrictions of the dungeon, forcing his way in to farm monsters. He truly is audacious. "You all, prevent anyone wishing to enter the dungeon from passing." Xiong Mumu commanded the individuals in front of him, subsequently leading a group of over 20 into the Cloud Dungeon. The other gold hunting teams were becoming increasingly disgruntled. Why are we being barred from entering the dungeon? This is outrageous. The dungeon does not belong exclusively to your Xiangbing Adventurers Guild. Someone protested. The members of the Xiangbing Adventurers Guild scoffed, drawing their weapons. Most of these individuals were at least level 20 and donned complete sets of silver-grade armor. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of the gold hunting teams. Those who had initially intended to resist were forced into submission upon seeing their weapons. A few leaned against the nearby green bamboo, sighing heavily. Young brother, you seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Here to hunt for gold. Lin Mo shook his head. The mustached man chuckled, saying, at this hour, those who come to the Cloud Dungeon to farm monsters are almost all from the gold hunting teams. Could it be that you are a top examinee? Lin Mo neither confirmed nor denied. If he were indeed a top examinee, this young lad's leveling speed would seem rather extraordinary. He likely was not a top examinee. The mustached man was immediately perplexed. Regardless. It appears we won't be able to enter the dungeon today. Damn it. I still have rent to pay. My family is urgently waiting for money. The mustached man grew increasingly agitated, harboring a deep resentment toward the actions of the Xiangbing Adventurers Guild, even if it's for farming monsters and leveling up. Is it really necessary to lock down the dungeon? Lin Mo found it somewhat perplexing. Logically, each individual enters a different dungeon space. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the mustached man's eyes. It seems you truly are new. The Cloud Dungeon is classified as a large shared dungeon. Each individual enters a unique dungeon space. However, the Cloud Dungeon is vast, its map equivalent to the combined area of 2 Beijiang cities. Our gold hunting teams frequently operate here, yet we have never cleared the Cloud Dungeon. To my knowledge, no one has ever completely farmed all the monsters in the Cloud Dungeon. As there is an exceedingly harsh limitation, the mustached man raised an eyebrow, speaking with flair. That limitation is time. Once a person enters the dungeon, the timer starts. With a limit of 6 hours. After 6 hours, the dungeon forcibly expels all players. Such a dungeon exists? Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. Is there no difficulty selection for the Cloud Dungeon? The mustached man shook his head but then recalled something and spoke up. Although there is no difficulty selection, the monsters within the Cloud Dungeon are categorized by strength across different regions. This means that in certain fixed areas, the monsters are equivalent to Elite, Abyss, or even Nightmare difficulty dungeon monsters. I see. No wonder Xiong Mumu sought to seal off the dungeon. Lin Mo had already surmised his intentions. This fellow aims to exploit his numerical advantage to sweep through the map and eliminate as many monsters as possible. The number of monsters is fixed, and the dungeon space is shared. If Xiong Mumu manages to clear the map, Lin Mo would have no hope of leveling up today. He was determined to enter this dungeon. With that resolve, Lin Mo made his way towards the dungeon. Suddenly, he was pulled back by the mustached man. Young brother, what do you think you're doing? Lin Mo calmly replied, farming. Huh, Lao Yao, who is this? We saw you chatting with him for quite a while. A few gold hunters approached from a distance, carrying freshly purchased food, evidently part of the same team as the mustached man. So, the mustached man's surname is Yao. Lao Yao explained, this new brother seems to be here to hunt for gold as well. Let us look out for him. Look out for what? We're barely scraping by ourselves. Lao Yao chuckled, pressing Lin Mo down. Brother, heed my advice. Don't provoke the Xiangbing Adventurers Guild lightly. Their levels and equipment are not something ordinary people can contend with. I notice some of them are nearing level 30. Their combat power is formidable. You're quite the hot-blooded young man. Haha, teased a member of the team. Having zeal is commendable, but don't be reckless. They had seen such situations numerous times. If possible, it was better to avoid confrontation. Lin Mo's expression remained remarkably calm. He glanced at Lao Yao and the others before standing up again. I don't prefer to hide. As he spoke, he walked towards the members of the Xiangbing Adventurers Guild. Lao Yao wanted to intervene, but realized it was too late. This young brother is quite steadfast. Ignoring the warnings of the wise will lead to hardship. Recklessness comes at a cost. Lao Yao shot a glare at the others, quiet down. The gold hunting team that had been waiting at the dungeon entrance was now being pushed to the periphery by the Xiangbing Adventurers Guild. Lin Mo's sudden appearance caused a stir among the crowd. What do you want? The members of the Xiangbing Adventurers Guild barked. Lin Mo wasted no time, coldly declaring, I'm here to kill you. This statement elicited a wave of derision. Ha ha ha. Kid, you haven't even sprouted your first hair, yet your bravado knows no bounds. I fear you may possess the will, but lack the strength. Old heir, this kid is all yours. A burly man wielding a broadsword and a massive shield stepped forward to face Lin Mo, sneering. Killing you is a task I can handle alone. Suddenly, Old heir raised his broadsword and swung it down towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. God tier summon. In a flash of golden light, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Within a 50-meter radius, the cold wind pierced through to the bone. A woman clad in golden gauze and wearing a crown materialized amidst the ice and snow. She gracefully raised her hand. With a clang, it seemed as if she struck a solid metal object, sending Old heir's broadsword flying. Remarkably, The woman herself remained unscathed. At that moment, Old Air realized that the individual before him was extraordinary. He nervously glanced behind him. Boss, third brother, don't just stand there watching. This kid has some skills. The figure behind him, Boss, chuckled coldly. What's the fuss? P.S. Just a summoner. Dodge his summon and take him out directly. Old Air swallowed hard, his expression growing serious. Just a summoner? That makes things simple. Everyone knew the weaknesses of summoners. Capture the king first. I'll use my blocking skill to deflect the summon S attack and employ my intimidating skill to stun this kid. Then, he'll be easy pickings. Old Air plotted his next move in his mind, convinced that this combination of attacks would surely subdue Lin Mo. With a loud shout, he charged towards Lin Mo. As anticipated, Lin Mo commanded the Ice Mage to raise her hand and attack Old Air. Humph, everything is proceeding according to my plan. Old Air leapt into the air, tracing a graceful arc, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Raising the colossal shield at random, he invoked his skill. Block. Boom. The Ice Mage gently lifted a hand, shattering the second Elder's giant shield with ease. Her slender fingers penetrated his chest, and blood gushed forth. Struggling to lift his head, the second Elder gasped, my plan has failed. Before he could catch his breath, he succumbed instantly. A one-hit kill? Everyone stared in awe at the Ice Mage before Lin Mo. The expressions of the first and third Elders shifted dramatically in an instant. What manner of summoning is this? It's terrifying. What are you all dawdling for? Charge. Our numbers grant us strength. If we slay the summoner, even the mightiest of summoned beings will be rendered powerless. 5 warriors brandished their shields and charged towards Lin Mo, their formidable physiques creating a battering effect, attempting to disrupt Lin Mo's actions. Behind them, the mages were chanting potent spells. The bamboo forest resonated with the howling cold winds and raging flames. The archers, poised and ready, drew their bows to their fullest, the creaking of the bowstrings echoing as they aimed for Lin Mo's forehead. The assassin vanished from sight, employing the art of invisibility, poised for a surprise attack. All eyes were set on one singular goal, to eliminate Lin Mo. Die! With the Elder's commanding shout, countless surging spells, like frenzied tidal waves, rushed towards Lin Mo. Dozens of arrows, slicing through the air, seemed capable of piercing anything as they barreled towards him. The assassin's blade appeared specter-like behind Lin Mo, bearing its fangs. The situation was dire, indeed. Old Yao's body tensed. Little brother, be careful. The other fortune seekers gasped in shock. If they were in his place, ensnared by such overwhelming might, they would have no chance of survival. Yet Lin Mo's expression remained eerily calm, showing no intention of evasion. Chapter 26. I never regret killing. It's over. The fortune seekers sighed in despair, believing there was no hope left. The Ice Mage slowly raised her staff, softly intoning, Frost freeze. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Lin Mo exhaled a breath of warmth, which instantly crystallized into icy shards. The air around him grew heavy. Those who drew closer could feel their skin turning coarse. Their movements gradually slowed, as every inch of flesh from their feet to their heads began to solidify at a sluggish pace. A warrior from the Brave Legion raised his broadsword, only to find his actions hindered, as if his feet were glued to the ground, unable to take another step. An arrow feather slowly swept past him, and in terror, he followed its path. As it neared Lin Mo, it froze mid-air into a crystalline form. Not only that, but fireballs, ice spikes, lightning spells, and other abilities aimed at Lin Mo also came to a standstill, instantly frozen. Frost freeze can encase all beings within a 20-meter radius, lasting for 10 seconds, while inflicting 20 of their health as damage. Almost everyone in the Brave Legion had no chance to react, instantly becoming ice sculptures. 5 seconds later, they breathed their last. Sensing the impending doom, the Elder had jumped to a distance beyond the reach of the frost, thus remaining unharmed. However, he was now utterly astonished by Lin Mo's formidable summoned creature. He gazed in horror at his transformed comrades, now mere ice statues, his throat tightening. When did summoners become this powerful? So many have perished, there must be accountability. The Elder raised his silver-tier skeletal staff, beginning a fervent chant. Dark clouds gathered in a tumultuous swirl, the heavens devoid of color. You little brat, don't think your summoned creature can intimidate me. Allow me to show you what it means to be outmatched. Arise, Death's Reaper. Use your decaying powers to send these wretches to hell. The undead shall descend. Suddenly, thunder cracked. A bolt of purple lightning cleaved the sky, and from that rift emerged over 100 flaming skeletal soldiers. They charged at Lin Mo, brandishing their steel blades. The flames enveloping the skeletal soldiers proved resilient against the Ice Mage's frost. Frost freeze could not immobilize them. The Elder realized that the skill of summoning the undead could counter Lin Mo's summoned creatures and felt an exhilarating rush. Summoner? Merely average. Skeletal soldiers, you say? Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Then, expressionless, he spoke slowly. Summon. General Slime. In an instant, a golden slime general, wielding a trident and golden shield, descended from the heavens. At that moment, the entire assembly was left aghast. Another summoned creature. Lin Mo slowly raised his arm, pointing at the chanting elder in the distance. In a deep, gravelly voice, he declared, "Earth explosion. Starfall." The slime general instantly divided into 300 slime offspring. Simultaneously, they activated the Starfall gathering skill. A powerful suction force immediately drew all skeletal warriors together. The elder's face began to contort. He plunged his staff into the ground, gripping it tightly with both hands in an attempt to resist. His outer garments were instantly swept away, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. His hair whipped wildly in the gale, eyes squinting against the wind. "I won't go?" Whoosh. Ultimately, he could not withstand the immense pull of the Starfall gathering and found himself face to face, chest to chest with the skeletal warriors. The Starfall gathering lifted all the frozen members of the brave legion into the air. "Kill me, and you will regret it," the elder shouted in his final moments. Lin Mo, with an indifferent expression, slowly replied, "I never regret killing." Boom. 300 slime offspring unleashed a simultaneous jumping critical strike. Each slime offspring inherited 100 of the slime general's strength attribute, 1,700 strength points. The jumping critical strike dealt damage equal to 70 times the strength attribute. 1,700 by 70, 119,000. This was merely the damage inflicted by a single slime offspring. Now, there were a total of 300 slime offspring in the air. 300x 119,003, 570,000. 35 million. The Earth explosion and Starfall erupted like fireworks across the sky. The entire world trembled for several seconds. Everything dissolved into a cloud of dust. A mist of blood enveloped the bamboo forest, painting a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a sunset's crimson glow. Countless notifications of dropped equipment flooded Lin Mo's information panel. Yet he paid them no heed. In his eyes, these items held no value. Subsequently, Lin Mo's silhouette gradually faded into the entrance of the dungeon. The surrounding fortune seekers cautiously approached, bewildered. Just like that, they were all slain? Some voices began to tremble. Goodness! It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, leaving no corpses behind. When did summoners become so formidable? The pressing matter at hand is to contemplate our future course of action. With so many members of the Brave Legion Adventure Group suddenly vanishing before the Cloud Gate, their captain will undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate. What else is there to ponder? This matter is of no concern to us. It was all the doing of that summoner. At this moment, old Yao stepped forward. "Listen to me, everyone. If it weren't for our little brother here, we would have to swallow our grievances today. Once there's a first time, there will inevitably be a second. Are you all willing to be subjugated by the Brave Legion?" "Old Yao, what do you propose?" Old Yao replied, "Why don't we gather our forces and leave Beijiang? Our Lin City has dungeons of equal caliber, and the Brave Legion's reach cannot extend that far. Good. Let us proceed with that plan. We cannot allow the heroes to be disheartened." In no time, the grand procession of the gold-seeking army departed from the Cloud Dungeon, akin to migratory birds. Upon entering the Cloud Dungeon, Lin Mo found himself precariously perched atop a cliff. Gazing into the distance, he beheld swirling mists. The white clouds enveloped the peaks, revealing only a small platform. The air here was cool and thin. "Welcome to the Cloud Dungeon. Please select your parachuting apparatus to leap into a random area." Suddenly, a colossal kite appeared before Lin Mo. This dungeon was indeed fascinating. He promptly chose a valley area on the map, then firmly grasped the giant kite and leapt down, feeling the wind rush past his ears. Before long, he glided into the valley he had initially selected. To his surprise, the Cloud Dungeon was shrouded in night. Looking up, he saw countless stars twinkling above, with a sliver of moonlight cascading down to the earth. Suddenly, a menacing low growl echoed from the valley. A chill wind crept into Lin Mo's neck, imparting a sense of eerie coldness. Within the monitoring bureau, Bai Ming furrowed his brow, his expression grim. The person in charge of monitoring the Cloud Dungeon reported that fissures had appeared, and a creature sealed within was on the verge of breaking free. If it escapes, how will I answer for the martyrs who perished in that war a decade ago? Immediately seal off the dungeon. No one else is to enter. What could have caused the weakening of the dungeon's seal? The monitoring personnel shook their heads. We are still investigating. It will take some time. You must find the cause within the hour. Without identifying the problem, we cannot rectify the issue. Our time is running out. Understood, Director Bai? In the enormous dungeon, the creatures were unpredictable, and Lin Mo dared not let his guard down. Therefore, he summoned all 4 of his summoned beings. The Minotaurs served as the tank, while the Slime General steadfastly guarded Lin Mo like a devoted caretaker. Following them were the formidable Goblin Summoner and the Ice Mage. Lin Mo could effortlessly assemble a grand team to tackle the dungeon, and he hadn't even summoned the Goblin Warriors yet. Suddenly, the growl echoed again. This time, Lin Mo discerned its direction. From the side, reacting swiftly, he noticed a white mass rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a sheep? No, it was a black wolf, cloaked in a shroud of white clouds. He immediately locked onto the information. Moonlit Cloud Wolf, Nightmare Level Elite Dungeon Creature. Level 16, Strength 1800, Mentality 1800, Agility 2000, Vitality 2500, Skill Blade Edge. Note: Inflicts 100 strength attribute damage to enemies within a 1 meter radius and causes continuous bleeding. Passive skill, Cloud Evasion, note, grants a 50 evasion rate. This is troublesome. To encounter an elite creature from the outset in the Cloud Dungeon is an extraordinary stroke of luck. What truly vexed Lin Mo was the Moonlit Cloud Wolf's passive skill, a 50 evasion rate. Statistically speaking, it could evade most attacks. If it cannot be hit, how can one proceed? This elite beast possesses such high vitality that even the Minotaur's thorny armor would withstand several hits. As Lin Mo pondered, the claws of the Moonlit Cloud Wolf brushed against his body. The bond of shared suffering triggered. All summoned beings trembled. Fortunately, he had a life-saving skill. Lin Mo exhaled in relief and then focused his mind. He commanded the slime general to step forward. The trident struck down 7 or 8 times, all of which the Moonlit Cloud Wolf evaded. This evasion rate must be a ruse. Minotaur, charge. The Minotaur stomped its hooves and charged directly at the Moonlit Cloud Wolf. With a swift movement, the Moonlit Cloud Wolf dodged before contact could be made. Something is amiss. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. How could a level 16 elite creature possess such abnormal skills? Moreover, the evasion rate was exceedingly terrifying. Practically complete evasion. Chapter 27. You think you can evade? Let us see you try. Lin Mo, undeterred, commanded the Ice Mage to attack. Logically, area damage skills should not be evaded, right? The Ice Mage raised its staff and softly chanted, freezing everything within a 20-meter radius. Just as the frost touched the Moonlit Cloud Wolf, it managed to evade once more. All area attack skills fell short. Lin Mo could finally ascertain that something was amiss. This creature had undoubtedly been enhanced. A typical level 16 dungeon monster could not possibly be this formidable. Currently, the situation was that the Moonlit Cloud Wolf could nearly evade all damage skills. If Lin Mo's suspicions were correct, its evasion rate was approaching 100. It could not harm him, nor could he harm it. If this stalemate continued, how could monsters be farmed? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. You think you can dodge? Let us see how you fare. In the next moment, Lin Mo focused his mind, and the slime general soared into the air, unleashing Starfall Convergence. A powerful pulling force continuously bore down on the Moonlit Cloud Wolf. Evasion successful. Evasion successful. Evasion successful. With the aid of the magical spring water, Lin Mo regained 100 of his mana every second. As long as his mana was not depleted, he could use the Starfall Convergence skill indefinitely. At this moment, the Moonlit Cloud Wolf was effectively receiving damage every second. It was compelled to trigger its evasion skill continuously. Against such a creature, only Lin Mo's extraordinary abilities could suffice. The Moonlit Cloud Wolf felt an incessant force tugging at its body, and its evasion skill had to be activated continuously. If it failed to evade even once, it would be yanked several meters away. Evasion failed. At last, the evasion effect failed to trigger. Under the moonlit night, the Cloud Wolf of the Moon let out a surprised expression as it opened its gaping maw. In an instant, its body was yanked several meters away. Howl. Whimper. Successful evasion. Successful evasion. Failed evasion. Howl. Whimper. What kind of absurd skill is this? Is there no dignity left? At that moment, the Cloud Wolf of the Moon felt as though its body was being stretched to its limits, each passing second to torment. For the first time in its life, it realized that the evasion skill was but a useless trinket. Howl. Whimper. Lin Mo observed that the gathering of Starfall, after being constantly evaded, had slowed the Cloud Wolf's pace significantly. Thus, he decided to summon the formidable Goblin Summoner. Don't you possess evasion? If a single attack cannot slay you, then at a staggering speed of 300 strikes per second, you should surely fall. With that thought, Lin Mo began the summoning. The powerful Goblin Summoner emitted a deep chant. In an instant, 300 goblin warriors were enveloped in a golden light and summoned forth, arranged into a rectangular formation. From a distance, it appeared as though a fully armed army had emerged. Lin Mo raised his hand slightly, pointing ahead. Kill. The 300 goblin warriors charged towards the Cloud Wolf of the Moon, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Who has witnessed 300 goblin warriors frantically hacking at a single monster? The Starfall gathered under control while the goblin warriors unleashed their assault. A few goblin warriors intentionally flanked the Cloud Wolf from behind to launch a surprise attack. With a massive steel blade thrust, it pierced. Despite the Cloud Wolf possessing an evasion skill, it could not withstand the sheer numbers. Successful evasion. Successful evasion. Failed evasion. With a resounding howl, the Cloud Wolf of the Moon fell lifelessly. Successfully defeated the Cloud Wolf of the Moon, Nightmare level elite dungeon monster. Experience gained, 30,000. Dropped, 20 pieces of milky white cotton. Dropped, 10 wolf fangs. Dropped, 5 wolf claws. Was the reward so meager? The experience was decent, but the time wasted yielded only some ordinary materials, which left Lin Mo somewhat dissatisfied. Nonetheless, having the experience of slaying the Cloud Wolf of the Moon would expedite his progress significantly. Continuing deeper into the valley, he encountered 7 or 8 more Cloud Wolves, all elite dungeon monsters. With the lessons learned, Lin Mo immediately employed Starfall Gathering Control and commanded the Goblin Warriors to hack mercilessly. Within half an hour, all 7 or 8 Cloud Wolves were defeated. Successfully defeated the Cloud Wolf of the Moon, Nightmare Level Elite Dungeon Monster. Experience gained, 30,000. Successfully defeated the Cloud Wolf of the Moon, Nightmare Level Elite Dungeon Monster. Experience gained, 30,000. A pair of bright eyes appeared at the summit of the valley, revealing a hint of fury. After continuing to slay over a dozen Cloud Wolves, Lin Mo's experience bar filled once more, reaching 22. The pace was not too slow. Just over an hour had passed, and the Cloud Wolves in the valley had been nearly exterminated by Lin Mo. Elite dungeon monsters were inherently formidable, so the number of Cloud Wolves in this area was not excessive. Ordinary adventurers might not even defeat 2 or 3 Cloud Wolves in an hour. The continuous casting of skills was taking a toll on Lin Mo's body. Though his mana recovered swiftly, it nonetheless drained a significant amount of stamina. He sat cross-legged to meditate. At the peak of the valley, the owner of those eyes revealed itself, a gigantic gray wolf, with a collar of silvery fur and powerful limbs. It howled to the heavens, emitting a deafening, piercing sound. Howl! The astounding noise alerted Lin Mo. In that moment, a black shadow suddenly darted into the massive gray wolf's body. A wisp of black mist drifted from its eyes, and almost instantaneously, its body began to swell at a visible rate, tripling in size. It then leaped from the summit of the valley, appearing in the midst of it the next second. Its massive claws kicked up a cloud of dust, and its colossal frame crashed into a nearby hill, collapsing it. Lin Mo hastily rose, locking his gaze upon the colossal gray wolf. Target locked. Information revealed. Gray Wolf King, Nightmare Level Elite Dungeon Monster. Level 17. Strength 2,500. Spirit 2,500. Agility 3,000. Constitution 3,000. Skill Howl of the Wolf. Note: causes a temporary stun effect on enemies, lasting 10 seconds. Passive skill Cloud Evasion. Note: grants a 50 evasion effect. Cloud Evasion skill. It seems all monsters within the Cloud Dungeon possess this passive ability. If they are all as absurd as the Cloud Wolf of the Moon, ordinary adventurers would have no chance. Lin Mo gradually sensed the peculiarity of the situation. However, he decided to address the immediate crisis first. The cognitive attributes of this gray wolf were extraordinarily exaggerated. Fortunately, Lin Mo's 4 summoned bosses were no mere trifles. Slime General, Starfall Gathering, Goblin Warriors, Charge, Ice Mage, provide flanking support. Minotaur Lord, absorb the damage up front. The 4 powerful bosses emerged together. Just as the Gray Wolf King successfully evaded, it suddenly unleashed its howl towards Lin Mo. With a deafening roar, Lin Mo was instantly stunned. The 4 bosses became immobilized. The Gray Wolf King then charged towards Lin Mo. Its thick claws raked across him with ferocity. Uffed. The effects of shared suffering activated. The Thorned Armor also activated. Fortunately, all damage was absorbed by the summoned creatures. The retaliatory damage from Thorned Armor dealt a hidden blow to the Gray Wolf King. After 10 seconds, Lin Mo finally regained his senses. His brow furrowed tightly. It was evident that he needed to resolve this predicament immediately. If the Gray Wolf King stunned him a few more times, his 4 summoned creatures would be worn down to nothing. Fortunately, the howl skill of the Gray Wolf King had a cooldown period, preventing it from being unleashed repeatedly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Mo promptly commanded his summons to swarm the Gray Wolf King. Under relentless bombardment, the Gray Wolf King finally collapsed, exhaling its final breath in defeat. Its eyes closing in unwilling surrender, Lin Mo felt that the Gray Wolf King was not slain by the Goblin Warriors, but rather succumbed to exhaustion. After all, it had to contend with the Starfall Gathering from the Slime General while simultaneously fending off the steel blades of the Goblin Warriors. Successfully defeated the Gray Wolf King, Nightmare Level Elite Dungeon Monster. Experience gained, 45,000. Dropped, 1 Silver Grade Gray Wolf King Armor Set. Dropped, 1 Gray Wolf King's Tooth. Dropped, 1 Gray Wolf King's Hide. Crafting material for handmade equipment. The Gray Wolf King's hide can be used to craft handmade equipment. A fine item, let us gather it. Currently, Lin Mo possessed 2 Frost Hearts, which could also be used to craft handmade equipment. After completing several dungeons, it is estimated that I will accumulate enough materials to craft a complete set of handmade gear. At that time, I shall invest some money to forge my own equipment. Following the recent battles with the Gray Wolf King and the Moonlit Wolf King, Lin Mo increasingly feels that the evasion skill is truly a divine ability. I wonder if it can be learned from a skill book. If it cannot be, I will incorporate the evasion effect into my handcrafted gear. Defeating the Gray Wolf King consumed half an hour of my time, and there are approximately 4.5 hours remaining until the dungeon's conclusion. Lin Mo cast a glance at his experience bar, 28. The experience required to level up in the later stages is substantial. It seems that all the dungeon monsters in this area have been eradicated. Lin Mo proceeded to feed the materials and equipment. Summon, Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding progress, 70. God level skill development progress, 30. Summon, Golden Legend Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 50. God level skill development progress, 100. Summon, Golden Legend Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 30. God level skill development progress, 100. Summon, Golden Legend Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 40. God level skill development progress, 40. The Minotaur Lord has completed the development of the God level skill. Skill, Divine Bull Shield. Note, increases the physical attributes of all allies by 200, reduces the effects of control type skills by 50, lasts for 10 seconds. The powerful Goblin Summoner has also completed the development of the God level skill. Skill, Summon Goblin Archer, 100-100. Lin Mo had just been contemplating that his shortcoming lay in his lack of resistance to control type skills. To his delight, the Minotaur Lord developed the Divine Bull Shield. A remarkable skill. The Goblin Summoner's team has also been expanded, as Goblin Archers can engage in ranged attacks, compensating for the Goblin Warrior's melee limitations. Quite splendid indeed. Should he encounter monsters like the Grey Wolf King again, defeating them should pose no challenge. Suddenly, an urgent voice interrupted. By Jew, we have a situation. Chapter 28. So, are all these monsters mine now? What? The Cloud Dungeon is inaccessible? Bai Tianming's brows furrowed deeply. By Jew, more importantly, there are many people inside the dungeon. This is dire. Without delay, Bai Tianming rushed to the dungeon monitoring center. The large screen displayed numerous green dots within the monitoring area of the Cloud Dungeon, indicating the presence of job changers who had entered. It has been an hour and a half since their entry, and several green dots had already vanished. The monitoring personnel reported. The disappearance of green dots signifies the death of job changers. Have you identified the cause? We have. Someone has illegally used dungeon items. Is it those individuals who entered the dungeon? Upon investigation, we found that the deputy leader of the Xiong Adventurers Group, Xiong Mu, caused a disturbance at the entrance of the Cloud Dungeon, seemingly attempting to seal the dungeon. Our team confirmed that Xiong Mu led a group into the dungeon. However, it remains unclear if other job changers have entered. When we arrived at the dungeon entrance, the gatherers who were previously there had vanished. Bai Tianming's frown deepened. As it stands, the seal within the dungeon has merely loosened, causing the monster's strength to escalate several tiers. If someone enters the dungeon and eliminates all the monsters, the Cloud Dungeon can be reset to restore normalcy. Afterward, the seal can be reinforced. Upon hearing the report from the monitoring officer, Bai Tianming snorted coldly. Who has the means to eliminate all the monsters in the Cloud Dungeon? We currently cannot send anyone in. Those inside must confront the enhanced dungeon monsters. This situation is exceedingly precarious. It must be resolved immediately, or the seal may very well be breached by that monster. Immediately arrange for Jinfeng to head to the Cloud Dungeon and find a way to break open the dungeon door and eradicate all the monsters inside. Get me in touch with Xiong Taibing. Bai Tianming was furious. The consequences were severe. When Xiong Taibing received Bai Tianming's call, he was met with a barrage of reprimands, but dared not retort. Yes, I will find someone to resolve this immediately. Do we need to clear the map? Xiong Taibing understood well the capabilities of the adventurers he dispatched. Clearing the Cloud Dungeon was nothing short of a pipe dream. The Cloud Dungeon is classified as a super large instance, with an immensely vast map area, even without considering the time required for monster clearing. Traversing the entire map would take at least half a month. Bai Tianming was well aware of this. Yet, at this moment, there were no alternative solutions. While he pressured Xiong Taibing, he could only pray that Zhunfeng City Guard could break open the dungeon door. At that moment, Lin Mo opened the map of the Cloud Dungeon. The upcoming areas required personal exploration. The vast expanse of the dungeon was indeed immense. Lin Mo marked several nearby locations with his current position as the origin, preparing to begin a frenzied map clearing session within a radius of 1,000 meters. Thanks to his time-space displacement skill, Lin Mo's movement speed was exceedingly rapid, saving him a considerable amount of time in traversing the map. If all goes well, he should be able to clear 1/3 of the map's monsters within the remaining 4.5 hours. Just as Lin Mo began his map-clearing endeavors, a familiar voice resonated within the dungeon. Whoever is inside the dungeon, there is an important announcement. Lin Mo listened intently, discerning the voice. Uncle, there are issues with the Cloud Dungeon. The monster strength has increased several-fold. The dungeon entrance has been forcibly sealed, and we are working to find a way to breach the door. Everyone, remain calm. All those inside the dungeon should gather together and hold out for a few hours. Everyone, head to the Cloud Pavilion area. It is considerably safer there. It turns out that the dungeon indeed faced problems, aligning perfectly with Lin Mo's suspicions. However, this did not significantly affect Lin Mo. The only impact was that he could now hunt monsters with greater assurance, since no one else could enter. Did that not mean all these monsters were his to claim? Lin Mo grinned widely. Jinfeng was directing a few individuals, attempting to break through the dungeon door. He kept a vigilant watch over the green dots within the dungeon. Meanwhile, Xiong Mu and his companions, who had been battling the monstrous creatures for quite some time, found themselves in a dire predicament. Clad in handmade gear, Xiong Mu now appeared tattered and worn. He slumped to the ground, surrounded by members of the Xiong Adventurers Group. To make matters worse, they encountered a massive gray wolf once again, desperately fighting to resist. Deputy leader, just hold on a little longer. The Cloud Pavilion is just ahead. Xiong Mu was on the verge of tears. Initially planning to lead a group to traverse the entire Cloud Dungeon swiftly to achieve the dungeon clearing milestone. Yet, they faced this calamity. Do I need you to remind me? Kowlin Bay, if it weren't for the fact that I still need a frost heart for my equipment, I wouldn't be in such a wretched state. Xiong Mu suddenly recalled what Wu Gang had mentioned about Lin Mo. You have caused me great distress. If only you had obediently handed over the Heart of Frost, I would not find myself in this predicament. At that moment, Lin Mo sneezed. Boom. He had just effortlessly dispatched a group of enhanced grizzly beasts. These grizzly beasts belonged to the elite dungeon level, thus rendering them significantly weaker than the moonlit cloud wolves. It seemed this area was teeming with such elite dungeon creatures. Lin Mo stood still for a second, channeling his energy. He activated his time-space movement skill. A streak of purple light flashed across the sky, and Lin Mo's figure appeared in another region. Here, the air was thick with mist, and the jungle was dense. Occasionally, the sound of rustling leaves could be heard. Suddenly, a yellow figure darted past Lin Mo. A wave of fox musk filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. What is that? Lin Mo focused his gaze and beheld a row of gleaming yellow foxes standing before him. Target locked. Information displayed. Ghost Fox, Abyss level elite dungeon creature. Level, 15. Strength, 1,500. Spirit, 1,500. Agility, 2,000. Constitution, 1,500. Skill, Fox Charm. Note. Causes enemies to experience forged illusions, losing their attack target, lasting 5 seconds. Passive skill, Cloud Evasion. Note. Grants a 50 evasion effect. Yet another creature possessing control skills. Lin Mo immediately commanded the Minotaur Lord to employ the Divine Bull Shield. A golden shield enveloped all summoned creatures. He then cast Thorned Armor upon himself. The Ghost Fox suddenly lunged at Lin Mo, unleashing its Fox Charm skill. A pink heart soared directly toward Lin Mo's face. Thud. Lost attack target. Divine Bull Shield activated. Control skill effect weakened by 50. Fox Charm persists for 25 seconds. At this moment, 10 Ghost Foxes seized the opportunity to assault Lin Mo and all his summoned creatures. Their sharp claws collided violently with Lin Mo's body. Sizzle. In the next instant, the claws of the Ghost Foxes became dulled. The Share Suffering skill activated. The damage was distributed among the 4 summoned creatures. Akin to a mere scratching sensation, the effect of Fox Charm dissipated. General Slime leapt into the air, employing the Starfall Gathering skill. The Ghost Foxes struggled desperately to break free, but their bodies had already been ensnared by General Slime. Lin Mo smiled slightly, raising his hand. 300 Goblin Warriors, accompanied by 100 Goblin Archers, surged forth. The 10 Ghost Foxes were immediately sent to their demise. Successfully killed Ghost Fox, experience gained, 20,000. Successfully killed Ghost Fox. Experience gained, 20,000. Loot acquired, 99 Fox Fur. Loot acquired, 20 Fox Tails. A plethora of materials overwhelmed him. He opened his experience bar. 35. Progress was still painfully slow. Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Once more, he utilized time-space displacement to change locations. Captain, look. The city guard stationed at the entrance of the dungeon presented a small dungeon monitor to Jinfeng. This small dungeon monitor was provided by the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau. Across the entire Cloud Dungeon map, nearly all the green dots congregated around the Cloud Pavilion. Only a few scattered green dots were situated at a distance from the Cloud Pavilion. Yet, one particular was an astonishing 100,800 miles away from the Cloud Dungeon. This fellow has been running amok, darting from the valley to the Ghost Mist Forest, and his movement speed is quite rapid, the team member reported. Jinfeng furrowed his brow. Could it be a machine malfunction? The team member shook his head. It's a new machine. It cannot malfunction. Jinfeng immediately used a communication device capable of functioning within the dungeon to alert to the transmuter in the Ghost Mist Forest. Please proceed to the Cloud Pavilion immediately or remain stationary and do not move. Await our rescue. Captain, the remaining scattered green dots have already vanished. Jinfeng took a deep breath. I understand. His mood was heavy. Can the dungeon gate be breached? Jinfeng inquired. The team member responsible for breaching the gate shook his head in disappointment. These dungeon barriers are naturally generated. It is exceedingly difficult to break through. Continue to attempt. Jinfeng instructed while contacting Bai Ju to report the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Tianming spoke gravely. Gather everyone inside the dungeon and mount a group counterattack. I will report to the higher-ups. Jinfeng nodded, understood. He was acutely aware that a group counterattack implied that breaching the dungeon gate was highly unlikely. The only way to alleviate the crisis was to eliminate all monsters within the Cloud Dungeon. Captain Zhun, that green dot is still alive, the monitoring team member exclaimed, pointing at the uniquely solitary light dot. This light that had not only not disappeared, but was also remarkably active. Zhen Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Which fool is ignoring the advice? Chapter 29. What do you intend to kill me with? Mere words? The message of self-rescue quickly spread within the Cloud Dungeon. Having just emerged from a fierce battle with the Grey Wolf King, Xiongmu and his companions were gravely wounded, with half of their number either injured or deceased. Initially, there had been over 20 individuals entering the dungeon, but now only 7 remained. Young leader, Captain Jin just sent a message urging us to clear the monsters within the dungeon, Xiongmu said irritably. Damn it, we just encountered a Grey Wolf King, and our numbers have already dwindled drastically. How can we clear the map? What should we do now? Xiongmu, filled with reluctance, pointed toward the Cloud Pavilion not far away. Everyone, guard the Cloud Pavilion and await rescue. He too yearned to grind monsters for experience, yet the current situation was dire. The monsters within the Cloud Dungeon were scattered, and should they encounter a formidable nightmare-level dungeon creature, their only fate would be demise. At this point, there was no longer any semblance of the bravado they had before entering the dungeon. Observing the few remaining comrades, expressions of disappointment and regret marred their faces. Xiongmu curled up in a corner of the Cloud Pavilion, hugging his knees, unsure of what to do. Dad, can you hear my voice? Dad, you must save me. He began to pray, engaging in these impractical actions. Outside the dungeon, a formidable group approached. Jinfeng intercepted them. Xiong Taibing, his expression grave, stepped forward to converse with Jinfeng. My son is still inside. We are currently devising a plan, Jinfeng explained. Xiong Taibing gazed anxiously at the calm energy ripples at the dungeon entrance. Though he was frantic, he felt utterly helpless. The city guard belonged to the official human faction, and despite the formidable strength of the brave warrior adventurers, they could not afford to offend them. Meanwhile, Bai Tianming had already reported to the higher-ups, who were contemplating countermeasures. Unable to remain idle during this interval, he arrived at the scene of the incident. Upon seeing Xiong Taibing, he shot him a fierce glare. I will settle the score with you later. Xiong Taibing, fully aware of his culpability, could only sulk in silence. Surrounded by Zhun Feng and others, Bai Tianming approached the dungeon entrance. He glanced at the images displayed on the dungeon monitor. Once again, the luminous point was discovered. How many individuals remain inside? Reporting to Bai Jing, there are a total of 8 people left, with 7 stationed at the Cloud Pavilion, showing no signs of movement. However, one individual continues to wander restlessly. At this moment, Zhen Feng furrowed his brow. I had advised them to huddle together for warmth and to focus on defeating monsters. Bai Tianming took a deep breath. The monster's attributes have been enhanced. They are likely struggling. Yet this individual appears undaunted by the creatures within. Bai Tianming's instincts were exceptional. After merely glancing at the trajectory of the green light's movement, he surmised something. Could it be that he possesses the capability to solo dungeons? Stroking his chin, Bai Tianming suddenly recognized a startling fact. However, Zhen Feng promptly dismissed the notion. Unlikely. I believe his constant movement is merely a means to evade the monster's attacks. Let us observe further. Bai Tianming nodded in agreement. Zhen Feng's reasoning was not without merit. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already slain over 100 monsters. His experience points had surged to 82. He had indeed acquired a substantial amount of materials. The most formidable adversary was the Grey Wolf King. As Lin Mo continued to grind, he found that apart from the Grey Wolf King, the remaining creatures fell before him as easily as cutting through vegetables. Yet, this was only true for him. At that moment, Xiongmu and the others were still trembling in fear, awaiting rescue. Lin Mo was in a frenzy, having amassed a significant quantity of materials and equipment to be fed into his inventory. A wave of feeding, a level up, and the subsequent pace of monster grinding would accelerate. Choose. Feed. Summon. Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding progress, 100. God level skill development progress, 50. Summon. Golden Legend Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 80. God level skill development progress, 10. Summon. Golden Legend Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 50. God level skill development progress, 10. Summon. Golden Legend Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 70. God level skill development progress, 50. Congratulations to Lin Mo, for the level of God level feeding has increased. God level feeding LV5 to LV6. Professional skill, God level feeding LV6. Note, feeding summon creatures grants them a 50-fold increase in all attributes. The feeding progress for the Slime General is complete, and the feeding level has been enhanced. Summon, Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding level, 5. Strength, 2,700. Spirit, 2,500. Agility, 2,500. Constitution, 2,700. Skill, Jumping Critical Hit. Now completed to God level. Can deal 100 times strength attribute and area critical hit damage. Skill, God level split, 500500. Note, the Slime General can split into several clones with only strength attributes. Skill, Starfall Gathering. Note, the Slime General can forcibly attract any creature within a 200-meter radius to its side, disarming them. The God level feeding has finally upgraded. As one progresses further, the speed of leveling up God level feeding slows down considerably. However, the multiplier for the upgrade took Lin Mo by surprise. This time it had escalated to an astonishing 50 times. Lin Mo continued to grind, with the Slime General's strength attribute soaring to a terrifying 2,700, greatly amplifying the power of his Earth Explosion Star. Successfully defeated Moonlit Cloud Wolf, experience 30,000. Successfully defeated Grey Wolf King, experience 50,000. Approximately an hour later, Lin Mo's level finally ascended. Congratulations to Lin Mo, level up. LV15 to LV16. Lin Mo hurriedly opened his attributes to check. Name, Lin Mo. Profession, God-level boss summoner. Title, King of Frost. Note, immune to 20 ice attribute skills. Level, LV16, 001. Strength, 160. Spirit, 170. Agility, 160. Constitution, 160. Combat power value, 160. Professional skill, God-level feeding LV6. Note, feeding summon creatures grants them a 50-fold increase in all attributes. Professional skill, God-level boss summoning technique LV101. Note, initial summoning of a boss does not require acquiring a boss crystal. Professional skill, God-level summoning space LV145. Professional skill, God-level skill sharing LV1. Note, summoner can utilize God-level boss skills with power derived from the attributes of the summoned creature. God-level passive skill, sharing joy and sorrow. Note, summoned creatures bear 100 of the damage directed at the summoner. Skill, magical spring water, now completed to God level. Mana recovery speed increased by 100. Skill, spatio-temporal displacement, now completed to God level. No incantation required. Instantaneously teleport to any position within 1,000 meters. Equipment, none. Aside from the unexpected advancement of God level feeding, there seemed to be no signs of enhancement in the other professional skills. Lin Mo found this perplexing. Typically, a class changer must seek out a corresponding mentor to learn and elevate their professional skills. Yet, for his unique hidden profession, where could he find a mentor? He could only explore on his own. Fortunately, the summoned bosses were sufficiently powerful, alleviating the need for excessive concern for the time being. A third of the cloud map was swiftly cleared. Lin Mo completed his plan ahead of schedule. This area is relatively close to the Cloud Pavilion, and Xiong Mumu and the others should still be grinding there. Lin Mo had not forgotten the words Xiong Mumu had spoken before entering the dungeon to the Brave Adventure Corps. Want my life? Then let us see what you can do. Lin Mo's expression was exceedingly calm. Utilizing his spatio-temporal displacement skill, he arrived at the Cloud Pavilion in mere moments. Simultaneously, Bai Tianming and Jin Feng noticed that the previously scattered luminous point had abruptly materialized in the Cloud Pavilion. Has this fellow finally decided to unite for warmth? Jin Feng took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of apprehension for the individual. It seems my speculation was correct. He must be in flight. Bai Tianming, as if seeing through it all, slowly shook his head. Not at all. This individual is incredibly strong. His displacement speed is remarkable. In just a few minutes, he nearly traversed half the map. Now that he has arrived at the Cloud Pavilion, could it be to rescue someone? Jun Feng pondered for a moment and stated, is he a high-level class changer? He quickly dismissed his own conjecture, deeming it unlikely. High-level class changers wouldn't venture into such a low-tier dungeon, would they? How? Inside the dungeon, under the vast expanse of stars, a sliver of melancholy moonlight cast a hazy glow over the cloud corridor. Xiong Mumu and the others trembled, their bodies shaking. The air here was thin, and the temperature was steadily dropping. Accompanied by the haunting howls of wolves, fear gripped their hearts. It has been so long. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly before Xiong Mumu and the others. The individual in question is Lin Mo. He slowly raised his head, casting his gaze towards several shadowy figures within the corridor. Xiong Mumu's eyes glimmered. It's the one who came to our rescue. The young team leader. No, wait. I've seen this guy before. He is indeed Lin Mo. Upon hearing the name Lin Mo, Xiong Mumu's anger flared. So it's him. Xiong Mumu sprang to his feet in an instant. How did this brat get in here? Didn't I assign someone to guard the entrance to the instance? Perhaps they failed to hold the line, a voice cautiously suggested. Xiong Mumu immediately exploded with rage. Damn it. Once I get out, I will make them pay dearly for this. Little did he know, the guards outside had already been dealt with by Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly spoke in a deep, ominous tone. You cannot escape. Who do you think you're scaring? Xiong Mumu shouted, pointing at Lin Mo. Do you know who my father is? The leader of the Brave Warriors Adventurers Guild, Xiong Taibing. Everyone in Beijiang has to show my father some respect. If I'm trapped here, they will surely go to great lengths to rescue me. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. I meant, I will kill you. Xiong Mumu burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. The other members of the Brave Warriors Adventurers Guild could hardly contain their amusement. What are you pretending for? We are many, and you are but one. Do you really think you can kill me? As he mocked Lin Mo, he scrutinized the equipment Lin Mo wore, catching a glimpse of him donning not a single piece of gear. What do you intend to kill me with? Just your words? With a flourish, Xiong Mumu began to showcase his handcrafted gear. My handcrafted set rivals that of gold-grade equipment, with basic attribute bonuses reaching as high as 800 points. Even if you are a high attack, high damage assassin or warrior, don't even think about injuring me. Huh. A weak little test taker dares to confront our young team leader. No need for the team leader to step in. Any one of us could easily handle you. Ha ha. Utterly deluded. Lin Mo said nothing. Not even a flicker of expression crossed his face. To him, speaking further was merely a waste of time better spent on the dead. In Lin Mo's eyes, they were no different from corpses. Just as he was about to make his move, a piercing howl of a wolf interrupted his summoning spell. A ferocious, giant gray wolf king suddenly materialized behind him. Xiong Mumu's face blanched with fear. A few people began to tremble uncontrollably. They had fought the wolf king before and knew how powerful this mutated beast was. The most terrifying aspect was its near-absolute evasion ability. It was nearly impossible to inflict any damage upon it. Those fallen comrades had met gruesome ends at the jaws of the wolf king. They wished never to face such a foe again. Xiong Mumu inhaled sharply, relieved that the wolf king had not appeared behind them, but rather behind Lin Mo. This brat has shielded us from disaster. While the wolf king's attention is on him, let us make our escape. He is doomed. The others nodded in agreement, all preparing to flee. At that moment, the wolf king bared its vicious, razor-sharp teeth and leaped towards Lin Mo, tracing a graceful arc in the air. In that instant, Lin Mo slowly raised his palm. Summon. The slime general instantly appeared before him. Godly split. Starfall convergence. 500 slime hatchlings simultaneously unleashed starfall convergence upon the wolf king. The immense gravitational pull nearly tore the wolf king apart. The next moment, Lin Mo launched his attack. Jumping critical hit. The enlarged version of Earth Explosion Star made its reappearance. Boom, boom, boom. 500 slime hatchlings collectively initiated their assault. Evade successful. Evade successful. Evade failed. With 500 jumping critical hits, it was inevitable that one would cause the wolf king's evasion effect to fail. Once that happened, the slime hatchlings would inflict a staggering 270,100 damage. A damage value exceeding 270,000 that no monster could withstand. With a resounding boom, Lin Mo effortlessly dispatched the wolf king. This scene left Xiong Mumu and his companions utterly stunned. Cough, cough. Several individuals even spat in disbelief. What the hell? He is a summoner? That thing was a summon? I think I've seen that creature before in some instance. It's a boss. After eliminating the wolf king, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon Xiong Mumu. In that moment, Xiong Mumu felt a chill run down his spine, as if a knife were poised at his throat. Lin Mo, right? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you. Look at the mess this has caused. Xiong Mumu forced a grin. Attempting to defuse the tension, Lin Mo blinked, making no further movements. He merely raised his arm and clenched his fist. Earth Explosion Star. Outside the instance, Bai Tianming urged the monitor technician to swiftly retrieve the information on the monsters within the instance. The technician was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a hot shower, fingers flying over the small monitor and computer. Almost there, almost there. Completed. With a swish, the monitor displayed the distribution of all monsters. Red dots represented monsters, while green represented job changers. When Bai Tianming and Jin Feng beheld the red and green distribution map, they were utterly dumbfounded. Where are the monsters from the Ghost Fog Forest? And here, how come there are no monsters in this valley? Here. A third of the monsters in the entire Yinchong instance have vanished? The technician weakly remarked. If they are missing, they must have been wiped out. Buzz. Bai Tianming and Jin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. It must be that person. At this moment, a green light appeared in the Yinchong pavilion. The instant the green dot emerged, a red monster instantaneously vanished. The technician explained, these larger red dots represent nightmare-level elite monsters. Bai Tianming and Jin Feng were left in a state of shock. Look, the technician suddenly pointed at the multitude of disappearing green dots. These individuals have all vanished. Killed? But there are no monsters around. Bai Tianming and Jin Feng slowly stood up, their pupils constricting in horror. Could it be that this brat not only eradicated the monsters within the instance, but also casually eliminated the job changers farming the instance? Jin Feng felt a mix of laughter and tears. Bai Ju, the term casually Bai Tianming replied with utmost seriousness. In mere seconds, everyone was dead. That is hardly a casual feat. Is it? Who died? Xiong Taibing had been vigilantly observing from the outside, concerned for his son's uncertain fate within. Just then, a gem at his waist began to glow. He slowly lifted the gem, his expression growing increasingly grim. My son, a soul gem? During the day? Bai Tianming narrowed his eyes, capable of encasing a fragment of a transmigrator's soul within a gemstone. Once the original body meets its demise, the soul within the gem would resonate and begin to shimmer. The most significant value of this gemstone lies in its ability to resurrect the transmigrator. However, it can only be utilized once in a lifetime. The soul gem is not a secret. Nearly every influential family acquires such gemstones. Although they are quite costly, they are undeniably worth the price when compared to a single life. Xiong Taibing gripped the gemstone tightly, silently vowing, no matter who took my son's life, I shall ensure they pay in blood. He then glanced at Bai Tianming and Jin Feng before solemnly declaring, By Bureau. Captain Jean. I must take my leave. With that, Xiong Taibing departed, clutching the soul gem. Resurrecting a soul is no trivial endeavor. It requires a substantial expenditure of money, manpower, and resources. Therefore, to resurrect Xiong Mumu before the final examination, preparations must commence immediately. Meanwhile, Bai Tianming received a phone call from the higher-ups. Have you found a solution? Jin Feng inquired. Bai Tianming nodded and replied, I believe it is no longer necessary, hence I have declined the upper management's plan. Jin Feng observed the monsters vanishing from the monitor, along with the green dots darting about, and took a deep breath. I think so too, he replied earnestly. That individual is formidable. At this pace, within 2 hours, all the monsters in the Cloud Middle instance will be exterminated. All attention turned to the last remaining green dot. 2 hours later, with a resounding crash, Lin Mo vanquished the final monster in the last region. Gasping for breath, he reflected that while killing monsters was not particularly strenuous, the continuous use of temporal displacement had indeed drained a considerable amount of energy. He had accumulated a wealth of materials, nearly overflowing. Experience points surged, reaching level 86, ample for further investment. Large-scale instances are truly exhilarating. The thrill of monster hunting had left him feeling utterly drained. Were other transmigrators to learn Lin Mo's sentiments, they would likely be incensed. After all, while others toil to traverse maps, they also have to contend with slaying monsters. Some gold farming teams consider it a bountiful harvest to clear a small area in a day, whereas Lin Mo had cleared the entire map. Choosing to invest, he fed all the drops and materials. Summon creature, Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding progress, 30. God level skill development progress, 80. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 100. God level skill development progress, 40. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 80. God level skill development progress, 30. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 100. God level skill development progress, 70. The feeding progress for the Minotaur Lord was complete, resulting in an upgrade. The Ice Mage's feeding progress was also complete, leading to an upgrade. In just 1 day within a massive instance, Lin Mo successfully leveled up 3 of his summoned creatures. A splendid yield. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Minotaur King. Feeding level, 4. Strength, 4,400. Mental power, 3,950. Agility, 4,400. Constitution, 4,400. Skill, Bison Charge, God level upgrade completed. Stun duration increased to 100 seconds. Skill, Thorned Armor, Note, deals damage back to attackers with 200 strength attribute. Skill, Divine Bull Shield, Note, increases all allied constitution by 400, reducing the effects of control-type skills by 100 for 20 seconds. This is the true visage of a boss. Lin Mo gazed at the astonishing stats, a smile gracing his lips. The Minotaur Lord's attributes had doubled. The Bison Charge now stunned for a full 100 seconds. When he re-entered the instance, he could activate the Divine Bull Shield, quadrupling his constitution and nullifying all control skills. One of Lin Mo's vulnerabilities had thus been mitigated. Next, he opened the upgraded attribute panel for the Ice Mage. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Ice Mage. Feeding level, 2. Strength, 3,600. Mental power, 8,000. Agility, 3,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Frost Freeze. God level upgrade completed. Can freeze all creatures within a 100-meter radius for 20 seconds, dealing 50 life points of damage continuously. Passive skill, Crystallization. God level upgrade completed. While in slumber, all allies within 50 meters of the Ice Mage become crystallized, immune to all attacks. Note: crystallized allies cannot attack. The range of Frost Freeze expanded exponentially, and its damage output became utterly outrageous. Once the Ice Mage utilized this skill, all monsters within 100 meters would be annihilated within 2 seconds. An undeniably overpowered ability. After a brief moment of rest, Lin Mo gradually stood up and surveyed his surroundings. No monsters remained. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Could it be that there is not a single boss in the Cloud Middle instance? By Bureau. Captain Jean. The monitor indicated that all monsters had been eradicated. Yet the instance's gate remained shut. Jin Feng queried. What happens now that all monsters have been cleared? Bai Tianming slowly turned to Jin Feng. I do not know. For no one has ever managed to eliminate all the monsters in such a super large instance as Cloud Middle. As for what will transpire, we can only wait and see. At that moment, Lin Mo felt the ground tremble ominously. Crack. Suddenly, a fissure appeared beneath his feet and continued to widen. Lin Mo glanced down, and beneath the deep crack lay a pool of molten lava. A surge of scorching energy erupted forth. Damn. Chapter 31, Monsters from Hell. Flames licked at Lin Mo like living tongues, the searing heat eroding his skin. A moment's inattention could render him to cinders. Minotaur Lord. Lin Mo immediately called forth the Minotaur Lord to his side, then mounted the beast to outwit the encroaching flames. To that open space, ahead lay a protruding rock platform untouched by the flames. Lin Mo led his summoned creatures swiftly to the rocky sanctuary. Upon reaching safety, He exhaled a sigh of relief. The ground within the cloud middle instance had become a shattered wasteland, nearly every area consumed by the erupting lava. Only the elevated terrain remained unscathed. Gazing at the crimson lava, Lin Mo squinted slightly. He observed the gradually calming lava, which flowed languidly. Suddenly, a fiery tongue erupted from the molten depths. A terrifying claw, enveloped in flames, thrust forth from the magma. What is this? Lin Mo's pupils constricted. There is something lurking beneath the scorching lava. By Bureau. Captain Jun. It has appeared. The monitor's expression was grave as he spoke. Bai Tianming and Jin Feng immediately positioned themselves before the screen. A crimson dot abruptly materialized, radiating an intense red light. Such a significant crimson glow. Is this a boss? Jin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Tianming, an expert in boss research with ample experience, nodded. His countenance darkening. The seal has been breached. The creature hidden within the Cloud Realm instance was on the verge of being unleashed. Jin Feng gasped, aware of the sealed monster within the instance. It was an undisclosed secret, known to only a select few who remembered the events of that day. Although this sealed creature paled in comparison to others from that time, its power remained formidable. Having participated in that battle, I am acutely aware of this monster's strength. Bai Tianming sighed, turning to the monitor. Report to the higher-ups. According to their plans, that individual has little chance of survival. Jin Feng furrowed his brow. Shouldn't we at least try? Bai Tianming offered a wry smile. There is no point in attempting. It is far too powerful. Perhaps after being sealed for so long, its strength has diminished, but it remains beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to confront. At least below the second advancement, no one stands a chance. Within the Cloud Realm instance, Lin Mo watched in awe as a massive wolf, its fangs dripping with lava, gradually emerged. An oppressive aura enveloped him. And as the beast exhaled, the air around him heated to an unbearable degree. Lin Mo felt the temperature rise by several degrees, causing even the ice mage to break into a sweat. The target was locked. The creature's information swiftly appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. Hellfire Wolf, ordinary boss of hell. Level 2. Strength, 3,500. Mentality, 2,500. Agility, 3,000. Vitality, 5,000. Skill, Flame Blast. Note: inflicts burning damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Skill, Earth Shatter. Note: creates fissures within a 10-meter radius. Erupting with lava. Passive skill, Fire Attribute Enhancement. Note: gains strength in the presence of fire. Lin Mo gasped, taken aback by many aspects of the creature. For instance, its level was merely 2, yet its attributes were astonishingly high, not to mention the label of an ordinary boss from hell. Hell, what manner of place is this? This was merely a level 15 instance. How could such a formidable boss appear? These questions begged for answers. To Lin Mo, the boss's attributes and skills did not seem beyond reason. After all, his summoned creatures were no pushovers either. Moreover, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. After grinding in the Cloud Realm instance for so long, he had finally encountered a boss. Once he acquired the boss crystal, this powerful Hellfire Wolf could become one of his summons. The mere thought brought him joy. The stronger the boss, the more exhilarated Lin Mo felt. Were other job changers to hear Lin Mo's thoughts, they would likely deem him deranged. At that moment, the Hellfire Wolf, noticing Lin Mo's slender form, spoke. Human child. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a talking wolf. The Hellfire Wolf sneered, stepping forward with its flaming paw. Child, be mindful of your address. I am the Hellfire Wolf, and the ordinary monsters you encounter are unworthy to even polish my shoes. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then slowly replied, Polish shoes? Do you even wear shoes? The Hellfire Wolf was momentarily stumped, its eyes radiating a fierce inferno. Humph. Child, are you polite? I can sense your feeble aura. Your level cannot be high. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Just reached level 16. While my level may be low, I am capable of defeating you. You are quite audacious for a child. Since you are so unafraid of death, I shall make you my first target. As soon as the words left its mouth, the Hellfire Wolf crouched slightly, then opened its massive maw. A ferocious blaze erupted forth, engulfing the space around Lin Mo. Flame Blast. The scorching waves battered Lin Mo's face, the intense heat searing every inch of his skin, as if the flames sought to desiccate his very cells. The Hellfire Wolf was indeed immensely powerful. Had it encountered an ordinary job changer, they might have already been reduced to ashes. However, it was unfortunate for the Hellfire Wolf that it faced Lin Mo. Child, perish. Lin Mo slowly raised his head, his clear gaze locking onto the ever-expanding inferno. Just then, the Ice Mage materialized before Lin Mo, effortlessly intercepting the flame blast without so much as a scratch. It was no jest. The Ice Mage possessed a staggering vitality of over 6,000. Blocking a mere flame blast was trivial. Furthermore, as an Ice-type mage, she naturally possessed an elemental advantage over the fire-based Hellfire Wolf. She then extended her arms gracefully and began to chant softly, Frostbind. At that moment, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the flames on the ground were instantaneously encased in ice. The fire tongues that had just erupted were frozen into slender icicles before they could escape. The area of ice spread at a visible rate, closing in on the Hellfire Wolf. In that instant, the Hellfire Wolf finally sensed the impending danger. A look of terror crossed its face as it began to retreat. "Damn it, child, what manner of creature is she?" "Just one of my summons," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. The Hellfire Wolf panicked and turned to the fissure through which it had emerged, still unfrozen. If it wished to survive, it had no choice but to return to its seal. However, that felt like a bitter pill to swallow. Having seized the opportunity presented by the instance's disturbance to escape, was it to return in such a humiliating manner? Unwilling. But the ice mage's freezing speed was increasing, rapidly cutting off its escape route. If it did not flee now, when would it? The Hellfire Wolf disregarded all semblance of dignity and dashed towards the fissure. At that moment, a sly smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. "Slime General. Starfall Cluster." The golden slime general soared into the air, immediately employing the Starfall Cluster skill. A powerful suction force ensnared the Hellfire Wolf in midair. The creature struggled like a toyed with pup, howling, "What the hell? You dare not even reveal your name. If I die, I swear I'll haunt you as a ghost." Lin Mo smiled faintly. "Very well. I am Lin Mo. I will await your arrival as a ghost." "Curse you." The Hellfire Wolf, for the first time in its life, shed tears of indignation. This mighty boss from hell was being thoroughly bested by a mere human child who had yet to complete their second job advancement. And it was being beaten mercilessly. "Oh whoa." Lin Mo extended his palm and gradually clenched it. Earth-shattering star. In an instant, the slime general split into 500 slime offspring, encasing the Hellfire Wolf within. At the same time, he executed a leap critical strike. Boom. The Hellfire Wolf was instantly transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. Lin Mo watched as a few strands of the Hellfire Wolf's fur floated down, catching them deftly in his hand. He chuckled softly, easily vanquished. Successfully killed the Hellfire Wolf, gaining 100,000 experience points. Dropped. Hellfire Wolf's Boss Crystal. Dropped. Hellfire Wolf Soul, enchantment material for handcrafted equipment. Hiss. The Hellfire Wolf was a treasure trove in itself. Even its soul served as an enchanting material. Suddenly, Lin Mo recalled the words spoken by the Hellfire Wolf before its demise, declaring it would not spare him even in death. It seemed this pitiful creature would never have the chance for revenge. Lin Mo stowed away the Hellfire Wolf soul and began to meditate on the spot. At that moment, the fissure in the Cloud Realm dungeon was gradually mending. The surging magma was being subdued by the Ice Mage, and with the closing of the rift, it slowly sank back into the earth. After adjusting his state, Lin Mo opened his palm, revealing the Hellfire Wolf Boss Crystal, which radiated a crimson glow. The fifth summoned creature. He then crushed the crystal. A beam of red light surged into Lin Mo's body. Class skill, God-level boss summoning technique LV1-11. Note: no boss crystal required for the initial summoning. Using the God-level boss summoning technique. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blinding red light pierced the clouds, illuminating Lin Mo. He instantly felt a warm sensation enveloping him. Moments later, sinuous red lines appeared in the sky like rivers. A colossal wolf, engulfed in flames, tore through the clouds and descended from above. Boom. It materialized before Lin Mo in an instant, causing the ground to tremble. Just then, a golden light slanted across the Hellfire Wolf's form. The originally crimson flames took on a subtle golden hue. Its fur shimmered with gold, and its bare body was adorned with a set of golden armor. Chapter 32. You don't even know, we're like brothers. Summon creature, golden legendary Hellfire Wolf. Strength, 7,000. Spirit, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, Flame Burst Waterfall. God level transformation completed, inflicting burning damage and nullifying healing effects on enemies within a 50-meter radius. Skill, Earthquake. God level transformation completed, capable of creating fissures in the earth within a 100-meter radius, spewing forth magma. Passive skill, Fire Attribute Enhancement. God level transformation completed. Encounters with fire increase all attributes by 200. Cough, cough. I didn't expect the Hellfire Wolf's attributes to be so formidable after its God level transformation. It seems that deploying this summoned creature alone could annihilate anything in battle. However, Lin Mo was acutely aware that there are always greater powers beyond his own. Perhaps other players had tricks up their sleeves that surpassed his. Furthermore, he had seen even more powerful hellish creatures today. Merely at level 2, they possessed terrifying attributes. What if he had encountered a hellish creature of the same level as himself? Lin Mo shuddered at the thought of the consequences. He recalled all his summoned creatures back into the summoning space, which was now filled to capacity. To summon another boss, he would need to upgrade his skill. The problem was, Lin Mo had no idea how to upgrade the summoning space skill. He decided to seek someone for advice later. This issue was pressing, and Lin Mo prepared to exit the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, after receiving a notification from Bai Tianming, the higher-ups were already on their way. Zhen Feng paced anxiously, awaiting their arrival. Bai Tianming, arms crossed, appeared somewhat composed. "Stop fidgeting in front of me. Your anxiety won't change anything," he remarked. Zhen Feng sighed deeply. We shouldn't have placed our hopes on that person. We know nothing of his background. Bai Tianming glanced at Jinfeng. Are you blaming me? Jinfeng paused, scratching his head. No, how could I dare blame you? Bai Tianming shook his head in exasperation. Who could have anticipated that the seal would suddenly loosen? Captain Zhun, that person seems to have slain the monster. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Bai Tianming and Jinfeng immediately turned to the monitor. The glowing red that was gradually fading, finally vanishing from the screen. Meanwhile, the inconspicuous green that continued to emit a faint glow. Killed it? Who on earth is inside there? To have defeated that formidable creature, they must have at least achieved their second-class advancement. All monsters within the Cloud Realm dungeon had been eradicated. Moreover, they had even slain the beast sealed within. The dungeon was finally rebooting. Bug fix completed. The entrance to the dungeon reopened. Lin Mo's slender figure appeared before the dungeon's gate. All eyes turned toward the distant silhouette. They were eager to discover which formidable individual had cleared the entire Cloud Realm dungeon and vanquished the monsters within the seal. The moment Lin Mo emerged, Jinfeng's mind went blank. Little, Xiaomo. Lin Mo frowned slightly, surprised to see such a crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance. Almost all members of the city guard were present, along with some officials from the monitoring bureau. To Lin Mo's astonishment, several members of the brave expedition team were also among them. Upon spotting Lin Mo, they hurriedly departed to relay the news. Lin Mo chose to ignore them. Firstly, it was unwise to engage in combat with so many witnesses present. Secondly, he had grown indifferent to the brave expedition team. Should anyone seek to trouble him, he would not hesitate to send them to their demise. Bai Tianming, observing Jinfeng's reaction, was momentarily taken aback. As his mind raced, he soon regained his composure. Do you know him? Jinfeng was at a loss whether to laugh or be astonished. He nodded repeatedly. He's my nephew, his words laced with an air of pride. I can't believe the one who cleared the map is you. Jinfeng exclaimed, shaking Lin Mo's shoulders in excitement. Lin Mo felt no emotional upheaval. Clearing a map wasn't something to get overly excited about, was it? Uncle, you're being too rough. It hurts a bit. Jinfeng chuckled sheepishly, quickly releasing his grip. Sorry. Lin Mo offered a faint smile. Little brother, you look quite young. Have you already achieved your second-class advancement? Bai Tianming inquired, puzzled. From his perspective, only those who had undergone a second-class advancement could have slain that powerful monster. I'm only level 16, still preparing for my major examination, Lin Mo replied calmly. Bai Tianming maintained a smile, only to suddenly realize something. After a few seconds of shock, he exclaimed, What did you say? Lin Mo enunciated clearly. I am preparing for my major examination. Uffed. Director Bai could no longer contain his astonishment. He cast a bewildered glance at Lin Mo, then turned his gaze towards Jinfeng, seeking a definitive answer in his eyes. Yet Jinfeng, with a pained expression, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Tianming finally grasped that Lin Mo was not jesting. He stared incredulously at the formidable candidate before him, his demeanor gradually softening as he repeated to himself the mantra of composure. This world is not devoid of prodigies. However, few possess the abnormality of being able to vanquish a hellish creature during the critical examination period, unlike Lin Mo young prodigy. Might you enlighten me on how you accomplished such a feat? Bai Tianming was eager to uncover the truth behind the events. Lin Mo calmly shook his head. I apologize, but I am currently preoccupied. Refused? Bai Tianming cleared his throat and asserted, I believe you are yet unaware of my identity. I am Bai Tianming, the director of the North River Monitoring Bureau. Zhun and I are friends, so you may refer to me as Uncle Bai. Jinfeng was taken aback. Our relationship with Director Bai doesn't seem to warrant such familiarity. Bai Tianming shot a glare at Jinfeng. What are you doing? We are as close as brothers. You must have noticed how I care for you. Lin Mo had numerous inquiries he wished to pose to Bai Tianming and Jinfeng, but the current situation left little room for that. Remaining any longer would likely unearth his ancestral lineage. Thus, it was best to take his leave. Uncle Bai, I am quite fatigued and wish to return to rest. There is one matter I would like your assistance with. Bai Tianming immediately assumed a director's demeanor. Speak freely. I can assist with anything. Lin Mo nodded. Please keep today's events confidential. Bai Tianming furrowed his brow slightly. This matter, I might not be able to help. Lin Mo slowly raised his gaze to meet Bai Tianming's, causing a shiver to run down the latter's spine. Considering the numerous individuals involved today, it is inevitable that some may divulge information. I can only ensure that your name remains undisclosed. Lin Mo smiled faintly and nodded. That will suffice. Will the Cloud Realm instance be available for farming again? Lin Mo inquired. The Cloud Realm instance was exceedingly lucrative, with abundant monsters yielding substantial experience. At the current pace, he could level up twice within 4 days. Bai Tianming sighed, shaking his head. Rebooting the instance will require some time, approximately a week. Lin Mo frowned. What a pity. Since the Cloud Realm instance could not be farmed, Lin Mo would have to settle for less. As for other higher-level instances, he could not access them at his current level. He could only continue farming in the Frosty Land. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Mo bid farewell to Jinfeng and Bai Tianming, preparing to depart, when suddenly a member of the city guard called out, Wait. Captain Zhun, Director Bai. This kid has killed members of the Heroic Adventurers Guild. Are we just going to let this slide? Lin Mo turned to face Jin Feng and Bai Tianming, explaining. They initiated the conflict. I was merely defending myself. The guard questioned, you killed 7 or 8 people, and you call that defense? You don't appear to have a scratch on you. Jin Feng was nearly driven to exasperation by his own naive subordinate. The members of the Heroic Adventurers Guild were hardly virtuous. Even if he hadn't eliminated them, the mutated monsters would eventually devour them. Moreover, they were the ones who instigated the conflict. The guard persisted, Captain Jun. I believe you are being overly lenient with this kid. You often instruct us that the emperor and commoner alike are subject to the same laws. Though he is your nephew, I feel you should not shield him. Jin Feng's expression darkened immediately. Even Bai Tianming could no longer tolerate this. Setting aside the poor reputation of the Heroic Adventurers Guild, the reckless use of sub-instance items by Xiong Mumu, which caused the Cloud Realm instance to malfunction, was enough to warrant condemnation. It could be said that Xiong Mumu had brought this upon himself. Bai Tianming stepped forward. The members of the Heroic Adventurers Guild are suspected of utilizing illegal sub-instance items, resulting in the instance malfunction. Lin Mo single-handedly cleared the instance of monsters, thus saving the Cloud Realm instance. Without Lin Mo's efforts within the instance, it would have likely been impossible to reboot this colossal instance. Furthermore, should the sealed monsters escape, it would trigger an unimaginable disaster. Bai Tianming's face bore a hint of anger as he questioned, do you have any further inquiries? The stern expression from Bai Tianming sent shivers down the guard's spine. Jin Feng had often instructed them to uphold integrity, initially intending to assert himself. He now found himself in an awkward position. He swallowed hard and nodded, and no further questions. Bai Tianming cast him a knowing glance. Very well, then. With no further concerns, Bai Tianming decided to take his leave. Lin Mo calmly exited the scene, leaving behind only a slender silhouette. Bai Tianming glanced at Jin Feng and chuckled. Your nephew is quite impressive. Jin Feng's expression turned bittersweet. Indeed, he works hard. His name is Lin Mo, correct? Jin Feng nodded. Suddenly, Bai Tianming had a revelation. Is he? Jin Feng exhaled deeply. Indeed, he is his son. Bai Tianming's eyes widened in realization. Like father, like son. No wonder it is so remarkable. Do take care of him in the future. My daughter should be around his age. Bai Tianming stroked his chin. Seemingly struck by an idea, Jin Feng gradually turned his head toward Bai Tianming. Hey, don't have any thoughts about my nephew? Bai Tianming shot a glance at Jin Feng. I'm still his uncle. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had returned to North River City and made his way to the auction house. He disposed of some unnecessary materials and equipment, netting 300,000 gold coins. He unexpectedly encountered the renowned mage, Liang Yu. Lin Mo felt somewhat exasperated. Was this fellow intentionally tracking him? Master Mage, what a coincidence, Lin Mo greeted. Liang Yu approached with a grin. Have you acquired another batch of goods? Lin Mo shrugged. Liang Yu clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. With only 4 days left until the big exam, feeling pressured? Lin Mo shook his head, not particularly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had several unresolved queries. And given Liang Yu's extensive knowledge, why not seek his counsel? Chapter 33. Your profession is slightly stronger than that of an average summoner. Since the Cloud Realm instance was no longer accessible for farming, Lin Mo's level was unlikely to increase further. With time on his hands, he decided to buy 2 cups of milk tea and some snacks, sitting down with Liang Yu at a beverage shop to chat. At that moment, Liang Yu's eyes twitched as he stared at the meager few snacks before him, along with a cup of discounted milk tea. Cough, cough. Lin Mo? Is this what you call treating someone? Lin Mo frowned. What's wrong? Is this feast too extravagant for you? Liang Yu retorted. You must be joking. You are far too stingy. Liang Yu sighed deeply. Lin Mo was no longer the same. Having procured materials from instances and sold them at the auction house, he had amassed quite the fortune. It was surprising that such wealth was spent so frugally on a mere cup of milk tea. You lads certainly know how to live wisely. Good steel should be put to good use. The monetary resources at Lin Mo's disposal hold additional value. After all, a basic skill book has already been sold for prices ranging from 20 to 50,000, with rare basic skill books commanding even higher prices. Every little savings counts. While sipping his milk tea, Lin Mo inquired, I have a question I need assistance with. Liang Yu nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic of Lin Mo's frugality further. You, who are usually so taciturn, are surprisingly loquacious today, so feel free to ask as much as you like. I shall answer any question you pose. Lin Mo made no attempt to defend himself and directly displayed a portion of his attribute information to Liang Yu. Professional skill, God-level summoning space LV1, 55. How can one resolve the issue of a professional skill that cannot be upgraded? Upon seeing Lin Mo's entry, Liang Yu, the Grand Sorcerer, swallowed hard. Is this your professional skill? Lin Mo nodded, perplexed. Is there a problem? Liang Yu let out a bitter laugh. A mere level 1 skill capable of storing 5 summons? How are other summoners to survive? However, Lin Mo's focus diverged from Liang Yu's. He promptly seized upon the crux of the matter. So, other summoners possess a skill akin to summoning space? Liang Yu nodded. Aside from the god-level distinction, the rest are almost identical. In your case, you need to seek out the appropriate vocational mentor for upgrades. Lin Mo thoughtfully nodded. I understand now. Liang Yu munched on a few snack beans. At this moment, Lin Mo had gleaned the answer he sought, and, upon finishing his milk tea, rose to depart. Hey, where are you going? Liang Yu asked. To find a vocational mentor. Lin Mo replied, his figure quickly receding into the distance. Simultaneously, a shadow appeared beside Liang Yu. Old Wu, Liang Yu exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Wu Gang's expression was exceedingly grim as he glared at Lin Mo's retreating back, gritting his teeth. Liang Yu furrowed his brow. What troubles you? Wu Gang snorted. Isn't it because of that brat? He gestured angrily towards Lin Mo's vanishing silhouette. Lin Mo? Liang Yu expressed astonishment. Wu Gang, seated in the beverage shop, ordered a glass of ice water, his gaze brimming with malice. That kid has killed our squad leader. Our leader is currently rallying personnel to deal with him. Liang Yu immediately sought to suppress Wu Gang's fury. Are you planning to harm Lin Mo? Wu Gang shot Liang Yu a disdainful glance. Killing requires retribution. Debts must be repaid. What's wrong with that? Liang Yu gasped in shock. Brother, could you do me a favor and leave him be? Wu Gang eyed Liang Yu coldly, granting him no quarter. Old Liang, if you try to stop me, we can no longer be friends. I do not expect your assistance, but do not hinder my plans. Lin Mo is a promising talent, and he does not seem like someone who intentionally seeks trouble. Are you implying that our squad leader is the one instigating? Wu Gang retorted angrily. That is not what I meant. Liang Yu attempted to clarify. However, Wu Gang was too incensed to listen. He waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to hear your explanations. If you insist on meddling in this matter, I will not show you any mercy. With that, he stormed away. Liang Yu watched Wu Gang's retreating figure and sighed deeply. He genuinely appreciated Lin Mo, and if the brave adventure team were to take action against him, he resolved that even at the cost of his friendship with Wu Gang, he would stand up for Lin Mo. Navigating a small path paved with blue stones and following the map's guidance, Lin Mo soon found himself before the summoner vocational mentor. He reasoned that since a god-level boss summoner is still a summoner, consulting the summoner vocational mentor would be the right course. To his surprise, this mentor was a striking young woman clad in a form-fitting black jumpsuit, exuding both allure and charm. She wielded an enchanted whip, accompanied by an adorable rabbit summon that appeared harmless yet enticing. How may I assist you? The summoner vocational mentor inquired with a smile. All vocational mentors had undergone the rigorous assessments of the Transmigration Temple before assuming their roles, dedicated to providing various forms of professional assistance to novice transmigrators. Lin Mo wasted no time. Greetings, mentor. I wish to upgrade my summoning space skill. The mentor smiled gently, her appearance exuding a soothing aura. You may call me Aisha. Would you mind if I utilized a high-level professional scanner to assess your specific information? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Previously, Bai Bingbing had scanned him, revealing only basic attribute information, which should not expose his hidden strengths. Upon receiving Lin Mo's consent, Aisha retrieved a black rod from her chest. Duong. She then waved it lightly over Lin Mo. A boss summoner. This appears to be quite a commendable profession, likely belonging to the legendary tier within the summoner classification. At this juncture, Aisha's brows suddenly furrowed. Your attribute values are rather low. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. Well, it seems I may have overestimated your profession. It appears that your vocation is only marginally superior to that of an ordinary summoner. Aisha formed a small gesture with her delicate fingers, illustrating her point to Lin Mo. Mentor Aisha, please, just tell me how to upgrade. After a lengthy examination, Aisha's expression grew increasingly grave. It seems that to upgrade, we will need to assign you some special tasks. Upon their completion, I will provide you with a space stone. Utilizing the unique power of the space stone, your skill can be upgraded. How troublesome, Lin Mo thought. However, this task is quite challenging. Aisha flashed a playful smile. I recommend that you complete it as a team. With your current level, you should be working within some adventure group, correct? Or perhaps as a moneymaker. It appeared Aisha had mistaken him for a perennial underachiever who had failed the grand examination multiple times. Lin Mo smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Aisha sensed he might be reluctant to disclose his current circumstances and did not press further. Let me assign you the task directly. You are to clear the Frostland Abyss dungeon or higher within 1 hour. However, the team size must be limited to no more than 6 individuals. How does that sound? Quite a challenge, isn't it? I recall the last record-breaking team took 2 hours and 56 minutes. That was last year, Meng Junshin. The memories of the past suddenly resurfaced. Meng Junshin. Lin Mo was already quite familiar with that name. He was the pride of the entire Beijiang region. With an astonishing level of 15 prior to the grand examination and a staggering score of 5,000, he ascended to become the provincial champion. In a flash, his reputation was known far and wide. Yet, at this moment, Lin Mo's level surpassed Meng Junshin's by a significant margin. And with only 4 days remaining until the grand examination, he still had room for advancement. Are there any other tasks? Lin Mo continued to inquire. Aisha paused for a second, then revealed a bemused expression. Do you believe clearing the Frostland Abyss dungeon within 3 hours is a simple feat? Even those seasoned moneymakers familiar with the dungeon would not dare claim they could accomplish it within that time frame. Not simple, but exceedingly easy, Lin Mo retorted, choosing not to elaborate further. What if Minter Elsa were to raise the difficulty of the tasks? Wouldn't that simply invite trouble for oneself? Understood. I shall accept your task. Upon agreeing to take on the mission, a golden exclamation mark materialized in Lin Mo's palm. The exclamation mark, transforming into a question mark, signifies the completion of your task. Explain, Minter Elsa. Lin Mo nodded, turned, and departed. Elsa watched Lin Mo leave, a faint smile gracing her lips, then shook her head while muttering to herself. This fellow seems to believe the task is rather simple. He'll soon find out otherwise. Meanwhile, the esteemed mage Lian Yu hurried here, intending to remind Lin Mo. However, he soon discovered that Lin Mo had already departed. Elsa waved at Lian Yu. Mr. Liang, what brings you here? After exchanging pleasantries, Lian Yu inquired about Lin Mo. Elsa replied leisurely. Oh, he's your friend? That fellow left right after accepting his task. Do you need to see him for something? Lian Yu waved his hand dismissively. Just a minor matter. Since he has just left, I should still be able to catch up. Mr. Liang, wait. Elsa's curiosity about Lin Mo's identity piqued. It was rare for someone to garner such concern from the esteemed mage Lian Yu. Lian Yu cast a puzzled glance her way. Elsa smiled and inquired. What is your connection with him? You seem quite invested. Ah, he's a newly transitioned student this year. Quite promising, so I thought I'd keep an eye on him. Please take good care of him as well. With that, Lian Yu hurried off in the direction Lin Mo had vanished. Standing still, Elsa gently caressed her cheek. Her expression somewhat dazed. A recently transitioned student? One of this year's top candidates? She had distinctly observed Lin Mo's level information indicating 16. This implied he had ascended to level 16 in a mere 6 days. What have I missed? In a bid to save time, Lin Mo utilized spatial displacement, arriving at the entrance of the Frostland dungeon in just over 10 minutes. At this moment, the area was already teeming with people. The dungeon is at capacity. Please return tomorrow to enter. He suddenly noticed a line of text suspended at the dungeon entrance. Frowning, he thought, more and more new students are reaching level 12. Even the dungeon is overflowing. With no other choice, Lin Mo set up a makeshift resting area and prepared to spend the night, intending to enter the dungeon the following day. Just then, a hand unexpectedly reached toward Lin Mo's neck. Startled, he immediately stood up. Chapter 34, Why don't you two get together? What the, Lin Mo? At that moment, Lin Mo finally recognized the newcomer. It was Wang Jiangwo. He was adorned with 2 sleek black daggers at his waist and donned a full set of bronze dungeon gear, radiating vitality. Accompanying him were 2 voluptuous healers. Though their looks might only merit a score of 6, their figures were undeniably exceptional. Brother Jiangwo, who is this? The 2 voluptuous healers draped their snowy arms over Wang Jiangwo's shoulders, their voices delicate and laced with flirtation. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo's features twitched. This lad seems to have fallen into a pit of softness and is reluctant to emerge. This is my brother. Didn't I mention him to you before? My brother is extraordinarily strong, truly the best summoner, albeit slightly inferior to me. Wang Jiangwo raised an eyebrow at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was well aware of Wang Jiangwo's intentions. Indeed, you are the strongest, Lin Mo replied, his expression devoid of hope. As Wang Jiangwo sought to impress the ladies, Lin Mo had no choice but to play along. Wow, Brother Jiangwo is amazing. The 4 gathered around a freshly ignited campfire. Quite a number of people had arrived today. Lin Mo glanced around, spotting unfamiliar students. Several schools existed in Beijiang, and those who could elevate themselves to level 12 or above within 6 days were indeed a rare breed. With the major schools divided, the number of students from each institution dwindled significantly. It was entirely understandable that Lin Mo did not recognize them. Wang Jiangwo reaching level 12 was anticipated on Lin Mo's part, considering his rare profession. Moreover, the combination of an assassin and healers constituted a robust ensemble. Slaying monsters would pose no challenge. Weren't you in the Cloud Dungeon? What brings you here all of a sudden? Wang Jiangwo whispered. Lin Mo chuckled wryly. The Cloud Dungeon is undergoing a restart, which will take a week, so I cannot farm there. Wang Jiangwo frowned. So the rumor is true? What rumor? Lin Mo inquired. Curiosity piqued. Wang Jiangwo's expression turned astonished. Wow, you haven't heard? The rumor claims that a hell beast emerged in the Cloud Dungeon, devouring all the transition players within. However, it seems that a powerful and mysterious transition player managed to slay it. Lin Mo remained silent. Wang Jiangwo's excitement grew as he elaborated on the tale, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Lin Mo could only silently curse this old trickster in his heart for bringing up such a topic. Did you know? The mysterious figure in question is Meng Junshen, who has already entered the prestigious Kyoto Academy. He ventured to the Cloud Dungeon to complete a task for the Academy and casually eliminated the Hell Beast. Wang Jiangwo stood amidst the crowd, regaling the tale and extolling Meng Junshen's virtues. Lin Mo felt a touch of social anxiety. The concentrated gaze of so many people was overwhelming. Thus, he retreated to the periphery, resignedly watching Wang Jiangwo boast. I've heard another version. Someone suddenly interjected. All attention shifted to the new speaker. The reason the Hell Beast appeared in the Cloud Dungeon was due to the malicious use of dungeon props by the vice-captain of the Xiongbing adventure team. At that time, the Dungeon Monitoring Agency and the City Guard were mobilized, attempting to forcibly breach the dungeon entrance. only to fail. Ultimately, it was a newly transitioned student from this year's top exam who cleared all the monsters from the dungeon map and subsequently defeated the Hell Beast, resolving the crisis. Had their spotlight been stolen? Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief, loathing the newcomer for interrupting. No way. How could a new student from this year's exam possess such formidable strength? Your version is unrealistic. Indeed, how could a candidate possibly clear an entire cloud dungeon? As far as I know, the cloud dungeon is an enormous shared dungeon, with a map area comparable to the combined size of 2 Beijing cities. The truth often defies expectations. Yet, rumors are always believed by some as truth, for they cater to the human penchant for curiosity. The former legends of Beijing, in contrast to an unknown new student, are far more convincing. Meng Junshun is incredible. He is my goal. After a brief period of revelry, silence finally descended. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Jinmimi? Her team had just exited the dungeon, seemingly bearing significant injuries. Wang Jiangwo remarked. Jinmimi seems to have been trailing your footsteps, hoping to surpass you before the major exam. Today, I saw that she has already entered 3 times. Each time they ventured into the abyss-level dungeons as a team, they emerged battered and bruised. She appeared to have reached level 13. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Since overhearing Jinmimi's conversation with her mother, Lin Mo's disdain for her had lessened. Perhaps it was a sign of Lin Mo's growth. At that moment, Jinmimi caught sight of Lin Mo in the distance. She paused for a moment, exchanged a few words with her teammates, and then slowly approached. Lin Mo furrowed her brow slightly. Lin Mo, it's been a while, Jinmimi said, revealing numerous cuts and bruises on her body. Once preoccupied with her appearance, she now bore the stains of blood that she had no time to wipe away, with shallow wounds still unhealed on her face. It's been a long time. Lin Mo replied, her voice calm and composed. In contrast, Jinmimi leaned against a large tree beside Lin Mo, gazing up at the deepening starry sky. A hint of a resigned smile gracing her lips. I saw you at the auction house that day. The slime general is my little brother, a name you coined, right? Jinmimi tilted her head to look at Lin Mo, who had been discovered. The truth could no longer be concealed. Lin Mo did not deny it. It took me 2 whole days to level up by just 1 level. Without the protection of my parents in the dungeon, I had to rely solely on myself. I began to wonder, all these years without parental protection, you must feel quite lonely and find it difficult, right? Jinmimi took a deep breath, as if a heavy stone pressed against her chest. She continued quietly, the equipment and materials you possess, I would struggle to acquire even after 3 or 4 days of grinding in the dungeon. I've come to realize the widening chasm between us. It feels as if I am living in your shadow. Jinmimi had begun to speak more with Lin Mo, displaying a newfound rationality. It seemed that the trials of the dungeon had matured her. Let us reconcile. She suddenly extended her mud-stained hand. Lin Mo looked up at Jinmimi's earnest face. In that moment, all animosities dissipated. All right, Lin Mo replied, still maintaining her expressionless demeanor as she reached out her hand. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo, who had been observing with a tilted head, interjected, "What are you two up to?" He appeared utterly shocked at the sight of Lin Mo and Jinmimi shaking hands in reconciliation. "Wow, you two have a story." Lin Mo shot Wang Jiangwo a glare. "Shut up." With Lin Mo's response, the heavy stone on Jinmimi's chest seemed to lift. Her mood lightened considerably. "However, I will still see you as my target. We remain rivals," Jinmimi declared, raising her fist in determination. Finally, a smile broke across Lin Mo's face, a rare sight. "Very well." Wang Jiangwo stuck out his tongue at Lin Mo. "If you two are going to be this polite, why not just get together?" Jinmimi's face flushed crimson, and she retreated to the side, falling silent. Lin Mo quickly changed the subject. "I have no other plans tomorrow, so I'll take you both to grind and level up." Upon hearing that Lin Mo would lead the team, Wang Jiangwo instantly perked up. He glanced at the 2 cute healers beside him, suddenly losing interest in them. "You two, don't follow me tomorrow for leveling. I want to be with my brothers." The 2 cute girls froze for a moment, and one of them slapped Wang Jiangwo across the face. "Slap, slap, you beast. After using us, you want to ditch us?" Wang Jiangwo covered his face, bewildered. "Hey, you 2 burdens, if it weren't for me bringing you along, who would team up with you given your ordinary healer roles?" "Lin Mo, they are ungrateful." Lin Mo shrugged, remaining nonchalant. "They're the ones using me. Let me explain." Lin Mo had no intention of engaging. Wang Jiangwo then approached Jinmimi, his expression animated. "I'm really innocent here." Jinmimi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Playboy." The night passed without a word. The following morning, most of the major exam candidates' dungeons were in cooldown. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to enter a dungeon. "Isn't it too few for just the 3 of us to tackle the dungeon?" Jinmimi inquired. Wang Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "I think we should gather a few more people for efficiency, especially in the Snowy Ridge area, where the monsters gather in large numbers. 3 of us would struggle to push through." After grinding a few times in the dungeon, Jinmimi had gained considerable experience. Lin Mo merely shook her head slightly. "No need. The 3 of us are sufficient." In truth, Lin Mo wanted to express that with him in the dungeon, there was no need for Jinmimi and Wang Jiangwo to lift a finger. Hearing Lin Mo's assertion, even the doubtful Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo fell silent. Lin Mo had his own plans. He would not endanger them. High-quality team recruitment. Requirements. Combat power value above 1,000. Trash keep away. We are preparing to challenge the Nightmare Dungeon record. This was the first time Lin Mo had heard of someone forming a team based on combat power values. However, the combat power value represented the lower limit of an individual's strength, serving as a standard. It was just that during the novice period, everyone typically banded together for support. And few did this. These individuals have been clamoring since yesterday, Wang Jingwo said, glancing at a few serious-looking major exam candidates nearby. There were 3 of them in total, 2 tall males and 1 female. The 2 males were clad in silver-tier armor, clearly not ordinary individuals, likely offspring of noble families. The female's gear was also impressive, with only 1 piece of bronze-tier equipment, but she complemented it with a pair of bronze-tier earrings, compensating for the inadequacy of her bronze gear. Her expression was cold, exuding an air of superiority. Who are they? Lin Mo inquired. They are all major exam candidates from the second high school. The tall, slender one on the left, with sharp brows and a cold gaze, is called Qin Tianfu, a level 14 legendary class Thunder Mage. The one on the right is Yin Quan, a level 13 rare class Steel Warrior. The indifferent girl is a level 13 rare class Holy Hand Shepherd, if I recall correctly, named Guofeng. 1 warrior, 1 mage, and 1 healer, combined with their silver armor. They certainly make an imposing sight. I've heard these 3 are breaking dungeon records to complete a hidden quest in the Frostland dungeon, in hopes of earning a powerful title. A title? Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity. Just then, the young master Yin Quan directed his gaze toward Zhen Mimi, smirking as he approached. This beautiful lady, I've heard you are also a legendary class ice mage? It was rare for a student to achieve a legendary class profession. Moreover, Zhen Mimi had spent considerable time grinding in the dungeon, and nearly everyone here recognized her. Zhen Mimi nodded. Yin Quan glanced at Lin Mo and Wang Jingwo beside her, then extended an invitation to Zhen Mimi. Join us in breaking the dungeon record. It will be much more efficient. Zhen Mimi looked at Lin Mo, and then smiled as she shook her head. No need. No one had dared to refuse him before. Yin Quan's expression darkened instantly, and he began to mock Lin Mo and Wang Jingwo beside Zhen Mimi. Grinding the dungeon with 2 burdens will only hinder your leveling speed. Sometimes, selecting the right companions is of greater significance than one's own prowess. Wang Jingwo was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "Who are you calling a burden? Calm down," Yin Quan retorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Wang Jingwo. Before departing, he turned to Zhen Mimi and remarked, "I've offered you an opportunity. Should you harbor regrets, do not claim I did not look out for you. Who do you think you are? What grants you such an air of superiority?" Wang Jingwo shot back vehemently. Lin Mo remained impassive, even suppressing a smirk. "Oh, how I relish witnessing your disarray." Yin Quan waved his hand dismissively and continued his search for higher quality allies. Chapter 35. Be a person. Even monsters are terrified of you. Is this not Zhen Mimi, who has awakened a legendary class from the first high school? Qin Tianfu's team was progressing swiftly through the dungeons. Yet she surprisingly declined their invitation. If I had such a splendid opportunity, I would seize it without hesitation. Should Zhen Mimi join forces with Qin Tianfu's team, they might indeed attempt to break the record for the Nightmare Dungeon. Alas, it seems Zhen Mimi intends to assist her classmates in leveling up. I've heard that fellow named Wang Jingwo is also from first high school, often duping young girls into teaming up with him. Listening to the gossip around him, Lin Mo cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jingwo. It appears your reputation is rather tarnished. Wang Jingwo scratched his head. What do they know? Meanwhile, Qin Tianfu and his companions were closely monitoring Zhen Mimi's movements. The refusal of a legendary class transmuter to join their ranks was indeed a loss. Qin, if she doesn't wish to join us, there's no need to pressure her. 1 more or 1 less makes no difference. Qin Tianfu shot a glance at Yin Quan. Do you think legendary classes are abundant? He added. To break dungeon records, we must recruit a sufficient number of high-quality teammates. Lin Mo led Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo towards the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, Qin Tianfu intercepted them. Zhen Mimi, I advise you to join our team. With only 4 days until the major examination, I've heard you've reached level 13? Her levels have nothing to do with you, Wang Jingwo interjected. Unable to tolerate such self-righteous arrogance, he confronted Qin Tianfu directly. Yin Quan, equally fiery, pointed at Wang Jingwo and admonished, mind your language. Qin Tianfu, however, remained unfazed by Wang Jingwo's provocations. He halted Yin Quan, saying, Quan, don't stir the pot. Then, he forced a stiff smile as he earnestly explained to Zhen Mimi. By the standards of the Kyoto Academy, you need at least 2 more levels to have a chance of entering. There are 2 primary benefits to teaming up with us. First, we can tackle the Nightmare Dungeon, and our efficiency will surpass that of a low-quality team you might assemble, making it plausible to level up twice within 4 days. Secondly, we aim to break the dungeon record, which would present you with a significant opportunity to earn a hidden title. He added with a hint of amusement, as for helping them level up, I deem it unnecessary. The examination is a crucial phase in life, and I hope you will consider wisely. Qin Tianfu and his companions seem to have misunderstood. Thinking Jinmimi intended to assist her classmates in leveling up, this misconception was understandable, as Lin Mo had arrived at the Frosty Land dungeon early enough that no one recognized him, save for a few familiar with the money-making schemes. However, due to the influx of examination candidates, the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau in Beijiang had swiftly instructed moneymakers to seek opportunities in other regions, making their absence notable. Consequently, Lin Mo's exploits remained unbeknownst to many. I'm afraid I cannot join you, Jinmimi stated firmly, showing no deference to Qin Tianfu. Humph. Qin Tianfu's face revealed his disappointment upon receiving her refusal. What an ungrateful lot. With your band of misfits, you'll be relegated to wandering the elite dungeons. Lin Mo, having watched the unfolding drama with an expression of indifference, seemed unaffected by the events transpiring around him. Casting a glance at Qin Tianfu and the others, he led Jinmimi and Wang Jiangwo directly towards the dungeon's entrance. He was all too familiar with the Frosty Land dungeon, having nearly grown sick of it previously. This time, with his enhanced abilities, he would find traversing such low-level dungeons a mere trifle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo opted for the nightmare-level dungeon. Hey! Lin Mo, what are you doing? Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, bewildered by the nightmare-level designation displayed at the dungeon's gate. Jinmimi, too, exhibited a look of astonishment. A nightmare dungeon requires at least a dozen people. The three of us will be slaughtered by the monsters. Lin Mo smiled faintly, just follow my lead. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished through the dungeon entrance. Jinmimi and Wang Jiangwo exchanged glances. He has lost his mind. Absolutely insane. Yet, having entered the dungeon, they had no choice but to follow suit. At that moment, Qin Tianfu and his companions also observed the difficulty level chosen by Lin Mo and his team. Is this a show for us? Qin Tianfu scoffed. Yan Quan, with his robust physique, remarked, indeed. For the sake of pride, they've foolishly chosen a nightmare-level dungeon. They're courting death. Let us gather 7 or 8 more people and hurry in. If another team snatches the title, it would be a shame. The hidden title quest in the Frosty Land refreshed once a month, making this a rare opportunity. The group nodded in agreement. Yan Quan promptly called upon several newly transitioned players to prepare for the dungeon entry. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's trio had already stepped into the dungeon. The nightmare-level Frosty Land dungeon was identical to the abyss-level maps, save for the significantly heightened monster strength within. When Jinmimi and Wang Jiangwo simultaneously scanned a frosted white ape outside the cave. Frosted white ape, nightmare-level dungeon monster. Level 12, strength 600, mentality 400, agility 600, vitality 500, skill, freeze deceleration, reduces the opponent's attack speed by half. The remarkably elevated attributes left them gasping in astonishment. My heavens! Jinmimi exclaimed in a panic. This is far stronger than the ordinary monsters in the Abyss dungeon. How are we supposed to fight it? Wang Jiangwo gripped his dagger tightly, his body starting to tremble. Lin Mo, should we perhaps retreat and find more people before attempting this dungeon? With just the 3 of us, we stand no chance. At that moment, Lin Mo slowly stepped forward, his expression serene as he said, you two stay back. I can handle this alone. With that, he stepped out of the safety zone. Initially, they expected the frosted white ape to charge at him. However, upon laying eyes on Lin Mo, it trembled and leaped back several meters in fright, as if it had encountered a demon, turning tail and fleeing in a panic. What does this mean? Lin Mo pondered, momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. Do these monsters truly fear me? Unbeknownst to him, his dungeon clearing speed, akin to slicing through melons, had spread throughout the Frosty Land dungeon. All the monsters within regarded Lin Mo as a demon. As Jinmimi and Wang Jiangwo approached, witnessing the scene, they exchanged puzzled glances. Are the monsters in the nightmare dungeon really this adorable? Why do they not take the initiative to attack? Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words to explain to them. Jinmimi's worldview was crumbling. Just a few days prior, she had gathered a group of 7 or 8 individuals to tackle a dungeon, and every encounter had left them gasping for breath, besieged by monsters. Each time they faced foes, they had to exert every ounce of strength. So this is what a nightmare-level dungeon entails. It sounded quite terrifying, yet unexpectedly. The monsters within were timid. Wang Jiangwo appeared to have discovered a new realm. The fear that had gripped him moments ago vanished entirely. He dashed forward into the snowy expanse. Little monsters, your daddy is here. Come and bite me. Wang Jiangwo excitedly beckoned to the distant frost-white apes. At that moment, the previously fleeing frost-white apes suddenly revealed their vicious gazes. The concealed frost-white apes displayed their sharp fangs, gradually closing in on Wang Jiangwo. You think we're afraid of Lin Mo? Do you really think we fear you? In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 frost-white apes lunged at Wang Jiangwo. It was only then that he regained his senses. Upon seeing the horde of frost-white apes advancing, he turned and fled. Oh no, why are you chasing me? I don't have any cough syrup. He yelled. Why didn't you chase Lin Mo earlier? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hearing Wang Jiangwo's frantic cries, Lin Mo's instincts kicked in. Jinmimi furrowed her brow slightly, What is going on? Lin Mo helplessly shrugged. It seems he has been surrounded by monsters. Having swiftly traversed a small snowbank, Wang Jingwo had become a cornered beast. Lin Mo, what should we do? Zhen Mimi exclaimed. At that moment, Lin Mo remained remarkably composed as he slowly raised his arm. A golden radiance surged forth from his palm. Divine Summon. General Slime. In an instant, a gigantic golden slime wielding a trident materialized out of thin air. It leaped into action, using its weight to crush 3 frost-white apes beneath it. With the trident, it skewered one and sent 2 others flying with its golden shield. The remaining 2 frost-white apes, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee. At that moment, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Divine skill sharing. Bison charge. A flash of golden light erupted as Lin Mo sprang forward, covering a distance of over 20 meters in an instant, rendering the last 2 frost-white apes dazed for 100 seconds. Subsequently, the general slime gently nudged them, and the 2 frost-white apes met their demise. Just like that? In a mere second, the previously terrified Wang Jingwo witnessed the 8 frost-white apes he had just feared being annihilated by Lin Mo in mere moments, leaving him utterly astonished. Your summoned creature is extraordinarily powerful, Wang Jingwo remarked, gently stroking the soft body of the golden slime in disbelief. What are its attributes? It can obliterate such formidable dungeon monsters with a single strike. Surely its stats must be in the thousands. Lin Mo offered no reply. At that moment, Zhen Mimi finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between her and Lin Mo. In just a few seconds, he had dispatched 8 nightmare-level dungeon monsters. Even against ordinary dungeon creatures, that was no small feat nevertheless. Lin Mo felt dissatisfied with such speed. The task assigned by mentor Aisha was to break the record for the Frostland dungeon. Previously, Lin Mo had inadvertently surpassed Meng Junshin's dungeon record, resetting it twice in succession. Now, the nightmare-level dungeon record had escalated to under 30 minutes. They had to hasten their pace. Let us proceed, Lin Mo signaled. Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo nodded in agreement. This time, they had learned their lesson, choosing to hide behind Lin Mo. With the golden slime warrior at their side, they felt assured of overcoming any obstacles. In the vast expanse of white snow, they left behind 3 long trails of footprints. The monsters they encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with by the general slime, allowing them to reach the broken snow ridge in merely 10 minutes. The lengthy valley howled with frigid winds. This is the place. Each time we passed through the snow ridge, we sustained severe injuries. Zhen Mimi couldn't help but express her concern. Although Lin Mo's summoned creature was powerful, it was still a case of 2 fists being unable to contend with 4 hands. Within the Abyss dungeon, the snow ridge was home to 30 or 40 formidable monsters. The nightmare-level dungeon might harbor even more. In truth, there was a shortcut to bypass the snow ridge and reach the next area. Zhen Mimi suddenly pointed to a chasm at the cliff's edge. That's where I noticed last time I was in the dungeon. You mean we can go around? Wang Jingwo's eyes lit up. Both of their gazes turned to Lin Mo, seeking his opinion. Lin Mo merely shook his head gently and stepped alone into the valley. No need. Chapter 36. Who says I have only one summon? As Lin Mo stepped into the valley, hundreds of gleaming eyes emerged from the darkness. Countless wind demonic apes surrounded the valley. There were at least 100. The monstrous horde was overwhelming. My heavens! Zhen Mimi gasped, covering her mouth. The number of monsters was double that of the Abyss dungeon. Wang Jingwo, should we assist Lin Mo? At that moment, Wang Jingwo was in shock. Jolted back to reality by Zhen Mimi's voice, he swallowed hard. We should indeed lend a hand. Given the current situation, even with Lin Mo's powerful summon, it would be impossible to eliminate nearly 100 monsters in an instant. If even one slips through the cracks, both Lin Mo and his summon could be in peril. The numerical advantage is simply too great, unless Lin Mo possesses a skill that can wipe out a large group of monsters at once. But such immense power is rare even among second transformation players. Moreover, the foes they faced were nightmare-level dungeon monsters, each boasting outrageously high attributes. The notion of mass annihilation was but a pipe dream. Lin Mo, we're coming to help. Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo rushed towards Lin Mo. At that moment, nearly 100 wind demonic apes charged wildly. Their teeth glistened with viscous saliva, as if they had not eaten in a long time. Lin Mo simply smiled faintly, slowly raising his arm. Earth-shattering starfall. The general slime immediately received Lin Mo's signal, transforming into 400 slime spawn that hovered in midair. It then unleashed its starfall gathering skill. A potent gravitational pull drew the nearly 100 wind demonic apes towards it in less than a second. Next, it executed a jumping critical attack. Boom. In an instant, nearly 100 wind demonic apes were reduced to a puddle of thick blood mist. The falling snowflakes were stained with crimson, and blood rained from the sky. The entire valley was engulfed in a haze of blood mist. Countless notifications of experience gains and item drops flooded in. Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo, who were teamed up with Lin Mo, simultaneously received experience points and items. They hadn't even had the chance to intervene before Lin Mo had resolved the situation. The two exchanged awkward glances. They were merely reaping the rewards without any effort. So much experience. So many items. Is this a silver-level wind staff? After several dungeon runs, Jean Mimi's weapon was still of bronze quality. The silver-grade wind staff before her filled her with immense delight. Lin Mo merely cast a cursory glance at it. He had no idea how many of such worthless items he had fed to others. Just as Jean Mimi was about to excitedly equip it, Lin Mo intervened. There was no need for such a useless item. Jean Mimi stared at Lin Mo in shock. Is this worthless? Lin Mo coolly nodded. The boss possesses a silver-grade ice crystal staff, which would be far more suitable for you, especially since you are an ice mage, providing even greater enhancements. The wind staff does not align well with your class. Jean Mimi still gazed longingly at the wind staff in her hand. What should we do with this then? We can either keep it to sell or discard it. Throwing it away would be too wasteful, right? Since you defeated the monster. The equipment and materials should rightfully belong to you. Jean Mimi was not being greedy. You can sell it. Lin Mo firmly rejected. These items take up too much space. I have little need for them. Jean Mimi swallowed hard. The ease with which Lin Mo spoke these words was astonishing. If it were an ordinary dungeon team, they might have fought over the distribution of silver-grade equipment. Since Lin Mo had said so, she reluctantly placed the item into her storage space. A wave of indescribable feelings surging within her. Wang Zhengwo picked up a complete silver-grade wind set, unable to take his eyes off it. Wow, the attribute bonuses. Incredible. Lin Mo did not interfere with Wang Zhengwo's choice. After all, speed was the essence of an assassin. The wind set was quite fitting for him. Lin Mo, look. Isn't it handsome? In the midst of speaking, Wang Zhengwo had already donned the equipment. The gleaming silver set appeared both light and dignified. Not bad. Wang Zhengwo scratched his head. Now I just need a silver-grade weapon. I'm now someone who can afford a complete silver-grade set. Aren't you just being vain? Lin Mo cast him a sidelong glance. Time was running short. 2 more levels needed to be cleared. With Lin Mo leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. The monsters they faced were instantly annihilated. Finally, the trio arrived at the snowy capital. Wang Zhengwo looked around in awe. This place is enormous. Jean Mimi had grown accustomed to such sights. Initially worried about Lin Mo's safety, she had now completely trusted in his ability to resolve any trouble. With Lin Mo present, she felt at ease. Whenever monsters appeared, a mere gesture from Lin Mo would see the slime general swiftly dispatch them. The monsters guarding the snowy capital were repeatedly pierced through. Ahead, the ice mage goblin summoner slowly rose from its throne. It spat forth in the language of monsters. Displaying intense fury, Wang Zhengwo and Jean Mimi simultaneously locked onto the creature and examined its attributes. Ice mage goblin summoner, nightmare level elite dungeon monster. Level 14. Strength 1000. Spirit 1500. Agility 800. Constitution 800. Skill Summon 2020. Note: can summon 100 goblin frost warriors with attributes identical to itself. Strength 1000. Spirit 1005. And it can summon 20 goblin frost warriors with the same attributes as itself. Lin Mo, do you need our help? This is a truly formidable monster, with exceedingly high attributes and a nearly monstrous skill. Jean Mimi instinctively inquired. Lin Mo merely shook his head slightly. No need. Those 2 words seemed to convey that even when faced with the mightiest of foes, Lin Mo remained as calm as still water. At that moment, he was not contemplating how to deal with this elite dungeon monster, but rather how to quickly clear the dungeon. Time was of the essence. With perhaps only 10 minutes remaining, their journey on foot had consumed a significant amount of time. It appeared that breaking the previous record this round would be quite challenging. Lin Mo muttered to himself. Wang Zhengwo, puzzled, glanced at Lin Mo. Are you facing difficulties? Lin Mo shook his head. No? Let us pick up the pace. He slowly stepped forward, and with a thought, unleashed the skill, Earth Explosion Star. The same skill. The slime general transformed into 400 slime hatchlings. Once again suspended in the air, the Ice Mage Goblin Summoner had just summoned its minions when they were instantaneously drawn in, exploding into fragments. Boom. The powerful energy wave caused the entire ice capital to tremble. Another one killed? Just how absurdly powerful are your summoned creature's attributes? Wang Zhengwo couldn't help but complain. No matter how formidable the monster, one Earth Explosion Star annihilates them. This is utterly disregarding the dungeon. A flood of experience notifications surged forth. I leveled up. Wang Zhengwo exclaimed in astonishment. The massive influx of experience propelled him swiftly to the next level. Level 13 feels great. At this rate, I'll hit level 15 in no time. A radiant light also descended upon Jean Mimi, the warm sensation causing her to involuntarily exclaim. Oh, cough cough. I leveled up too. As the 2 celebrated, the ground trembled. In the next moment, the earth split apart, and the 3 of them plummeted downwards. They arrived at the boss area. The Ice Mage lounged on its throne, feigning sleep. Lin Mo, Jean Mimi, and Wang Zhengwo exchanged familiar glances at Lin Mo. Lin Mo approached the Ice Mage slowly, then cautioned the 2 behind him. Stand back as much as possible, and don't get too close to me. The Ice Mage has a vast attack range. Additionally, monsters are concealed within the ice sculptures on either side. A moment's carelessness could lead to their ambush. Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo nodded fervently. Lin Mo then directed the slime general to protect Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo. Your summoned creature is protecting us. What about you? The two cast puzzled glances at Lin Mo as the slime general approached. At that moment, Lin Mo turned around, speaking calmly. Who said I only have one summoned creature? Chapter 37. You truly are a beast. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo, Lin Mo extended a hand, and a massive, powerful goblin summoner suddenly materialized before them. It majestically waved its staff. Moments later, the entire Crystal Palace was filled with goblin warriors and goblin archers, 300 in total. Wang Jingwo stood frozen, speechless. Jin Mimi clenched her fists, her face a mask of disbelief. She exclaimed in astonishment. The summoner summoned a summoner that can summon more creatures? Wang Jingwo twitched his mouth for a moment before weakly saying, Are you reciting a tongue twister here? Jin Mimi shot a glance at Wang Jingwo. In the brief span of a breath, hundreds of goblin warriors surged frantically towards the ice mage. From the rear, goblin archers unleashed a volley of arrows. Within mere seconds, the ice mage fell victim to the relentless barrage, meeting an untimely demise. An ice crystal shattered in midair, scattering its fragments across the ground. As she felt the chill of the air, Jin Mimi gazed vacantly at the icy shards, letting out a deep sigh. It seemed she would never catch up with Lin Mo's pace. Just these two formidable summons would undoubtedly overpower even those who had completed their second-class advancement. Lin Mo, you are truly extraordinary, Wang Jingwo exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Lin Mo on the shoulder as he showcased the plethora of materials and exquisite equipment he had acquired. Alas, none of it was what I needed, but this silver-grade accessory is quite commendable. By the way, what is this low-level dungeon refresh token for? Wang Jingwo waved the item in his hand. Your luck is simply astounding, Jin Mimi remarked in astonishment. Luck? Wang Jingwo was perplexed. Jin Mimi forced herself to regain her composure. She retrieved an identical item from her storage space. Oh, how come this is just like mine? Wang Jingwo exclaimed. Jin Mimi's expression was one of resignation. This item was procured through my father's connections, and a hefty sum. I never imagined you would obtain it simply by clearing a dungeon. From what Jin Mimi implied, this item was indeed rare. Wang Jingwo stuck out his tongue. Lucky you. Lucky you. Although Jin Mimi did not acquire the low-level dungeon refresh token, she similarly obtained a wealth of equipment and materials. What thrilled her most was the fallen ice crystal staff, a premier weapon among silver-grade mages, perfectly aligned with her attributes. She equipped it immediately. Clutching the ice crystal staff and donning the ice mage's blue cloak, she resembled a true ice queen. Lin Mo glanced over briefly. Indeed, the adage holds true, clothes make the man. In fact, Jin Mimi's appearance could easily score above 8 out of 10, coupled with her curvaceous and slender figure. An undeniable beauty. Not bad, right? Jin Mimi inquired. Both Lin Mo and Wang Jingwo nodded in agreement. By the way, having cleared the dungeon so swiftly, why have we not received any information about a refresh? Wang Jingwo suddenly noted a discrepancy. Jin Mimi cast a puzzled glance at Lin Mo logically. Their dungeon completion speed had been kept within 40 minutes. In the past, Meng Junshin's record was merely 2 hours and 56 minutes. Could it be a delay in information? Or perhaps someone else has reset the dungeon record? At that moment, Lin Mo spoke with palpable regret. Earlier, I inadvertently reset Meng Junshin's dungeon record. What? Are you out of your mind? Wang Jingwo couldn't help but scoff. What is the current record for the dungeon? Jin Mimi asked curiously. Lin Mo replied slowly. It should be 28 minutes. Buzz. Jin Mimi's eyes widened as she fixated on Lin Mo. She suddenly found herself agreeing with Wang Jingwo's earlier remark. You truly are a fool. Lin Mo shrugged, as if to say he could not help it. He merely wished to expedite the dungeon runs and level up. Jin Mimi sighed. I suppose Qin Tianfu and the others will never have the opportunity to earn their titles. Meanwhile, Qin Tianfu and his companions were embroiled in a nightmarish dungeon. Let those cannon fodder attract the attention of the Wind Demon Ape while we flank from the side. There were simply too many Wind Demon Apes, their attributes excessively high. They had no choice but to sacrifice a few teammates. Resetting the dungeon record was of utmost importance. After approximately half an hour, only 6 members remained in Qin Tianfu's party. With over 2 hours left, and only 2 more stages to clear, we can surely set a new dungeon record. Qin Tianfu continually motivated those around him. The remaining 6 nodded vigorously, charged with renewed fervor. After organizing the materials, Lin Mo fed his summons. Summon, Golden Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress, 40. Divine Skill Development progress, 85. Summon, Golden Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 10. Divine Skill Development progress, 45. Summon, Golden Legendary Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 90. Divine Skill Development progress, 35. Summon, Golden Legendary Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 10. Divine Skill Development progress, 75. Summon, Golden Legendary Hellfire Wolf. Feeding progress, 10. Divine Skill Development progress, 5. The materials and equipment acquired were divided among the 5 summons, leading to a gradual slowdown in growth. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Perhaps they could devise a strategy later. Let's take a break outside, and then return to the dungeon, Lin Mo suggested. The trio quickly teleported out of the dungeon. Although they had not completed the task of resetting the dungeon record, both Wang Jiangwo and Jin Mimi had leveled up, which could be considered a reward. Additionally, their equipment had been upgraded to a higher tier. Lin Mo, I truly appreciate you. Why didn't you take me along to level up earlier? Wang Jiangwo lamented. Still preoccupied with the recent dungeon run, had Lin Mo taken him along to team up, his level would likely have already soared to 15, enabling him to make a dash for the Kyoto Academy. Lin Mo shot Wang Jiangwo a sharp glare. I wish I could have. But your leveling speed is far too slow, and every time I tried to explain, you hung up on me prematurely. Wang Jiangwo pondered for a moment and realized it was indeed true. He had been utterly captivated by a few charming healers. Ahem, for the remaining 4 days. You must take me to level up. Lin Mo replied helplessly. With the Cloud Realm dungeon restarting, I can only grind levels in the Frostland dungeon. That's the spirit of brotherhood. Wang Jiangwo exclaimed excitedly, throwing his arm around Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt utterly exasperated. To have such a friend was truly a karmic consequence of several lifetimes. Look, they are out. How could they have only spent 40 minutes inside? Is the dungeon level too challenging to continue? The surrounding students who knew Jin Mimi began to murmur. They had witnessed Jin Mimi's rejection of Qin Tianfu and were secretly mocking her for her predicament. Choosing Qin Tianfu's team would have been much better, as they could have aimed for the dungeon record. Dragging along 2 deadweights led to such consequences. Jin Mimi shot a glance at those around her who were ridiculing her, preparing to retort. However, Lin Mo intervened. No need for that. Lin Mo maintained an exceedingly calm demeanor. He seemed to have encountered such ridicule countless times before, having long grown accustomed to it. Jin Mimi, stifling her frustration, remarked, I truly admire your ability to remain so composed. Why not clarify things? Lin Mo smiled faintly. I have no connection with them. How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? Focus on your own matters. Jin Mimi scrutinized Lin Mo's expression, noting his relaxed, indifferent, and tranquil demeanor. It was entirely beyond the realm of ordinary perception, unperturbed by external praise or personal sorrow. It appears that nothing can sway his emotions. Such individuals are indeed formidable, yet also command respect. Jin Mimi inhaled deeply. The disparity between her and Lin Mo transcended mere levels, encompassing thought processes and temperament as well. After an hour of recuperation, the group partook in some sustenance and refreshed themselves with water to regain their strength. The 3 exchanged glances. Shall we continue leveling up? Jin Mimi inquired. Wang Jiangwo was already eager to proceed. Lin Mo nodded slightly. He then produced a low-level dungeon refresh token. What? You have this too? Wang Jiangwo exclaimed in shock for a moment, before realizing that it was entirely plausible for Lin Mo to possess such an item. Lin Mo nodded and elucidated. Previously, I tackled the dungeon solo, resulting in a higher drop rate. That's incredible. Lin Mo's expression remained calm. The low-level dungeon refresh token granted 5 opportunities to reset the dungeon. I still have a full quota of uses, Lin Mo remarked, casting a glance at Jin Mimi. And you? Jin Mimi likewise revealed her item. Her expression grave as she stated, I have only 2 uses left. I've expended too many lately. Wang Jiangwo scratched his head. Is there a limit to this item? What happens when it's all used up? Lin Mo was equally curious about that question. Jin Mimi explained, you can seek out an alchemist to recharge it. But the necessary materials must be procured by yourself. My father mentioned that the required materials are quite precious. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Then let us engage in another dungeon run, rest for the night, and resume tomorrow. In 4 days, you should be able to elevate your levels to 15. The 2 nodded in agreement. They chose to utilize the low-level dungeon refresh token, 45. Lin Mo's item was consumed once, and the dungeon cooldown vanished instantly. The trio re-entered the dungeon. Jin Mimi and Wang Jiangwo, having gained experience since their first attempt, decided to observe Lin Mo as he navigated the dungeon. In a bid to surpass his previous record, Lin Mo summoned the Slime General and the formidable Goblin Summoner, clearing the map in an instant. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the final boss's Crystal Palace. Lin Mo, glancing at the awakened Ice Mage, sheepishly remarked, apologies, but I've defeated you several times already. And now I must vanquish you once more. The Ice Mage roared in fury, Ants. How dare you disturb my slumber? You shall taste the wrath of the Queen. Before the mage could finish, the Goblin Warriors and Goblin Archers struck simultaneously, obliterating the Ice Mage in an instant. Boom. Countless materials dropped, along with a significant amount of experience points. A notification appeared on Lin Mo's information panel. Ice Mage defeated, dungeon record refreshed. Duration, 22 minutes. The most time-consuming aspect of the dungeon run was traversing the map. Had it not been for Jin Mimi and Wang Jiangwo, Lin Mo could have utilized his spatial displacement skill, likely having the time spent. However, such efficiency seemed excessively astonishing. He felt compelled to grant others a chance to break records. As he contemplated this, he suddenly perceived himself as quite benevolent. Yet, if others were privy to his thoughts, They would likely hurl curses at his entire lineage. The nightmare-level dungeon in Frostland now bore a new record, 22 minutes. Who on earth could achieve such a feat? Only a prodigy like Lin Mo could do so. Meanwhile, Qin Tianfu and his companions emerged from the dungeon map, looking somewhat disheveled. Only Qin Tianfu, Yin Quan, and Guofeng remained in the team. It appeared the others had perished within the dungeon. The trio leaned on each other, their faces illuminated with joy. They've emerged. I just calculated the time. They took 2 hours and 28 minutes. Faster than Meng Junshin back in the day. Someone exclaimed. They truly accomplished it. Yin Quan expressed with delight. Though we lost many teammates, the outcome is splendid. The 3 of us survived and defeated the boss, setting a new record. Qin Tianfu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Suddenly, Guofeng seemed to sense something amiss. Her brows furrowed. Since we've refreshed the dungeon record, why hasn't the information been announced? There's probably a delay. It's a common occurrence. I've seen it happen before, Qin Tianfu explained. No, Qin Laoda, the delay you mentioned occurs with very low probability. It's unlikely we would encounter such luck, Guofeng countered. I'll check the dungeon information, Yin Quan said, opening the latest record with a perplexed expression. He staggered back in astonishment. Meng Junshin's record has already been broken. We arrived too late. By whom? Qin Tianfu demanded in shock. A guy named Lin Mo. He only took 28 minutes. What on earth? Who is Lin Mo? Is he perhaps a high-level class changer tackling low-level dungeons? That's impossible. High-level class changers have restrictions on dungeon runs. The most likely scenario is that he used some illicit item. At that moment, Lin Mo and his companions exited the dungeon successfully. Immediately, a resounding voice reverberated from within the dungeon. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Jin Mimi, and Wang Jiangwo for refreshing the record of the Frostland Nightmare-level dungeon. Chapter 38, The Terrifying Power. Duration, 22 minutes. 22 minutes? They broke the Nightmare-level dungeon record? The onlookers were struck with disbelief. Is that really Lin Mo? How can this be? Qin Tianfu and his companions gazed at Lin Mo with wide eyes. Their expressions exaggerated and incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They refused to accept this outcome. He must have employed some trickery. This suddenly reminds me of something, Qin Tianfu said. Speak quickly, he urged Yin Quan. Yin Quan crouched down to sketch a map. This is the dungeon's terrain map, detailing each checkpoint. Here is Snow Ridge. There's a path here that bypasses the Wind Demon Ape, potentially saving us nearly an hour. Qin Tianfu's eyes sparkled. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yin Quan scratched his head. I only realized it after we completed the dungeon. Even then, it would only reduce our time to just over an hour. Guofeng interjected. And there's one last checkpoint. We underestimated the ice mage's damage. We could have sacrificed one person while the rest concentrated their attacks on the boss, saving another half hour. Then we could expedite our journey, avoiding monsters along the way. After Yin Quan's analysis, Qin Tianfu and Guofeng deemed this plan feasible. Perhaps Lin Mo and his team had also exploited these loopholes to refresh the dungeon record. Ah, I see now. We've uncovered the secret behind their record-breaking feat, Yin Quan said with a confident smile. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his companions were preparing to set up camp after a period of rest. Yin Quan approached them. Hey. Lin Mo glanced up slightly, but upon seeing Yin Quan, he did not engage in conversation. I've uncovered the secret to how you refreshed the dungeon record. The ingenuity of devising a method for rapid dungeon completion is indeed commendable. Yet, when faced with absolute strength, you remain utterly defenseless. Yin Quan waved his finger before Lin Mo's eyes. After setting up the tent, Wang Jiangwo, gripping a dagger, approached Yin Quan. Are you asking for trouble? Coming here to provoke us? Yin Quan retorted with a cold smirk. Have you grown anxious upon discovering that I have uncovered your secret? I presume you are eager to reset the dungeon record and claim that coveted title for yourselves? Yin Quan made his intentions clear. But let me assure you, there is no opportunity for that. Tomorrow, we shall forge a new myth in dungeon history. Lin Mo, unable to contain himself, remarked, this guy is insufferable. Seeing Yin Quan's smug expression, Wang Jiangwo felt compelled to take action. In truth, Lin Mo did not wish to engage with such a nuisance. However, the incessant buzzing around his ears was irksome. Therefore, he decided to issue a warning. Should Yin Quan continue to disregard his words, Lin Mo would not hesitate to send him to his demise. Suddenly rising to his feet, Lin Mo locked eyes with Yin Quan. His gaze, cold and serious, compelled Yin Quan to instinctively take several steps back, swallowing hard. What do you want? Yin Quan stammered. Lin Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, if you value your life, I suggest you step aside. Though his expression remained inscrutable, the potency of his words pierced through Yin Quan's resolve, sending tremors throughout his being. What do you intend to do? There are so many witnesses here, Yin Quan exclaimed, visibly rattled. Lin Mo suddenly advanced a step, nearly face to face with Yin Quan, who stumbled backward in fright, hastily scrambling to his feet and retreating in a flustered manner while muttering curses. Lin Mo, are you all right? Wang Jiangwo remarked. Having just witnessed a side of Lin Mo he had never known, Lin Mo regained his composure and nodded slightly. I'm fine. At that moment, Zhen Mimi called them over. Having prepared soup, and the atmosphere began to ease. Meanwhile, Yin Quan, back with Qin Tianfu and the others, was filled with trepidation. That fellow is no easy opponent. Qin Tianfu squinted his eyes, declaring, to compete with us is nothing short of a daydream. Let us rest well today and proceed with our plan to reset their dungeon record tomorrow. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Mo raised his hand, and the golden exclamation mark in his palm transformed into a question mark, indicating that he had successfully completed the task assigned by Mentor Aisha. It seemed he would need to find a moment to submit the task after finishing the dungeon. The following morning, the cooldown for Lin Mo and his companion's dungeon was up. The three exchanged glances before re-entering the dungeon. Shall we proceed as before? Wang Jingwo inquired. Lin Mo shook his head. I will handle this alone. You two stay here and wait for me. After all, experience and loot would still be shared among the party as long as they remained within the dungeon. Having learned from their previous experiences, Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo fully complied with Lin Mo's instructions. Lin Mo nodded, first summoning the slime general before stepping out of the safe zone, effortlessly dispatching a few frost white apes. He then began to chant for a second, and after a flash of purple light, he vanished. Remarkably, he had also eliminated several monsters before disappearing. The sheer power was staggering, leaving Wang Jingwo momentarily speechless. Jin Mimi instinctively nodded in agreement. Lin Mo continued to utilize his spatial displacement skills, dramatically reducing travel time through the map. Upon encountering monsters, he swiftly annihilated them. From the safety of their zone, Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo could only observe the continuous stream of experience points and loot notifications. After about 10 minutes, a white light enveloped them, and they were instantaneously teleported out of the dungeon. The experience notifications had yet to finish rolling in, and both stared in bewilderment at their familiar surroundings, swallowing hard. Had they truly completed it? That was remarkably swift. Once again, a voice echoed within the dungeon. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Jin Mimi, and Wang Jingwo for resetting the record for the nightmarish dungeon of Frostland. Time taken, 10 minutes. Lin Mo had broken the dungeon record again? What the hell? This is absurd. Wang Jingwo exclaimed. Has he encountered a bug? Could it be that he awakened a divine level class? I've heard of Lin Mo. He seems to be a summoner who awakened in the first instance. A summoner of my imagination cannot be this formidable. Lin Mo, you cleared the dungeon so quickly that we barely experienced any of it, Wang Jingwo complained. Lin Mo shot him a look, suggesting he should try it solo if he desired a true experience. Otherwise, how about you attempt to solo it? That would be quite the experience, Lin Mo added. Wang Jingwo quickly waved his hands in laughter. Oh come now, I was merely teasing, don't take it to heart. Jin Mimi nearly choked at Wang Jingwo's antics. Is your reaction really that excessive? Let us continue our dungeon runs. If we do it once more, you should be able to level up, Lin Mo proposed. Wang Jingwo and Jin Mimi nodded in agreement. I'm almost at level 14, Wang Jingwo exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once they reached level 15, they would have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Academy, while Jin Mimi would also reach level 15 with one more level up. With 2 days remaining, they could even aim for level 16. However, once they hit level 15, the experience required for subsequent levels would increase exponentially, making it quite unlikely. Lin Mo glanced at his experience bar, which rested at a value of 92. He estimated that after completing the dungeon 3 or 4 more times, he could level up again. The esteemed mage of good friends once stated that as long as one excelled in the major exam, they would be informed on how to increase their merit points. Lin Mo desperately needed a substantial amount of merit points to elevate his permission level, as the only way to acquire skills was through skill books. Yet, purchasing skill books required high-level permissions. Lin Mo surmised that the criteria for gaining merit points involved ranking within the province. With that in mind, he resolved to expedite his leveling process. Let us proceed. The three once again entered the dungeon. Simultaneously, Qin Tianfu and his group staggered out of the dungeon, their bodies nearly exhausted. They had followed their plan from the previous day to clear the dungeon again. Indeed, they had shortened their time significantly. However, the experience points and loot obtained were drastically reduced. Did we really take 50 minutes? How is that possible? They were faced with a significant discrepancy between their plans and the actual outcome. They had exhausted every effort to evade and speed through the dungeon. Qin Tianfu and his companions wore expressions of bitterness as they gazed at the time taken to complete the dungeon. How on earth did that kid manage it? At that moment, Yin Quan suddenly glanced at the latest dungeon record with a look of incredulity, as if turned to stone. Qin Tianfu and Guofeng nudged him. What is wrong with you? You all need to see the latest dungeon record. Yin Quan's voice trembled. The 39th record is 8 minutes. Tell me, how can we catch up? Qin Tianfu and Guofeng stared in horror at the dungeon record information. 10 minutes? How the hell are we supposed to keep up with that? The dungeon record was utterly beyond their reach. Qin Tianfu and his group slumped down, their expressions drained of color. 8 minutes later, Lin Mo and his companions were once again teleported out of the dungeon. The dungeon record has been refreshed once again. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Jin Mimi, and Wang Jingwo for breaking the dungeon record. Time taken, 8 minutes. Buzz, are these 3 individuals abnormal? They have consecutively broken the dungeon record 3 times. leaving no room for others to thrive. My title, which I have schemed for so long, is now utterly hopeless. Yan Quan half kneeled on the ground, weeping in despair. Zhen Mimi had exhausted her chances of refreshing the primary dungeon, so Lin Mo thought it would be a good opportunity to rest. The trio happened to pass by Qin Tianfu and his companions. Lin Mo cast a glance at the despondent trio and suddenly halted. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Qin Tianfu and his companions seethed with rage. Lin Mo, have you used illegal items? I will definitely report you to the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau and ensure you face the appropriate punishment. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, do as you please. By the way, are you all interested in this title? In the next moment, Lin Mo casually displayed the title of Frost King. Title, Frost King. Note, immune to 20 ice attribute skills. Why you? Qin Tianfu and the others were infuriated to see the title they had desperately sought after in the possession of Lin Mo, causing them to stomp in frustration. We shall see. Leaving behind those words, they hurriedly departed. Lin Mo had yet to inform them that he had obtained this title long before he even began refreshing dungeons. If they were to learn the truth, they would likely wish for death. The task was complete. Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhangwo remained at level 14. Lin Mo was merely a sliver of experience away from leveling up once more, needing about 2 more rounds of the dungeon. For Lin Mo, the experience provided by the Frostland dungeon was diminishing, as he was significantly above the dungeon's level, the higher 1S level. The less experience they garnered from lower-level dungeons. This limitation was set to prevent high-level players from maliciously farming dungeons. Seizing the opportunity to rest, Lin Mo returned to Beijiang City to submit his task to Aisha. Throughout his journey, he felt as though someone was trailing him, yet the pursuer never revealed themselves, prompting Lin Mo to heighten his vigilance. Ultimately, he arrived safely before Mentor Aisha, with the shadowy figure still unseen, thus he chose to disregard it. The moment Aisha laid eyes on Lin Mo again, her face radiated with a smile. I've heard you are the top student of this year's major examination. Aisha puffed out her chest. Duong. Lin Mo calmly nodded. Were you looking for me because the task is complete? Lin Mo spread his palm, revealing a golden exclamation mark. Although Aisha was surprised, she had already surmised the outcome. It was only reasonable for someone to elevate their level to 16 in such a short span of time, thereby breaking the dungeon record set by Meng Junshin years ago. Not bad, not bad. The task was submitted, and this is your well-deserved spatial stone. Aisha then produced a dark purple stone from her bosom, emitting a faint glow. It resembled crystal, yet the texture was somewhat coarse. Lin Mo accepted the spatial stone, feeling the immense energy pulsating within. This power is formidable. Aisha nodded. This is a precious material coveted by every summoner. I acquired it by chance from slaying a hellish creature. It is the only one I possess, making it exceedingly rare. The mention of hellish creatures reminded Lin Mo of the Hellfire Wolf he encountered in the Cloud Dungeon. Although it was only level 2, its attributes were already terrifying. Aisha must have faced considerable challenges to obtain this spatial stone. Thank you, Mentor Aisha. Aisha smiled and waved her hand. I am simply glad to be of assistance to you. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. After submitting the task and receiving the reward, Lin Mo hurriedly departed. In a secluded area, he took out the spatial stone, gently squeezing it in his palm. A stream of purple light flowed into his body. Buzz. The spatial stone was activated. Divine Summoning Space LV1 to LV2. Divine Summoning Space LV2, 510. The capacity of the space had doubled. Lin Mo beamed with delight, knowing his team could now expand. Lin Mo, it took me ages to find you. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, Lin Mo was surprised to see the great mage Liang Yu. Great mage Liang, what brings you here again? Liang Yu glanced around cautiously, then pulled Lin Mo aside. With a serious expression, he said, you must be vigilant lately. Do not wander the streets alone. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Why? Liang Yu sighed deeply. The members of the Xiongbing Adventure Group intend to kill you. Lin Mo immediately comprehended the situation. Xiong Mukmu had perished in the Cloud Dungeon. If Xiong Taibin wasn't foolish, he would soon deduce that Lin Mo was responsible for his son's demise. Let them come if they wish to kill me, Lin Mo shrugged. If the members of the Xiongbing Adventure Group dared to confront him, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. Caution is wise, Liang Yu cautioned. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Thank you for the reminder, great mage. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Liang Yu watched Lin Mo's departing figure, shaking his head with a sigh, muttering to himself. This child is a fine talent, yet he is rather headstrong. Those from the Xiongbing Adventure Group are not to be trifled with. Sigh. Lin Mo then went to the auction house to sell some dungeon materials, exchanging them for gold coins. During this time, he noticed skill books that had just been listed, making his hands itch with desire. Unfortunately, his purchasing privileges for skill books had been exhausted. I wish the major examination would come soon, Lin Mo sighed. He then proceeded towards the Frostland dungeon, during which he sensed that his pursuers seemed to have departed. Ultimately, Lin Mo no longer detected any presence behind him. Before the entrance of the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau, Qin Tianfu and his companions rubbed their hands together, awaiting the guard's notification. You may enter, the guard called out. The trio hurried inside. Within the office, a staff member of the monitoring bureau was present to receive them. He tilted his head and inquired, "Are you saying that a major examination student maliciously used dungeon items to refresh the dungeon record?" Qin Tianfu nodded emphatically. If it weren't for the use of illegal dungeon items, how could one possibly clear the Frostland dungeon in 8 minutes? At that moment, Bai Tianming happened to stroll by. What seems to be the issue with these young ones? The staff member promptly stepped aside. "This is our bureau chief, Bai." Qin Tianfu and the others quickly put on smiles, feeling fortunate to encounter such a significant figure. "Shaoli, what is the matter?" Shaoli replied. "These three have come to report that someone maliciously used dungeon items to refresh the dungeon record. Is that so?" Bai Tianming's anger flared instantly. The last incident involving Xiong Mukmu had caused the entire cloud dungeon to collapse, and he had already issued a clear warning to job changers. Any further use of illegal dungeon items would result in severe punishment. To think that someone would dare to act against the wind during this sensitive period. "Have there been any anomalies in the dungeons recently?" Bai Tianming queried. Shaoli nodded, then shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Tianming frowned immediately. Shaoli elucidated. "Indeed, someone has persistently refreshed the instance record, yet no malicious items were detected. The only traces found were of the usage of a basic instance refresh token. This token is not deemed a malicious item and does not constitute a violation." Bai Tianming furrowed his brow and slowly raised his gaze towards Qin Tianfu and his companions. "What is the name of the individual you speak of?" Bai Tianming inquired. Qin Tianfu hastily replied. "His name is Lin Mo, a pathetic summoner." With a hum, Bai Tianming's eyes narrowed instantaneously. "Are you intending to report Lin Mo?" "Indeed," Qin Tianfu asserted with conviction. Bai Tianming was acutely aware of Lin Mo's capabilities. An 8-minute record was insignificant for Lin Mo. Moreover, Bai Tianming speculated that maintaining the record at 8 minutes was a concession made by Lin Mo to accommodate later participants. If permitted, Lin Mo could clear the instance within 5 minutes without difficulty. Bai Tianming gradually rose to his feet. "Shaoli, I find these three faces somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen them before." Shaoli promptly approached and scrutinized Qin Tianfu and his companions. Suddenly recalling, he remarked, "Director Bai, these three individuals were previously detained for the malicious use of instance-related items." Bai Tianming responded, "Ah, splendid. Let us confine them for 2 days as a warning." Qin Tianfu and his companions were utterly flabbergasted. "Director Bai, surely there is a misunderstanding? We are here to report, not to be sacrificed." Bai Tianming had no intention of heeding their protests. How dare they tarnish the reputation of his future son-in-law? This was intolerable. 2 days later, Lin Mo radiated a golden glow, a warm current surging within him. Finally, he had leveled up. Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi had also reached level 15. Their excitement palpable as they beheld their 4-dimensional attributes, unable to contain their exhilaration. At this moment, Lin Mo opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, God-tier boss summoner. Level, LV17000. Strength, 170. Mentality, 180. Agility, 170. Vitality, 170. Combat power, 170. Professional skill, God-tier feeding LV6. Note, feeding summoned entities grants them a 50-fold enhancement in all attributes. Professional skill, God-tier boss summoning LV101. Note, summoning a boss for the first time does not require a boss crystal. Professional skill, God-tier summoning space LV2, 510. Professional skill, God-tier skill sharing LV1. Note, the summoner may utilize the skills of the God-tier boss, with the potency derived from the attributes of the summoned entity. God-tier passive skill, sharing joy and suffering. Note, summoned entities bear 100 of the damage directed at the summoner. Skill, Magical Spring, achieved God-tier status. Mana recovery speed increased by 100. Skill, Time and Space Displacement, achieved God-tier status. No incantation required. Instantaneously teleport to any location within 1,000 meters. Equipment, none. With this level, he should be able to contend for a position in the provincial rankings. Ding. Suddenly, everyone's phones buzzed simultaneously, receiving notification messages from various schools. All students, please return to Beijiang City immediately for assembly. Lin Mo glanced at Zhen Mimi and Wang Jiangwo. The 10-day training period had concluded, and the major examination was imminent. Zhen Mimi now harbored only gratitude towards Lin Mo, coupled with a hint of admiration. Frankly, without Lin Mo's guidance in leveling up, she would likely have only reached level 14 at most. Without that, her chances of qualifying for the prestigious Kyoto Academy would have been non-existent. Lin Mo, thank you, Zhen Mimi expressed sincerely. Lin Mo merely responded with a faint smile. The trio promptly embarked on their return journey. Meanwhile, the principals of all schools in Beijiang City awaited their students anxiously at the city gate. This moment each year was a test of prestige for the principals. A saying circulated among them. The 10-day training period is the sole criterion for discerning the quality of professions. Principal Gao nervously fidgeted with his clothing, pacing back and forth. Old Gao, your school boasts a legendary profession, a rare profession, and a hidden profession. What are you so anxious about? Surely one of them will excel? Other principals jested. Principal Gao shot him a glance. You wouldn't understand. Oh, our students are returning. Students, please open your information panels and display your levels and professions. Wang Yao? Level 13, Advanced Profession Shadow Assassin. Not bad. Level 13 is sufficient for admission to a prestigious university. Lu Gangang, Level 12, Advanced Profession Healer. Still acceptable. Most examinees typically range between levels 10 to 13, with a few reaching level 14, but they are rare. Will there be no candidates exceeding level 15 this year? Another Meng Junshin would be quite a rarity. Oh, look, is that Jun Mimi from First High? Chapter 40, The Contest of Prestige. All principals' gazes converged upon Jun Mimi. She was a legendary class changer, considered the last hope of Principal Gao. Should Jun Mimi successfully level up to 15, Beijiang no. One high might produce another high achiever for the Kyoto Academy. At that point, Principal Gao would bask in glory. Meanwhile, other principals began to tease. To match Meng Junshin requires both talent and luck. Our school has a legendary profession too, yet it remains stagnant at level 14. Old Lu, are you envious of old Gao? Jun Mimi has promising prospects. She might have already reached level 15. As they spoke, Jun Mimi approached Principal Gao and the others. Mimi, quickly, display your information for us to see. Principal Gao urged excitedly. Jun Mimi promptly revealed her information. Jun Mimi, level 15, legendary profession, Ice Mage. Buzz. Haha. It's done. Our first high has produced another Meng Junshin. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo and Lin Mo followed closely behind. Principal Gao had not held much hope for Wang Jiangwo and Lin Mo. He merely cast a cursory glance at them, urging, just briefly display your levels and hurry back to prepare for tomorrow's major examination. At this juncture, Jun Mimi, with a serious expression, reminded, Principal, I suggest you take a good look at their level information. Subsequently, Wang Jiangwo displayed his information. Wang Jiangwo, level 15, rare profession Shadow Assassin. Another one at level 15? This scene left several nearby principals in a state of disbelief. Excellent, excellent. Principal Gao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Just then, Lin Mo also revealed his information. Lin Mo, level 17, hidden profession boss summoner. The venue fell silent. Wang Jiangwo added with a smirk, Principal, this year we not only have two Meng Junshin, but also the father of Meng Junshin. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Mo. How had he achieved such a feat? In the span of merely 10 days, he ascended to level 17. The principal trembled with excitement. Previously, he harbored little hope for Lin Mo's profession. To his astonishment, Lin Mo's level surpassed all competitors, exceeding Jun Mimi by 2 levels. You three, prepare diligently for the upcoming examination. Strive to gain admission to the prestigious academy in Kyoto. The principal proclaimed, straightening his posture with renewed confidence. The other principals around him appeared increasingly disheartened. In this contest of prestige, the principal's student undeniably brought him honor. Wang Jiangwo patted his chest, exclaiming, rest assured, Principal, enough with the chatter, let's board the bus. Once all the students have arrived, we shall return home. Upon arrival at school, he intended to offer some insights to the exam candidates. Lin Mo, with a serene expression, made his way towards the bus at the city gate, while Wang Jiangwo hopped energetically in his wake. Jun Mimi wore a joyful expression, contemplating how to perform during the exam to secure a place in the Kyoto Academy. The school bus slowly made its way towards the setting sun, forming a long, winding line. They returned once more to the familiar conference hall of the school. All the students from Class 1, having undergone 10 days of rigorous training, sat upright and attentive. The principal, wearing a pleased expression, stood at the podium. You have all worked hard during these 10 days. I can see both fatigue and joy on your faces. And I believe each of you has gained and learned much from this experience. However, this is not your destination. It is merely the beginning of your journey towards the future. The official examination begins tomorrow. The school will arrange a bus to take you to the capital city of Jiangbei, Lincheng, to participate in the national examination. After a decade of sharpening your blades, today is the day to unsheath them. I eagerly await news of your triumph. Each year, the examination is held in various provincial capital cities, with Dihai City being one of the largest. Its area is 3 to 4 times that of Jiangbei. On this day each year, thousands of new transferees gather to partake in the national examination. The Huaxia Transference Temple, the Huaxia Monster Management Bureau, and the Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps will oversee this examination. Upon returning to his humble abode, Lin Mo lay on his bed, contemplating his future plans. During this time, his uncle called, inviting him to dinner, but Lin Mo declined. With the examination approaching, he preferred solitude. As it stood, his level was unmatched in the entirety of Beijiang City. However, that did not imply that there were no higher levels in other cities. Hence, he could not afford to relax. Based on past experiences, reaching level 15 was already a remarkable achievement. In previous years, Meng Junshin had attained level 15 and secured the top rank in the province. Gaining admission to the Kyoto Academy should pose no significant challenge. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the door, akin to being struck by a hidden weapon. Lin Mo immediately sprang up to investigate. To his astonishment, a sharp dagger was embedded in the door, accompanied by a note. Scanning his surroundings, he found no signs of anyone else. He returned to his room and unfolded the note. See you at the examination. Xiong Mumu. Is he trying to show off at my expense? Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly before tossing the note into the trash. What a waste of paper. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the sky was tinted with a pearly white. The weather was exceptionally refreshing. The school bus rumbled with eagerness, as if eager to rush towards Dihai City. Lin Mo, how did you sleep last night? Wang Jingwo boisterously sat beside him. Lin Mo nodded. It was quite good. Zhen Mimi also boarded the bus, stealing glances in Lin Mo's direction, her lips pouting as if slightly annoyed. The sound of the bus tires crunching over gravel filled the air. After approximately 2 hours, they finally arrived in Dihai City. The urban landscape was bustling, with towering skyscrapers dominating the skyline. Compared to this, Beijiang seemed like a mere fishing village. The examination venue was set at Dihai City's largest martial arts arena. At its center stood a colossal palace, seemingly crafted from glazed tiles. The principal explained, "This is the national treasure of Huaxia, the glazed divine palace. Do not underestimate this seemingly small palace. It can house objects thousands of times larger than its own volume." Simultaneously, candidates from other cities began to arrive in droves. Zhen Mimi suddenly approached Lin Mo, questioning, "Why didn't you come to dinner yesterday?" Lin Mo shrugged. "I'm used to being alone." "Are you still angry?" Lin Mo shook his head. "Is it because of my mother?" "I've already told her not to trouble you anymore." Lin Mo continued to shake his head. "I simply enjoy the quiet." Zhen Mimi blinked, then sighed. "All right, perhaps I was overthinking, but my mother and I do owe you an apology. Let's not dwell on that." Lin Mo replied, wishing to change the subject. Zhen Mimi nodded in understanding. "Are you confident?" After posing the question, she realized something was amiss and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I shouldn't have asked that." As all the candidates arrived at the examination venue, a low and serious voice echoed around them. "Please stand in your designated areas." Lin Mo noticed that the entire arena was divided into several sections, each representing different cities. Candidates stood within their corresponding zones, awaiting the commencement of the examination. At that moment, whispers began to circulate through the crowd. Most discussions revolved around who might have the opportunity to be admitted to the Kyoto Academy. "Of course it's Lin Mo. I heard he leveled up to 17. Unprecedented. How could a summoner level up so quickly? I can't help but feel there's something fishy about it. You won't believe this, but I've received astonishing news from a friend. Lin Mo has a powerful backing. Do you know Director Bai from the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau? He's Lin Mo's supporter. Rumor has it that Director Bai as well. Let's just say he has a particular inclination. And he's been secretly using prohibited items to help Lin Mo level up swiftly." "No way. Is that true?" Such matters are often hard to discern. One might as well believe it than dismiss it. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. When did Director Bai become such a character? These rumors were utterly absurd. No wonder he leveled up so rapidly. At that moment, in a corner, Qin Tianfu and his companions stifled their laughter. "Serves you right for meddling with us. It's just a director. I'll make you infamous." The truth of the rumors was hard to ascertain. Even the principal approached Lin Mo, beginning to question him. "Lin Mo, if you're truly being threatened, do let me know." Lin Mo refrained from defending himself, as Wang Jingwo interjected. "Principal, do you genuinely believe such baseless rumors?" The principal remained silent, clearly having taken them to heart. "Lin Mo, is this true?" Lin Mo chuckled softly. "If I deny it, would you believe me?" That, indeed, was the crux of the matter. Rumors never dissipate simply because the accused offers clarification. Thus, Lin Mo felt no need to explain anything. Achieving results in the examination would serve as the most compelling response to the gossip. The principal took a deep breath. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that Lin Mo could independently reach level 17. He was merely a summoner. Even if he could summon a boss, what difference would it make? At that moment, the oppressive voice reverberated once more. "Candidates, silence now. It is imperative that you pay close attention to the examination rules. Any infractions will result in immediate disqualification, forever barred from future participation." The tone was both resonant and authoritative. Who was speaking? No one could discern their presence. A few students glanced around, striving to locate the source of the voice. At that moment, a beam of white light enveloped two individuals in an instant. In merely a second, they vanished. Whispering will lead to disqualification. The atmosphere was suffused with a tense silence. No one dared utter a sound. Such stringent regulations seemed excessively harsh. Lin Mo, typically composed, felt no fear. However, Wang Jingwo, earnest and determined, clamped his mouth shut, forcing himself into silence. He was notoriously loquacious, and Lin Mo was well aware of this. One slip of the tongue could render their 10 days of training utterly futile. The examination rules are as follows. The competition will be divided by city zones, with each area competing against the others. The more challenges you overcome within the allotted time, the higher your score will be. These scores will carry over into your admission to higher learning institutions, where they will serve as currency. Some items can only be redeemed with these points. The Lioli Divine Palace will tailor challenges according to your profession. During the examination period, the use of prohibited items is forbidden. Your storage space will be locked. Do you understand? The candidates nodded in solemn agreement, too intimidated to dissent. I hereby declare the examination officially commenced. Suddenly, a vibrant halo of colors encircled the Lioli Divine Palace. The participating students were enveloped in this kaleidoscopic light and vanished without a trace. Just before disappearing, Lin Mo caught a glimpse of Xiong Mumu, the vice-captain of the brave adventure team, casting him a wicked smirk. In the next moment, Lin Mo found himself in an expansive void, surrounded by cascading streams of viscous, colorful energy. Furrowing his brow, he realized that what he had just witnessed was unmistakably real, coupled with the note he had received earlier. He concluded that Xiong Mumu had somehow resurrected himself. But that was a matter for another time. If he could kill him once, he could surely do so again. Meanwhile, the examiners monitoring the surveillance area were keenly observing this year's candidates. They hailed from the Transmutation Temple of Huaxia, the Huaxia Copy Monitoring Bureau, and the Huaxia Dragon Knights, esteemed figures of considerable renown. A few burly, formidable middle-aged men, adorned in the garb of warriors and mages, focused intently on the candidates from Beijiang City. Lin Mo, level 17, hidden profession, boss summoner. The screen before them displayed Lin Mo's examination profile. This is the latest classification reported by the Beijiang Transmutation Temple. The documentation lacks detail, but it is clear that this profession allows the summoning of a boss entity, making it more potent than a typical summoner. The examiners nodded in agreement. To have achieved level 17 in just 10 days, he must possess considerable skill. I hold great expectations for him. Haven't you heard? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Haha. Let us see how it unfolds in practice. Hopefully, his profession will yield some surprises. Indeed, we shall set the examination content according to the strength of legendary level professions. The examiners exchanged nods of assent. Inside the Lioli Divine Palace, Lin Mo observed his surroundings with utmost seriousness. Until the assessment commenced, no one could predict what would transpire. At that instant, a spiny creature materialized before Lin Mo, followed by the examination content flashing on the information panel. You have 30 minutes to defeat the Spiked Tortoise King. With the Spiked Tortoise King's roar, the examination officially began. Lin Mo immediately prepared to summon the Slime General. As the Spiked Tortoise King charged towards him, Lin Mo focused his mind. Jumping critical hit. Boom. In a single strike, the Spiked Tortoise King was reduced to mere pulp and vanished. 1 second. The examiners in the monitoring room were struck dumb with astonishment. Is this his summoned creature? It resembles a novice-zone slime, yet it exhibits such strength. Who let this pass? Several examiners shook their heads. No one. We set the monster's attributes according to legendary level standards. The creature's level is 3 levels higher than Lin Mo. How could it be defeated so effortlessly? The Lioli Divine Palace customizes monsters to match the characteristics of the candidates, aiming to uncover their utmost potential. If the examination was calibrated to legendary level standards, Lin Mo should have expended considerable effort and time to contend with the Spiked Tortoise King. Yet the outcome was unexpected. Lin Mo had obliterated the monster in an instant. Our parameters must be adjusted. Lin Mo's summoned creature evidently possesses high attack attributes. Next time, we shall enhance the monster's physical attributes and try again. The examiners conferred and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, astonished by the ease of the examination, mused. Is this the grand examination? To be candid, the monsters here are weaker than those in the novice zone. Congratulations, Lin Mo, you have passed the first challenge. Now, we shall proceed to the second assessment. The ordeal resumed. Lin Mo had thoroughly prepared before the grand examination. The first challenge was merely a preliminary test. The Lioli Divine Palace would adjust the monster's data based on the candidate's performances in the first round. The more challenges one overcame, the stronger the encountered monsters would become. Lin Mo readied himself, commanding the Slime General to take position in front. At this moment, a luminous barrier appeared, segregating him from the monster. Assessment. Commence. The barrier vanished instantaneously, revealing a robust black bear before Lin Mo. This time, I have set the black bear's physical attributes at 2,000. One of the examiners proclaimed, patting his chest. That should suffice. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Mo merely narrowed his eyes slightly, and then focused his mind. Jumping critical hit. Boom. The black bear had no time to react as a soft, gelatinous mass landed on it with a thud. With a piercing cry, the black bear collapsed in an instant. It's dead. Dead again? The grand examination was primarily designed to assess the reaction speed and combat skills of the transmuters when faced with monsters. Yet Lin Mo had annihilated the creature without a moment's hesitation. How could they possibly evaluate combat skills under such circumstances? The examiners were in a state of frantic anxiety. Lin Mo hails from Beijiang City. I know the head of the Beijiang Copy Monitoring Bureau by. Should we consult him for advice? After all, he is a candidate from their region and should have some insights. The examiners pondered briefly before ultimately deciding to summon Bai. A moment later, Bai was brought into the monitoring room. I'm also overseeing the examination on my end. Bai, could you lend us a hand? Bai glanced at the monitoring console. Suddenly, I discovered that they were monitoring Lin Mo. Instantly intrigued, I thought, oh, It's this young lad. Very well, I shall make an exception and assist you. Several examiners nodded in gratitude. Ordinarily, we would assess him according to the intensity befitting a legendary class profession, yet he has consistently annihilated our attempts. Bai Tianming pondered momentarily. Lin Mo's profession cannot be compared to ordinary ones. His summoning skills are formidable. Thus, we must devise a method to restrict the use of summoned creatures' abilities. After all, he is a summoner, relying entirely on his summoned entities for damage output. Would it be inappropriate to limit the summons? An examiner inquired. Bai Tianming harbored a personal curiosity. He wished to test just how powerful Lin Mo truly was. Even if his summons were constrained, what other means might he possess? Did you not summon me to assist? Indeed, we did. Let us proceed according to Bai's methodology. They replied. Bai Tianming nodded and continued. Set the monster's strength to the divine profession tier. The points at the divine profession tier are several times higher than those at the legendary level. Are we to grant him points according to divine profession standards? The examiners looked troubled. Typically, those who transition to divine professions are overseen by designated evaluators. They lack the authority to make such decisions. Bai Tianming waved his hand dismissively. I will bear all consequences. It's merely points I shall provide. Given that someone was willing to absorb the backlash. The other examiners had no objections. Let it be so. The information panel for Lin Mo displayed a new task. Within half an hour, he must slay the monster. Note, summon skills are restricted. Upon seeing this information, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk. Is this the Glazed God Palace? They have detected the Slime General's skills as excessively formidable, hence the restriction. All attributes adjusted to 2000. This time, they should be able to gauge his true capabilities, right? The examiners were eager with anticipation. Bai Tianming clenched his fingers, awaiting the final outcome. The same black bear creature, merely adjusted values. Lin Mo remained expressionless. The black bear creature unexpectedly charged towards him. Divine skill sharing. Leap critical hit. In that instant, the slime general remained still. However, Lin Mo leaped, crashing down upon the black bear's head. A powerful attack ensued, generating intense sound waves. One could faintly observe ripples of energy expanding outward, without a hint of suspense. The black bear was vanquished in a second. Buzz. The entire monitoring room fell into silence. How does one account for this? Even with the divine profession tier testing, it was still an instant kill. Bai Tianming himself appeared somewhat flustered. He swallowed hard. What else can be measured? How will the points be calculated? According to the divine profession standard, the points shall come from me, Bai Tianming murmured. Let us commence the second round of assessments. The impact of Lin Mo's performance was so profound that the examiners found it difficult to regain their composure. The first round of evaluations concluded. The rankings of the candidates were subsequently revealed. Each individual's information panel displayed their ranking. Name, Lin Mo, rank, 1, time taken, 1S, points, 1000. Name, Zhen Mimi, rank, 2, time taken, 16M, points, 500. Name, Xiong Mumu, rank, 3, time taken, 165M, points, 400. Lin Mo secured the top position with a record of 1 second. Zhen Mimi followed closely in second place. Yet her points paled in comparison to Lin Mo's. Given that each individual's points were contingent upon their performance within the challenge, Zhen Mimi thought little of it. She gazed at her score with a bitter smile, realizing she was destined to remain the perennial runner-up. Ordinarily, Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi were of similar levels. Yet he failed to rank higher, likely due to his profession's tier. Woe is me, Lin Mo, I only ranked 4th. How tragic. When Wang Jiangwo noticed Lin Mo's completion time, he was momentarily stunned. You took only 1 second? Lin Mo's performance incited a flurry of commotion. Did he cheat? How could one possibly complete it in just 1 second? Cheating. He must have connections. Qin Tianfu continued to spread rumors, but he was swiftly dismissed by others. This is a national examination. Tell me, how could one cheat? Just then, a staff member responsible for maintaining order in the examination hall noticed the trio of Qin Tianfu stirring up trouble in a corner. You three. We have been observing you for some time. Suspected of sowing discord in the examination hall and defaming the candidates, you shall come with us. The 3 were promptly apprehended. Innocent. This is an injustice. Lin Mo has connections and used illegal items. Their voices were drowned out by the cacophony of discussions. Lin Mo's results rendered their accusations baseless. In the corner, Xiong Mumu seethed with envy upon witnessing these results. Lin Mo, by what right do you outperform me so significantly? We shall see. Humph. This place shall be your tomb. Chapter 42. These monsters are so weak. Have I gone too far? Lin Mo muttered to himself. Reflecting on it. The grand examination is a treacherous bridge. On this precarious path, only those with capability can traverse safely. The first round of assessments saw the candidates from Beijiang City being eliminated en masse. Anyone with fewer than 30 points was entirely disqualified. The venue was soon filled with wails of despair. The second round of assessments continued. The Glazed God Palace would open paths for ordinary, elite, abyss, and nightmare-level dungeons. Slaying a regular monster yields 1 point. Slaying an elite monster grants 5 points. Vanquishing an abyss monster earns 10 points. Defeating a nightmare monster rewards 20 points. The dungeons are fraught with peril. Participants may select the difficulty of the dungeons based on their own level and strength. The more monsters slain within the allotted time, the more points accrued. Rankings will be determined by the points earned. Isn't this just dungeon farming? Wang Jingwo scoffed. Lin Mo nodded. There should be more monsters than in the dungeons. Lin Mo, which dungeon level will you choose? Zhen Mimi inquired. Lin Mo naturally opted for the nightmare tier, for to him, the monsters at that level seemed no different from those at the ordinary tier. All could be dispatched in a single blow. Nightmare, Lin Mo replied. Zhen Mimi pondered. The points awarded by nightmare-level monsters were indeed alluring. Yet they also possessed the highest difficulty. As a mage, Zhen Mimi dreaded close combat. Nightmare-level monsters are swift, possess high vitality, and boast formidable strength attributes. Thus, it was not an ideal choice for her. Then I shall select the abyss level. Lin Mo nodded, having no objections to Zhen Mimi's choice. However, Wang Jingwo appeared distinctly sullen. This challenge is nothing short of a calamity for us assassins. We are best suited for single-target assaults. Lin Mo glanced at Wang Jingwo, conveying his understanding. I believe, however, that you are more suited for the nightmare dungeon to maximize your gains. Wang Jingwo's eyes flickered with realization. Ah, indeed. In the corner, Xiong Mumu clenched his fists. Lin Mo, I owe you my life. You defeated me once, granting me a new existence. The current me is no longer the same. I shall make you comprehend the tremendous power that arises from my amassed resources. This examinee, your face is twitching. Are you all right? A staff member inquired with concern. Xiong Mumu quickly concealed his earlier malice, exclaiming, Oh, no worries, just a slight ache in my face. He scratched his head, forcing a smile. Please. Pay no mind to me. That is reassuring, the staff member nodded. A mischievous grin crept across Xiong Mumu's lips as he opted for the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Xiong Mumu. Level 16, Rare Class Berserker. A level 16 rare class. How have I never encountered him before? Several examiners hurriedly reviewed their records. Xiong Mumu, the vice captain of the Brave Warriors Adventure Team, is also a contender in this year's grand examination. He is clad in a handcrafted outfit, comparable to golden tier dungeon gear, and has even upgraded it with special materials. Truly extravagant. The Berserker excels in area attacks, thriving as battles continue. It appears he did not exert his full strength in the first round. Zhen Mimi, ranked second in the first round, also garnered attention. Zhen Mimi, level 15. Legendary class Ice Mage. She promptly selected the Abyss level. Indeed, quite astute. Mages are adept at dealing area damage, but possess inferior resilience. The Abyss level monsters are just right. The examiners displayed satisfied smiles. Ultimately, everyone's focus shifted to Lin Mo, a highly leveled summoner. Would he shine brightly in this round? Logically, summoners excel at drawing aggro but struggle with area attacks. This round seems precarious. After analysis, the examiners concluded that Lin Mo, as a summoner, would likely not stand out. Even though he surprised them in the first round, how could he possess a weakness typical of summoners? Lin Mo smiled gently. He directly opted for the nightmare mode. He truly entered the nightmare dungeon. Does he believe himself invincible as a summoner? Everyone is well aware of the summoner's weaknesses. They dread monsters closing in. Yet Lin Mo remained unfazed. Bai Jumming remarked, this lad from Beijiang has a certain flair. Bai Tianming smiled faintly. Did we not test it earlier? Limiting the summoned creatures, he can still eliminate monsters in an instant. The examiners shook their heads. Dealing with 1 or 2 monsters is manageable, but the sheer number of creatures in the dungeon may overwhelm him. The lad shows promise, yet he is somewhat reckless. We shall see. Bai Tianming smirked. The first to enter the nightmare dungeon, Xiong Mumu, commenced a frenzy of monster slaying. Wielding his axe with ferocity, he became increasingly emboldened, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 monsters. According to the scoring system, in this round, I will leave everyone far behind. Lin Mo, are you not boastful? In the monitoring room, several examiners nodded in approval while watching Xiong Mumu's performance. Impressive indeed. Though he lagged in the first round, he is now displaying his full potential. The examiners then turned their attention to Lin Mo's screen. At this moment, Lin Mo had just stepped into the nightmare dungeon. This space was unlike the wild dungeons. There were no undulating terrains, only an expansive open area. A barrier of light obstructed countless monsters ahead. Lin Mo pinpointed the information of a single creature, which instantly appeared before him. Nightmare-level monster, Corpse Ripper. Level, 15. Strength, 1,200. Spirit, 800. Agility, 900. Vitality, 1,200. Skill, Hemophilia. Note, contact with the blood of the Corpse Ripper will result in continuous health loss. Lin Mo surveyed the monster's statistics. How feeble. The attributes of monsters in the Grand Examination are comparatively lower than those in wild dungeons. This adjustment accommodates the typical attributes of most candidates. For an ordinary examinee, such four-dimensional attributes would indeed be formidable. After a quick glance, Lin Mo noted that there were undoubtedly over 1,000 Corpse Rippers on the other side of the barrier. Slaying one would yield 20 points. 1,000 would amount to 20,000 points. It is said that Meng Junshin achieved an astounding 5,000 points to secure first place in the province. Achieving the top rank is not out of reach. Lin Mo mused. In that instant, the barrier suddenly parted. Over 1,000 corpse rippers, dragging their tattered limbs and displaying ferocious expressions, charged towards Lin Mo. He simply summoned the slime general and braced himself with one hand. In the monitoring room, numerous examiners were fixated on Lin Mo. What is he planning? Is he not going to hide and allow his summons to dispatch the monsters one by one? I truly wonder what this child is thinking, Bai Tianming remarked. A smile gracing his lips. Feel free to mock. Soon, you shall witness Lin Mo's prowess. As the corpse rippers surged forth, Lin Mo slightly spread his palm and then gradually closed it, slowly uttering 4 words. Earth explosion. Celestial star. Instantly, the slime general transformed into hundreds of slime progeny. Soaring into the air, they employed the meteor shower skill, and all the corpse rippers were forcibly lifted into the air by an unseen force. Jumping critical strike. Hundreds of slime progeny unleashed their jumping critical strike skills simultaneously. After a deep, resonant sound, a tremendous wave of heat enveloped the entire dungeon space. Countless corpse rippers disintegrated into dust, scattering through the air. The examiners fell into a profound silence. A few examiners gaped, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Was that it? One strike? Was there truly no need to retreat and let the summons do the work? One strike cleared the field. The influx of scoring information nearly overwhelmed Lin Mo. Data flooded the information panel. 20 points. 20 points. The dungeon was cleared, and Lin Mo automatically exited. Some eliminated candidates cast puzzled glances at Lin Mo, who emerged in less than 2 minutes. Huh, how did he come out so early? Oh, perhaps he was unable to contend with the monsters within the dungeon. Is this not his just desserts? Summoners are simply unsuited for area attacks. Why must he push himself? What a splendid hand poorly played. The principal hurried to Lin Mo's side, visibly anxious. Lin Mo, what transpired? Why did you emerge early? Lin Mo replied calmly. There were no monsters to fight. So I left. Alas, this child simply revels in showing off. What shall we do now? In the second round of the assessment, you couldn't defeat a single monster. You're bound to be eliminated. It seems the headmaster has misunderstood. He believed that Lin Mo could not conquer even one creature, hence his declaration of futility. The other headmasters displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Headmaster, may I inquire how many points this student has earned to emerge so quickly? Could it be that he has vanquished not a single beast? The headmaster sighed repeatedly. Lin Mo offered no explanations. He chose to await the conclusion of the assessment, confident that the results would speak for themselves. Too much explanation would merely squander breath. Xiong Mumu had gone on a rampage within the instance. However, the affliction from the blighted corpse skill posed significant challenges, as his handcrafted equipment was deteriorating under its effects, nearly reaching its breaking point. This was his sole means of reliance. Phew, having slain 100, that should suffice. Xiong Mumu lifted a confident smile. The second round of the assessment came to a close. Everyone exited the instance, some battered and bruised, while others remained unconscious from grievous injuries. Clearly, this round had indeed imposed considerable pressure on the candidates. With the conclusion of the second examination, the results were to be announced. All eyes fell upon the information panel. Chapter 43. Apologies, I inadvertently wiped them out. Name, Lin Mo, rank, 1, time, 20s, points, 21,000. Name, Xiong Mumu, rank, 2, time, 30m, points, 2 for 100. Name, Zhun Mimi, rank, 3, time, 30m, points, 1,900. Lin Mo claimed first place once again, astonishingly garnering over 20,000 points. How did he achieve this? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lin Mo's score stood unparalleled, creating a vast chasm between him and the others. The examiners in the monitoring room wiped their brows in relief. What a promising talent. Truly remarkable. Bai Tianming smiled from a corner. Of course, he is my future son-in-law. How could he not excel? The second round had eliminated over 100 candidates. This challenge was indeed formidable. There were simply too many monsters. I was overwhelmed. I managed to slay only 2 before succumbing to the blighted corpse affliction, leaving me utterly drained. Lin Mo was indeed a freak of nature. He had cleared the entire map of monsters. Meanwhile, Xiong Mumu emerged from the nightmare instance, brimming with confidence. Humph, can anyone match my speed? He promptly opened the information panel to check the rankings, only to freeze in disbelief, his expression morphing into one of incredulity. How is this possible? 20,000 points? This cannot be true. Although he had witnessed Lin Mo slay the Grey Wolf King in the Cloud instance, after enhancements, Xiong Mumu was confident in his ability to defeat the Grey Wolf King as well. The gap between them could not be this vast. 20,000 points meant he would have had to slay 1,000 blighted corpses. One blighted corpse provided 20 points. Achieving 20,000 points required the defeat of 1,000 within a mere 20 seconds. Xiong Mumu clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo, it seems that if I do not eliminate you now, you will surely become a future threat. Jin Mimi was astonished to find her second place usurped by Xiong Mumu. She had not anticipated such a disparity. I must give my utmost effort in the next round. Upon seeing Lin Mo's score, she was utterly stunned. 21,000 points. Truly a freak. At that moment, Wang Jingwo approached Lin Mo, crying out, "Woe is me! Lin Mo, this assessment is exceedingly unfair to us assassins. My ranking has plummeted beyond the top 10. Lin Mo glanced at the leaderboard and indeed noted Wang Jingwo's predicament. As a rare profession, being an assassin, it was remarkable that he had managed to reach level 15, especially with Lin Mo's assistance in his forced advancement. In truth, given Wang Jingwo's own capabilities, ranking around 20 would have been commendable. You must strive harder in the next round, Lin Mo reassured him. The headmaster, who had previously scolded Lin Mo, now wore an exuberant smile. Lin Mo, I had thought. Before he could finish, Lin Mo gently shook his head. Headmaster, there's no need for further words. The headmaster wisely chose to remain silent. The third round of the assessment commenced. All candidates who had passed the first 2 rounds assembled. Lin Mo observed that fewer than 100 candidates remained from Beijiang City. Indeed, it is a narrow bridge to cross. Lin Mo mused. A solemn voice resonated through the venue once more. The third round of the assessment is about to begin. This time, you will face nightmare-level monsters with exceptionally high physical attributes. The longer you can immobilize a monster using skills or regular attacks, the more points you will earn. 1 second of immobilization grants 20 points, 2 seconds, 40 points, and so forth. Lin Mo quickly grasped the essence of this challenge. It was an assessment of one's proficiency with their profession. Theoretically, continuous combos could cause infinite immobilization of monsters. Yet, each profession had its limitations in combos. Those who could best exploit their professional advantages to execute a complete combo would earn the most points. Finally, this is where we assassins thrive, in ambush and combos. Wang Jingwo exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Jin Mimi found herself in a bitter predicament. Mages did not rely heavily on combos. They were more suited for dealing area damage. However, if she could use minor skills to distract the monsters, and then unleash a powerful skill to immobilize them, her score should not be too low. In a corner, Xiong Mumu burst into laughter. When it comes to combos, who dares claim the title before a berserker? With the enhancements from my handcrafted gear, my combo can last at least 40 seconds. With a bit more effort, I should be able to extend it to 50 seconds. Xiong Mumu was well aware that summoners could hardly execute any combos, as they relied primarily on summoned creatures for damage output. The skills of the summoned beings lacked the capacity for combo effects. Lin Mo, this time, I've finally found your weakness. At that moment, Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo exchanged worried glances toward Lin Mo. This round of assessment would be considerably easier for them than for him. Lin Mo remained expressionless, calm as still water, not betraying even a hint of difficulty. Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo felt they were overthinking it. They had witnessed Lin Mo's formidable strength firsthand. Such a trivial concern should hardly pose a challenge for him. Even if he did not meet the standards in this round, his total points already surpassed many, even exceeding those of Meng Junshin from previous years by several folds. Examination, commence. Following a resonant voice, Lin Mo and the others gradually entered the glazed divine palace. The examiners in the monitoring room began to discuss amongst themselves. In this round, I still have faith in the berserker. Although Lin Mo's previous performance was unexpected, achieving the necessary rigidity requires a continuous combination of control and damage skills, a mechanism that the summoner lacks. It can be said that this particular challenge is akin to a hellish trial for summoners. The gaze shifts towards Bai Tianming. Bai Ju, what is your perspective? Bai Tianming likewise displays a worried expression. The examiner's remarks ring true. He had previously analyzed Lin Mo's weaknesses. Continuous control, it is evident, is unattainable for any summoner. In this round, Lin Mo's score should not be particularly high. However, his overall points have already surpassed everyone else's, exceeding even Ming Junshin's from years past by a significant margin. Under normal circumstances, he would have no need to partake in the upcoming examinations. I surmise that with his score, he is likely to be the provincial champion, if not the national one. The examiners pondered for a moment and indeed found merit in this reasoning. Let us observe Lin Mo's performance. Upon entering the examination venue, a luminous screen materializes before Lin Mo, revealing a solitary monster on the other side. He promptly locks onto the monster's data. Nightmare level monster, shield mounted, level 15, strength 500, spirit 100, agility 100, constitution 20,000, skill, defense multiplier, note, constitution attribute doubles upon being controlled. It appears Lin Mo's speculation was accurate. This round does not necessitate the monster's demise, but rather aims to maximize its rigidity effect. For Lin Mo, this is considerably simpler. He summons the Minotaur Lord, and a golden radiance descends from above, revealing a colossal figure radiating golden light on the monitor. The examiners in the monitoring room are momentarily stunned. Another summoned creature. This one appears far superior to the slime. He possesses 2 summoned beings. The atmosphere grows tense. One of Lin Mo's summons has already decisively vanquished the monsters in the exam. Now, another emerges. Lin Mo remains expressionless before he concentrates his thoughts. Full charge. Inflicting dizziness on the monster also qualifies as achieving rigidity effect, a notion Lin Mo is well aware of. The Minotaur Lord paws the ground and charges directly at Shield Mountain. Boom. In an instant, Shield Mountain is rendered dizzy. 100 seconds. The massive dizzy data astonishes all the examiners. Is the Liuli Divine Palace owned by Lin Mo's family? How is it that every examination fortuitously aligns with his advantages? A full 100 seconds of dizziness. Points soar. After 100 seconds, 2,000 points are successfully secured. Yet the spectacle is far from over. Lin Mo narrows his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. God-level skill sharing. Full charge. In the next moment, two horns sprout from his head as he transforms into a wild bull, charging once more at Shield Mountain. Boom. Just as the dizziness effect wears off, Shield Mountain, still recovering, is once again struck with dizziness. Another 100 seconds. The examiners in the monitoring room are going wild. A few are frantically banging their fists on the table. How can the other examinees compete? Can't there be any restrictions imposed on him? 100 seconds quickly elapses. Lin Mo would not miss this golden opportunity to amass points. I apologize, dear Shield Mountain. Minotaur Lord. Charge again. Full charge. Boom. The examiners monitoring the detector are left speechless. Is there no shame? The summoner and his summon are both using bull charge. Does his skill have no cooldown? Someone weakly comments. Even if there is a cooldown, with a duration of 100 seconds, the cooldown would have already expired. Gentlemen, do you think we should increase the difficulty for the next round? After a moment of contemplation, they shook their heads. For others, this level of examination is already quite formidable. They glance at the other examinees. At this moment, the examiners take note of the berserker, Mang Zhanshi, furiously chaining skills. Xiong Mukong is laboriously calculating the skills he will deploy next. Each skill release necessitates unparalleled precision. Upon releasing one, he must consider the cooldown of the subsequent skill. This skill should be used now. However, after observing the entire process, Xiong Mukong expends tremendous effort only to achieve 50 seconds of rigidity effect. Of course, under normal circumstances, 50 seconds of rigidity surpasses that of the majority of examinees. Meanwhile, Zhen Mimi similarly toils over skill cooldowns, striving to maximize rigidity effect. Her final score? 30 seconds. Wang Jiangwo, as an assassin, excels in producing rigidity effects, yet he too can only manage 40 seconds. Xiong Mukong exits the examination venue, brimming with confidence. A proud smile upon his face as he reflects on his 50 seconds of achievement. Yet, as he surveys his surroundings, he finds no trace of Lin Mo. Where is that fellow Lin Mo? Chapter 44, Lin Mo. You had better restrain yourself. Meanwhile, Lin Mo has gone into a frenzy within the examination venue. Full charge. God-level skill sharing. Full charge. The control chain persists for an entire half hour. When calculated, the rigidity lasts a staggering 1,800 seconds, accumulating a total of 36,000 points. The examiners in the monitoring room are in despair. Please, be reasonable. However, the examination cannot be arbitrarily halted. The grand examination is designed to elicit the maximum potential from the examinees. The control time continues unabated, though each bull charge does not inflict substantial damage. After more than half an hour of assault, even Shield Mountain's formidable constitution has its limits. In the 50th minute, Shield Mountain finally collapses, its constitution depleted, and it collapses to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Lin Mo scratches his head in embarrassment. My apologies, I got a bit too carried away. Did he truly exhaust a creature with a constitution of 20,000? The monster was afforded no opportunity for resistance. How long did it take? A full 50 minutes. The examiners are in an uproar. This is, without a doubt, the most flagrant act of milking points in history. Yet they are powerless to intervene. Lin Mo has violated no rules. Other examinees are growing impatient. Why hasn't Lin Mo emerged yet? Could he have perished inside? In the corner, Xiong Mukong clenches his fists. I hope he hasn't died in there. Otherwise, our carefully laid plans would be for naught. I will personally ensure he experiences the agony of death. A fierce expression crosses Xiong Mukong's face. Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi anxiously glance towards the Liuli Divine Palace. Logically, Lin Mo should have exited by now. They have waited over 40 minutes. This round typically requires much less time. Yet the examiners remain silent, merely instructing them to continue waiting. Could something have gone awry? Just as everyone is left speculating, Lin Mo emerges from the Liuli Divine Palace. His expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. From the look on his face, he appears rather displeased. This fellow certainly has his weaknesses. Just as I analyzed earlier, the summoner lacks any continuous control skills. It is quite possible that the Liuli Divine Palace has encountered a malfunction, which is why he has taken so long to appear. Enough said, let us await his score. Observing Lin Mo's somewhat dejected demeanor, Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi exchanged worried glances. Lin Mo, are you dissatisfied with your results? It's all right. This round of examinations has not been particularly favorable for you, so do not lose heart. Your total score is quite formidable and difficult for others to surpass. A less than stellar performance in this round will not have significant repercussions. Jin Mimi and Wang Jiangwo continued to offer their reassurances. Indeed, Lin Mo was feeling somewhat disheartened about his scores, as he had hoped to amass more points. After all, the examiner had mentioned that the points earned now would also be of use in the higher education institutions. The more one could accumulate, the better. Points are even more valuable than gold coins. Being somewhat of a financial enthusiast, Lin Mo could not afford to miss out on such an opportunity for point accumulation. However, in his fervor, he inadvertently defeated the monster. The rankings were announced once again. Name: Lin Mo, ranking 1, time used 50 minutes, points 81,000. Name: Xiongmukmu, ranking 2, time used 50 seconds, points 3,400. Name: Zhen Mimi, ranking 3, time used 30 seconds, points 2,500. Huh. Did Lin Mo also take 50 seconds? Brother, are you blind? You ought to see an ophthalmologist. That was 50 minutes. How are we supposed to compete now? Xiongmukmu stared in shock at the information panel, unable to fathom that Lin Mo had controlled that monster for a full 50 minutes. A freak. A freak. Damn it, a freak. I'll make you pay. Please refrain from self-harm. A staff member interjected as they noticed Xiongmukmu was attempting to cut his arm with a small knife. All right. Lin Mo cast a glance at Wang Jiangwo's score. He had now entered the top 10. It appeared that this round of assessments favored assassins. Following 3 rounds of examinations, only 20 candidates remained in the North City examination. The 4th round of assessment was fraught with peril. You may choose to stop here and retain your points for a final ranking, or you may continue onward for additional points. However, the forthcoming assessments will jeopardize your life. The first 3 rounds were merely evaluations of the candidate's fundamental qualities. The subsequent assessments will be the true battlefield. Almost half of the candidates opted to withdraw, believing their scores could not secure a better ranking, rendering further participation meaningless. Only the top 10 candidates from North City chose to proceed. Excellent. Next, you shall enter the hellish realm created by the Lioli Divine Palace. You will not only face the searing flames that could incinerate everything, but also contend with various boss monsters that may suddenly appear. Defeating a boss monster will earn you 1,000 points. You have 10 minutes. Survive for 10 minutes, and you will receive a bonus of 2,000 points. Note: upon defeating one boss monster, another will immediately respawn. Lin Mo swiftly grasped the essence of this round's assessment. It was a test of the candidate's survival abilities in extreme environments. Future confrontations with monsters would undoubtedly involve numerous adverse conditions. If one could not endure in such an environment, engaging in battle with monsters would be futile. From the examiner's hints, Lin Mo seemed to have discerned some crucial information. Defeating one boss monster would result in the immediate respawn of another. This implied that only one boss monster would spawn at a time in the hellish realm. Once this boss was slain, another would promptly take its place. With a 10-minute survival window, it was generally understood that no one would dare to confront a boss monster head-on, as the time required to defeat one often exceeded 10 minutes. It would be wiser to avoid the boss monster and the fiery projectiles of the hellish realm, completing the survival task to secure the 2,000 points reward. This is the logical approach most would take. However, Lin Mo was no ordinary individual. Prior to entering the examination hall, the principal had summoned Lin Mo, Jin Mimi, and Wang Jiangwo. He whispered, "This round is a test of patience. Only a fool would confront a boss directly. The reward for defeating a boss is merely 1,000 points, and whether you can even defeat it remains uncertain. If you expend too much stamina, you shall perish in the hellish realm. Surviving for 10 minutes earns you 2,000 points. Weigh your priorities. Do you understand?" Zhen Mimi and Wang Jiangwo nodded in agreement, while Lin Mo fell into deep contemplation. Noticing Lin Mo's reaction, the principal poked him in the side. "What are you pondering? Especially you, with your skills, you might attempt anything. But for this round, you must rein in your audacity. It is not something that ordinary individuals can accomplish to dodge flames while battling a boss." Lin Mo maintained a calm expression. The principal could not discern Lin Mo's thoughts, but had at least issued a warning. Examination. Begin. The candidates entered the arena one by one. At that moment, Lin Mo and Xiongmukmu found themselves side by side. Xiongmukmu scoffed. "Lin Mo, the suffering you have caused me will be repaid in kind." Lin Mo merely replied coolly, "Oh, if you dare provoke me, I wouldn't mind ensuring your permanent disappearance." As Lin Mo disappeared from view, Xiongmukmu clenched his fists. Just wait and see. Upon entering the examination area, the once ethereal space was suddenly doused in hues of flames and magma, resembling a surreal dream. The earth cracked, flames erupted. The scorching heat seared every inch of skin. "It's really hot." Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Lin Mo. His every action defied expectations, leading the examiners to implicitly designate him as a subject of focused observation. They were eager to see how he would tackle the challenges ahead. He had 2 choices, either to evade for 10 minutes like everyone else and then secure the 2,000 points, or to defeat the boss within 10 minutes for an additional 1,000 points. Only these two options lay before him. I hope Lin Mo will make a choice that surprises us. One examiner expressed his anticipation for Lin Mo. What unexpected choices could he possibly make? Could he extinguish all the flames of the hellish realm and then relentlessly slay the boss? Who could achieve such a feat? The crowd wore expressions of resignation. At this moment, Lin Mo stood atop a fractured rock, encircled by bubbling magma. Suddenly, a fire-infused groundhog, enveloped in flames and accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke, materialized before him. Lin Mo instantly locked onto the information of the groundhog. Nightmare-level monster, flame groundhog. Level, 16. Strength, 2,000. Spirit, 2,000. Agility, 2,000. Constitution, 3,000. Skill, fire shield. Note, possesses a 50 chance to mitigate half of the skill damage. Skill, flame critical hit. Note, attack effect carries the flame attribute, with a 20 chance to inflict critical damage. Lin Mo observed that the fire shield skill could actually absorb half of the skill damage. This implies that a skill that originally dealt 1,000 points of damage would only inflict 500 if the fire shield were triggered. For an ordinary contender, this indeed poses a significant challenge, given the exceptionally high attributes and the bizarre skills. However, for Lin Mo, it was so easy. Fire is my most delightful plaything. Suddenly, the flame groundhog launched an attack towards Lin Mo. A colossal fireball, accompanied by a scorching gust of wind, surged towards him. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and immediately raised his palm. Meanwhile, the examiners in the monitoring room grew increasingly anxious. Quickly dodge. YISNT dodging. Chapter 45. Treating the boss as an ATM. Dodge? Why should I? At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes were solely fixated on the points charging towards him. Regardless of the surrounding torrents of fiery magma, Lin Mo stood resolute. In the next instant, he gently lifted his palm and began to chant. Divine Summon. Ice Mage. A surge of blue chill erupted from Lin Mo's palm. A golden figure appeared before him, her shimmering golden garment billowing with the heat waves. Her bright, penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing through all. Ice Mage, arise. She slowly raised her ice crystal staff, softly chanting, Frost Freeze. In an instant, the previously surging waves of heat were repelled by the frigid air. The ground, which had been cracking under the magma, was now enveloped in a layer of frost. The soaring fireballs instantly transformed into icy spheres, plummeting to the ground and shattering upon impact. The approaching groundhog, baring its teeth, aimed to rend Lin Mo apart. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it was instantaneously encased in ice. Its health dwindled rapidly, and within just 2 to 3 seconds, it was reduced to a puddle of blood and vanished without a trace. Successfully defeated the nightmare-level monster, Flame Groundhog. Points, 1,000. The visuals in the entire space continued to shift. The once surging magma now stood still. It was as if a brush, dipped in snow and ink, had redefined the landscape into a crystalline world. If the realm of purgatory cannot facilitate better survival, then I shall transform the ambience of this world. The Ice Mage's Frost Freeze can encase everything within 100 meters. And this purgatorial space, being temporarily generated, is not particularly vast. The scope of the Frost Freeze is sufficient to alter the entire environment of the purgatory. What talk of harshness exists in this frozen purgatory? With a singular effort, Lin Mo turned the realm of purgatory into a world of ice. This scene left all the examiners utterly astounded. It was indeed the third summoned creature. Where is his dossier? Quickly, someone fetch Lin Mo's documents. His subordinates hurriedly retrieved Lin Mo's information. A level 17 summoner, yet he possesses 3 summoned creatures? Furthermore, why does this summoned creature seem so familiar? Someone suddenly remarked, this is the Ice Mage from the Frost Realm dungeon. Buzz. This individual truly is astonishing. Bai Tianming, standing silently to the side, was acutely aware of Lin Mo's strength, but witnessing it firsthand today left him even more in awe. Damn it. I must ensure he becomes my son-in-law. Lin Mo's actions continued. The purgatorial ground transformed into an icy expanse. Although the flames had been extinguished, it did not hinder the continuous respawning of the boss. One groundhog had been defeated. In less than a second, another groundhog boss emerged. Hiss. It charged at Lin Mo. Claws bared. However, as soon as it took a step, it was frozen solid by the Ice Mage's Frost Freeze. Within 2 to 3 seconds, it lost all vitality. Successfully defeated the nightmare-level monster, Flame Groundhog. Points, 1,000. Ah, it seems my plan is proceeding flawlessly. Lin Mo leisurely sat down cross-legged. After all, with the Ice Mage present, every time a boss appears, it will be instantly encased in ice and continuously lose health. The magical spring water skill provides unlimited mana. In essence, the Ice Mage's abilities are boundless. Lin Mo was quite comfortable. Time for a snack. This is rather exhausting. Speaking to himself, Lin Mo pulled a piece of black bread from his storage space and consumed it nonchalantly. What is he doing? Is he having a picnic? Is no one going to stop this? The monitoring room erupted in chaos. The examiners were all glaring, their faces filled with disbelief. This is an exam, not a vacation. Look at how every other contestant is struggling valiantly against the boss. The examiners pointed at the monitoring screens. Jeune Mimi, utilizing the traits of the Ice Archmage, barely managed to seal the cracked earth with her skills. She was constantly using displacement abilities to keep her distance from the boss, now panting heavily, her chest heaving. Sweat trickling down her neck into the unfathomable crevice below. It's so hot. Just hold on for 5 more minutes. Jeune Mimi continuously encouraged herself. Meanwhile, Wang Jingwo had endured several fireball attacks, his body now marked with severe burns. Fortunately, as an assassin, his displacement skills were ample. Otherwise, even if he survived the fireballs, the boss would surely finish him off. Damn, this is utterly difficult. I wonder how Lin Mo is faring. He must be struggling in this environment as well. Keep it up, Wang Jingwo. You can do it. Xiong Mumu, clad in gold-grade handcrafted armor, exuded confidence. The fireballs striking him inflicted minimal damage. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Humph. He then lifted his gaze, locking onto the flame groundhog. Killing it should grant me 1,000 points, right? While others struggled to survive in the flames for 10 minutes, Xiong Mumu, benefiting from his equipment advantage, felt the extreme environment posed no threat to him. He could focus entirely on the boss before him. Prepare to meet your demise. In the next instant, Xiong Mumu activated the Berserker mode and charged at the flame groundhog. The examiners nodded in approval. This fellow named Xiong Mumu is quite impressive. While the benefits from his equipment are substantial, financial power is also a form of strength. Several examiners expressed their admiration for Xiong Mumu's performance, as he more closely resembled a standard class transitioner compared to Lin Mo. Too surreal. The 10-minute mark arrived. Lin Mo had, on average, defeated a boss every 3 seconds. In 10 minutes, which is 600 seconds, he had successfully slain 200 groundhog bosses. Each groundhog provided him with a reward of 1,000 points. 200 boss kills yield a staggering 200,000 points. Has this fellow mistaken the groundhog boss for an ATM? A sum of 200,000 points is something I have never amassed throughout my 4 years in university. A few examiners were so envious they were brought to tears. As time elapsed, only 5 out of 10 candidates successfully cleared the challenge, while the rest emerged battered and bruised. The examination was ruthless. Acclimatizing them to such harsh conditions was far preferable to having them perish on a real battlefield in the future. Although harsh, this is the stark reality. The grand examination is akin to traversing a narrow bridge, where inevitably some will be thrust off. The 4th round of tests concluded successfully, and the candidates emerged from the glazed palace. Xiong Mumu wore a confident smile on his face. Lin Mo, oh Lin Mo. At last, there is a round of examination where you cannot surpass me. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed the fierce and cold gaze of Xiong Mumu, but he paid it no mind. Are you all alright? Lin Mo asked, observing the battered Wang Jingwo and the dirt-streaked Jeune Mimi. It appeared this round posed considerable difficulty for them. Jeune Mimi shook her head. The environment inside was too harsh. I could only focus on self-preservation and lacked the extra energy to slay the boss. Wang Jingwo grimaced, his mouth twitching in pain. If it weren't for my profession's traits, I would have perished in there. That boss was too powerful. The principal looked at his students with sympathy. You all did remarkably well. Each of you has earned 2,000 points. He turned to Lin Mo and you? Did you not defeat any boss? After several rounds of assessments, the principal's attitude towards Lin Mo had undergone a significant transformation. Initially, he had high hopes for Jeune Mimi, but Lin Mo's performance had repeatedly astonished him. With a calm expression, Lin Mo nodded. I did kill one. You did? The principal's excitement was palpable upon hearing such a response. However, Lin Mo's points were already sufficient to secure the top rank in the province. Your performance will be noted by all major universities. Slaying a single boss may not yield many points for you, but it is certainly a bonus for the examiners from the universities. Lin Mo refrained from elaborating further. At that moment, the rankings for the 4th round were announced. Name, Lin Mo. Rank, 1. Survival time, 10 minutes. Points, 283,000. Name, Xiong Mumu. Rank, 2. Survival time, 10 minutes. Points, 6. 400. Name, Jeune Mimi. Rank, 3. Survival time, 10 minutes. Points, 4. 500. Name, Mei Qinggong. Rank, 4. Survival time, 10 minutes. Points, 3. 900. Name, Wang Jingwo. Rank, 5. Survival time, 10 minutes. Points, 3. 800. When everyone beheld Lin Mo's staggering points, they were rendered speechless. He had amassed over 200,000 points. The principal gazed at Lin Mo with skepticism. You? Did you not only kill one boss? Is there a malfunction in the point system of the glazed palace? Lin Mo smiled faintly. There is no error. No error. This implies you have slain 200 bosses in the infernal realm. The principal counted on his fingers, his astonishment evident as he lifted his gaze. Lin Mo remained non-committal, yet the answer was clear. How could one possibly acquire 200,000 points without defeating 200 bosses? Could it be that you cheated? 200,000 points. It is unfathomable. In a corner, Xiong Mumu was digging his nails into his palm, blood seeping from the wound. Do you need a band-aid, classmate? Xiong Mumu looked up at the staff, swallowing hard. No need. Please refrain from self-harm. Understood. Xiong Mumu gritted his teeth. Such a monstrous individual must not be allowed to remain. Xiong Mumu had made up his mind. The commotion within the venue captured the attention of the examiners, who were inundated with doubts regarding Lin Mo's results. Each examiner wore a helpless smile. Had they not witnessed Lin Mo's performance firsthand, they too would have questioned the legitimacy of his scores. To quell the unrest, the examiners offered an explanation. During this round of assessments, each candidate's performance was under real-time supervision. The scores are legitimate. The scores are legitimate. This served as the finest testament to Lin Mo's accomplishments. It was exceedingly difficult to cheat during the grand examination, and the examiners personally vouched for Lin Mo's scores, gradually silencing the dissenting voices. The fifth round of assessments was about to commence. A reminder was issued. The fifth round would be exceptionally challenging. Life and death were at stake. So candidates should deliberate carefully. The candidates began to whisper among themselves, questioning why previous years had only encompassed 4 rounds of assessments. Why was there now a 5th round? Lin Mo cast a puzzled glance at the principal, who narrowed his eyes and slowly began to explain. In previous years, everyone was required to undergo the 5th round of assessments. Due to the confidentiality agreement signed, no one would disclose this. The first 4 rounds are publicly announced, but the 5th remains a secret. Since you have reached this point, the 5th round's challenge will no longer be a mystery to you. However, all who have experienced the grand examination must sign that confidentiality agreement. Lin Mo's brow furrowed, and for the first time, he exhibited a look of shock. What secrets lay within this 5th round of assessments? Chapter 46, The Battlefield of Carnage, a Test of Survival. You are about to enter a true battlefield of slaughter. There, not only lie ferocious beasts lurking, but high-level job changers will also be hunting you down. The only task before you is to survive in this battlefield of carnage. Slaying beasts will yield points. Repelling high-level job changers or escaping from them will also earn you points. In the battlefield of slaughter, your location information will be shared, meaning you can team up or act independently. The duration is 6 hours. The candidates who survive until the end will qualify for entry into the Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps. Of course, joining the Dragon Rider Corps will not impede your advancement in universities. The Dragon Rider Corps is a mark of honor. However, it requires you to take pride in it and continuously strive for strength. Lin Mo finally understood why members of the Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps were present for this grand examination. It was, after all, for the purpose of selecting future Dragon Riders. This layer of meaning was revealed to him. Seeing Lin Mo grasp the concept, the principal elucidated further. Entering a university is not the ultimate goal of your life. In the ongoing conflict between humanity and monsters, the Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps undoubtedly stands as the brightest star among humankind. Joining the Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps signifies that you hold greater privileges among humanity. Upon hearing the principal's explanation, Lin Mo felt as though a profound truth had dawned upon him. He finally comprehended the significance of Master Lianyo's words to achieve the best possible results in the grand examination. This was indeed one of the pathways to being selected as a member of the Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps, a means to attain higher privileges. As the 5th round of examinations was about to commence, candidates were granted 10 minutes to ponder their decision, whether to enter the battlefield of slaughter or to halt their progress here. The choice lay in the hands of all candidates. Lin Mo's resolve was unwavering. With elevated privileges, one can acquire an array of more advanced skill books. This serves as a pivotal avenue for his enhancement. Lin Mo is resolute in his determination not to relinquish this opportunity. More importantly, he yearns to uncover further details regarding the battle in which his parents participated. It has become increasingly apparent that his parents left behind certain clues within the Kyoto Academy. However, to obtain more information, he must inevitably secure greater privileges. Moreover, the Huaxia Dragon Knights were also one of the principal participants in that monumental conflict. Lin Mo, I shall not accompany you, Wang Jingwo said. Straining to lift his injured arm and lightly patting Lin Mo's shoulder, his expression tinged with regret. Lin Mo understood Wang Jingwo's predicament. With his current points and achievements, he could select from any of the prestigious universities outside of Kyoto Academy. Take care of your health, Lin Mo advised. Wang Jingwo nodded, his gaze drifting towards Zhen Mimi, who bit her red lip, her heart filled with inner turmoil. Ultimately, she shook her head, resigning herself to her fate. I am an only child. My father would undoubtedly disapprove. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. With a score of 500 points, she had already secured her desired outcome. 10 minutes remaining. Candidates wishing to proceed to the 5th round of assessments, please gather at the center of the venue. The glazed palace at the center of the venue suddenly transformed into a colossal teleportation array, shimmering with golden light, dazzling to behold. At that moment, all candidates from the province opting to continue made their way towards the teleportation array. Lin Mo did not look back. A sly grin curled at the corner of Xiong Mumu's mouth. Plan B has been initiated. It certainly saves us a great deal of trouble. Suddenly, a jovial young man appeared beside Lin Mo, sporting a buzz cut and clad in silver armor, suggesting he belonged to a warrior class. Lin Mo, care to team up? There are only 3 of us from Beijiang City, and I find that Xiong Mumu quite disagreeable. You seem more amiable. Lin Mo furrowed his brows slightly. Who are you? I am Mei Qinggong, ranked 4th. Lin Mo recalled the name vaguely. Let's discuss this further once we enter. He neither declined nor accepted the offer. Uncertain of the genuine circumstances within the battlefield, hastily forming a team would be unwise. Only 10 individuals confirmed their entry into the battlefield, each a standout from their respective cities. The staff provided communication devices for everyone, allowing them to communicate with each other, though responding was optional. At that moment, the officials overseeing the various cities entered the largest monitoring room. Several officials pointed at a cold-faced man in white, hands tucked into his pockets. Gulung from Dihai City, a level 16 legendary class ice spear mage. He has amassed 7,000 points, surpassing Ming Junshin from back in the day by 2,000 points. This lad is the scion of the Gu family in Dihai City, a promising talent indeed. Although last year's performance was lacking, overshadowed by Beijiang City, Gulung has certainly restored their honor this year. Naturally, he is the foremost among the new generation from Dihai City, one official from Dihai City declared with pride. It seems the provincial champion is destined to be him. At that moment, Bai Tianming and several officials from Beijiang City also entered. Look, they are responsible for Beijiang City. How did the results fare this year? The officials merely smiled. The results from Beijiang City were difficult to articulate. Lin Mo's extraordinary score was simply too astonishing. It doesn't seem impressive, does it? Last year, Beijiang City had overshadowed Dihai City, leaving the officials from Dihai City feeling somewhat disgruntled. Now, with Gulung leading the pack and exceeding Ming Junshin's score by 2,000 points, they were undeniably pleased. Bai Tianming leaned against the wall, remaining silent. Come on, share the results. The officials exchanged glances, a bittersweet smile crossing their faces, before tossing the score records to them. Upon seeing the figures, everyone was instantly flabbergasted. Cough, cough. How is this possible? 280,000 points? You must be mistaken. They shook their heads in disbelief. Isn't this kid merely a boss summoner? Just slightly stronger than a regular summoner. How could this be? One official from Dihai City, familiar with Bai Tianming, incredulously pointed at the numbers on the record. Bai Tianming smiled faintly, indeed. Surely there must be some cheating involved, one official began, only to swallow their words. Cheating was impossible. Each candidate underwent examinations under extremely stringent surveillance. How could cheating go unnoticed? With his score, he was well above the national champion threshold. Let us proceed with the assessments and observe his performance on the genuine battlefield. Among the remaining 9 individuals, Lin Mo took particular note of a haughty man dressed in white, who likewise cast a fleeting glance in Lin Mo's direction. The teleportation array is about to activate, everyone. Please prepare yourselves. Moments later, the array emitted a burst of white light, and all present vanished in an instant. The scenes within the battlefield remained beyond our view, leaving several officials with forlorn expressions. Each year's major examination, the 5th round of assessments, was strictly classified. Only those in higher echelons were privy to the footage. Here, we merely had access to score changes and rudimentary radar-like visuals. Indeed, the officials sighed repeatedly. A flash of white light enveloped Lin Mo, who quickly opened his eyes to find himself amidst a field of grass. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth. He swiftly locked onto the target. It was a monster. Hell Common Monster, Night Wolf. Level, 1. Strength, 1000. Spirit, 800. Agility, 1000. Constitution, 800. Skill, Bite, Note, inflicts double critical damage. A creature from the depths of hell. Indeed, this was the true battlefield. Lin Mo promptly summoned the Slime General, who impaled the Night Wolf with his trident. Sizzle. The sharp blade pierced through the Night Wolf's abdomen. Successfully killed Hell Common Monster, Night Wolf. Points, 500. Killing a monster grants 500 points. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. Points. Here I come. Simultaneously. In a blind spot within the battlefield, a concealed cave, obscured by overgrown grass, was revealed. Xiong Mumu glanced around furtively before slipping into the cave. Inside, a dozen high-level class changers awaited. Little Captain, were we discovered? Xiong Mumu shook his head. It turned out these individuals were members of the Xiongbing Adventure Group, led by the formidable Xiong Taibin, whose fierce visage radiated a palpable aura of menace. This is divine providence. We, the Xiongbing Adventure Group, have been selected to enter the battlefield, tasked with hunting down the top candidates. The high-level changers assigned to pursue the top candidates had been selected from various cities' adventure groups. The Huaxia government would allocate funds as a reward for this endeavor. Unfortunately, the Bear Army Adventure Corps is among those pursuing him. Dad, this is Lin Mo's location. During this assessment, the positional information can be shared, which alleviates a great deal of trouble. Xiong Taibing gazed menacingly at the green, but not far away. All right. Lin Mo is in our hands now. You focus on the exam and bring honor to your father. Xiong Mumu nodded emphatically. Go. Staying here too long will raise their suspicions. The battlefield was rife with infernal beasts. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Mo encountered 7 or 8 ferocious creatures, all of which he dispatched with ease. Suddenly, A rustling sound emerged from the jungle. Lin Mo immediately commanded General Slime to investigate. "Brother, don't attack, it's me." It turned out to be Mei Chung-gong, who approached Lin Mo with a cheerful smile, retracting his weapon into his storage space. However, Lin Mo remained on guard. "I prefer not to team up, so look for someone else." Mei Chung-gong offered an awkward smile. "Brother, I'm a bit scared. It's too terrifying here. Please, do me a favor." Meanwhile, the examiners in the monitoring room noticed Lin Mo and Mei Chung-gong had joined forces. Is Lin Mo teaming up with Mei Chung-gong? It appears so. However, in the slaughter space, trust is a rare commodity. This is because there exists a hidden rule within the slaughter space. Eliminating a major contestant grants one all their points. The moment Mei Chung-gong entered the battlefield, he headed straight for Lin Mo, clearly with ulterior motives. Perhaps he was aware of this hidden rule. Bai Tianming, standing nearby, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Would Lin Mo be in danger, unaware of such a rule? With no distance established between them, it seemed this Lin Mo fellow was oblivious to the impending threat. Chapter 47. Crisis of Trust. I've said it before. Stay away. Lin Mo issued a warning. In this slaughter arena, no one could predict what would transpire in the next heartbeat. Lin Mo regarded Mei Chung-gong's performance as rather unimpressive. Bringing him along would only be adding a burden. Lin Mo was not foolish. Maintaining a benevolent heart in such circumstances would lead to dire consequences. After his warning, the smile vanished from Mei Chung-gong's face. He narrowed his eyes menacingly and took a few steps back, muttering, "Fine, I'll leave." Lin Mo ignored him, turning to explore a different direction. At that moment, a gleaming silver dagger appeared silently behind Lin Mo Dai. The dagger descended in an instant. Just as swiftly, a clang echoed through the air. The dagger was deflected. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo coldly stared at Mei Chung-gong. Unbeknownst to him, General Slime had materialized in front of him. "I'm afraid your plan has failed. For I would never expose my back to a stranger." Mei Chung-gong gasped in shock, preparing to flee. Lin Mo willed General Slime to thrust the trident through Mei Chung-gong's heart. A twisted line of blood arched through the air. Mei Chung-gong fell lifelessly. Killed Mei Chung-gong, gained 3,900 points. Lin Mo frowned slightly at the information panel. So there was such a rule. He immediately comprehended the true significance of this assessment, to cast the contestants into the battlefield, allowing them to experience the reality of bloodshed. Not only were there ambushes by monsters, but also pursuits by high-level job changers, and even the betrayal of allies. All elements related to warfare permeated the entire slaughter arena. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Since everyone's positions were shared, everyone would become an enemy. Mei Chung-gong had been slain. The examiners gasped collectively at the vanishing green dot. This Lin Mo is indeed decisive. Bai Tianming exhaled in relief. Lin Mo's vigilance was commendable. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the Huaxia Dragon Knights stirred with excitement. A man clad in pure white attire, adorned with 5 golden hexagonal stars on his shoulders, nodded in satisfaction. The 5 hexagonal gold stars represented the supreme rank of a 5-star general, endowed with immense authority in Huaxia. Finally, someone was about to add some excitement to this battle. The information regarding Lin Mo's elimination of Mei Chung-gong suddenly appeared on the information panels of all major contestants. They all witnessed the disappearance of the green dot in the shared positions. Consequently, discussions erupted in the communication devices. Mei Chung-gong is dead. Was it Lin Mo from Beijiang who killed him? Given the perilous circumstances, why would a fellow contestant resort to such drastic measures? Lin Mo coldly replied. He attacked first. Excuses. Hey, everyone, hold on a moment. Did you notice Lin Mo's kill information? Notice what? Look closely. Lin Mo acquired all of Mei Chung-gong's points. Buzz. Finally, someone discerned the underlying implications. An immediate silence fell over the communication devices. Clearly, a crisis of trust had emerged among all. The situation that no one wished to witness had come to pass. The examiners sighed in unison. In last year's 5th round of assessments, such events only unfolded towards the end, as a few major contestants found themselves with minimal point differences, leading to treachery. However, this year was different. Mei Chung-gong seemed to possess intelligence from an unknown source, prompting him to strike first. It appeared this assessment would conclude prematurely. The examiners speculated on who might take first place this year. Lin Mo? A few examiners chuckled and shook their heads, based on previous experiences. Lin Mo will likely be the first to be eliminated. In the corner, Bai Tianming's expression grew increasingly grim. When an individual amasses a sufficient number of points, they become a target for all. While keeping an eye on the positions of others, Lin Mo continued to eliminate the night wolves he encountered. He gradually noticed that, as time passed, the number of night wolves was steadily increasing. At that moment, the once quiet communication devices erupted with sound once more. Brothers, the number of monsters is escalating, and high-level job changers should be arriving shortly. We must unite to combat both the monsters and the high-level job changers. I am Wuxian, ranked 2nd in Emperor C City. Anyone wishing to team up, please gather around me. I assure you, I will not attack you. After some time, as the surrounding monsters multiplied, several overwhelmed major contestants opted to team up with Wuxian. Brothers, Suetian keeps his word. We're safe. The anticipated infighting did not transpire. Lin Mo merely scoffed. He was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary alliance. Soon, 9 major contestants formed 2 small teams of 4, led by Suetian and Gulong. Gulong from Emperor Sea City was well known, naturally attracting many to seek his companionship. Lin Mo noticed that Xiong Mu had also joined Gulong's team. Now, Lin Mo stood alone, without a team. Oh, there's still one person unaligned. He should be fine. After all, he just eliminated his own comrade. Let him fend for himself. In the dense darkness, the night wolves glared menacingly, encircling Lin Mo at the very center. They bared their sharp fangs, emitting furious growls. The sheer number of night wolves was staggering, roughly estimated to be 300. Yet, to Lin Mo, they posed no threat whatsoever. With a mere thought, the slime general soared into the air. Earth exploding star. As Lin Mo's deep voice resonated, all 300 night wolves were instantaneously transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Successfully killed Hell's ordinary monster. Night wolf. Points. 500. Successfully killed Hell's ordinary monster. Night wolf. Points. 500. A total of 150,000 points were credited to his account. Had Lin Mo truly annihilated the first wave of monster beasts single-handedly? Several inexperienced examiners shook their monitoring devices in disbelief. Impossible. This is astonishing. The other examiners, who had been overseeing the North River City, calmly waved their hands. Come on, there's no need for such alarm. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Moments later, 2 high-level job changers suddenly appeared behind him. One was a high-ranking sharpshooter, and the other, a grand sorcerer of equal prestige. Little one, what a coincidence. You have 3 seconds to escape. Had he finally encountered pursuers? Lin Mo's expression remained serene as he slowly raised his head. No need. Oh, do today's youths possess such arrogance? Remarked the sharpshooter. Then my companion, and I shall teach you a lesson. In an instant, both the sharpshooter and the grand sorcerer launched their attacks simultaneously. Their skills danced through the air like a tempest, raining arrows and summoning fireballs. Countless sharp arrows hurtled toward Lin Mo, while a massive fireball plummeted from above, effectively sealing his fate from both directions. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Judging from their skills, their levels were at least 25 and above. He promptly commanded the slime general to shield him with its body, then raised his shield above his head. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the slime general, but caused no harm whatsoever. Lin Mo had anticipated this outcome. With a constitution of 2,700, the slime general could easily withstand the damage from these two. At that moment, the fireball collided with the shield, dissipating into a harmless vapor. The 2 attackers stared in disbelief. What on earth is this creature summoned by that kid? Lin Mo, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, thus. I grant you 3 seconds to flee. Exchanging glances, the 2 turned and fled in haste. Successfully repelled high-level job changers. Points. 1,000. Successfully repelled high-level job changers. Points. 1,000. These 2 pursuers adhered to the rules, harboring no intent to kill Lin Mo, even offering him 3 seconds to escape. Since repelling high-level job changers yielded points, Lin Mo chose not to pursue them relentlessly. In truth, Lin Mo was also considering another factor. Should he kill the high-level job changers, it would inevitably attract the attention of other high-level job changers. At that point, even if Lin Mo were immensely powerful, he would find it difficult to withstand the ensuing onslaught. Had the pursuers been repelled? Such an occurrence had not transpired in decades. Meanwhile, within the high-level meeting room of the Huaxia Dragon Riders, a commotion ensued. The 5-star general in white, standing beneath the monitoring device, spoke in a low voice. Quite to my liking. With the retreat of the monster beast tide, the green dots on the positional information suddenly underwent a drastic change. Suetian successfully killed Wang Hao. Points, for 1,200. Suetian successfully killed Liu Bing. Points, for 1,500. Suetian successfully killed Su Fan. Points, for 1,000. Gulong successfully killed Liao Dong. Points, for 1,800. Gulong successfully killed Lu Yun. Points, for 1,500. Ha ha ha, these fools. Suetian has gone mad. A chilling laughter echoed through the communicator. Damn it. That bear Moo managed to escape. Gulong had failed, allowing one individual to slip away. Boss Gu, please don't direct your ire at me. We are both from the Imperial Sea City, so show some mercy. Gulong sneered. No one escapes from my grasp. Simultaneously, Xiong Mu suddenly activated his communicator. Boss Gu, I hardly weigh a few yang, but Lin Mo possesses nearly 300,000 points. Killing him would be immensely profitable. The situation was exactly as Lin Mo had anticipated. Suetian and Gulong had teamed up to utilize those individuals against the monster beast tide and the high-level job changers pursuit. Once they were deemed of no value, they would become mere prey. Concurrently, based on the initial positional information provided by Xiong Mu, Xiong Tai Bing and others had already discovered Lin Mo's whereabouts. Brothers, this kid's strength is formidable. Be extremely cautious. Do not allow him any chance of counterattack. Understood, Captain. Chapter 48. The wind rises. Prepare for destruction. The The real-time radar map on the monitoring device displayed a clear image. Gulong, Zhuetian, and Xiongmu were gradually encircling Lin Mo's position, while numerous pursuer silhouettes began to emerge around them. Just as I suspected, Lin Mo had become the target of collective ire. Xiongmu had revealed Lin Mo's points to Gulong and Zhuetian. Was he truly willing to hand over such a lucrative prize? The examiners speculated. Xiongmu was outnumbered. Perhaps he intended to let them fight first, waiting to reap the benefits. The fifth round of assessment certainly could not be disclosed. Such a scene of carnage would have a profound impact on Huaxia. This was the true battlefield. It seemed Lin Mo was destined for downfall. Such a promising talent. What a pity. Several examiners expressed their lament. Nonsense. Bai Tianming pushed aside a few examiners, shooting them a glare. Bai Ju, in a situation like this, Lin Mo's chances of survival are virtually nil. Even if his summoned creature is powerful enough to easily repel Gulong and the others' assaults, do not forget the pursuers. Bai Tianming fell into contemplation. This battle would be exceedingly arduous for Lin Mo. In the Huaxia Dragon Riders meeting room, several high-ranking officials shook their heads in resignation. This young lad named Lin Mo appeared to be trapped in a desperate struggle, a deadlock from which there seemed to be no escape. The five-star general observed the images on the monitor, shaking his head slightly, not necessarily. After taking a brief moment to recuperate, Lin Mo surveyed the positional information of others, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, they intend to join forces against me? Very well. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Moreover, approaching them proactively would present a moral dilemma. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, awaiting their arrival. Gulong and the others drew ever closer. At that moment, the pursuers from the Brave Soldier Adventure Group were poised to strike when they suddenly spotted Gulong and his companions. Xiong Taibing immediately blocked the group. Wait. Xiongmu was among them. Xiong Taibing quickly understood the situation. Lin Mo is doomed. The other top candidates must unite to eliminate him. Truly, heaven is assisting me. Ensure that all of Lin Mo's escape routes are blocked. He must not be allowed to flee. Yes, Captain. So you are Lin Mo? Gulong, with one hand in his pocket, revealed a devilish smirk, addressing the so-called trash summoner. Lin Mo maintained an exceedingly calm demeanor. At that moment, Zhuetian approached. Clad in a black leather jacket with bleached hair, resembling a street thug, wielding a heavy hammer indicative of a warrior class. On the other side, Xiongmu approached slowly, his handmade outfit shimmering with brilliance. Lin Mo, we meet again. Are you three planning to besiege me? Lin Mo inquired in a serene tone, his heart devoid of turmoil, even feeling a hint of amusement. This was an opportunity for free points. I've heard you've amassed quite a number of points. Although I'm unsure of the truth, it will soon be confirmed. Gulong raised an eyebrow, a finely crafted top-tier staff appearing in his palm, comparable to a golden-grade weapon. The Gu family wields significant power and wealth in Dihai City, effortlessly crafting a set of handmade gear. Gulong stood tall, buoyed by this exquisite equipment and his legendary class. Simultaneously, Zhuetian lifted his heavy hammer, while Xiongmu brandished his weapon. However, he was keenly aware of Lin Mo's prowess. 3 against 1 might not yield victory. Thus, he cautioned, gentlemen, do not underestimate Lin Mo's strength. Perhaps we should wait a moment. Gulong and Zhuetian exchanged glances at Xiongmu. Are you afraid? Xiongmu hastily retorted, how could I be afraid? It's just that I've fought him before. His summoned creatures are formidable, and not just ordinarily so. So what? Gulong scoffed, he is merely a summoner. You hold off his summons while I take him down. Wait. For safety's sake, let us wait for the pursuers to arrive. What are you thinking? If we wait for the pursuers, can we still deal with him? Zhuetian shot a fierce glare at Xiongmu, his hammer eager for action. Captain, it seems the vice-captain is waiting for us. Xiong Taibing nodded. Let us go? Even if those above notice something amiss, they will have no evidence. In an instant, a dozen pursuers surged from the surroundings. Gulauda, retreat, Zhuetian urged. Gulong furrowed his brow. The pursuers had arrived, and they needed to withdraw immediately. Xiongmu quickly interjected. The pursuer's target is Lin Mo. Trust me. Gulong and Zhuetian exchanged puzzled glances, suddenly realizing that all the pursuers were simultaneously aiming their weapons at Lin Mo. In that moment, Lin Mo understood. These pursuers must be members of the Xiong adventure team. So that's it. Everyone attack. Xiong Taibing commanded, as the pursuers unleashed their skills upon Lin Mo. A barrage of fireballs rained down, accompanied by a massive ice arrow. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area. Several warriors wielding greatswords rushed in to block his escape. Restraining spell. A massive circular sigil appeared beneath Lin Mo's feet, reducing his movement speed by 50%. Lin Mo felt his speed halved. Summon. Goblin Warrior. A summoner raised his staff, conjuring 5 summoned creatures, brandishing steel blades as they charged at Lin Mo. Gulong and Zhuetian seized the opportunity to strike simultaneously, fully aware that whoever killed Lin Mo would claim the points. Magic Spike. Thunder Slash. Gulong's palm crackled with electricity, instantly transforming into a violet beam, racing towards Lin Mo, carving a deep trench in the ground. Zhuetian raised his heavy hammer. Warrior S hammer. Shockwave. Boom. The hammer shot forth, seemingly capable of shattering the air itself. Lin Mo slowly sensed the skills converging from all directions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and calmly stated, "The wind has risen, let it be annihilated." In the next moment, Lin Mo gradually spread his palm. Godly summon. Minotaur Lord. Ice Mage. Powerful Goblin Summoner. Lin Mo paused for a second, deciding not to summon the Hellfire Wolf just yet. That was his ultimate trump card. For summoned creatures were sufficient to obliterate everyone. In an instant, snow and ice filled the air. A massive bison stood before Lin Mo, simultaneously unleashing the divine bull shield skill. All control skills became ineffective, and the attributes of all summoned creatures and Lin Mo surged fourfold. At that moment, the Minotaur Lord's constitution skyrocketed to 17,600. Next, the formidable goblin summoner materialized, raising his staff to chant. 200 goblin warriors readied for battle, while 100 goblin archers aimed their arrows for a strike. Immediately, a circle of ice crystals emerged, and the ice mage appeared, gracefully dancing as she whispered incantations. Within a 100-meter radius, everything became an icy realm. The four powerful summoned creatures stood like colossal bosses, tightly guarding Lin Mo in the center. 4. For summoned creatures, what in the world is he? Moreover, each summoned creature is immensely powerful. Everyone, concentrate fire and eliminate that Minotaur. Countless skills rained down upon the Minotaur Lord. It merely shook its body, releasing the thorned armor skill. The counter-damage effect instantly caused several members of the Xiong Bing adventure team to perish on the spot. Xiong Tai Bing was left dumbfounded. Damn it, charge. Capture the leader first. Whoever can kill Lin Mo will be generously rewarded. A throng surged toward Lin Mo, emboldened by the promise of riches. Unfortunately, they miscalculated the strengths of both sides. Lin Mo slowly lifted his head. The four bosses subtly shifted with his movements. Frost freeze. The moment they stepped into the Ice Mage's skill range, 7 or 8 individuals instantly froze, their weapons still raised in the air as they met their demise. This scene terrified Gu Lung and Zhuotian. They had never witnessed anything like it. Trembling, they hurriedly retreated, preparing to escape quietly. Lin Mo's gaze was piercing, instantly catching their furtive actions. "You too, since you've come, you might as well stay." Gu Lung and Zhuotian panicked, their earlier bravado evaporating. Damn it, who would want to remain beside this freak? "I'm out of here." They turned to flee. Trying to run? Too late. Lin Mo raised his hand. Starfall gathering. The slime general soared into the air, an immense gravitational pull yanking Gu Lung and Zhuotian toward him. The two were thrown into disarray. "Brother, we were wrong." I'm sorry. Zhuotian begged frantically. Gu Lung, in desperation, shouted, "I'm the son of the Gu family in Dihai City. If you kill me, my father won't let you off." Lin Mo squinted. "Oh, die." The slime general impaled the two, skewering them like candied hawthorn. Lin Mo successfully eliminated Gu Lung, earning 16,000 points. Lin Mo successfully eliminated Zhuotian, earning 2,700 points. At this moment, the only remaining members of the brave adventure team were the distant father-son duo, Xiong Tai Bing and Xiong Mu. They never anticipated that the adversary they faced would be so formidable. Lin Mo, spare us, and we shall owe each other nothing from this day forth. Xiong Tai Bing understood their precarious situation all too well. Lin Mo could extinguish their lives at any moment. Their only option now was to plead for mercy. Lin Mo turned to Xiong Tai Bing, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Do you believe I would leave myself vulnerable?" Upon hearing these words, Xiong Tai Bing choked back a sob, his heart pounding wildly. It seemed Lin Mo had resolved to execute them. Slowly, Lin Mo raised his palm, a slight thought sending ripples through the radar-like monitor, leaving only Lin Mo's solitary light point. All eliminated. This child must not be allowed to join our Dragon Rider Corps. He is a bloodthirsty fiend. The 5-star war general, witnessing the final scene, slowly turned to face the crowd. After a moment, he uttered, "Did he actively seek out his victims?" His narrowed eyes reflected deep contemplation. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the battlefield. Lightning rending the sky as fiery lines split the clouds apart. A crimson glow illuminated the earth. Not good. Hell's monsters are invading the battlefield. Chapter 49. If the enemy comes to battle, they shall be exterminated. In an instant, the battlefield's crust fractured, spewing forth thick black smoke. The rolling clouds obscured the sun, and darkness swiftly engulfed the land. In the night, a terrifying arm, exuding a sinister glow, reached down toward the earth. With a gentle grasp, the surrounding space contorted instantly. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Mo noticed the space beside him being torn apart, revealing several figures. Those were the candidates who had entered the venue. They looked around in bewilderment. Fear etched on their faces. What is happening? We did not participate in the 5th round of assessments. Why have we been pulled in? We must get out. The crowd roared in desperation, but for a long while, no response came. Lin Mo hurriedly gathered all his summoned items. In an uncertain situation, self-preservation was paramount. At that moment, a white radiance appeared. An ethereal white figure magnified thousands of times stood before the sinister glow. "Sumo, you cannot stop me." The terrifying arm extended longer, flowing with magma. Suddenly, a head emerged from the darkness, adorned with sharp fangs and inscribed with terrifying runes, its dual horns piercing the night, becoming ever clearer amidst the malevolent glow. Demons from hell. The crowd gasped. The monstrous arm collided with the white figure, unleashing a tremor-inducing shockwave. The entire realm quaked. Moments later, both entities shattered simultaneously, dissipating into smoke as if they had never existed. Everyone gazed upward in astonishment. Just then, a colossal fireball materialized from thin air, hurtling toward all the candidates on the ground. The hellish demon erupted into maniacal laughter. At that moment, the white figure transformed into an enormous hand, forcefully intercepting the fireball. With a loud bang, the palm enveloped the fireball, smoke billowing. Shatter. The hand gently retracted, causing the fireball to disintegrate instantaneously. Unfortunately, a cloud of black mist took the opportunity to descend upon the earth, enveloping all the candidates. Cough, cough. What is this substance? Seeking death. The white figure surged toward the head of the hellish demon. Raising his hand, he drew his blade, and an infinite white blade of light appeared in the heavens. Soon after, the demon's head was violently cleaved in two. Kill, kill. This is not my true form. Even if you slay me, it will not save your human kin. The demon's voice gradually faded. Yet, the entire battlefield plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The battlefield had been created for the candidate's examination, now tainted by the demons from hell. At this moment, several towering figures appeared in the skies above the battlefield. They stood amidst the clouds, grand and imposing. Among them was the man in white, the one who thwarted the hellish demon, 5-star war general, Su Mo. Su Mo signaled for those beside him to investigate the battlefield. Upon contact, they learned that the battlefield had indeed been corrupted by the demons from hell, with the spatial laws entirely obliterated. War general, all candidates are trapped within the battlefield. We cannot enter, nor can they escape. To restore normalcy, we will require at least 2 hours. Su Mo clenched his fists. Understood. All the principals and examiners within the venue were frantic. They watched helplessly as the candidates were drawn into the battlefield, unable to intervene. The malevolent force seemed capable of discerning strength, selectively drawing in only the candidates. Old bye, something must have gone awry. That force earlier must have originated from hell. I've already communicated with other examination sites. Their candidates are experiencing the same plight. Bai Tianming furrowed his brow deeply. The demons from hell striking at this juncture clearly aimed to sever the roots of Huaxia. The candidates were, without a doubt, the future pillars of Huaxia. Damn it! Those wretched scoundrels. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout Huaxia's examination grounds. Esteemed ones, I am Su Mo. The battlefield has been tainted by the hellish demons. I have repelled the demons, but the monsters have managed to slip inside. Their target is all the candidates of Huaxia. The spatial laws of the battlefield have been destroyed. We need 2 hours for restoration. During this period, everyone must protect themselves. We do not know what methods the hellish demons will employ against you. But as descendants of Huaxia, let us be undaunted. I believe in you. I believe in all who inherit the bloodline of Huaxia. If the enemy comes to battle, we of Huaxia shall surely exterminate them. Su Mo's voice resonated powerfully. Instantly, everyone was galvanized, their spirits ignited. If the enemy comes to battle, they shall be exterminated. If the enemy comes to battle, they shall be exterminated. The youth, filled with fervor, rallied behind Su Mo's clarion call. Jin Mimi and Wang Zhengwo exchanged glances. Spotting Lin Mo not far away, they shared a knowing look. Though Lin Mo did not vocally join the chant, his fists were clenched, already prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the demons from hell. Bai Tianming and the others felt their blood surge with excitement. Su Mo was a 5-star war general, the pinnacle of Huaxia's transcendent beings. An exemplar for us all. His words carried immense weight. Everyone, we cannot remain idle. Let us assist War General Su Mo in restoring the battlefield. Bai Tianming turned to face all the examiners. Everyone nodded in agreement. The candidates instinctively began to gather together. Confronted by a multitude of eyes emerging from the ominous black mist, everyone brandished their weapons. Wang Zhengwo and Jin Mimi had already joined Lin Mo. At this moment, the 4 colossal entities behind Lin Mo left all candidates utterly astounded. This fellow Lin Mo possessed not 1, but 4 summoned creatures. How terrifying. Where are Gu Lung and Zhuotian from our Empire Sea City? Why haven't we seen them? Finally, someone noticed the anomaly. However, with the hellish monsters encroaching, no one delved deeper into the matter. The black mist gradually closed in. Lin Mo sensed the increasingly intense chill permeating the air. My father once mentioned that hellish monsters are immensely powerful. Even those at level 1 or 2 are beyond our capability to contend with. Jin Mimi leaned against Lin Mo, anxiously reminding him, what should we do then? Just wait for death? With hellish demons appearing, beings capable of battling 5-star warriors, aren't their subordinates even more formidable? Wang Zhengwo, paralyzed with fear, clung tightly to Lin Mo's leg. Lin Mo squinted. It shouldn't be. Transporting more powerful hellish monstrosities to the battlefield requires an immense amount of energy. Moreover, with General Su Mo intervening, The hellish demon wouldn't be so foolish. For safety's sake, it would only send lower-tier hellish creatures. Just as Lin Mo had anticipated. The hellish demon lacked the assurance to dispatch higher-level monsters. Perhaps, during transit, the overwhelming energy would expose them, leading to immediate interception. Everyone look, they are coming out. Several prominent candidates pointed frantically at the black mist. A wolf-headed creature emerged first, shimmering with a crimson glow and emitting a mournful howl. All eyes fixed upon the beast as an information panel instantaneously displayed its data. Hell elite monster, Bone Wolf. Level 2. Strength, 3000. Spirit, 3000. Agility, 3000. Constitution, 3000. Skill, Tear, Note. Devours flesh, inflicting double damage. Passive skill, Fire affinity, Note. Gains strength in the presence of fire. We thought hellish monsters were formidable. Yet they sent such a weak bone wolf. With so many of us, let us slay it together. Charge, brothers. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, numerous pairs of red eyes emerged from the black mist, numbering in the thousands. They immediately revealed their true forms, sending all candidates into a state of panic. How on earth do we fight this? Are you scared? Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. Aren't you, the humans, fearless? Shall we play a little game? It was the voice of the hellish demon. It's still here? Although surprised, upon reflection, it became evident that while General Su Mo had intercepted the demon, a fragment of its consciousness remained. I have heard that Huaxia is the most united among human races. Today, I shall witness if you can still unite in the face of life and death. The bone wolf suddenly stepped forward, encircling all the prominent candidates. If you select one person to face me alone, the rest shall be spared. What say you? Regardless of whether this person lives or dies. The penetrating voice resonated in everyone's ears. In essence, as long as a scapegoat is found, everyone could be saved. The expressions of Su Mo and others hanging in the air grew grave. General, what are your thoughts? Someone inquired. Su Mo's face darkened, letting out a cold snort. What is there to contemplate? The hellish demon toys with these younglings. Even if someone steps forward, it will not easily spare the others. What are we to do then? Su Mo clenched his fists. The filth of hell excels in the use of schemes and deception. It aims to undermine the morale of these youngsters. Indeed, who would willingly sacrifice their life for another? Su Mo cast a sharp gaze at him. Someone will undoubtedly stand up. Do not heed its words. Making a deal with a demon will yield us no advantage. A prominent candidate suddenly stood forth. Just then, a bone wolf lunged at him, biting through his carotid artery. Blood gushed forth. Is he dead? The hellish demon sneered. You either all perish, or you find a scapegoat. Zhen Mimi, trembling with fear, clung to Lin Mo's arm, feeling the warmth in her chest. Seemingly calmed a little. Lin Mo, what do we do now? These bone wolves are too terrifying. Lin Mo remained silent, pondering whether defeating these hellish monsters would yield experience points. A multitude of hellish creatures could significantly elevate his level. Another opportunity for experience, presented on a silver platter? He would wade through this murky water. I shall take the lead. The usually taciturn Lin Mo suddenly stepped out of the crowd. The other candidates looked at him with curiosity. Who is he? I vaguely recall him from the 5th round of assessments. He is from Beijiang City. Is he seeking death? Lin Mo, what are you doing? Zhen Mimi hurriedly chased after him, attempting to stop him. But Lin Mo, with an indifferent expression, continued forward. You're insane. You will die? This is not like the ordinary assessments. Wang Zhengwo sighed, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. Lin Mo, don't do anything foolish. Lin Mo glanced back at the two. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Chapter 50. Hellish monsters are all experience babies. With Lin Mo's assurance, Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhengwo found themselves at a loss on how to deter him. Since they couldn't stop him, they would bear the burden together. Zhen Mimi bit her lip, standing tall. Although Wang Zhengwo trembled, he still puffed out his chest. Lin Mo cast a glance at them, revealing a helpless smile. These two. Well, since they want to be dissuaded, they might as well join in. It's not a bad thing. The three of them. The surrounding candidates were inspired by Lin Mo and the others, all raising their thumbs in admiration. Yet, some voices of disdain emerged. Using their lives for bravado is quite enough. With so many hellish monsters, the three of them will surely be crushed. Perhaps their families have minds, affording them soul gems. Dying once allows them to resurrect. Some individuals, unable to tolerate the remarks of these characters, began to voice their objections. What are you saying? Even if they have soul gems, they were purchased at a great cost. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Jealous are we? If I had a soul gem, I would have gone up long ago. TCH, you don't understand the intricacies here. With General Su Mo as a guarantee. Even if they die once, they will reap immeasurable rewards. To put it plainly, they are utilizing soul gems to gain greater benefits. Most people still expressed gratitude towards Lin Mo. Yet, there were always a few petty individuals singing a different tune. Lin Mo, go for it. You are the most dashing lad from Beijiang City. Go die, Lin Mo. Don't think we are unaware of your true intentions. A swift demise at the hands of the hellish creatures would herald an early rebirth. The cacophony of voices behind him was overwhelming. Wang Jiangwo scratched his head, expressing, Lin Mo, I genuinely believe that saving these people is not worth the effort. Zhen Mimi sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. Although a majority supported him, there remained a few with a sour grapes mentality. Lin Mo, however, merely shrugged, indifferent to their opinions. His motivation for stepping forth was not for the sake of these individuals, but rather for the experience. With over 1,000 hellish monstrosities, the potential for experience points and materials was staggering. Your calmness is admirable, Wang Jiangwo remarked, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up as he noticed his unflinching demeanor. Zhen Mimi ceased her attempts at persuasion, for they were now a mere 50 meters from the bone wolf. There was no turning back. Is someone truly stepping up? The hellish demon sneered. In that case, let my children entertain you. Lin Mo focused ahead, while the 4 colossal beasts behind him stirred with eagerness. Zhen Mimi guarded his left flank, and Wang Jiangwo took position on his right. Suddenly, Su Mo and the others, who had been hovering above the battlefield, opened their eyes in astonishment. They were taken aback to witness someone actually stepping forward to engage the hellish demon. Lin Mo? How did he come to stand up? They could hardly believe that this bloodthirsty figure would risk himself to protect others. I sense he possesses audacity that comes with great skill. Su Mo shot a glare at them. Another 4-star warrior shook his head, despite his impressive performances on the battlefield. His current strength cannot possibly contend with so many hellish monsters. Even if his summons boast exceptional attributes, they cannot surpass the bone wolves by much. This is bound to be a fierce battle with a high likelihood of sacrifice. The warrior who had previously mocked Lin Mo refrained from voicing further opinions. Su Mo inhaled deeply. Based on his performance, perhaps he could withstand a couple of 100 bone wolves. But now, although Su Mo was anxious, he felt powerless. Until the battlefield returned to a semblance of normalcy, there was no means for them to intervene. Should they force their way through this spatial barrier, the candidates within would be crushed into fragments by the spatial forces. All they could do was pray for a miracle. If Lin Mo could stall for some time, the other candidates might still have a glimmer of hope. Go, tear these 3 apart. With a command from the hellish demon, nearly 1,000 bone wolves charged towards Lin Mo and his companions. Amidst the chill of the surrounding winds, Lin Mo exhibited no fear. Rather, he seemed exhilarated. He narrowed his eyes, and with a mere thought, summoned the divine bull shield. The Minotaur Lord raised its small fist and struck its chest. Instantly, everyone was enveloped in a golden cloak, their physical attributes forcibly quadrupled. Wang Jiangwo was left astounded. What the? My constitution has skyrocketed? It's approaching 3,000. Zhen Mimi too was astonished to find her own vitality enhanced, feeling invigorated as the surrounding darkness seemed to recede. Lin Mo smirked, slowly extending his palm into the air and gently grasping it. The distant candidates turned their gazes towards Lin Mo and his companions. What is he doing? Is he raising his hand to ask a question? Suddenly, the slime general soared into the air, instantly splitting into 500 slime offspring, each radiating a dazzling brilliance. Meteor shower. The 500 bone wolves, as if pulled by an unseen force, were launched into the air, flailing their tongues in terror, eyes wide with confusion. With a unified leap of fury, the slime offspring, inheriting the slime general's power, converged upon the clustered bone wolves. The sheer force of their combined might, multiplied by a staggering 2,700 strength attribute and a critical damage multiplier of 100, unleashed a devastating blow. Simultaneously, 500 slime offspring inflicted a colossal 135,000 critical damage upon the bone wolves. A cascade of numbers flooded the information panel, and within a mere second, the 500 bone wolves were reduced to mere dust. Boom. A wave of heat from the explosive aftermath surged outward, distorting the faces of the surrounding students. Incredible. This is beyond impressive. Now I understand how Lin Mo amassed such a wealth of points. The remaining 500 bone wolves, momentarily stunned, launched themselves at Lin Mo and his companions. With a flicker of thought, the formidable goblin summoner raised his staff and began to chant softly. 300 summoned entities, goblin warriors and goblin archers, formed a formidable army, all inheriting the prowess of the powerful goblin summoner. Goblin warrior, summon. Strength, 2,500, spirit, 3,000, agility, 2,500, constitution, 10,000, divine bull shield 4, goblin archer, summon. Strength, 2,500, spirit, 3,000, agility, 2,500, constitution, 10,000, divine bull shield 4. With such formidable vitality, they were utterly unfazed by the bone wolves' attacks. The bone wolves, at most, could inflict 6,000 points of damage in a single strike. The goblin warriors and goblin archers could easily dispatch the bone wolves. As Lin Mo had anticipated, 200 goblin warriors surged forward, brandishing their mighty blades as they relentlessly hacked at the bone wolves. The bone wolves, bearing their vicious fangs, attempted to bite back, but within less than a second, they fell to the goblin warriors' blades. The distant candidates, who had been cheering, were now rendered speechless. A few, akin to Lin Mo, glanced at their own summoned goblin warriors and spat in disdain. What is this rubbish? Look at what he summoned. That is what a true summon looks like. After Lin Mo's relentless assault, nearly 1,000 bone wolves were annihilated in under 5 minutes. A torrent of experience notifications flooded in. Defeated the Hell Elite Monster. Bone Wolf, experience 30,000. Defeated the Hell Elite Monster. Bone Wolf. Experience 30,000. Dropped. Bone Wolf Teeth 999. Dropped. Bone Wolf Skull 999. Dropped. Bone Wolf Canines 999. Dropped. Silver Gray Bone Wolf Set 100. Can be fed. Dropped. Pure White Bone Fiber, Crafting Material 20. Congratulations. Lin Mo level up. With a flash of white light enveloping Lin Mo, it was confirmed. These hellish monsters indeed provided an immense bounty of experience points. Name: Lin Mo. Class: Divine Level Boss Summoner. Level: LV 18012. Strength: 180. Spirit: 190. Agility: 180. Constitution: 180. Combat Power Value: 180. This is utterly exhilarating. Could it be that they have all been slain? The top student who had just mocked Lin Mo remained silent. The other students glared at those who had previously taunted Lin Mo with eyes filled with death. Did they not wish for Lin Mo's demise? What now? Lord General. Look quickly. Su Mo immediately turned his gaze towards the battleground. 3 slender figures and 4 massive summoned creatures stood upon the desolate earth. Before them lay nearly 1,000 bone wolves. Killed them? This young man has a promising future ahead. Such an unexpected outcome. A faint smile crept on Asumo's lips. With the hellish monsters vanquished, the crisis on this battlefield should be averted. However, the other battlefields remain fraught with peril. Lin Mo sensed the changes within his body and glanced at Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhengwo beside him. How are you two? Both displayed expressions of delight. They had leveled up. Astonishingly, they had ascended a rank and were just a hair's breadth away from another level. What a fortuitous gain. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the sky. Hellish demon, I have triumphed in this battle. The sky remained silent for a prolonged moment. After a brief pause, that familiar voice echoed once more. Very well, let the game continue. In an instant, all the bone wolf monsters across the various regions were teleported before Lin Mo. A staggering 30,000 of them. The dense mass of bone wolves emitted frenzied howls. Lin Mo swiftly dispatched nearly 1,000 bone wolves, thoroughly inciting the wrath of the hellish demon. Everyone gasped in horror. They trembled as they beheld the monstrous sight before them. It's settled. I told you. Lin Mo is just putting on a show. Look, we've angered the hellish demon. Our demise is inevitable. Shut up. We celebrate together in victory and bear the burden together in defeat. The pressure on Lin Mo was already immense. Even in death, we must stand by him. As sons and daughters of Huaxia, we fear nothing. Indeed, sons and daughters of Huaxia, we fear nothing. Almost all the top students united, rallying behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo surveyed the crowd, squinting his eyes. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Very well, since you are so persistent, seeking to bestow upon me more experience points, I shall graciously accept them all. Before his words faded, Lin Mo slowly extended his palm and closed his eyes. Within that shadowy summoning space, a ferocious behemoth was gradually awakening. Chapter 51. The existence that makes the hellish demon fearful. What is happening? All the hellish monsters have retreated. Are our candidates saved? Quickly contact the other examination venues to ascertain their situations. News from the other battlefields arrived. The hellish monsters that had been stationed there vanished in an instant. Good news. Good news. Hurry. Open the exit of the battlefield and let the top students escape. Meanwhile, the examiners monitoring the Dehigh City examination site suddenly noticed an array of red dots appearing on the rudimentary monitors. These signify the presence of hellish monsters. They are still surging in number, several exclaimed. Bai Tianming quickly approached to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered the monitor was cloaked in a dense layer of red dots. He gasped in disbelief, and after a moment of contemplation, he understood. Based on the feedback from other examination sites, all the hellish monsters must have congregated here. Has the hellish demon lost its mind? Is it altering its strategy? Bai Tianming supported his chin, his expression gravely serious. Has the law of the battlefield not yet been restored? Above the battlefield, Su Mo's gaze gradually solidified into ice. The hellish rabble was compelled to change tactics due to the presence of one individual whom it greatly feared. Other generals cast puzzled glances at Su Mo. Is there someone who could instill fear in a hellish demon of equal strength? After a moment's contemplation, they suddenly realized, turning their eyes towards that slender yet explosively powerful figure on the battlefield. Lin Mo, what of the individual restoring the battlefield? What is the current progress? Hurry and urge them. Even Su Mo, typically reserved in displaying emotion, could no longer maintain his composure. Lord General, there are 10 minutes remaining. It will be restored shortly. Su Mo gritted his teeth. 10 minutes. Can they hold out for 10 minutes? The 30,000 bone wolves glared fiercely. The overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped every top student, instilling a sense of despair. Some students, their spirits shattered, knelt upon the ground weeping. I don't want to die? Woo-woo. I haven't yet lived enough. Others, their bodies weak, leaned against one another, teetering on the brink of collapse. There were also those who incessantly blamed Lin Mo. If it weren't for him, we might have been able to withstand 1,000 bone wolves, but now, with so many bone wolves, we have no chance of survival. Yet among the top students, there were also those filled with fervor. They were not intimidated by the overwhelming mass of hellish monsters. They stood tall, rallying each other. We believe in Lin Mo. We believe in ourselves. Trust him? Let me ask you, what can his 4 summons do? 1,000 bone wolves may be manageable, but now there are over 30,000. Such a disparity of more than 30 times. How can we believe? Almost everyone fell into silence and despair. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light burst forth from his palms. Strange visions materialized around him. A colossal flame erupted, spewing forth magma. Countless fragments flew in every direction. The magma flowed down the ravines, spreading outward like branches. Beneath the molten rock, a beast enveloped in flames opened its eyes, radiating brilliance akin to falling stars. In the next moment, it crouched low and howled skyward. The very mountains trembled. Roar. Lin Mo's 5th summon, the Hellfire Wolf, makes its grand entrance. Summon, Golden Legendary Hellfire Wolf. Strength, 7,000. Spirit, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, Flame Burst Waterfall, achieve divine level. Inflicts a burning effect on enemies within a 50-meter radius, nullifying healing effects. Skill, Earth Rift, achieve divine level. Creates fissures in the earth within a 100-meter radius, erupting with magma. Passive skill, Fire Attribute Enhancement, achieve divine level. Encountering fire increases all attributes by 200. All 5 summons faced the oncoming tide of bone wolves. The Hellfire Wolf was more than twice the size of the Bullhead Lord, baring its fearsome teeth. The skeletal wolves, resembling an eager pack awaiting their elder's command, reluctantly retreated several paces. A few of them, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the Hellfire Wolf, displayed panic in their eyes and hastily lowered their heads. The Hellfire Wolf, a creature of the infernal realm and a formidable boss-level monster, naturally exerted considerable pressure on these skeletal beings. You dare treat my progeny as mere pets? Human wretch, prepare to meet your demise, bellowed the infernal demon. With a flick of its ethereal arm, over 30,000 skeletal wolves surged forward like a frenzied tide, charging at everyone. Lin Mo smiled faintly, his thoughts directing the Hellfire Wolf to leap into action. The ground trembled violently. Boom. The earth within a 100-meter radius fractured chaotically, with magma gushing forth from the fissures, forming a deep chasm. In a swift motion, Lin Mo summoned the Ice Mage, who raised a crystalline staff and invoked a freezing spell, blanketing the area in a layer of white ice. The magma and ice intertwined, coexisting in a mesmerizing display of fire and frost, creating a world of duality. The skeletal wolves, eager to leap forth, were met with an exquisite experience of extreme contrasts. They found themselves unable to cross the chasm. Baring their fangs and emitting frustrated howls, Lin Mo leaped onto the back of the Hellfire Wolf and pointed forward. Up. The Hellfire Wolf soared into the air. Crossing the spewing magma, the fiery terrain activated its passive ability, doubling all attributes. Summon, Golden Legend Hellfire Wolf. Strength, 14,000. Passive triggered. Spirit, 10,000. Passive triggered. Agility, 12,000. Passive triggered. Constitution, 20,000. Passive triggered. Experience, here I come. A figure dashed through the horde of skeletal wolves. Kill Hell Elite Monster, Skeletal Wolf. Experience 30,000. Kill Hell Elite Monster, Skeletal Wolf. Experience 30,000. Though the Hellfire Wolf was fierce, the overwhelming numbers of skeletal wolves clawed at it relentlessly. And no matter how high its constitution, it couldn't endure indefinitely. Lin Mo swiftly placed his palm upon the back of the Hellfire Wolf. God-level skill sharing. Divine Bull Shield. In an instant, golden light erupted. The Hellfire Wolf's constitution quadrupled. Constitution, 80,000. Passive triggered. Divine Bull Shield 4. Lin Mo went on a rampage amidst the wolf pack. The remaining 4 summons provided auxiliary attacks. A group of skeletal wolves attempted to leap over the chasm, using their fallen comrades as stepping stones, only to be scorched by magma and subsequently frozen by the Ice Mage. They were effectively transformed into a platter of frozen skewers. The examinees, seeing a glimmer of hope, picked up their weapons and joined the fray. Yet, their strength paled in comparison to Lin Mo's. Only 2 or 3 could team up to take down a single skeletal wolf. How could Lin Mo single-handedly take on a horde? It was immensely difficult. Compared to him, he was a monster, and you? Merely a speck of dust. The battle raged on for 7 to 8 minutes. With the sheer number of monsters, Lin Mo realized that if the fight continued, victory was uncertain. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate the root of the problem. Human wretch, I will make you pay the price you deserve. At that moment, a demonic visage flickered ominously in the heavens, issuing a thunderous proclamation. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. So, it was hiding here, just in time. Then, you shall meet your end. With a mere thought, The golden slime general appeared at his side. Little brother, when I throw you out, make sure to aim well. Lin Mo grinned mischievously. The slime general excitedly quivered in place. Lin Mo then beckoned the Hellfire Wolf to bite down on the slime general's trident. The slime general clutched the trident tightly, refusing to let go. As the Hellfire Wolf flung it skyward, the colossal phantom immediately panicked. Don't come near. Don't come near. But alas, it was too late. With a divine level split, the slime general instantly divided into 500 chattering slime offspring, simultaneously unleashing an attack. Jumping critical hit. In an instant, it dealt a staggering 135,000 damage to the ethereal figure. Boom. Like a meteor crashing down. You wait. I will remember you. The infernal demon, gravely wounded, retreated. With the mastermind's departure, the remaining skeletal wolves dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. The ominous clouds in the sky soon dispersed, allowing sunlight to bathe the earth once more. Lin Mo recalled all his summons, taking a deep breath. Was it over? All the examinees remained immersed in the aftermath of their recent despair, struggling to comprehend their victory. When they finally believed that the infernal demon had retreated, a surge of emotions erupted. Some embraced each other in ecstatic kisses, while others laughed and cried simultaneously. Yet, Lin Mo stood calmly amidst the chaos. Jin Mimi and Wang Zhengwo approached him with excitement. Lin Mo, we won. Lin Mo displayed a hint of disappointment, sighing. What a pity, if only I could have slain a few more skeletal wolves to gain more experience. I only managed to kill a little over 2,000. It's a loss. The two were momentarily stunned. Everyone else was celebrating their revival, and here he was lamenting the lack of skeletal wolves slain? Did he truly consider these infernal creatures mere sources of experience? Jin Mimi shot him an exasperated glance. You are truly a monster. Wang Zhengwo shrugged in agreement. We won. We won. Bai Tianming hurriedly inquired, what is the situation? He had just received word from the front lines that the battlefield had returned to normal, and the children were safe. Bai Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. How did we win? We are still unclear. We lack specific information. At that moment, the battlefield had finally been restored. Su Mo rubbed his forehead. If it weren't for Lin Mo, everyone would have perished. The other generals felt a wave of dread wash over them. Indeed, the sudden invasion of the infernal demon had caught them off guard. Had no one stepped forward, these children would likely have been torn to shreds by the hellish creatures. Su Mo cast a glance over the assembly, who claimed Lin Mo was a bloodthirsty killer. No one dared to respond. Su Mo scoffed. Is his current performance indicative of bloodthirstiness? In times of crisis, how many can rise to save all the examinees? No one could refute Su Mo's words. Lin Mo was undoubtedly the hero of this battle. Children, the battlefield has returned to normal. The responsible examiners should immediately escort the children back. Su Mo commanded, proceeding to rank the results of this grand examination.